Chapter 201 No Winner, 4th more 1 second section web.org. Wonderful novels are free to read without pop-up windows. Why? Hawkeye was a little puzzled by AI Fan's behavior. Why do you keep fighting after being cut off? AI Fan smiled and said, to become stronger. I have only one reason. The black knife crossed an arc, leaving a trace under Hawkeye's feet. He held the knife in both hands and stared at AI Fan. AI Fan called his footsteps steady, feeling the powerful momentum of Hawkeye. He grinned and said, that's it. Only a true life and death battle is the fastest way to progress. The muscles swelled abnormally, and the force of the bat drove the whole body to teleport to Hawkeye. The red knife was raised above the head and chopped straight down. Shocking slash. Hawkeye clenched the black knife in both hands. Without any hesitation, he slashed towards AI Fan's open chest. AI Fan's red blade fell, and the black blade instantly collided. Clang! The two knives collided again. Following AI Fan's long howl, the red slash broke away from the red blade and rushed out. Hawkeye's entire body was slammed back by this slash, and two deep marks were plowed on the ground. AI Fan grinned, and the flower of healing healed his injuries. Although he was also injured, this was a start. He is improving, and Hawkeye is also improving, but his progress is faster than Hawkeye. His potential is far from reaching the end, or in other words, it will never end. He finally forced out all of Hawkeye's strength, and this was the first time in the battle between the two that AI Fan had driven Hawkeye back. When the muscles returned to their original state, AI Fan looked at Hawkeye and grinned. Come on, let me see how your 120% explosive strength is like. Hawkeye said seriously, you made me feel excited. AI Fan smiled and said, just excited. Also, the who chopped you down. The voice fell, and the eagle eye has been cut out. The green slash attacked AI Fan like a wave, and AI Fan couldn't avoid it, and slashed down with the bare knives in both hands. Falcon strike. The crimson giant eagle collided with the green slash, and the powerful rays of light illuminated this dark island. After 7 days. On the other side of the island where Hawkeye lives, Hancock is eating barbecue and enjoying drinks. Looking at the very relaxed and laid-back AI Fan, Hancock couldn't help but ask, is it really okay? AI Fan's clone here grinned and said, it doesn't matter, there is a healing flower on the main body, it doesn't matter if you hit it for another month. The sound of weapons handover kept coming, and the whole island seemed to be clearly audible. Body here. After colliding with Hawkeye again, the two staggered. Hawkeye panted heavily, his eyes full of excitement. AI Fan showed no signs of fatigue. He smiled and said, it looks like you are running out of energy. On the protracted war plan, success. During the 7 days and 7 nights of non-stop confrontation, AI Fan did not know how many healing flowers and healing flowers he had taken. During the 7 days, his swordsmanship skills improved faster day by day. He has been seriously injured countless times. At the beginning, he would be injured in a maximum of 3 or 5 moves with Hawkeye, but now, he has not been injured for dozens of minutes. This AI Fan knows the reason. It should have a lot to do with Hawkeye's physical decline, but he is not kind enough to help Hawkeye recover. He was about to slash Hawkeye, and he would never be soft on this one. Leaning forward, AI Fan grinned and said, suffer to death. His feet moved together, and with every step AI Fan stepped on the ground, he rushed out with a powerful force. Hawkeye roared, dragging the knife with both hands, and the same impact came out. Ding! The blades of the two collided again. This time, no power leaked, and the power of the two people was concentrated to a terrifying level. The domineering of the two is crushing each other, and the powerful strength is not reserved at all. Zizzy! The domineering friction made sparks flash in the air. What? Exclamation mark. AI Fan roared, the muscles on his arms swelled by 3 points. 120% of the power continuously poured out, and the eagle eyes that were pressed kept falling down. Swish! Hawkeye took the initiative to dissipate his power, and he was slashed by AI Fan and flew backwards quickly. After flying a full 100 meters, he inserted the black knife on the ground and stopped his body. Hoo-hoo. Hawkeye was panting. Although he was not injured in the 7-day and 7-night confrontation, his physical strength was no longer enough to support his outbreak. On the other hand, AI Fan did not suffer from any physical weakness, and he was always at his peak. Chidao's blade hummed softly, and Arnold was urging AI Fan. AI Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry." He quickly approached Hawkeye. His strength accumulated on his arm, and his domineering continued to pour out, and he slashed towards Hawkeye. Clang! Hawkeye blocked with a horizontal knife, and the whole person was chopped back 2 steps. AI Fan took advantage of Hawkeye's gap and instantly returned the knife and slashed. Clang! Hawkeye was still at the point of blocking the knife, and he took 2 steps back again. AI Fan didn't mean to stop at all. The long knife was upright, and stabbed towards Hawkeye's chest. Clang! This blow was picked up by Hawkeye, and he took 5 or 6 steps back in the row, and the whole person seemed to be unable to stand up straight. "Ah!" AI Fan shouted and slashed again. Clang! Hawkeye held the knife in both hands and stood on tiptoe, resisting the blow. When the 2 knives came into contact, AI Fan's eagle eyes passively retreated. Hawkeye's feet were padded, and deep marks were plowed under his feet. AI Fan exerted his strength, and abruptly slashed Hawkeye and flew out. Shave! AI Fan suddenly disappeared, catching up with the flying Hawkeye in midair and slashing. Clang! Hawkeye held the blade sideways with both hands, perfectly blocking the blow. However, his strength was insufficient, and he instantly hit the ground while flying upside down. Bang! With a dull voice, he smashed a big hole in the ground. Lying in the pit, Hawkeye vomited blood. He still held the black knife tightly, and there was no fear in his eyes. AI Fan looked down at him, and then slashed out. Wow! The breeze blew, and AI Fan's knife stopped in midair, only 1 centimeter away from the black knife raised by Hawkeye. "Ha!" AI Fan said with a wry smile, "You are worthy of being the #1 swordsman in the world." This duel, even if we don't win or lose, AI Fan is sure that if Eagle Eye blocks this knife, he will definitely die from exhaustion. However, this is not AI Fan's original intention. Hawkeye is a good opponent, and his swordsmanship is much higher than his own. He did not break his swordsmanship until the last moment of exhaustion. Such an opponent is rare and valuable. AI Fan is sure that Hawkeye will make great progress after recovering. Of course, it is the same for himself, and if you want to find a good opponent in the future, Hawkeye is definitely the most suitable. AI Fan believes that with his own efforts, in the future, he will definitely be able to defeat Hawkeye in swordsmanship. At that time, /Hawkeye again. This site recommends Swamp Tong Yan, plump buttocks pictures and videos to watch online. Quickly pay attention to the WeChat public account, Main Tao 1 to watch online. Chapter 202 Qualitative Change, 5th More. Hawkeye was panting heavily, holding the black knife in his hand and falling powerlessly. He stared at AI Fan and said, "It's really embarrassing. It's like this. I haven't been like this for many years." AI Fan smiled and said, "Let me use your black knife." Impossible. Hawkeye flatly refused. AI Fan smiled, and the hilt of the knife slammed into his head. The blow was heavy and ruthless, and it was the most difficult moment for Hawkeye. He breathed a little slack, and it was almost difficult to use his strength, and whether AI Fan kept his hand, Hawkeye was instantly unconscious. The black knife was buckled out of Hawkeye's hand. AI Fan held the black knife and summoned the clone with a smile on his face. Bang! The clone appeared holding the black knife, and AI Fan inserted the body of the black knife back to the side of Hawkeye, and then handed the cloned black knife clone to Arnold, who had transformed into an eagle. "You've wanted this for a long time," AI Fan said with a grin. Arnold was excited, took the copied black knife and activated his ability directly. The phantom light flashed away. Arnold has changed a lot. Its fruit ability can be the last chance to fuse dead things, and it can fuse the black knife, which is also one of the supreme sharp knives, Knight. Although it is copied, There is basically no difference. AI Fan was also out of respect for his opponent, and because he needed his opponent, so he didn't directly fuse the black knife. Arnold flapped his wings, and the sound of a long howl spread throughout the island. Its wingspan has reached more than 100 meters, and it is more than 50 meters tall just standing. This is a prehistoric beast. Ordinary giants are only more than 20 meters high. Even the little devil Oz is only more than 70 meters high, but now Arnold is more than 50 meters high after his transformation. The huge body is only one aspect. The most important thing is that Arnold is covered in metal. Moreover, the texture is hard and unimaginable, coupled with domineering. AI Fan feels that he can only run away from Arnold. The feathers on Arnold's body also changed color, and the crimson body turned black. But there was some crimson under the feathers, like flesh and blood. Swish! Arnold fluttered his wings and flew high, and then suddenly accelerated. The air burst into a circle of white waves, and its speed instantly broke the sound barrier. After flying 2 laps, it turned into a red sword and fell into AI Fan's hands. The appearance of the red blade also changed greatly. The back of the original blue blade was dyed black. On the blade, circles of red and black were intertwined. AI Fan waved it twice, and felt that the toughness of the blade had increased a lot. Thinking about it, it should be fusion. The advantages of the black knife. The handguard has grown a lot. If you only look at the lower part, you will have some visual sense of a cross. It is inlaid with round red gems. The handle is also red and black, forming a circle of lines. More comfortable in hand. The blade was much heavier, nearly twice as heavy as before. That's a good thing, though, because the blade is even sharper. AI Fan tried to swing the sword, without using any skills, just gently swinging the sword. Swish! There was a crack on the ground where the blade was facing, and it was several meters long. AI Fan waved sideways, and a dozen meters away, a big tree was cut off by Lazy Waste. AI Fan excitedly said, "This kind of power. Even ordinary people. Forget it, ordinary people can't take it." However, AI Fan was sure that with the current sharpness of the red sword and the domineering words, cutting the sea tower stone is definitely not just talking. Flicking his fingers over the blade, AI Fan smiled and said, "It seems that it will take some time to get used to it. With my current control, it is easy to accidentally hurt others." Evening. Hawkeye woke up, and his body was full of soreness, but it was nothing to him. He got up with difficulty and put the black knife next to him back on his back, and he also straightened up. Not far away, AI Fan was doing basic slashing, and sweat was constantly flying from his forehead. With every move, crimson slashes kept flying out. The ground was plowed into ravines, and everything that stood in the way of the slash was shattered. In the distance, a group of baboons were lively watching AI Fan and imitating his movements. At first glance, Hawkeye saw that AI Fan's red sword had changed. As a swordsman, he immediately noticed that feeling. And AI Fan is also swinging his sword with all his strength, but instead of destroying, he is trying his best to suppress his own destructive power. He was changing his attack. Hawkeye watched for a few minutes, and came to AI Fan's back. He said seriously, "The way you train can be improved." AI Fan turned back and smiled. "Oh, how to improve?" Hawkeye said solemnly. "Fusion of my swordsmanship." AI Fan grinned and looked at Hawkeye with piercing eyes. "Thank you very much. In return, I will also tell you the secret of my swordsmanship." "Ha ha." Hawkeye smiled lightly. "Your swordsmanship is all a way to win with strength. I have already seen through the simple mysteries." He. AI Fan did not refute, but grinned. "But, you can't avoid it, can you?" "Although you have cracked a lot of my moves, but in swordsmanship, I am improving all the time, and the flaws in the moves will also be made up in battle." Hawkeye was silent for a while and said, "Then give it a try. After combining your moves, let's see how much progress each other will make." From this moment, Hawkeye regarded AI Fan as the target of future battles. AI Fan also needs Eagle Eye's swordsmanship, and Eagle Eye needs an opponent like AI Fan who can fight to the limit with all his strength. If this opponent's swordsmanship is higher, Hawkeye believes that his strength will rise rapidly. AI fan sent Hancock away, and said hello to the Warring States period to retreat and practice. Although he could not avoid nagging, he could also avoid a lot of troubles. The communication between the two soon began, mainly because Hawkeye was explaining some of the problems of AI Fan's swordsmanship, while AI Fan was trying to absorb the unique mysteries of Hawkeye's swordsmanship. 8 months have passed, and AI Fan is already 12 years old. Hancock passed by on the boat of 9 Snakes this day. After landing on the island, she couldn't help being a little bored watching AI Fan's sweaty slashing. "You've been chopping a piece of paper for 8 months, aren't you irritated?" AI Fan smiled and replied, "Have you been practicing well in the past few months?" Hancock proudly said, "As long as the concubine is beautiful enough." AI Fan shook his head and smiled, "It's almost there. My practice is almost over." At this time, AI Fan's avatar slashed with a knife, and the blade was cut on the white paper with the current sharpness of the red knife. The paper was not damaged in the slightest. At this moment, AI Fan closed his eyes and realized the changes brought about by this knife. This is a qualitative change. His swordsmanship has reached another level. AI Fan smiled and did not recall any avatars, just a simple main body shouted at Hawkeye, who was cultivating alone in the distance, "One more fight, Mihawk." The sharp eyes looked at AI Fan, and the eagle eyes showed a smile. At this moment, AI Fan's eyes were very similar to his. That is, the eyes of the great swordsman. Chapter 203. Back to the East China Sea. As soon as AI Fan's words came out, Hancock walked outside without saying a word. AI Fan turned back and asked, "What are you going for?" Hancock rolled his eyes at AI Fan and said, "The last time you fought against each other for more than 10 days, and the last time you fought for nearly 10 days, and you asked me to bring you food. And more than once." "Hey." AI Fan scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. "Isn't it that my clones are practicing swords and don't have time? Besides, you can send them directly after cooking, and it will save me the effort. The healing flower is precious, and the blue flower has to be returned. It takes a lot of physical strength. The most important thing is that we are friends." Hancock left without looking back, walking a long way before slowly saying, "I'm going to prepare food." The voice was small, but she was sure that AI Fan could hear it. Throwing a healing flower to Mihawk, both of them returned to their peak state. The two looked at each other murderously. This was a duel, and there was no mercy. Next to it, a leaf fell off, and the moment it landed, the two rushed towards each other at the same time. Half a month later, on the pirate ship of the 9 Snakes. Lying in the bath specially prepared for Hancock, enjoying the petal bath, AI Fan had an expression of enjoyment on his face. Hancock stood in front of AI Fan, and didn't care that AI Fan suddenly appeared in front of her just now. She was standing outside the big wooden barrel with a white bath towel around her. She looked at AI Fan inside and asked, "You two, who exactly won?" AI Fan smiled and said, "Are you curious?" Hancock stared wide-eyed and said, "Of course I'm curious. This is the battle between the world's largest swordsmen." "Ha ha ha." AI Fan laughed loudly, "In your eyes, I'm already a man who can compete for the world's largest swordsman." Hancock gritted his teeth and said, "If fighting against Hawkeye alone for half a month doesn't count, then no one in the world can count." AI Fan smiled and said, "Come and take a bath together." Hancock was furious. If it wasn't for the ineffectiveness of her ability, she would almost have a leg out. "I'm talking to you about something serious." AI Fan smiled and said, "I'm also talking about serious things, like taking a bath together." "Humphrey." Hancock snorted coldly, holding the barrel with one hand, and jumped into the barrel with lightning speed. "Speak." AI Fan raised his fingers and his face became solemn. Hancock unconsciously followed with a solemn expression, only to hear AI Fan solemnly say, "This is very serious gossip." "It's not a matter." He. AI Fan grinned and said before Hancock was furious, "Hawkeye is still the world's #1 swordsman, and we didn't fight for 15 days. But for a total of 2,500 games. That means you lost." Hancock blinked. AI Fan said with a smile, I lost a little in swordsmanship, but in terms of all my strength, I won. Domineering and swordsmanship have reached a certain level, except for the ability to defy the sky. The general fruit ability will not be effective at all. This point, AI Fan has a deep understanding in Hawkeye. Hancock jumped out of the barrel with an indifferent expression. She looked down at AI Fan and said, "Boring man." Puff. AI Fan suddenly pressed her into the bucket, and pressed Hancock to the edge of the bucket with both hands. AI Fan's nose was tightly pressed against Hancock's, and the hot air sprayed on her lips. Smiling, he whispered softly, "What did you just say?" Hancock. "Shh." Hancock's face turned red, and he was pressed by AI Fan like this. This kind of experience has never happened before. AI Fan's heart was itchy, and he deliberately teased Hancock, seeing that she seemed to have endured to the limit before letting go. "I'm very personable. A man of grace would do such a nasty thing." Hancock snorted. "We are partners. Why do partners care so much?" AI Fan said, looking directly at Hancock. Hancock blushed even more, and he didn't dare to look directly at AI Fan. AI Fan's eyes were fiery, looking directly at him and controlling what he really wanted to do at this moment with his strong willpower. After thinking for a few seconds, AI Fan made a decision. He said solemnly, "Hancock, when I was 17, marry me as my first wife." Hancock was stunned. She covered her face shyly, turned her back to AI Fan and whispered, Is this a marriage proposal?" AI Fan nodded and said, "That's right, it's a marriage proposal." Hancock felt a weak shin, and her body seemed to collapse. She looked back and saw that AI Fan took out a box. The box was opened, and there were necklaces and diamond rings inside! She saw AI Fan kneeling on one knee and said, "Marry me, Hancock." Hancock fell directly to the ground. AI Fan. He got dressed and watched Hancock, who was completely immersed in his own world, in silence. Such a character. Slap. AI Fan snapped his fingers and woke up Hancock, who was immersed in his own world, and said seriously, "Think about what I said just now, and use this to contact me if you want." AI Fan handed Hancock the contact phone number. "I will have 3 wives in the future. You are the eldest and the housekeeper. Also, if you become my wife, you can't continue to be a pirate, but the daughter country and the 9 snakes will be protected by me. You know my strength, and this matter will definitely cause a commotion in the future. Many things have to be taken into consideration. You should discuss carefully with your mother-in-law and the others before making the final decision." When the voice fell, AI Fan also disappeared. Only the pirate ship and the dumbfounded Hancock were left. After a long silence, Hancock gritted his teeth and said, "It's said that there will be 3 wives. But if I were the housekeeper, it would not be impossible." "No, Hancock, you are the emperor of the 9 snakes. How can you be with me? Share it with others." "But AI Fan is so arrogant." "No way." After a while, Hancock regained her sanity, and she sighed softly. "Go back and discuss with them." "This kind of thing, Tilda." Hancock covered his face and said shyly, "Isn't it all decided after discussing with the family?" In the air door, AI Fan left with a big smile. Hancock, this moment is his woman. Stepping forward, AI Fan thought, "It seems that it is time to go back to the East China Sea." I forgot the time in the fight with Hawkeye, until both of them completely entered the bottleneck. AI Fan's current practice has slowed down a lot. In addition to the necessary domineering tempering, he can also develop a lot of abilities to develop more of his various abilities. Chapter 204 Future. Just like Hawkeye figured out his own moves, in countless battles, Ivan also figured out Hawkeye's moves. The progress between them is not obvious anymore. Unless you're fighting someone who is about as powerful as them, it won't do much, or the two have been separated for a long time, and their swordsmanship has improved with each other before they can learn from each other. In that case, they may also improve. Now, normal practice can no longer make them progress quickly. Arnold's gigantic body appeared in the air, and it flew by like a meteor. Ivan stood on its back and shouted loudly. However, no sound came to the front, because Arnold's current speed surpassed the sound. Flying soon. Ow! A wolf howl came into Ivan and Arnold slowed down. In front of them, an island appeared, and the wolf howl came from there. Go and see. Ivan smiled. They were at an altitude of several thousand meters, and the wolf howls could clearly reach his ears. Whether they were human or capable, this strength was worth seeing. There are no towns on the island. It is an uninhabited island. There was a large boat docked on the side of the island, with a wolf's head on the bow and a black flag. Ivan checked the information and quickly found their information. The giant wolf pirates have a crew of more than 200 people, including a captain and 2 co-captains. There are more than 20 people on board. The captain's bounty is 57 million Bailey. Born in the North Sea, there are killers and underground organizational background. Ivan silently came to the place where the pirates gathered, where 2 giant wolves were fighting. One is a white giant wolf, more than 20 meters tall, and the other is a gray giant wolf, which is a little shorter, but it is also nearly 20 meters tall. These 2 behemoths are fighting fiercely at the moment. However, for Ivan, these 2 couldn't even inspire him to fight. Ivan sighed alone. Master is lonely. He decided to guard the new world after returning from Ace this time. The strength is enough, and it is time to do something serious. Ivan appeared in the air, and the Overlord color swept out, knocking down a group of minions, and there were only a few standing. Ivan smiled and dialed the phone number of the naval headquarters. I found the giant wolf pirates. All of them have been knocked down by me. The coordinates are probably at... Yes, Lieutenant General. The nearest warship will arrive in 3 hours. The soldier who answered the phone quickly replied. Hanging up the phone, Ivan smiled and said, "Are you surrendering yourself? Or am I calling you to surrender?" The rest of the people roared together and rushed towards Ivan frantically. "Dying yourself." Ivan grinned. 10 minutes later, Arnold flapped his wings and took off, and before leaving, a crimson slash cut their pirate ship in half. It's not a pity for these pirates to die, but Ivan just killed the captain, and the others were accomplices, and it was enough to be thrown into prison and suffer. They once slaughtered a town where thousands of people were killed in rivers of blood. No matter what the reason is, this kind of pirate, Ivan will not let one go. And in the new world, after Hawkeye and Ivan fought, he went to find Shanks alone. "Yo, Mihawk." Shanks grinned when he saw Hawkeye. "Come on, let's drink together." Hawkeye handed Ivan's photo to Shanks, took a gulp of wine and said seriously, "This person, be more careful in the future." Shanks glanced at it and said with a grin, "I know, isn't this the Lieutenant Admiral who was in the limelight a few days ago, disappeared for a long time?" "He doesn't like pirates," Mihawk said solemnly. "The disaster of the new world is coming soon." As soon as the words came out, the surrounding atmosphere was quiet. "Who is Hawkeye?" "The world's largest swordsman. He will definitely not aimlessly speak, so the meaning of this is already a warning." Xiang put down the wine glass, looked at Hawkeye seriously and said, "No matter who it is, who dares to touch my partner, I will not give up." The corners of Hawkeye's mouth twitched slightly and said, "That man will turn the world upside down. At most, it's a matter of time. Even if it is Whitebeard, even if it is you, even if we add up, it may be unstoppable in the future. He is a character more terrible than Roger." "I can see this very clearly." Shanks grinned. "What you said made me look forward to it. There are many people in the new world who are not weaker than us. But why are only the 4 of us becoming the 4 emperors?" "That's because of us. The power and our strength make no one in the world dare to act rashly." Hawkeye paused for a moment, and the ambition that Ivan had said resounded in his mind. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly and said, "I'm just reminding you, who can say clearly in the future world, but that man will definitely be one of the most dazzling existences in the future." "The future?" Shankston paused, recalling the cry of a certain kid in his mind. He smiled and said, "In the future, that kid will grow up soon too." Evan here. His speed was very fast. He solved the group of giant wolf pirates, and flew directly in the direction of the East China Sea. After flying to Corbo Mountain, Ivan saw that Ace and Luffy were being chased by a giant bear. The 6-meter-tall bear, with its thick muscles, made the ground tremble. While running, Ace shouted, "Luffy, let's run separately." "Okay," Luffy shouted. The two separated, and Big Bear followed Xiang Luffy directly, 3 points faster. Luffy yelled and started to circle. Ace turned back to save Luffy, climbed up a big tree 3 or 2 times and shouted for Luffy. Luffy ran towards him. Ace saw the timing, jumped down from the big tree, and the steel pipe in his hand slammed on the bear's head. Bang! There was a big bang on Big Bear's head, and he fell dizzy. The two did not stop the siege, and only half a breath was left until the big bear was beaten. Luffy grinned, "Such a big bear, enough for us to eat today." Ace patted the bear's thick fur and said, "It's the best when it's roasted." "Actually, the best way to eat is to stew and drink soup." AI Fan emerged from the air door. "Evan!" Luffy and Ace shouted excitedly at the same time. AI Fan smiled and said, "I have a better proposal: to go to town for a big meal together." "Yeah!" They both cheered at the same time. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku put down the phone bug in his hand, and he called to Carp next to him. "This guy AI Fan is really... He doesn't come to the headquarters to report after finishing his practice, and runs around all day." Carp laughed and said, "I can't control him either. This kid AI Fan likes to run around the world. But I'm more pleased that I often catch pirates." "Forget it," Warring States said solemnly. "After returning this time, let him choose an island to govern. It's time to restrain his temper." Carp said with a smile, "This is not easy." Sengoku, "I suspect I'm chatting with a fake old partner." Chapter 205 Develop. Goa Kingdom. In a noisy civilian street, AI Fan and the three of them piled up a dozen large bowls in front of no one. This is an old-fashioned ramen shop with delicious taste and usually crowded, but today, the three of AI Fan have reserved the venue. A few people were busy working together, and this barely kept up with the speed of AI Fan and the three of them eating. After the meal, Ivan went to buy some clothes for Luffy and Ace. Let them choose with their own eyes, and AI Fan just pays Bailey at the end. After that, carrying large and small packages, AI Fan took the two of them directly from the air door back to the tree house where Ace and the two lived. Door-to-door capability. Air folding doors from 100 meters to a range of more than 10 kilometers. As long as AI Fan has been to that place in advance, he can open the door and appear directly across a distance of more than 10 kilometers. It takes no more than 10 seconds. At such a speed, within a short distance, Arnold could not keep up. It's just that the distance is too long to maintain such a door. Once the distance is too long, the load on the door and door clone is too much. However, AI Fan firmly believes that as long as he keeps developing, all his abilities will become extremely powerful. Ace and the two were amazed at AI Fan's strength. Although they had seen a lot of AI Fan's strange methods, AI Fan's strength seemed to have no limit, which made them unimaginable. In the jungle, Ace and Luffy were running sweaty, and behind them, Arnold stared at them coldly. Arnold is now in a semi-transformed state. After integrating the black knife, its controllability is much stronger, and the changed form can be easily controlled by itself. Now it looks like a long knife with two claws. The tip of the knife is an eagle's beak and blue eyes. If Ace and Luffy run slowly, Arnold's kick is waiting for them. The two also tried to resist, but they had absolutely nothing to do with Arnold. Instead, Arnold's claws kicked more vigorously. With lead weights tied to their feet, they ran with a weight that ordinary people could not even walk. They circled around an incomparably thick tree with a diameter of more than 10 meters. This area was cleaned up by AI Fan to ensure that the two of them could run with all their strength. AI Fan leaned against the big tree and watched the two run. He smiled and said, "You remember, the first condition for going to sea is to be able to run. Whether it's chasing the enemy or being chased by the enemy, running fast is an advantage. Although speed is not equal to everything, speed is definitely the most important manifestation of a person's strength. As long as the speed is fast enough, even the most proficient and domineering person can't avoid it. At this time, you can gallop in any sea area with speed alone. However, I won't ask you to reach that speed. Because I haven't reached it yet. AI fan, Luffy shouted. Why don't you practice? We are both exhausted. Ace's speed suddenly increased by 3 points, and he glanced at Luffy. My physical strength is not as bad as yours. Ha ha. AI fan laughed loudly. Of course I am also practicing, but you just didn't see it. Ow! Luffy yelled as he fell behind Ace and was kicked by Arnold. Arnold used a bit of domineering when he kicked Luffy, otherwise it wouldn't work for Luffy. After running around again, Luffy yelled at AI fan. You obviously didn't move. Arnold, stop. Ivan called off the training. Luffy and Ace gathered round. AI fan pointed at the big tree behind him and said, this is my practice. The two looked up for a long time and didn't notice anything unusual. Ace touched the branches of the big tree and said, it doesn't seem to have changed. Hee. AI fan smiled, only to see the tree behind him gradually turn white, and finally turned into a pure white tree. Hey Tilda, Luffy said in surprise, the color at the tree has faded. In the next second, the whole big tree collapsed and turned into sheets of very resilient white paper. It seemed to become an ocean of paper. After a big tree was turned into paper, its volume expanded dozens of times. But this is also caused by AI fans not deliberately compressing the paper. After the superhuman ability is awakened, it can affect foreign objects. AI fan has not yet reached that level, but things like plants and trees can be turned into paper, and it will be much easier for AI fan to turn these things into paper. And in this world, almost all ships are made of wood. AI fan knows that he has mastered a skill that is fatal to pirates and all ships at sea. The most important thing is that as long as AI fan is willing, he can restore the paper-like things back, and, with just one thought, these papers can return to their own places. However, if the paper after paperization is damaged, the corresponding part of the paper will also be damaged when it is restored. This is a stunt. Through this trick, AI fan can master several times more paper than before, even dozens of times and hundreds of times. Of course, these premises are in the place where the vegetation is prosperous. If it is in a desolate area such as a desert, AI fan's trick will not work. The paper was flying all over the sky and gathered into different shapes. This was the most common white paper, and it had no other use except better toughness. Among the papers developed by AI fan, absorbent paper, waterproof paper, hardened paper, compressed paper, and colored paper are all special papers, and the paper produced by affecting foreign objects can only be the most common white paper with better toughness. But AI fan knew that as long as he continued to develop and improve the toughness of paper, one day, the paper he made would be comparable to steel without being domineering. Suddenly, AI fan came up with a whimsical idea. He connected the papers together, and then wrapped Ace and Luffy, forming a pair of armor on their surfaces. Paper armor. The paper is highly compressed and weighs a lot, and the two of them are equivalent to a state where their entire bodies are under load. The back of the two gave birth to red wings, and the armors on their bodies met in red and blue, and there were flames and Arnold on them. Cool! Ace and Luffy shouted excitedly. AI fan waved it with one hand, and the paper armor flew with the two of them. After flying for more than 10 minutes, AI fan let the excited two people fall. It's cool. AI fan laughed. This feeling is like turning into a flying Superman, and people who are not afraid of heights will be addicted. Ace and Luffy looked at each other and nodded excitedly. AI fan grinned and said, the paper armor weighs 100 kilograms. From now on, you can't take it off without my permission, and I will add weight to you later depending on the situation. The advantage is that I will fly you to every day in the future. Hours, and I also thought of a better way to fight. Ace Luffy shouted excitedly at the same time. No problem. Chapter 206 Practice. The day's practice quickly came to the evening. AI fan restored the tree that had lost a few branches to its original shape, and walked in the front of the tree house. Ace and Luffy followed behind, panting. Their weight was more than 100 kilograms. Ivan adjusted the weight for them according to their physical strength limit. It takes a huge amount of effort for both of them to take every step they take. Looking at AI fan walking at the front, Luffy finally couldn't help shouting, AI fan, If we keep going like this, we will reach tomorrow morning. AI Fan smiled and said, then continue tomorrow's practice in the morning. In addition, only when you return to the wooden house can you eat. Hey Tilda, the two of them shouted at the same time. Under the temptation of the food, their powers poured out a lot. Halfway through, AI Fan saw that their physical strength had basically reached the limit. However, the limit could be broken through. AI Fan believed that they would break through. At most, they just needed some encouragement. After their physical strength reached the limit and broke through the limit again, AI Fan smiled and relieved the oppression of the paper on them. Wow! Luffy jumped up. His exhausted body seemed to be born with endless power, and so did Ace. However, these are all illusions, because the power that bound them suddenly disappeared, causing their bodies to relax, and the originally tight muscles would give people an illusion of unlimited power without pressure. Therefore, after less than 10 seconds of excitement, their bodies were exhausted again. AI Fan leveled the red sword with one hand, looked at the two of them with a smile and said, then you can change the way of cultivation, as long as you two carry the red sword back to the house. Hey Ace looked at AI Fan's relaxed expression and said, the eagle didn't seem to be that heavy when it turned into a knife, right? Is it to release water? Haha. Luffy grinned and said, look at how good I am, I can take this knife back by myself. Haha. AI Fan smiled, completely liberating Luffy from the paper package. AI Fan moved his wrist, holding the tip of the red knife with 2 fingers in one hand, and handed the hilt to Luffy. Try it. Luffy's face was serious, and his hands tightly gripped the hilt of the red sword. And AI Fan directly let go. Bang! The red sword fell vertically to the ground. Luffy's arm was stretched, and both hands were firmly pressed under the handle of the sword. How can it be so heavy? Luffy was surprised. He couldn't even pull his fingers out now. AI Fan smiled and said, this knife is a clone, and its weight will not change on its own. In other words, this is the real weight of the red knife combined with the black knife. As for the weight, wait until you can pick it up. I'll tell you again. Like magic, AI Fan took out a red knife and inserted it in front of Ace. The weapons of the two of you are too low grade. I will give you these 2 knives. When you can easily control them one day, come back to me. Ace blinked. I can't use swords, and I prefer to use fists. Luffy said seriously, me too, as long as I have a fist, that's enough. Haha. AI Fan laughed loudly. I didn't say let you become swordsman, what I said was to let you control it with ease. Wait until you can easily bear its weight with one finger. It's time. Until then, you two should take good care of it and don't lose it. Hee. Ace stepped forward, holding the red knife stuck in the dirt in both hands. I'll give it back to you soon. Ace almost tried his best, but the red sword was only pulled out a little bit. Even if it was not pulled out, your road is still long. AI Fan laughed. Time passed, and it was already half a month later. Luffy and the two are fighting while being wrapped in paper. AI Fan perceives their action intentions through the touch of the paper, and then expresses the action through the paper that traps them. This is also training for AI Fan. He is distracted, and in a very short time, he controls the paper to move with the movements of the two of Ace. This can greatly improve his control over the paper. The other clones are comprehending the mysteries of their clones, and the remaining 2 simple clones are tempering each other's domineering. AI Fan's body is practicing swordsmanship. He has never stopped tempering for a moment, even though his progress is slow because there is no strong opponent, but his biggest enemy has never been others, but himself. He wants to be strong, he likes the feeling of being strong, and this makes him keep working hard, sweating, and constantly inspiring his potential. Rubber pistol, Luffy yelled, and AI Fan stretched the paper armor a lot as he meant. Swish! Ace stumbled on the spot and escaped the blow in a thrilling way. He shouted at AI Fan, "Hey, can you still fight like this?" AI Fan replied seriously, "This is his fruit ability, of course it can also be used." "Hey," Luffy grinned. "That would be great. Look at my rubber rocket launcher." His hand stretched back, and AI Fan also made the paper longer as he wanted, while Ace rolled and flashed in front of Luffy at a very fast speed. taking advantage of the time before he could attack. Punched out. Bang! The white paper in the sky collapsed, and Luffy fell from midair into the pile of soft and flexible paper. The paper wrapping Ace also collapsed, and he slowly fell below Andre Ifan's control. Your moves are too slow. Ace grinned. Damn it. Luffy climbed up from the pile of papers. Do it again. Next time I will definitely win. I don't want it anymore. Ifan laughed aside. The old man is here too? Grandpa old man. Ace and Luffy called out at the same time. Ifan smiled and looked at the jungle beside him. In less than half a minute, Garp walked out of the jungle. Stinky boys, have you been practicing diligently recently? He laughed. Don't worry about it, old man. Ace pouted. Luffy laughed aside. Of course. We have been practicing hard to become a big pirate. Hilda Garp was shocked. He looked at Ifan and asked, didn't you say that the teaching was very successful? I thought they didn't want to be pirates anymore. Ifan smiled and said, yes, their combat power has improved very quickly. I mean only combat power. It's the old man. You misunderstood yourself. Bang bang. Without a word, Garp gave Ace and Luffy a fist, both of them bulging out on their heads and grinning in pain. Garp said angrily, you have to learn to respect you know. Chapter 207 Open Up the World. Woo! The two cried out in pain, but no one refuted anything. They who are often taught by Garp know that if they refute, Garp will fight even harder. Seeing that the lesson had a little effect, Garp clenched his fist and said, do you know that you will become the strongest navy in the future? Eliminating pirates is what you should do. Let's just let them go. Ifan laughed aside. Old man, you won't take care of them often. You can't manage so much. Stinky boy. Garp's fist rushed towards Ivan and said, didn't you promise the old man to teach them to be navy? Cough cough. Ifan smiled and said, this. You can't control it. I can't help it. Tilda. Ifan spread out his palms with a helpless expression on his face, the iron fist of love. Garp was furious, and he punched Ifan with his domineering entanglement. Clang! The red knife in Ifan's hand appeared in an instant, blocking Garp's fist at the last minute. Grin. Ifan said seriously, old man, let's go to the sea to fight. I want to fight with you seriously. If you are here, many people will be affected. Ifan, you underestimate my strength. Garp's fist clenched tightly, bringing the power of a tyrant. On the red knife, black and red rays of light are intertwined, and Ifan's overlord color is also surging. He grinned and said, you underestimate my power. Old man. Ifan waved and wrapped Ace and Luffy in paper, leaving only a small opening so they could see outside and breathe. Ready. Ifan looked at Garp with a knife in both hands and said, you must want to know where I have been for so long, right? Garp clasped his nose and said, no interest at all. Ifan ignored Garp's words and grinned. Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. I've been honing my swordsmanship for such a long time, and now swordsmanship alone is enough to dominate the world. Battle for the world? Garp mocked. Do you know what this means? You're just a little boy. Do you think you're invincible after catching a few pirates with a bounty of over 100 million? In this sea, there are countless powerful pirates, and what you have encountered is less than 1%. Ifan clenched the double swords. Of course I know this, but now I am confident. Fight against any enemy. The air seemed to freeze, and Ifan's aura enveloped the place, and the dangerous aura continued to overflow. Garp bumped his fists. Then let me test your strength. His aura overflowed, breaking through Ifan's aura, and essentially blowing away the air. His might was comparable to a gust of wind. Ifan stared, and the overlord's arrogance spread without saying a word. Garp sensed Ifan's domineering, and his body gushed out the overlord color to collide with Ifan's overlord color. Boom! There was a thunder in the air. If the wind caused by Garp's momentum just now was a 7th level gust, the current wind is a 10th level gust. The branches of the surrounding trees were broken, the surrounding birds and beasts all fainted, the strong wind stopped, and the smoke and dust dissipated. Ace and Luffy were speechless in shock. From their point of view, Ivan and Garp just stood there and didn't move. However, even if they hid in the paper house built by Ifan, they could still feel the mighty power. Garp grinned, 2 rows of teeth leaking out, looking at AI Fan's eyes and couldn't stop admiring. It seems that your favorite color is the Overlord color. AI Fan held the kendo with both hands. I have no shortcomings in the 3-color domineering. Normal people choose a color that they are good at for the main development, but this rule is nothing to me at all. I am good at the 3 kinds of domineering. Ha! As soon as AI Fan's voice fell, Garp had already punched him. Stinky boy, stop talking big. AI Fan smiled, and his eyes instantly turned into a stab at a man-loving tiger. Falcon stab. The Overlord color and the armed color collide at the same time. Kaka. The moment Garp's fist collided with the tip of the red sword, the air seemed to be shattered. The invisible domineering collided, the eyes of the 2 were fixed on each other, and the domineering of the 2 people kept pouring out and crushing each other. This was a domineering confrontation, and it was a confrontation of strength. AI Fan shouted, using 12 points of strength. Garp grinned, and his tough domineering pressed back AI Fan's blade inch by inch. Ha! Garp shouted, and under the explosion of power, AI Fan was pushed back. With Garp's explosive punch, AI Fan was thrown upside down even with his sword. Boom, click, click tilde, like a meteorite flying by, AI Fan flew over 100 meters, and I didn't know how many branches were broken in the middle. Boom. The leaves fell, and AI Fan bumped into a big tree. The tree seemed to be shaken. At this time, he barely stopped. AI Fan first glanced at the tip of the knife that collided with Garp's fist. The red knife wrapped in domineering was unscathed. Although the strength is not as good, but in terms of the strength of the armed arrogance, AI Fan firmly believed that he is definitely the top group. The collision with Garp is proof. Although I don't know how much strength Garp used, AI Fan is sure that he definitely moved. The distance is enough. AI Fan got up, his whole body was wrapped in domineering, and he basically did not suffer any damage when flying upside down. Holding the knives in both hands, he looked at AI Fan who was 100 meters away and said with a grin, "Look at it, old man." Hawkeye is ashamed of his slash. The sky is up, the earth is down. The opening and closing of the heaven and the earth is regarded as a cut. This cut is the opening of the sky. Profound meaning. The eagle, the opening of the heaven and the earth. The crimson slash cut through the sky like light, and Garp felt the chill approach. Glancing at Ace and Luffy who were hiding in the paper room not far away, he didn't hesitate, and without saying a word, dodged to the side to avoid AI Fan's blow. Ka. The red slashes illuminated everyone's faces, the mountain peaks under their feet began to tremble, the slashes disappeared into the distance, and a bottomless ravine appeared on the ground slashed by the slashes. From a distance, it looks like the entire mountain has been split apart. Looking at the ravine with a width of more than 10 meters, Ace and Luffy could no longer hold their jaws in shock. This kind of attack is really shocking. A drop of cold sweat dripped on Garp's forehead. He stood beside the long gully, and the surprise on his face was not much less than that of Ace. "How about it, Might Knife?" AI Fan laughed beside him. Cap paused for a moment and said, "That's the slash you didn't use your clone to send out?" AI Fan smiled and said, "This is an attack from the clone, a powerful slash that consumes 90% of life." While speaking, AI Fan's avatar also turned into the ray of light and plunged into the body. Chapter 208 Shoot Print. Deep ravines. Garp sincerely praised, "This blow has some of the old man's youthful demeanor. It's just that the speed is a bit slow." "Ha," AI Fan said with a smile. "I did it to give you time to dodge. My attack was originally to win with speed, but now, in order to take care of you, an aging old man, I deliberately increased the destructive power and sacrificed speed." Garp clenched his fists and said, "Don't look down on people, stinky boy." "If I wasn't worried about Luffy and the others being affected by our collision, I would have smashed your slash to pieces." AI Fan patted his forehead and said, "It's a miscalculation. I thought I wouldn't use this trick, but when I was excited, I forgot that I hadn't put them in the door yet." Captain paused and said, "This kind of attack really doesn't matter, right? Saying that you are abusing this kind of move. I won't be long before the white-haired person sends the black-haired person. That kid Long is not filial. You guys can't be like him. AI fan grinned and said, it doesn't matter, my clone is not afraid of life consumption. This is also a move I learned by studying the return of life, unifying my body cells, and exerting its full potential just for this blow. His attack just crossed the mountain range and flew into the sky. If AI fan is willing, the power of this attack is not just to pierce this small mountain B. Wow! Luffy shouted in front of the ravine cut by AI fan / it's amazing. AI fan, the power of this blow is so powerful. What a shocking strength. Is this your true strength? Ace looked at Ivan and asked. AI fan grinned and said, almost. I have a lot of methods. This kind of attack is not the strongest. Boy, Garp said seriously, after you go back this time, you should stay in the new world. With your strength, if you spend a few years there, you should make great progress. AI fan smiled and said, this will be discussed later. The dragon you just mentioned, I saw him here last time. Really? Cap asked. What's he doing here again? AI fan waved his hand and said, I don't know the specifics, but he may have been parked here for a few days. I'm curious what the tattoo on his face is. Meaning? I don't remember the last time I saw him. That Garp covered his stomach and laughed loudly. That's the shoe print left by the old man when he taught him. Shoe print. Boom. A thunder flashed across AI fan's brain, and the mysterious tattoo he seemed to be was actually just a shoe print left by Garp when he taught the dragon. I can't take it! Exclamation mark. What about the mystery? How about strong? How about cool and handsome? AI fan can't imagine what will happen to the dragon he sees in the future, but it must be a sight that cannot be seen directly. The legendary leader of the Revolutionary Army with shoe prints on his face. But this also indirectly shows the strength of Garp. After all, shoe prints comparable to tattoos are this split mountain can't stay any longer. It won't be long before it will be crowded with people from all walks of life. Fortunately, the place where they live is another mountain, so they are not worried about being affected. Leave here in a hurry, return to the treehouse where Ace and the two live, and the training will not stop at all. In the evening, after everyone had eaten and drank, they all lay down on the grass to rest together. AI fan glanced at Garp's white hair and asked casually, Grandpa, are you interested in immortality, eternal life? Garp looked at Ivan seriously and said, is that illusory thing your goal? AI fan smiled and said, forget it, this is one of my goals. You kid, Garp said solemnly, you and the Warring States period are more and more similar. Immortality is nothing at all. People, as long as they live their own life, it is enough. Is eternal life really good? Forget it. AI fan took the initiative to stop the topic. This is just a possibility. I have great ambitions, old man, you should know Wango. Wango? Captain said for a while. Big Mum, one of the 4 emperors? Yes. AI fan said seriously. I want to build a country like that, but it's not that extreme. All I want is that everyone is equal. The strong should be respected, but the weak should not be despised, let alone be distinguished between nobles and inferiors. Aren't all human beings the same flesh and blood? Garp said solemnly, is this your ideal world? AI fan said firmly, this will be the general appearance of the future of this world. Maybe some things will not be perfect, but for the current world, that situation is almost the same as the Kingdom of Dreams. Garp was silent for a long time, and after a long time he said slowly, if this is what you think, then do it with confidence. Use the power of the Navy. Use your own hands to create an era like that. Because I am also very looking forward to it, Evan. AI fan grinned and said, don't worry, old man, before you die of old age, I will definitely succeed. Even if there are countless obstacles in front of me, I will knock them all down one by one. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed. AI fan laughed as loudly, and the laughter resounded through the night sky. Beside them, Ace and Luffy stared at each other. They felt that they were not in the same dimension as Ivan Garp at all. The next second the laughter fell. The 4 fell asleep at the same time. True second sleep. The 4 present are all proficient. The next day, with the arrival of dawn, Ai Fan woke up on time. The smell of the barbecue awakened the three of Garp, and after a full meal, the new day of practice began. Time swayed, and another half-month passed. Ai Fan left here, ready to go to the new world to fight. It's just that he turned a corner in the middle, saying that Zap's restaurant is open, and he hasn't been there yet. Speaking of which, their craftsmanship should be good, so let's try it before leaving. Flying over the waters of the East China Sea, within 10 minutes, Ai Fan saw a small island. There is a town on the island, but what attracts Ai Fan is one of the courtyards separated from the town, where orange trees are planted. Ai Fan suddenly realized that he had forgotten someone all the time. Nami. Nami also grew up in the East China Sea. He saw the orange tree just now and immediately thought of Nami. However, after the perceptual color was enveloped, Ai Fan sighed slightly. Eren has come here. Chapter 209 Nami. It fell silently outside, sensing that there were only 2 weak breaths inside. Ai Fan sighed slightly. A tragedy, a tragedy. Eren came here, which means that Nami's adoptive mother has died, and only Nami and Nokigao are left. Too little Lilai. His mind moved slightly, and then he laughed and scolded himself. Beast. Beast. He just got a little crooked. Ai Fan thought seriously, can he change history? In fact, Ivan had already made up his mind when Sabo's whereabouts were unknown. No matter what development, the plot is not the plot. He's going to try and change all that. As for whether it can be successful or not, let's start now. He thought about it, worked hard, and at least killed the Whitebeard pirates before Ace went to sea. Even if you can't kill it, you have to find a way to kill Blackbeard. After reliving my life, I have strength again, so what are you doing? The improvement in strength has brought Ai Fan endless confidence. No matter what, he must try it. Swish. Ai Fan fell from the sky and landed in front of Nami's door as if he had no weight. She has joined Eren's pirate group, and Nokigao has told the villagers her true thoughts without telling her. Nami is a pitiful girl, and Ai Fan wants to change all this. Thinking so, Ai Fan knocked on their door. Anyone? Can I have a meal here? When knocking on the door, Ai Fan's expression was very subtle. He suddenly thought, what have he done so far? In addition to practicing and fighting with people, I spend a lot of time on Lilai. Let's just change the title to yourself, and your hobby is to train Lolita's Navy Lieutenant Admiral. Thinking of what he was going to do, Ai Fan almost laughed out loud. Squeak. It was Nokigao who opened the door. She looked at the young man about her own age outside and asked, is there something wrong? Ai Fan smiled and said, can I have a meal here? Sorry, we haven't done it yet. Nokigao refused with a smile. Ai Fan grinned and said, I can pay. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and Nami laughed loudly. Come in. Walking into the house and sitting down, the house is very clean, including the outside of the house, which is full of the aroma of oranges. Nami hummed a tune to cook, while Nokigao sat next to Ai Fan and said, I haven't seen you before, you just came here. Yeah. Ai Fan smiled and said, just passing by here. Huh? Nami, who had tied her apron, tilted her head and asked, are you alone? I don't seem to have heard of a boat leaning here. Ai Fan grinned and said, I use flying. Ha ha. Nokigao and Nami laughed at the same time. Boast. Ai Fan didn't want to explain anything. They would always know. Even the meals prepared by Nami, who is very old, look very good, and her sister Nokigao helped a little, and it only took a short time to make a few side dishes. When the food came to the table, Ai Fan grinned and said, I'm starting. 5 seconds later, Ai Fan smiled again. It tastes good. Thank you for your hospitality. Hey, hey. At this time, the two sisters reacted, covering their cheeks with their hands and starting to be shocked. You don't even have to chew, all at once? Nami exclaimed. She was going to eat with her sister just now, who knew the food would be gone in one go. Hey, Ai Fan said with a grin, the portion is too small. I usually eat several hundred servings. Bag you. Nami curled her lips with her arms in front of her chest. Cough cough. Ai Fan coughed dryly. Don't talk about this. The food you cook has its own flavor. It's very good. How much Bailey do you want to charge? Nami blinked, and she didn't know how many things came out in an instant. She looked at AI Fan with a smile and said, "Here, there is the cost of washing the dishes, and the cost of letting you rest. Plus you have eaten up both of our meals. Is 100 million Bailey enough?" Ivan smiled, and at the same time, a big box appeared beside his hand like magic. 100 million Bailey. Nami and the two were stunned by this number. There was excitement in Nami's eyes. As long as she had this 100 million bellies, she could buy the village from Eren. Nuokigao's eyes are also very excited. With this billion bellies, Nami will not have to suffer, and everyone will no longer have to hide from Nami that they already know the truth. In this way, everything will be over! But Nami took a lot of effort to hold back. She is a principled person. If she is not a pirate, she will not cheat. She gritted her teeth and said, "What is your identity?" AI Fan smiled and said, "I am the Navy." Nami paused, looked away from AI Fan's box with great perseverance, looked at AI Fan solemnly and said, "My food is not worth so much Bailey. You just pay me 500 Baileys." 500 Baileys is the basic value of this meal. Belmire is also a Navy Nami, and is unwilling to accept this Bailey. She has limits. AI Fan laughed, grinned, and the tears of the straight smile were about to come out before slowly saying, "You look so distressing. No matter what happens in the future, now I will help you." Bang bang. A series of more than a dozen boxes appeared in the room, making it crowded all of a sudden. AI Fan opened all the boxes. "Look, I can't spend more than my Bailey, and this 100 million Bailey will be regarded as the reward for this meal." AI Fan said solemnly, "I want you to follow me." Nami stayed for a long time. She looked at AI Fan and said seriously, "What you said is true. This is a deal and an agreement. Once agreed, no one can violate it." AI Fan said with a smile. Nuokigao was a little worried. She was worried about nothing but what AI Fan said, asking Nami to go with him. Nami no Kigao wanted to say something. Nuokigao. Tears fell from Nami's eyes. "Everyone, you are about to be free." She looked at AI Fan and stretched out her palm. "Then let's make an agreement. 100 million Bailey. When I finish something, I will go with you." "Nami!" Nuokigao shouted anxiously. Nami picked a box at random, and checked it a few times to make sure it was all Bailey. Bang! Showing the brightest smile, "We will be free in the future." "Nuokigao, you don't have to worry about me." After laboriously getting the box onto the cart, Nami pulled the cart and ran directly to Eren's residence. Although she is very tired and heavy, Nami's heart is full of hope. She feels that she has saved the village and everyone. Although she paid for her own future, she just said that she would go with that person, but she did not say that she would not come back. Crucially, she trusted her instincts. Chapter 210. Like a Dream. Second. More. Soon, Nami came to Eren's residence, stood at the door. She took a deep breath, and then shouted, "Eren, I have completed the agreement." AI Fan watched this scene silently in the air door. He wanted to teach Nami a lesson, 8 years in advance. Although he could directly tell her what Eren would most likely do, it was far less profound than what she had experienced herself. You only need to show up at the right time, no matter what. AI Fan has to change something. Squeak. The door opened, and Eren led his group of pirates out together. Nami looked directly at Eren and opened the box directly, revealing Bailey inside. "I've saved up all 100 million Baileys. Now for you, our agreement is over." When Eren looked at Nami, his eyes were even more surprised. "You know, this is 100 million Baileys, which is not a small amount." In just a few days, Nami got so much Bailey. He poured out all the Baileys in the box. There were no counterfeit coins he expected, and there were no recharges. They were all brand new, as if Baileys had just been taken out of the bank. "Eren, this is really 100 million Baileys." Xiaoba cried aside. All 8 of his arms were holding a stack of Baileys. The impact of a lot of Baileys is great, but Eren is not thinking about those. But how Nami got these Baileys? How did a 10-year-old girl get 100 million Baileys in less than 2 months? Nami. Aaron squatted down, his long nose facing Nami's cheek. So many Baileys, so quickly, you really surprised me. Nami calmly said, our agreement is completed. I am no longer a member of your pirate group, and my village is free. Aaron got up and grinned. For the sake of 100 million Baileys, our agreement has been completed. As for the freedom of the people in your village and their lives, I will give them a month for the time being. What? Nami said blankly. This is a promise. How can you break the promise? Aaron spread his hands and said, where did I break the agreement? You are no longer ours from today, and I also hand over the life of your village to you. However, when the appointment did not say the time, I give you 1 month of freedom. At this time you are no longer ours. Once the deadline is over, I have no reason to shelter you. At that time, let's make a new appointment. The amount. How about positioning 200 million Bailey? How about adding a 100-year deadline to the next agreement? You. Nami collapsed to the ground powerless. She understood at a young age that Aaron didn't mean to make a fair agreement with her. No matter what, she couldn't get rid of this shadow! Ha ha ha! Tilde amidst the wild laughter, Aaron and the others put away Bailey, returned to their courtyard, closed the door, and there was a sound of congratulations. Boss Aaron, it's actually 100 million Bailey. I've never seen so many Baileys. Let's have a banquet. Today is a bumper harvest. Aaron grinned and said, today we have a banquet. After the banquet, go to Nami's village to see. There should be a lot of Baileys there. She shouldn't be able to take out this 100 million Baileys! Nami's tears kept dripping. She understood. She was deceived, completely deceived. Looking at the tattoo of the Aaron pirates on her arm, Nami really wanted to tear off the skin. She didn't want to see it at all! The celebratory voices of Aaron and others stopped abruptly, but Nami didn't care about them. In her eyes, there was only resentment and powerlessness. AI Fan appeared in front of Nami and reached out to her. Get up, I'll help you. Nami raised her head with tears on her face, and saw AI Fan's gentle smiling face. She only felt as if a beam of infinite hope was shining on her. AI Fan. You. Why help me? AI Fan smiled and said, I don't like to lie, so I won't tell you all the reasons for now, but one of the reasons I help you, it's just because you're so cute. And, I like your talent, you're very smart. You should know that there is no reason for ordinary people not to help others. I help you, I just hope you will help me in the future. The reason for now is like this. In this world, a guy like Luffy, who is capricious and endearing, is probably the #1 in the whole world. Nami held AI Fan's hand tightly, and she looked at AI Fan directly and said, your appearance is similar to that of Aaron, but you are more reassuring and trustworthy than him. I can sense that you are not a bad person. She slowly put away her tears, looked directly at AI Fan and said, as long as you can help me save the village, I will help you no matter what. AI Fan grinned and said, facing the door, go in, Aaron and the others have been imprisoned by me. Nami was stunned. She thought Ivan went back to call the Navy, but what did he mean by saying that Aaron and the others had been imprisoned? AI Fan smiled and pushed open the wooden door, allowing the scene inside to be presented in front of Nami. In the courtyard, Bailey entangled Aaron and others, wrapping them tightly. Those Baileys were created by him using paper clones. In terms of simulation, they are more real than the real Baileys. Even people who work in banks can't tell them apart. In this regard, AI Fan has absolute confidence. The ability of the paper clone is not only able to create white paper, the colored paper imitates Bailey's appearance, which is enough to be fake. What's going on? Nami's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. AI Fan smiled and said, this is the power of the devil fruit. Aaron and others were extremely shocked. They knew AI Fan, especially Aaron's core members. They had stayed in the Sun Pirates, and they had seen AI Fan when they rescued Tiger. AI Fan glanced at Aaron. He was hateful, but also pitiful. His extreme thoughts created his extreme personality. Speaking of which, He was also a kind and righteous person, but his thoughts were not very good. Handing a gun to Nami, AI Fan smiled and said, "These are the only things I can help you with. It's up to you how to do it." Nami took the pistol and pointed it directly at Eren without hesitation. There were complicated emotions in her eyes. The moment she pulled the trigger, Nami seemed to be relieved and relaxed. Bang! The bullet hit Eren in the face. Blood spattered on his face, but he didn't die. This shot missed the point. Bang! Nami fired another shot, and the bullet flew past Eren's ear, making him feel like he'd wandered through hell. Slap! The pistol fell to the ground, and Nami strode away. AI Fan said solemnly from behind, "I will hand them over to the Navy." Nami paused for a while, and her footsteps were even faster. She felt like she was in a dream. Chapter 211 A Little Lily, Third More. Nami ran away, while AI Fan let go of Eren and the others. A Murloc who didn't know Ivan directly attacked. Murloc Karate. KW Zenquan. Wait, Kruby. Eren wanted to stop his Kardas, but it was too late. AI Fan looked at the Murloc who was rushing for a moment, then glanced at him. Swish. Karo Obi felt as if he had been cut off, froze on the way, and then rolled his eyes and passed out. This scene shocked all the fishermen present. AI Fan didn't care much, just looked at Eren and said, "For Tiger's sake, I will spare your life this time, but I will hand you over to the Navy." According to the delicate relationship between Fishman Island and the world government, and what you have done has not been unforgivable, Jinping should help, and it is estimated that you will be released within a few days. AI Fan's power-up pressed Eren and others, and added indifferently, "I won't take care of you after you come out, but no matter where you go to this village, you can't do any more harassment. Or if you don't want to be killed by me, just do it yourself." The voice fell, and AI Fan's figure disappeared, leaving no trace. And Eren and the others fell into a coma. AI Fan's domineering looks, not everyone can bear. Stepping out, he arrived at her home earlier than Nami. AI Fan smiled and asked Nuoki Gao to greet Nami. Nami ran back all the way with tears of joy, and when she saw Nuoki Gao who came to greet her from a long way out of the house, Nami jumped directly into her arms. "It's over." "Nuoki Gao, Eren is over," Nami said excitedly. With a smile on her face, her adoptive mother's revenge has been avenged! Nami Nuoki Gao didn't want to say anything at the moment, just wanted to hug his poor sister tightly. The villagers had gathered around, and Nuoki Gao had already told the news that Eren would be caught. Everyone gathered together, eyes full of gratification. In any case, this nightmare should be over. Everyone took turns to celebrate, and Nami also learned at this time that the villagers already knew what she did, and everything was for her. Finally, Nami said solemnly, "Everyone, thank you." "No." The village chief stood up and said, "Nami, it should be us thanking you." After a short while, the Navy landed and arrested Eren, and went around Nami and other villages where Eren was persecuted, and then put him in prison. Everyone naturally celebrated again. After that, Nami changed the tattoo on her arm to cover up Eren and their logos. In the evening, Nami and Nuoki Gao returned to the house and saw AI Fan who was wiping the red knife. When the two pushed the door, AI Fan also raised his head and smiled. "Have a great day today." Nami stepped forward and said solemnly, "Anyway, thank you very much." Nuoki Gao stepped forward and said, "I heard Nami say that you are very powerful, but I hope you don't bully Nami in the future. She also..." Before he finished speaking, AI Fan grinned and said, "I won't restrict her freedom. If you want to come back, you can take advantage of the vacation to come back. Besides, there are only two of you left. It's okay to go with me." Nuoki Gao was silent for a while. "Can I go together too? But, what about Bumble?" Nami was also silent for a while. After her incident, the two sisters were both mature and stronger, and they would consider many things. Finally, Nuoki Gao smiled and said, "I have decided, I want to stay here. Nami, you can leave with confidence, as long as you come here every once in a while." Nami's eyes were hazy with tears, and she started to cry while holding Nuoki Gao. "Hey," AI Fan said with a grin, "don't be so sad. You can use the phone to contact you after you leave. Besides, I stay here for a month every year in the East China Sea, and you basically won't lose contact." "Really?" The two tearful people looked at Ai Fan together. "Of course," Ai Fan said solemnly. The next day, after Arnold spread his wings, the entire island was so frightened that they could hardly speak. Arnold, who is like an ancient beast, shocked them far more than Ai Fan easily brought down Ai Fan, especially after being targeted by Arnold. The person being targeted was so frightened that he couldn't even move. Nami was no less shocked than others, but she recovered quickly. Ai Fan sighed that one of the protagonists is not ordinary. At least, the ability to accept new things is much faster than others. Standing on Arnold's head, Ai Fan smiled at Nami. "Try it and see if it can accept you." Nami swallowed and plucked up the courage to approach Arnold step by step. Arnold bowed his head suddenly. Almost all the feathers on his head were against Nami. Nami stopped. Her hair stood on end, goosebumps all over her body, and being watched by Arnold's blue eyes at such a close distance was absolutely unpleasant. It's just that Nami didn't notice the malicious eyes. She felt that Arnold's eyes were very gentle, and she was not afraid at all. Taking courage, she reached out and touched the feathers under Arnold's eyelids. The feathers that look like steel feel full of texture and feel very tough, and they don't look like steel and iron at all. This is Nami that Arnold took special care of. Otherwise, the feathers in their normal state, just stroking them would be enough to cut deep wounds on Nami's fingers. Nami smiled and climbed onto Arnold's head in 2 or 3 times, standing side by side with Ai Fan. Arnold raised his head. Nami shouted, and she flew up to a height of tens of meters in 3 seconds. This feeling was too exciting. Puff! Nami's center of gravity was unstable and she fell directly to the ground. However, it was not as she imagined. When she fell, the feathers on Arnold's head stood up directly, supporting Nami who was about to fall. Beside him, Ai Fan was directly angry. He stomped on Arnold's head wildly, shouting while stepping, "Why don't I have this treatment? You can soften your feathers and turn them into chairs." Bang bang. Evan's stomping sound was like thunder, and Arnold immediately chirped. "Chirp. I just acquired the ability. I just used it." Ai Fan was stunned, and kicked hard. "Iron." "Ha ha." Nami grinned aside. Arnold flapped his wings, and Nami looked up to the sky after saying goodbye to everyone. Ai Fan also sat on the chair that Arnold's feathers turned into. After a while, when Nami got used to flying in the sky, Ai Fan smiled at her and said, "How does it feel like this?" Nami got up and shouted wildly, "This is the best thing ever." Ivan paused for a while, then suddenly raised his finger and said, "I thought of something better." Chapter 212 Clothes, 4th More. High in the sky, Arnold soared. The speed is not very fast, because Nami is too weak to bear too fast speed, and the two of them are still talking. If the speed is too fast, they can't hear what the other party is saying. "What better way?" Nami questioned. Ai Fan smiled and said, "Look at me." Arnold and Ivan almost had the same mind, and when Ivan's voice fell, Arnold had already stayed in the air without saying anything. Ai Fan smiled, and countless papers flew out and turned into a pair of armor to wrap Arnold. The armor has only one layer, but it is very hard. Ivan made hard paper, and the small pieces turned into clothes and wore them on Arnold. The colored paper was painted with color, and Arnold instantly turned into an eagle in armor. All had the sign of burning flames, and it had the sign of Megatron on its belly. Coupled with the angular cardboard armor, just like a transformer was born. Arnold put Ivan on his back and built a house out of paper, and then used transparent paper to turn it into a glass-like transparent wall on 4 sides. Inside the room, Ai Fan was sitting on a soft paper stool, drinking the special wine on the great airway, looking at the scenery outside and Nami looking around. Ai Fan felt that he was too incapable of enjoying it before. The ability of the paper fruit is so useful. Ai Fan sighed. Why didn't he think of such a good method before? Outside, Arnold was soaring, not breaking the speed of sound, because there was no need to hurry, there was no need to fly that fast. Arnold likes the way he looks now, because he feels that this is his clothing, and this suit looks very handsome. Arnold's speed was still relatively fast, but the two of AI fan inside didn't feel anything. It is as comfortable and quiet as an airplane flying at high speed, and because of the particularity of paper and AI fan's grasp, there is no turbulence here. Nami is running around looking around here and there. After experiencing the death of her adoptive mother, she has a great revenge, and she looks to the future with hope. She has regained her original Little Lily character, and she is mature in her heart. A lot of Little Lily. AI fan was half lying, nesting in the chair that automatically expanded into a large bed in the most comfortable way. He looked at Nami's back and said, "Why didn't you kill Aaron?" Nami paused, turned her head and smiled. "The moment I shot, it was all over. All the bad memories of the past should be forgotten, and you should look ahead because there is an infinite future waiting for me." Looking at Nami's serious face, AI fan smiled and said, "It's really hard to imagine that a girl your age would say such things." Nami curled her lips and said, "Actually, the hardest thing to imagine is you. It doesn't look like you are much older than me." AI fan thought for a moment and said, "My situation is different from yours." Nami shrugged, took out a book about sailing from her package and opened it. She asked casually, "Where are we going next?" AI fan adjusted her chair to the most comfortable state, and then smiled. "The specific place, you will know when you get there, but I am going to go to a large library with you." Library. Nami's eyes lit up. "Is there a lot of books about world maps, and a lot of things about navigation?" AI fan grinned and said, "Of course, you have a talent for sailing, right? I just want to cultivate your talent in this area. In the future, I have great ambitions, and with this ambition, the best navigator must be indispensable." With longing in Nami's eyes, she seemed to see herself wandering in the ocean of books. Isn't most of this vast world accessible from books? Also, she really likes the knowledge about sailing. She has a dream. She wants to draw her own map of the world. "Well, can I ask?" Nami looked back at AI fan. "What?" Ivan replied. "What is your ambition?" Nami said solemnly. AI fan thought for a while and said, "The ultimate goal is to rule the world and bring all the places on this planet into my control. This is what I think now." Nami thought for a while, and suddenly said excitedly, "That means, you will go to all the islands in the future?" AI fan nodded and said, "Of course, the world is so big, of course I want to see it all." Nami laughed and said, "That's great. I can draw the most complete world map." Her focus is completely different from what AI fan told! AI fan looked at Nami with a smile and said, "That's about it. In short, as long as I see the island, I will take a look." Cheap Arnold called out, indicating that he had found his destination. Nami also heard Arnold's cry, and she hurried to the side of the house and looked down on the sea. With Arnold's whereabouts, the black spot gradually became larger, and it was a big ship. The bow is in the shape of a fish, and there are wide decks on both sides. This is a sea restaurant that has recently gained some fame in the East China Sea, Balati. Nami wondered, "What are we doing here?" "I know the owner here, and I said that I want to come here for dinner. I came to your island because I happened to meet your island on the way to this restaurant, and I came down to see it." AI fan grinned. "Ready? Are you all right?" "Get ready?" Nami only said half of her words. Arnold had already turned into a red sword, and the two people in the air fell directly. They are still at an altitude of hundreds of meters. Bang! AI fan fell on the deck, causing the whole ship to shake. There was nothing on the wooden board under his feet, and at the moment when it fell, he used his skillful force to evenly dislodge it. Nami was hugged by him. Her eyes were tightly closed, and she was very frightened. AI fan laughed loudly. "It has already landed." Nami opened her eyes slightly and let out a sigh of relief when she saw that she had landed safely. Her face was a little pale, and she looked uncomfortable. She forced herself to stand, and AI fan smiled wryly when she saw her. "It looks like you need more tempering." The red knife returned to AI fan's back, and there was an extra scabbard. Arnold said he liked this feeling, so AI fan made a scabbard out of cardboard. There are flame-burning marks on both sides, with a dark scabbard and a gorgeous hilt, full of mystery. "Here's this for you." Putting the blue flower in Nami's mouth, she chewed it twice, and the blue flower melted directly in her mouth, and her state, visible to the naked eye, has recovered a lot, and her face has turned rosy again. Nami looked at AI Fan and said in surprise, "What was this just now?" "Compared to this, you should think about what you are going to eat in a while," AI Fan said with a grin. During the conversation, because of the vibration of the ship, the cooks had already run out of the ship to check the situation. Chapter 213 Return, 5th More. The chefs looked outside, and when they saw that there were only 2 children, a boy and a girl, they breathed a sigh of relief. Zap, the opposite of Paddy, exclaimed, "It's 2 little guests, not looking for trouble." "Then why don't you go meet me soon?" Zap yelled from the kitchen. Squeak. The door of the restaurant was opened, and Paddy smiled at AI Fan and Nami who were coming this way. "Welcome to Bharati, the restaurant on the sea. I'm the chef here, Paddy." AI Fan glanced at him and said, "Find the best location. Also, call Zep, we know each other." Paddy stretched out his hand to welcome. "Master, please come in." Nami blinked and said, "Can we not give money to eat here?" "Ha ha." AI Fan laughed loudly, "Wherever you eat, you have to give money. I don't have the habit of owing others." "That's it." Nami looked a little depressed. "I thought I could save a lot of Bailey." Ivan paused and gave Nami a thumbs up. "Good habit." "It's a good thing to be thrifty at home." Entering the restaurant and sitting down for less than half a minute, Zep and Sanji came to AI Fan together. Both of them were holding plates with exquisite dishes. Zep said solemnly to AI Fan, "The kindness of saving lives is unreturnable. Please try our craftsmanship." Sanji sternly said, "Please try our craftsmanship." AI Fan laughed, "You don't need to look like this. I have already said thank you. I am here to eat." "Well, if you are really upset, serve me all the dishes you can cook." "I will eat them all." Sanji smiled, "No problem." "Wow." Nami tried to take a bite of the delicate dish and said with surprise, "It's delicious." Sanji turned his head to look, and instantly felt that his heart was beating wildly, and his heart was attracted by Nami. He put on the pose he thought was the most handsome, smiled at Nami and said, "This beautiful lady, what you tried just now is me." Slap. Halfway through the words, AI Fan had already flicked him out with one finger. "A lecher is a lecher, and a young lecher is also a lecher." Bang! Sanji hit the wall and bounced back, and he got up in the next second. He was not injured, but there was a big bulge on his forehead like a fist. "Wow." Sanji held up his big bag and said with tears in his eyes, "It hurts tilde." Nami curled her lips on the seat and said, "Deserved." After eating a meal for a few hours, Nami was hooked. She had never enjoyed a delicious meal in this kind of restaurant since she was a child. Slap. AI Fan snapped his fingers and said to Zep, who had heard the sound, "Thank you for your hospitality. The sea beast outside is the meal money. I guess it's enough." Sea beast. Zep and the others looked outside through the window, and they didn't know when, by the side of the dining room, the body of a huge sea beast was already lying there. Everyone was amazed and looked back at AI Fan, only to find that AI Fan and Nami had disappeared, leaving only an empty table. Sky, Arnold on his back. Nami was lying on the comfortable and soft big bed. She stretched her waist beautifully, and said with laziness after a full meal, "Where are you going next?" AI Fan was lying on the big bed opposite her, and the white paper in his hand kept changing shape. "Go to the library. I'll test my abilities and see if I can help you empty the entire library for free." "Free? The whole library?" Nami sat up straight. "It sounds good." So, AI Fan turned directly back to the Goa Kingdom. "The largest library here." Nami snapped her fingers and said, "What kind of types do I need?" "Meteorological timing that can accurately predict all kinds of weather, geography of islands to explore, mathematics, art, and the most crucial public relations study. If you learn it, you will be able to bargain." Although people are already very good at bargaining. AI Fan was already stunned. Nami spit out her pink tongue, and sold a little cute. "This is only a small part," and when she was about to continue speaking, AI Fan directly stopped her movement and said, "Don't worry, I will copy tens of thousands of books in this library." He walked along the bookshelf, touching all the books one by one, and the ability of the paper clone is to copy all the touched books. This is the auxiliary ability developed by AI Fan. Copying paper. Copy the touched paper with the content on it. After copying it, put it directly in the door of the body, and when she finds a place to live for Nami, she will stuff it all. Ivan went to Corbo Mountain to see Ace Luffy again. The two of them were practicing diligently as usual, and they were very hard. The two were running with their red sword clones on their backs, and AI Fan could easily grasp the red sword with one finger. It was very difficult for both of them to carry them. This was a great stimulus to them. In the evening, Arnold fluttered his wings and flew away from here. On its back, Nami fell asleep holding a book with a smile, while AI Fan looked at the night sky and fell into contemplation. Some things must be planned, and the strength must be saved in advance, so as to cope with the changeable future. Nami is talented, but it still needs a little time to grow. AI Fan believes that with her own vigorous cultivation, how can Nami be richer than her original knowledge? Her natural talent is very good, and AI Fan will not let her bury her talent. As dawn came, the naval headquarters in the distance finally loomed. Nami stretched her waist and sat up from the soft bed. Before opening her eyes, she said, "Nuo Chi Gao, what time is it?" "It's time for breakfast." AI Fan laughed. Nami was startled, and her face flushed the next second. The paper bed was so comfortable that she thought she was at home. The huge naval headquarters was looming in the distance, and Nami wondered, where is that place? The building looks so tall. AI Fan shrugged and said, "Where I work, but I won't stay for long. And next, I will send you to a magical place." "What?" Nami's voice fell, and she was dragged into the door space by AI Fan. As soon as Nami's eyes bloomed, she saw that she came to a strange place, where there was a faint white light. There were piles of food in the distance, and a pile of red things and a pile of blue things. She glanced around, was attracted by the rows of bookshelves not far away. "Look, I didn't lie to you." AI Fan's voice came from behind her. She turned to look, only to see a charming-looking AI Fan smiling at her. "The books in the library are all here." It is Chapter 214 Dispatch, First Update. Arnold fell slowly, and the long-lost naval headquarters sounded the alarm. Its appearance has changed a lot, plus the angular armor and huge body. The naval headquarters is instantly active. The muzzles of the black holes were facing the sky, and AI Fan was sure that the cannonballs inside had been filled, and the cannonballs could be fired at him only after ignition. In Sengoku's office, he was writing a document. The long beeping of the alarm made him break the pen in his hand. He pushed the door and walked out. Before he had time to look out the window, a navy had already strode to report. Report to the Warring States Marshal. An unknown beast appeared in the sky. As soon as the voice fell, the alarm sound had disappeared. Arnold turned into a red knife and returned to AI Fan's back, while AI Fan fell like a free fall. Warring States opened the window, and AI Fan just fell from here. In less than 3 seconds, AI Fan slowly floated up, grinned at the Warring States and said with a smile, "Master Marshal, Arnold needs to be familiarized again." Warring States clenched his fists and shouted, "You bastard!" Floating in from the window, AI Fan glanced left and right and said, "The old man told me, Grandpa Warring States, you want to send me to guard the island in the New World?" Warring States returned to his office, closed the door, and said with a serious expression, "Your strength is enough to withstand the trials of the New World." He helped his eyes and added, "I will send you 1,000 troops to guard the New World." "Wait!" AI Fan interrupted Warring States. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "I don't want an army of 1,000 people. Those people are just a burden to me. I want the right to dispatch major generals or below within the Navy at will, and whoever gets on my ship is up to me. Moreover, I will not guard a certain island, but will move among the islands controlled by all the navies in the New World. Nature, it is similar to the guerrilla forces. Anyway, in a place like the New World, Sengoku Grandpa, you know best. As long as I hear any order from the Navy on the sea, I will arrange it according to the situation, and I will build a big ship, And then, all the pirates I encounter in the New World, I will do my best to arrest them. That's basically it. Warring States gritted his teeth, and he gritted his teeth. He directly grabbed AI Fan's collar and said, "What's the difference between you and those pirates?" You're still listening to the situation. Your kid's character must be sailing according to your mood. Hey, AI Fan comforted, don't be angry yet. Although I'm a little freer this way. But I'm a surprise soldier at any time. And, most importantly, I'm not fighting for anyone, I'm fighting for justice. I am fighting for the peace of the future world. All AI Fan said was sincere, but omitted some tilde. The Warring States period was silent for a long time, then he removed AI Fan's collar, adjusted his mood, and thought silently about AI Fan's words. There was some silence in the room, while AI Fan was waiting for Sengoku's answer. AI Fan Warring States' voice was a little deep. What exactly do you want to do? You also know that a free naval force that can do whatever you want is still up to you. This should not appear. Evan nodded and said, I know this, but it's not that I don't obey orders. I develop my own forces and don't need the resources of the naval headquarters, and as long as what I do is for justice, what's not allowed? I know what you are worried about. I have already thought about it. Grandpa Warring States can write an appointment in advance. In this way, even if I do something in the future, you can still have a guarantee. Warring States sat on the chair, half smiling but not smiling. What guarantee? AI Fan said with a smile, protection after making an earth-shattering good thing. In the afternoon, AI Fan walked out of the naval headquarters with an uncontrollable smile on his face. From now on, he will be sailing the Great Route as an ad hoc Liberty Army of the Navy headquarters. It's just that the current Free Army has only one boss, an eagle, and a little lily, and the personnel and supplies are in urgent need of replenishment. AI Fan looked at the sea in the distance and shouted in a voice that could be heard from almost the entire island. Pirates of the New World, prepare to tremble under Lao Tzu's feet. In the space where the door is cloned, Nami is eagerly reading an introduction to various famous islands in the world, which makes her extremely excited, because she knows that she will have the opportunity to go to these islands in the future. She is looking forward to it, looking forward to being able to draw the maps of these islands with her own hands. AI Fan is also looking forward to it, looking forward to Nami being the best navigator. But first of all, the first thing now is to find all the personnel of the Free Army. AI Fan decided, not too much, just find dozens of people, and then slowly expand later. First of all, Ivan went to the Chambord Islands on the first stop. Lovell and Evely are both there. AI Fan feels that these two have a bright future, and they can't let go no matter what. With Nami's silent landing, one clone went shopping with her. The two clones went to Lovell and Evely, and the main body went to Rayleigh. On the main body side, after finding Rayleigh, be my deputy captain. AI Fan invited directly. Deputy captain? Rayleigh was a little puzzled. AI Fan laughed. In the future, it should appear in the newspaper with my photo. I am now the captain of the Navy Liberty. Come and be my first mate. Rayleigh smiled and shook his head. No, I'm retired now. What's more, I'm a pirate, and even if I retire, I won't be a Navy. That's it. AI Fan said without hesitation. Lend me 10 billion Baileys. Now I find that I am very poor. Rayleigh turned and left. I'm just a coat now, not so many Baileys. Cut. AI Fan curled his lips and said, then you can coat my boat. Coating. Rayleigh turned around and said with a smile, that's okay. What port is your ship in? AI Fan grinned and said, it hasn't started yet. Rayleigh, on Evely's side, she readily agreed to AI Fan. She just felt a little tired of staying here. On the contrary, Revo was a little reluctant, because he heard that he was going to build a ship elsewhere, and before that, he had to get on Arnold's back. The last time he flew on Arnold's claws for a long time, it still hurts a little when he thinks about it. He doesn't want to bear that feeling anymore. He ended up on Ivan's boat, though, because Ivan promised to arrange a date with Evely. Evely is notoriously hot here in Chambord. Lovell is now at the age of hormonal bursting. For Evely, He has long had the passion of a young man. Chapter 215 The City of Water, Second Update. One day after shampoo, AI Fan gathered everyone together. Nami, Revo, Evely, and him. Behind Nami was holding a big bubble, which contained all kinds of things she bought in a day. The four gathered, and AI Fan laughed loudly. Very good, now we have 10,003 people. 10,000? Revo looked around twice and said, what about 10,000 people? The corners of AI Fan's mouth twitched slightly. I can top 10,000 by myself. AI Fan has grown a lot taller. Evely patted AI Fan on the shoulder. Among them, Nami is the lowest, because she is only 10 years old. AI Fan is 12 years old, taller than the average person of this age, but only 1 meter 6. Evely's height has reached about 2 meters, and Lovell is the tallest, more than 2 meters and 9. According to him, he will continue to grow taller. AI Fan doesn't want to say more, he's just so tall. On Arnold's back, in the comfortable room, several people were enjoying a big meal. The high-altitude scenery, plus the wine, this picture is perfect. By the way, Ivan, Evely asked while eating the ice cream, do you have any plans? AI Fan nodded and said, of course, the first thing is, let's build a ship first, then drive to the New World, and finally hit Whitebeard to unify the New World. It's that simple. Whitebeard, Evely said silently, the Whitebeard known as the strongest man in the world. AI Fan, are you really joking? Just the four of us? Haha. AI Fan said with a grin, of course it's impossible with the four of us. At least finding 100 people, it should be almost the same. 100 people? Evely said speechlessly. There can be more than 1,000 people on the Whitebeard ship, and there are other pirate groups under his command. AI Fan. Don't forget, AI Fan said solemnly, we are the Free Army. The Navy is behind us. If the time comes, the Navy will send a lot of troops to help us. Evely was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, that's right. We can rely on great power. Really? AI Fan curled his lips and said, I feel like you have only learned to be timid after spending so much time in shampoo. I think so too. Nami looked away from the book and said, I feel that this sister is a little negative. Negative? Evely said silently, I know a lot, and I don't know why it has changed. There are too many strong people in the world. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? AI Fan got up and looked directly at Evely said, no matter how powerful there are in the world, what can I do? In a few years, I will become the strongest one. Evely was stunned, and everyone in the room was stunned. Because in their sight, AI Fan's figure is infinitely high, and the firm will like a rock slammed into their hearts, and unconsciously, they also showed confident expressions. Revo clenched his fists and shouted, I heard that Whitebeard can sink an island with one punch. I want to reach that point. I want to break an island with one punch. Nami smiled and said, I want to draw my own world map. Outside, Arnold let out a long whistle, which only AI Fan understood. It wants to cut the Eagle Eye by itself in the future. The opportunities for it to integrate foreign objects are exhausted, but it can progress, but the process is a bit slow. Several people looked at Evely. Only she said nothing. Evely was silent for a while and said, I think, revitalize the dragon people. Then, become the leader of the dragon people. Very good. AI Fan stretched out his hand, and everyone stretched out their hands to stack with him. AI Fan said with a smile, then let's work together for our dreams. Oh, everyone shouted in unison. The distance between the water capital and the Chambord Islands is not very far, and with Arnold's unparalleled speed, they only took a short time to get here. Arriving on the island, AI Fan gave an order, and the people separated directly. Paper Clones and Nami went to the library here, while Evely and Revo were hanging out together. AI Fan went directly to dock number 1. He needed to build a big ship, but in a different way. Find foreman number 1 here, and one of the 5 foremen of Kara Shipbuilding's number 1 dockyard, Barry, a blonde man with a penchant for cigars. AI Fan directly stated his purpose, I want to build the strongest ship in the world. Barry put the sunglasses on his head, looked at AI Fan with a naive face and grinned, children, Go home and play. Ivan paused for a moment, then flashed in front of him and knocked him over with a punch. I'm a customer, and you treat customers so badly, Barry, Aliston shouted next to him, and he didn't care much. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Ifan. Bastard kid, how dare you shoot at Barry? He is very strong, tall, and his muscles are bulging, but to Ifan, it is not enough to look at all. Bang! With another punch, Taylor stepped directly behind Barry and fell to the ground, surrounded by boatmen. Ifan spread his palms. I'm just here to build a boat. Don't underestimate the shipbuilders. One person rushed up with a wooden stick. Alas, Ifan sighed and said, why are you doing this? On the other side, a young man rushed into a certain room and shouted, Frankie's head, it's not good. Someone is making trouble in the number 1 dock. Is it a pirate? Xizuo. While speaking here, Frankie has already moved. He ran out in a hurry, and the younger brothers behind him immediately followed. Xizuo shouted, I don't know, but the foremen are all injured. What? The foreman has already been injured. Frank was furious, threw away the bottle of Coke that he had finished drinking, and ran towards dock number 1 with all his strength. Water is the place he wants to protect, no matter what. He can't let others destroy it. He was stunned when he ran to dock number 1. The guards arrived at about the same time as him, but all the boatmen here were lying on the ground, and all of them were covered with a big bag. Ifan stood in the middle and said innocently, why do you do this? I'm just here to build a ship. Bastard! Frankie yelled and attacked directly. Powerful right hand. Bang! The omnipotent iron fist lost its effect, and was held by Ifan with one hand when it smashed in front of Ifan. There was a chain attached to his fist, and when he tried to retract it, French stopped because Ivan's fingers were like huge pliers, which could not be shaken at all. Chapter 216 Design Drawing, 3rd More. Water Capital. Dock number 1. Ifan grabbed Frankie's palm with one hand and said, long time no see, Frankie. Humphrey. Frankie snorted coldly, trying to withdraw his fist, but after a few times to no avail, he said coldly, don't be joking, I never knew you. Hee. Ifan looked at Frankie's red pants and said, you don't know about my situation, but you are indeed a pervert. Frankie said in a unique voice, thank you for your compliment. He raised his left hand to face Ifan, the left hand of the weapon. Ifan smiled, and when he didn't shoot, he exerted force with one hand, dragging him to a stagger, and then taking advantage of this time to exert force again, taking Frankie's whole body towards him and rushing towards him. Come over. Frankie was not in a hurry, and raised his left hand again to face Ifan. Bin's left hand. Bang! With the same effect as the Xia bullet gun, a bullet was fired from the wrist of the left hand, but it hit Ifan directly but passed through. There is only one afterimage. When Frankie had not stopped rushing forward, Ivan had already appeared on top of him, and then he kicked out. Bang! Frankie was kicked on the head by Ifan, and fell directly to the ground in a coma. At this time, the mayor of the water capital, the iceberg, also came here. However, he was not impulsive. As the ruler of an island, he was very concerned about the information outside. At first glance, he recognized Ifan. Although a long time had passed, he still had a fresh memory of Ifan. After all, there has never been such a person in history as a lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters at this age. Everyone stop first. He came forward and stood in the middle of Ifan and the boatman to stop all this. The chest of the person who was beaten was still heaving, and it seemed that nothing had happened, and he remained very calm. This is the Vice Admiral of a Navy headquarters, not a pirate or the like. After clarifying his interests, he looked directly at Ifan and said seriously, Lieutenant General Eagle, I'm sorry for the conflict just now. Ifan smiled and said, there is no need to apologize. Anyway, I took the initiative to take action because the boatman's attitude was not good. Speaking of which, I should apologize. Bing Shiny glanced at Barry. He was very sure that the cause must have emerged from him, and he could no longer know what kind of person is here. I am sorry. Bing Shan's expression was calm. What is the future here in the Hawks? Call me AI Fan. Yingke doesn't sound comfortable. AI Fan put his arms around his chest and said, I want to build a ship. I heard that you are the best shipbuilding company here, so I asked you to give it to me. Draw a perfect design drawing. Design drawing? Bing Shan froze for a moment and said, are there any specific requirements? For example, materials and styles. AI Fan smiled and said, you can do this as you like, but I only need the design drawing. The more perfect you design, the better. Don't be afraid that you won't be able to create it. In addition, I would like to ask you to help design something that can be used to store lightning. I have already drawn the rough drawings and materials, and I also have a rough outline of equipment and other things. Although it is a bit difficult, I believe you can do it. AI Fan took out a stack of blueprints and handed them over to Bing Shan. He glanced at them and looked shocked, then put them away and said, this kind of thing, even if it is made, no one can push it, or, with our technology, we can't make it without a few years. AI Fan smiled and said, I don't need you to worry about this, I just need you to help me improve the design drawings. Don't worry about things that can't be created, I just need to be perfect, the more perfect the better. With Xing'Ali clone and Zizi clone, AI Fan is sure that there is no ship that he can't build. He wants to build an invincible warship, because a ship is a major capital in this world. Bing Shan's face was a little subtle. His master died at the hands of the world government. Speaking of which, he really didn't want to serve the Navy. However, AI Fan's strength is placed here. If he does not help, offending a Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters will be a disaster for the entire water capital. AI Fan guessed Bing Shan's hesitation. He smiled slightly. I have customized the design for you in my own name, and I will pay you Bailey. Besides, nothing else will happen. This is my promise. Bing Shan was silent for a while and said, yes. It is his dream as a shipbuilder to build a dream warship, although it is only a design drawing. The design drawing is the core of a ship, isn't it? In the evening, all the foremen were called, and he told AI Fan's request. After discussing for a long time, everyone still has a question, that is, the problem of power. Barry pointed to the end of the design sketch. What about the gap here? Other structures can be polished slowly, but here, Bing Shan said calmly, don't worry about it here, everyone can design the overall structure of the whole ship. At dawn, Iceberg found Frankie and presented the approximate mechanical structure drawn by AI Fan. Frankie looked at it in admiration and said, using electricity as the energy source for driving, plus this kind of thing that can store electricity, this ship can sail even without sails. Moreover, according to the location of this design sketch, if such a large area is used as an energy reserve, the maneuverability of this ship will be unparalleled in the world. Bing Shan nodded and said, you are good at this aspect. With the preliminary sketch provided by this person, you should easily modify a more powerful braking system. Frankie nodded and said, this is no problem, but why should I help him? He is a Navy. Iceberg sighed. Frankie couldn't let go of what happened to Mr. Tom. He is known as the most willful Lieutenant General in the Navy headquarters. If he does not follow his requirements, the water capital may be in trouble. Moreover, I heard that the other party is a very vicious guy who kills people if they disagree. You have seen the situation today. With our strength, even he can't resist. His meaning is obvious. AI Fan is a disaster for them. Frankie paused and said, he said, all you need is the design drawing, right? Bing Shan nodded and said, that's right. What do you mean? Frankie grinned and said, then let me. To design a core power system that is so perfect that no one can make it. A device that can store even a thunderbolt. Frankie has this confidence, and some core things of the foundation are given on the design drawing, although these things are ingenious. But in front of him, who can even use coke as the core of his power, these are just idle. He has the confidence to create the perfect powertrain blueprint. Chapter 217 Liberty, 4th More. The capital of water is a metropolis, where there are special delicacies and various materials, including clothing, books, culture and the like. Nami and the others stayed here for 7 days without visiting all the places, but they bought a lot of things. In 7 days, there were 3 waves of pirates, but they were all killed by AI Fan directly from a distance. Their treasures became AI Fan's treasure, and people were sent to prison by AI Fan. AI Fan is also happy that more pirates will attack here, and he still has a lot of supplies to collect. This day, in a house where they lived temporarily, AI Fan was slowly hacking with a knife. Nami yelled and pushed the door open. AI Fan, come out quickly, there is a lively masked carnival outside. Her face was flushed, wearing a white floral dress, her face was full of excitement. AI Fan smiled, handed her a prepared mask and said, go out and play by yourself, remember to follow Evely. Hey, Nami took the mask and wondered, aren't you going out with us? Laveau and Sister Evely are outside. No. AI Fan brushed his fingers across the red knife and said, I prefer practicing the knife compared to the crowded environment outside. Boring. Nami pouted, put on a mask and shouted and ran out. AI Fan smiled, his clones were all outside. Just put on a mask and changed clothes. They don't recognize them. The lively day passed, and in the evening, Bing Shan came to AI Fan's residence and gave AI Fan a lot of design drawings. With a smile, AI Fan handed a large package to Bing Shan. Here is your reward. Iceberg looked at it, and was directly hit by the gold and Bailey inside. He was surprised, so many. AI Fan said with a smile, compared to the sleepless work of a group of you, these rewards are completely deserved by you. As soon as the voice fell, AI Fan disappeared without a trace. The iceberg slowly covered the package, and he was suddenly stunned when he was about to leave. These people are all working in the house. No one should know that these people are not sleeping. Could it be that he has been monitoring us? Bing Shan felt a chill down his spine. After walking through the folding door several times in a row, the 3 of Livin Army and Evely were already gathered by AI Fan. It's time for us to go, Evan announced. It's great. Nami cheered, I just got tired of staying here. I already drew the map of the water city a few days ago. Has the ship been built yet? Laveau asked. AI Fan grinned and said, it's made, it's just only the design drawings. This is the best shipbuilding island. Evely frowned slightly. Aren't you going to build a ship here? AI Fan said with a grin, this fantasy battleship cannot be built by conventional means. I have to build it myself. You still build ships? Revo quipped. AI Fan said with a smile, I didn't know it before I came here, but I have learned a lot in the past few days. With the addition of abilities, things like shipbuilding are completely trivial. Really? All 3 of them had doubts in their eyes. The corners of AI Fan's mouth twitched. It really can't be more true. AI Nilu uses a drum to store mines, which can store hundreds of millions of volts. He uses a professional container to store mines, which can store more. Moreover, to use lightning as an energy source. The design drawings of the required mechanical items already exist, and he can easily create them. He also collected almost the most troublesome metal materials in the water capital, and now the wood is missing. In the door space, the metal lightning container is wrapped with super hard compressed paper, which not only prevents leakage, but also ensures absolute safety. The power system is simpler, and AI Fan has done it in a few days. It's just that the icebergs that contain the powerful thunder and lightning are also the last to complete, so that AI Fan has been listening to the construction in the middle, until they have completely completed the design drawings, and AI Fan has completely completed the construction of the machinery. The metal of the water city was taken away by AI Fan by more than 10 tons. After the hardness of the metal was increased by a level with thunder, huge black steel armors appeared one by one. In the evening, the Chambord Islands were noisy. Here, there is something strange, a big strange thing. Number 3, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 9, number 10. The huge Alchemy mangrove trees have all disappeared. Disappeared without a trace, without a trace. The island formed by the roots of the tree also has only a surface layer to ensure that the island will not sink. AI Fan left here silently. The storage of paper was enough. Returning to the naval station in the Chambord Islands, Ivan began his shipbuilding career. Countless sheets of paper flew out, all of which were made of Alchiman mangroves. These papers were compressed by Ivan to increase their toughness and firmness, and then combined to form a white hull. The steel armor and part of the skeleton have been placed inside, and the power system has been fully arranged. The Navy stationed here has provided canvas and flags. This ship has two flags, one is the flag of Liberty, and the other is the flag of the Navy. The Liberty's flag is white with a giant red eagle spreading its wings. As for the whole of the Liberty, the front is the shape of the eagle's beak. With Afan's special preparation, it makes people shudder as if it is a real eagle. The black steel armor is connected to the keel of the big ship, together with the skeleton, without any gap. This is a whole. The paper was quickly classified, and a huge battleship with a length of 128 meters and a width of 36 meters appeared. The next moment, the white paper turned into solid wood, and it was a complete whole, without a single nail in the whole boat, as if the boat was just what it looked like. The wood without gaps wraps the frame, and the outside of the hull is wrapped in black steel, which does not look aesthetically pleasing. However, this is the best state Ifan can do. It is not easy for him to get together wood and steel. Pulling out the red knife, Ifan grinned and said, "Next, it's up to you." Chief Arnold chirped, indicating that there was no problem at all. Counting to the flash of the sword, the whole ship was illusory for a moment, and then, it had changed a lot. The dark appearance, the huge eagle head, the blue eyes make people shudder. Red lines appear on the body of the ship, and the steel perfectly wraps the outside of the whole ship. However, the characteristics of the fusion with solid wood make the boat perfectly float on the sea. The sail was hung on it, but it was stowed away. The flag fluttered in the wind, and Ifan jumped on it with joy on his face. The sails stretched out, the three characters of Liberty appeared, and Ifan showed a knowing smile. This is his ship, the Liberty. In the future, this ship will be as famous as him. Above the bow of the giant eagle, Ivan and Arnold stood on it together. In the power room, the Thunder Clone had already started to move. Below the stern, the propeller starts to spin rapidly, and the boat starts instantly. Chapter 218 Liberty 2, Fifth More. The Liberty's metal hull is not reflective even in sunlight, because it is already very eye-catching. The outside of the hull was covered with a thin layer of waterproof hard paper by Ifan. The scarlet wing patterns spread on both sides of the hull to the stern. The appearance of the bow did not change. The rest of the ship seemed to be covered by black armor. Chilling. The deck is wooden, it's comfortable to walk on, and it's non-slip, with a lot of space. There are two floors below the cabin. The bottom one is the power room. The super battery of the ship, the power system, and the control room are all below. But the bottom is also the safest, because it is the strongest place, and any enemy raid from below is doomed to fail. Moreover, Xinger-like clones can also use the bottom of the ship to release thunder and raid from the sea. Whether it is a human, a sea beast, or a sea king, there is only one fate, that is to be defeated by lightning. Seawater is conductive, and in seawater, thunder's hit rate that is close to 100% is even more direct to 100%. The floor below the deck is the warehouse and sleeping area. Ifan has prepared a total of 30 rooms, including 2 bathrooms and toilets. Every room I live in is the most luxurious configuration, a spacious and bright room. There is a window that can be opened, a fixed table, chair and bed, 2 cabinets, 2 shelves. Even so, the place in the room is still different. Small. No way, the ship is big, willful. There are 3 floors above the ship. The first floor is a kitchen and dining room, a large dining room and a small dining room, with a length of more than 70 meters. The second floor is the library and lounge. You can relax here with a coffee or juice in your spare time. The books and everything from Ifan are also placed here. The length is 60 meters. The rest is small deck. The third floor is the observation room, where Nami can observe and record things around here in the future. The length is also more than 30 meters. In the rest of the place, Ifan specially made some soil or something, and Nami can go when she leaves, bringing a lot of orange trees, AI Fan left to let her plant trees and flowers. Further up are two flagpoles, with the Navy's flag and Ivan's own flag. There is an empty area of more than 40 meters long on the deck, which is used for cultivation. All power for the boat is electricity, including the light bulbs for lighting. Moreover, the whole ship is completely under AI Fan's control. During the battle, the windows on both sides of the ship will be closed, and a feather like a sharp sword will rise. With these, AI Fan's thunder clone can launch compressed, powerful thunders from anywhere on the ship in any direction. The poison clone can also be combined with the paper clone to emit powerful poison bombs, and the range and accuracy are greatly improved. The boat has two modes, normal mode and overspeed mode. Normal mode is like in this. The propellers underwater control the speed and direction. In the overspeed mode, the stern of the ship will use the thunder and lightning to send out a powerful impact to greatly increase the speed of the ship, and as long as the ship can withstand it, any impact can be issued. This is somewhat similar to the wind to the cannon, but this one is more durable in comparison. The wallpapers of the different rooms on the ship are uniformly designed to be blue, because this is the color of the sea and sky. In the Chambord Islands, the three of Nami who had received the news early were waiting at the coating. When a big ship like a prehistoric beast sailed, they were completely stunned. The domineering hull and mysterious color, if it was an opponent, just looking at it would make people almost lose their courage. The sails were hoisted, and the three characters of liberty were shining brightly. AI Fan stood on top of the giant eagle on the bow, and when he was docked, he collided with a pirate ship. The ship turned into powder, and the Liberty, unscathed. That's the overwhelming intensity. Ordinary ships, against the Liberty, can only be crushed. The white paper stretched directly to Nami and the others, and AI Fan shouted, "Get on the boat." Several people looked at each other and quickly boarded the ship. Revo flew straight up, and the constant impact allowed him to fly. Evely jumped up directly. Her physical skills are strong. During her time in the Navy, she learned several moves and 6 styles. The height of dozens of meters is completely trivial. Only Nami came up along the paper channel made by AI Fan. After boarding the ship, the 4 of them were once again shocked by the exquisite decoration of the ship. AI Fan led a few people to visit and showed them all the places. When they got to the place where they finally slept, they were astonished when they looked at AI Fan. Moreover, knowing that the colors in the room can be changed, the 3 of them chose different styles. Nami turned the top of the house into a night sky, with stars and moon, surrounded by orange trees, and these were just a matter of seconds for AI Fan. Evelyn's room is purple, full of temptation, and the walls are decorated with stars, and it looks very emotional. Revo asked that the whole thing be black, because he thought it was very mysterious. However, after AI Fan finished changing, he changed his mind in less than 3 seconds, and directly asked for a blue ceiling, and the surrounding color maintained the texture of wood. No other colors were requested. After the toss, Nami went to the 3rd floor to plant orange trees, while AI Fan reinforced the fence again. Not long after, Ivan saw that Rayleigh was late with a large and small package on his back. Rayleigh was also surprised when he saw Ivan's ship. The huge hull was harder than steel. When a ship of this level went to sea, it was a disaster for other ships. "Rayleigh, how are you? Do you want to consider being my first mate?" AI Fan laughed while lying on the fence. Rayleigh stepped onto the boat along the paper passage and said, "I didn't think about it at all." "Okay." AI Fan curled his lips and said, "How long does it take for my ship to finish coating?" Rayleigh looked around and said, "At least 15 days. That's it." AI Fan called out to Nami and the others, "It will take at least 15 days to set sail. Take advantage of this time to shop here. All kinds of food and drink, clothes, quilts, cotton coats and raincoats, all pots and pans." "No problem." Nami looked at AI Fan with a smile and said, "Might Bailey has run out." "Hey." AI Fan directly took out a box of millions of Baileys. "These Baileys should be enough. If there is more, I have to find some pirates on the spot to grab them." The 3 of Nami took it with a smile. "Okay. Leave the supplies to us." A few people laughed and left, but AI Fan grinned at Rayleigh, I'll leave the liberty to you. Don't worry. Riley nodded. AI Fan jumped off the boat, and Xinger-like clone stayed there to watch the boat to prevent some daring people from plotting evil. AI Fan wandered around the Chambord Islands and silently recalled, I heard that there seems to be a supernova of this generation gathered here. It seems that there are a few with a bounty of over 100 million. It's worth looking forward to. Chapter 219 Set Sail. First update. Chambord Archipelago, the 16th island. This is an illegal zone, where all kinds of dark transactions, all kinds of killers, traffickers, and pirates gather here. There are also restaurants, bars and other places here, but it's always a little unsettled. Boom. Before the author's introduction was over, a huge explosion sounded not far away. AI Fan was attracted by the sound of the explosion, and when he pushed the door, he appeared not far from the explosion. The place where the explosion occurred was a restaurant, where the flames enveloped it, and thick black smoke spread out, but strangely did not float away. The black smoke gathered into a tall figure, and he shouted wildly, I'm a natural type. You pirates with a bounty of less than 50 million dare to provoke me. AI Fan thought for a moment. This is the black smoke fruit of the natural system, which is more destructive and lethal than the smog smoke fruit. The owner is a pirate named Darcy, with a bounty of 140 million Bailey, one of the supernovas of this generation. Boss, be careful, it might attract the Navy. One of his crew members shouted from below. AI Fan recognized that it was another person on the boat who had been offered a bounty. His name was Dimps. He was very strong in the upper body, carrying a huge mace behind his back. 1 Bailey. There were a few people lying in the firelight with half a breath left. AI Fan recognized that they were the captain of a certain pirate group and several important characters. But now it seems that they will not live long. AI Fan smiled, and someone sent pillows when he was really dozing off, and someone sent them when he was short of money. Hey, AI Fan was laughing when Darcy suddenly called to AI Fan, what are you laughing at, little brat over there? Cough cough. AI Fan took out the red knife from behind, put on the Navy's cape, and smiled at Darcy. Laugh at you, you are still arrogant when you are about to die. Ha ha ha. Darcy laughed wildly, but stopped abruptly in the middle. AI Fan didn't know when he had appeared behind him. His whole body was powerless and fell to the ground. His chest had been pierced by a long knife. Who the hell are you? Darcy vomited blood. Why would you hurt me? I'm a natural type. TSK. AI Fan said disdainfully, a person who thinks that nature is invincible in the world will never live long. Besides, if you don't read the newspaper, you won't be as famous as Lao Tzu. No? Scoff. The red knife was drawn, and Darcy fell to the ground, but his vitality was tenacious, and he still had 1 breath left to hold on to Evan's induction. However, he was used to it. All the people in this world have tenacious vitality and compete with Xiaoqiang, especially this kind of person with certain strength, whose vitality is even more tenacious and unbelievable. Captain Dimps shouted next to him. He glared at AI Fan, and the mace behind him was already in his hand and swung towards AI Fan. How dare you make our captain like this? Bang! The mace, which looked thicker than AI Fan, was held by him with one hand. AI Fan smiled and said, you have become like this too. What? Dimps was stunned for a moment. He looked down and saw that his chest had been pierced by a long knife. Pulling out the red knife, Dimps fell to the ground as powerless. AI Fan inserted the red knife and grinned. I don't have the habit of showing mercy. As long as it is an enemy, AI Fan will not show mercy. If he can kill with 1 strike, he will never let himself cut a second time. Giving the enemy a chance is burying your own chance. This point, AI Fan deeply understands. After handing over the 2 pirates to the Navy, AI Fan successfully obtained military supplies and a lot of Bailey from the Warring States period. These were originally not available, but AI Fan wants to develop the Liberty's own forces, materials and Bailey, all of which are indispensable. Nami and the others are shopping frantically every day, stuffing large refrigerators, phone bugs, carpets, towels, toiletries, seeds, fertilizers, clothing, etc. onto the boat. In the evening, Several people arranged in their respective rooms on the ship. 10 days later, all purchases were over, and Rayleigh's coating continued. Ivan started special training for Lovell and Evely on the side of the boat. They were not yet domineering, but Ivan was confident that they would learn it soon. Beside the Liberty, in the big paper room built by AI Fan, Nami studied by herself in the small cubicle. Evely and Revo were punching each other. The basic use of domineering AI Fan has been handed over to them. As for how quickly they can fully grasp it, it depends on their own understanding. Revo has the ability to fruit, and he is very powerful without being domineering. The same is true for Evely. She is a dragon person, and she also has the ability to eat devil fruit, and she is still close to awakening, and her strength is rising rapidly. However, neither of them used their abilities, but fought against each other with their fists. There was some fire in the eyes of both of them, because after using domineering, they can knock each other out with a punch. If they don't use it, the strength of the two is not much different. The two of them have suffered some losses, and they are working hard at the moment. In this way, after another 5 days, Rayleigh finally succeeded in coating the Liberty. After that, without any hesitation, AI Fan waved his hand and shouted, "Let's sail!" Oh, the three responded together. As a result, the Liberty with only 4 people began to head towards the Fishman Island 10,000 meters under the sea. Nami has already mastered the method of recording pointers, and she has also made up for a lot of navigating under the sea these days. She is full of confidence. After waving goodbye to Rayleigh, the Liberty sank directly to the bottom of the sea. The surroundings soon became dark, but after the headlights on Liberty were turned on, the mysterious seabed was unveiled. There are sparse deep-sea plants here, but as the ship heads towards the deep sea, all the plants are invisible. There were some fish attracted by the lights next to the Liberty ship, and everyone began to look at it in amazement. After a few minutes, though, they stopped thinking that way. Huge shadows loomed, and the fleeting huge body made the hairs of the 3 people stand up at the same time except AI Fan. Wow! The sound of the current came out. The 3 suddenly turned around, but found nothing. Nami grabbed the corner of AI Fan's clothes and said, "AI Fan, have you seen?" AI Fan grinned and said, "Are you saying it's that?" AI Fan stretched out his hand and pointed behind them again. The 3 turned their heads and saw a huge head. The green head had white spots on its body, and its huge fangs were exposed. This was a big outrageous sea beast. Nami screamed in horror. AI Fan comforted, "It doesn't matter, it's just a sea beast." Evely turned into a half-dragon and said, "But, it's approaching us." Lavo said nervously, "My attack will break the coating." AI Fan waved his hand and said, "It's okay, don't be nervous." Everyone, we are nervous. Chapter 220 Jinbei, Second More. The huge sea beast was getting closer and closer. AI Fan said calmly, "Let's have a look." The attack power of the Liberty. On both sides of the ship, round black iron rods stake out. In less than 3 seconds, a huge amount of current was released. Several people inside the coated boat went numb at the same time, while the sea beast outside was instantly unconscious. Rolling his eyes, his belly turned up, the lightning radiated far away, and there was no living thing left for thousands of meters near the shocked ship. Black eagle hooks flew out from both sides of the ship, with thick chains behind them, and they directly caught the sea beast. The Liberty continued to move forward. In the water, even with such a huge sea beast, the Liberty did not have any difficulty moving. Soon, AI Fan and others saw the Fishman Island located 10,000 meters under the sea. The Navy had already greeted the Fishman Island, and AI Fan did not encounter any obstacles when he came in. It's just that there was a little accident after coming in. Lovell accidentally broke the plated film of the ship. "No way, I found the coating craftsman again." As a result, AI Fan learned that with the speed of the craftsman here, it would take more than a month for 2 people to work together. Alas, carrying a boat is trouble. Ivan sighed. Several people are sitting at the Mermaid Cafe in Coral Hill. This is a luxurious place, but AI Fan is not bad now. What's more, Tilda, the sisters here are so pretty, Nami said with bright eyes. Here are all beautiful mermaid beauties as waiters. although the lower body is fishtail, but the upper body is all bikinis with beautiful faces. How to look, how to look. Lovell looks like a pig brother, and he is at an age when hormones are bursting. Lovell said that as long as he wants to, he can stand the table without using his hands or feet. Please use your coffee slowly. The beautiful mermaid swayed and served coffee to several people. Nami kept staring at the mermaid with unstoppable envy in her eyes. Drinking the fragrant coffee, Nami sighed. I really want to be like them when I grow up. Evely leaned on the chair. Her expression was a little proud, because she was no worse than any mermaid in terms of figure and appearance. Gudong. Revo drank a whole cup of coffee in one gulp, but the flames in his eyes still couldn't be suppressed. AI Fan glanced at him and said, "Would you like me to find you a mermaid wife? When the mermaid turns 30, the tail will turn into a foot, and you can have a beautiful wife." Levo blushed, glanced at the mermaid at the counter and murmured, "Is it really possible?" AI Fan nodded and said, "Of course, but what?" Levo looked at Ivan and asked eagerly. AI Fan grinned and said, "I heard that some mermaids will sing to his partner at night, and then, when his partner is most comfortable, bite his head off in one bite." Levo's face turned pale and goosebumps appeared on his neck, as if thinking of the image of his head being bitten off. He swallowed and said, "That's still, let's forget it." Ha ha. AI Fan laughed loudly. "When the new world arrives, I will find one for you depending on the situation. Hey, by the way, I encountered it when I was wandering in the new world. A capable person. I think she is quite suitable for you." AI Fan remembered the person with the soft fruit ability. She is not low in combat power. If she gets a credit for pulling it on the ship, it should be no problem to be a navy. Levo said sternly, "Please." Regarding his wife's affairs, Lovell couldn't be more concerned, but the next second after he sat down, he continued to flirt with the beautiful mermaid at the counter. AI Fan sipped his coffee and thought lightly about something. The relationship between Fishman Island and human beings has become more and more tense. The world government has made Jinping as Kyuhai, which is the proof. At this time, Lovell has a bright future, and it is unwise to find a human fish to be his wife. Besides, AI Fan clearly senses it. Has bad intentions for the merman who winked at Revo. "It's about time to come," AI Fan murmured. "What?" Nami's big eyes were filled with doubts. There was a circle of foam left by the coffee and milk around her mouth, and AI Fan looked at the indescribable cuteness. AI Fan smiled and said, "Well, you'll know when someone comes. In addition, your side dishes here are too delicious. Give me another 100. AI Fan shouted at the mermaid at the counter. Okay. The mermaids turned pale. The owner, Xialai, came to AI Fan's table. She had short black hair, cool blue eyes, pale skin, purple nails, and was wearing a hooded top. Like other mermaids, she had a very good figure. She looked 20 years old. Left and right. Charlie smiled and said, "Guest, we don't have the ingredients you ordered." This is her newly opened storefront. At the age of 19, she is well known for her divination skills. "Hey Tildu," AI Fan said disappointedly, "how much do you have?" "I thought I could eat enough." Charlie smiled. "I am sorry." She turned around and left, taking Lovell's eyes with her. Slap. AI Fan snapped his fingers, and the startled Levo returned to his senses and smiled. "She's a shark, man. Be careful what I say." One bite. Revo shuddered. Even in a pleasant climate, he felt a little chill. After a while, a blue fat man walked in. AI Fan smiled and said, "That's the person I'm waiting for." Jinbai walked into the cafe and saw the four AI Fans sitting together at a glance. He looked into AI Fan's eyes until he came to AI Fan's side, then bowed his head and said solemnly, "Anyway, thank you very much." Jinbai was certain that without AI Fan's help that day, they would definitely have killed and injured many people. Although Tiger still died in the end, his death was his own choice. After so long, Jinbai looked very cheerful. AI Fan smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Besides, you won't come to me specially to thank you." Jinping said solemnly, "That's it, I came here specially to thank you." "Okay," AI Fan said with a smile, "I heard that this is already Whitebeard's territory." With that said, AI Fan then handed Jinbei a chair. Jinping sat down and said solemnly, "That's right," he said in a serious tone. "It turns out that the pirates and even the navy who pass by here will kidnap the mermaids and murlocs on the island and sell them into slaves. After Dad took over here, no one on the island dared to invade the half-step. He is a fish, the great benefactor of the Isle of Man." AI Fan said speechlessly, "It's a little troublesome. But, Jinbei, I ask you one thing, if I go to war with Whitebeard, who will you help? Jinbei was stunned, and after a long time he said with difficulty, "Both of you are people who are kind to me." Okay, stop. AI Fan stopped Jinping's words and smiled. "I already know the answer. For a person who values loyalty, it is better not to let him say some words, because often the result is that he drives himself crazy." Chapter 221 Prophecy, 3rd. In the Mermaid Cafe, the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Jinbei sat in his seat with a confused look on his face. Nami was drinking coffee, Evely ignored everything coldly, and Livo was flirting with the mermaid at the counter. AI Fan patted Jinping on the shoulder and said, "It doesn't matter, if you really get to that point, using your strength to help either side won't change the battle." Jinping said solemnly, "But," as AI Fan interrupted Jinping's words, "there is nothing but, didn't I say it? Don't mention it again." "Hey, isn't this shiping?" Charlie came out in time. Being interrupted by her like this, the atmosphere immediately eased a lot. Jinbei took a deep breath. "I'm too obsessed with the future." "Charlie, can I ask you one thing?" Charlie said indifferently. "Do you want me to do divination?" "That's right." Jinping pointed to AI Fan. "Let's do a divination for him. I really want to know what will happen to him in the future." "This kind of thing can't be trusted, right?" Nami asked, slightly puzzled. "That's someone else." Charlie's tone did not fluctuate in the slightest. "Although the time of my divination cannot be determined, the success rate is 100%. So hanging?" AI Fan showed interest. "Hang? It means very powerful? Besides, I also want a divination about my future." Evely put down the coffee in her hand. She was also very interested in divination. Charlie said with an expressionless face, "I have foreseen many tragedies, and all these tragedies have happened." AI Fan said with a smile, "I also really want to try it. Things like divination in the future." Charlie quickly began to prepare. Jinbei said solemnly beside him, "Then please." While speaking, Charlie had already started divination. However, this time she spent a long time for divination, and there was even more sweat on her forehead, and her face gradually became paler. PFFD. After a few minutes, Charlie spit out blood. Her face started to look abnormally rosy, and the next second she lay on the ground in a daze, breathing out too much and breathing in too little, and she was about to hang up. "Charlie!" Jinping called out anxiously, and the other mermaids immediately gathered around. "It's really hard." AI Fan grinned. He stretched out his hand and pulled the crowd away, smiling in their doubtful eyes. "I'm a doctor for the most part." A healing flower sipped, and Charlie woke up within 3 seconds. After waking up, Charlie looked left and right, and stared at her hands again. Feeling a little unreal, she muttered to herself, "I just went around hell." "Congratulations on your successful return," AI Fan said with a smile. Xiali looked at AI Fan with some horror. Her eyes were a little slack, and she didn't know what she was thinking. "Charlie, what happened to you just now?" Jinping said in a low voice. Charlie didn't respond, just stared at AI Fan blankly. Jinping raised her tone, and the startled Charlie returned to her senses. She looked at Jinping suspiciously and said, "What did you just say?" "What happened to you just now?" Jinbei frowned slightly. Xiali glanced at AI Fan again. "I was attacked just now because I predicted the future." "What have you seen?" AI Fan laughed. Xiali took a deep breath. "A giant dragon with a height of 10,000 meters. There are 2 suns in the sky, a huge ship with no edge in sight, and it is full of human figures. But these are just what I see." To the background, she looked at AI Fan and said solemnly, "I saw that you destroyed the world." "No. It should be said that you destroyed the Great Root." "What? Destruction? The Great Root?" Her words exploded in everyone's heart like a nuclear bomb. and everyone was shocked by this sentence and couldn't help it. Charlie's predictions have never gone wrong, which means that this event will definitely happen in the future. AI Fan didn't care much. His plans for the future are not that far away. As for what is destroyed or not, what is there? However, this news cannot be spread now. AI Fan looked at the surrounding mermaids, already intent on killing. Xia Li paused and seemed to see AI Fan's intention. She immediately added, "They won't talk nonsense, I can guarantee it. And I will be on your boat in the future." Ivan paused. "It's like this. Well, you are also a member of the Liberty from today." "Now?" Charlie said in surprise. "So soon?" AI Fan laughed loudly and said, "Isn't this just a sign that your prediction is accurate? From today, you are the chief fortune teller on the Liberty." Charlie regained some calm and said, Okay, welcome to Mermaid Sister." Nami cheered. Evely said blankly, "What color did you see the giant dragon?" Charlie said solemnly, "Dark green, almost transparent." Evely said, "Welcome to the Liberty." Cough cough. Lavo made a dry cough and extended his big hand to Evely. "Hello, my name is Lavo." AI Fan curled his lips and said, "No promise. But Charlie is tall and looks like a good match for Lavo." Nami jumped up to Charlie and asked, "Can you give me a divination for the future? I want to know my dream." Charlie touched Nami's head and smiled. "Your future is very bright, and you will definitely fulfill your dreams." Jinbai was a little silent watching this scene. He is a mature person. The impact of Xia Li's prophecy on him is much greater than the impact on Nami and others. "Destroy the Great Root," Jinbai said secretly. "At that time, the whole world will move for it." Nami and the others are very quick to accept new members, especially the new members have great skills, although they are a little cold, but after a little familiarity, they will not look like that. Gao Leng is just her appearance after seeing too many futures. By the way, AI Fan wondered, the square over there is always very lively these days. What's going on? Xia Li smiled and said, "Don't you know? Princess Yichi persuaded the Tanlong people to bring a letter that can realize her great ideal. I'm collecting everyone's autographs now." Speaking of which, it's been several days. Everyone is very supportive of Princess Ottoheim. That's it. AI Fan smiled and said, "Let's go take a look too." "Yeah." Nami agreed first. Evely said solemnly, "It just so happens that there is nothing else." Lavo looked at Charlie with a smile and said, "Are you going?" Charlie shook her head, and Lovell replied immediately, "I'm not going either." Jinping got up, bowed and said, "This old man will leave. Looking forward to seeing you next time." AI Fan smiled. Chapter 222 Assassination, 4th More. At this time, the voices of people were still boiling in Geelong Cod Plaza. Fish people and mermaids poured down their signatures into the ballot box in the square. They had smiles on their faces and were proud to have such a princess. "It's really lively." AI Fan and a few people stood on the edge of the square. Nami smiled and said, "Let's have a look too." AI Fan he glanced left and right, but did not stare at his own people. He smiled and replied, "Okay. Let's go and have a look." Among the One Piece AI Fan has seen, there is no such thing as the peaceful coexistence of humans and Murlocs. But looking at the current situation and seeing the joy of the fish people from the bottom of their hearts, AI Fan is sure that there must be some incident that caused Ottoji's approach to fail. It's a pity that he has watched too little One Piece, and there are still many episodes that he has not watched. He can only judge by himself for the future. In addition, more than 12 years have passed since his rebirth, and he can't remember many things. However, the plot and what follows are no longer important to AI Fan now. What he sees is now the world he really lives in. A lot of things can't be looked at from the previous life. Nami has been taken away by herself. What else can't be changed? No matter what happens, AI Fan is sure to deal with it. As for what the world will be like, who cares? Just do what you want to do. In the palace at this time, Ottoheim and her 3 sons were chatting together. "You know, at that moment, I really got the courage to change the whole island." Sitting on a windowsill, Ottoji smiled as he stroked the swimming fish with his fingers. That moment, the 3 brothers were puzzled. Ottoji smiled and said, It was the day when the large sea kings spied on the Fishman Island a while ago. At that time, I was really taken aback. Those were all called by Shiraishi. What? Hey, the three brothers were shocked at the same time. Otoji looked at her three sons and said, we mermaids can exchange feelings with fishes, right? But there are no mermaids who can talk to large sea kings, and even the only one on the island who can talk to whales. Neither can your father, Neptune. But according to the royal family legend, every few hundred years there must be a sea king, and that is the only person who can communicate with the large sea kings. Shark Star murmured, mermaids who talk to those sea kings? Rollover Star said in amazement, Mother, is that Bai Xing? Huang Xing said with envy, it's amazing. I really want to ride on the backs of those sea kings. Bai Xing raised his head, looked into the distance and said, a mermaid who can talk to the Neptunes. That is to say, there will be a person around Bai Xing who can guide this power correctly. At that time, the world will usher in huge changes! The legend describes it like this. If the legend is correct, then the island will also usher in huge changes. Huang Xing grinned and said, then Bai Xing must be able to help her mother too. Otoji nodded and said, yes, if you have good intentions, it is the power of love that can save thousands of lives, and if you have malicious intentions, it will also be the power to sink the whole world. Bai Xing is still young, she has not yet discovered her power, and she has no way to control it. If it is stimulated, it may make the summoned sea kings do crazy actions. Huang Xing said solemnly, if that happens, the whole Fishman Island will be finished. What should we do, Queen Mother? I'm here now, no problem. Otoji said in a cheery tone, you must grow into the most brave warriors. As a brother, as a warrior, use your own life to protect your sister. Of course, the three brothers exclaimed together. Thank you. Yaji smiled. Several people were chatting, and they were preparing to go to the square together to see how everyone's autographs were doing. On the square, suddenly there was a noise, and Ai Fan heard the sound and saw that it was Princess Yaji who had arrived here. Her sons and daughters also arrived together and gave speeches on a small round platform not far from the mailbox. There were a lot of guards around, and Ai Fan saw several of her children, including Jinbai. However, Ai Fan felt that the atmosphere was a little depressed. Seeing and hearing the color turned on, Ai Fan murmured, this is the rhythm of the accident. In the shroud of seeing and hearing, Ai Fan noticed that many people with bad intentions were just around the corner. In the case where everyone's emotions are similar, then a few absolutely opposite emotions can't be more conspicuous in Ai Fan's view. Ai Fan glanced at Bai Xing not far away, and muttered to himself, it's only 6 years old and it's so big. How does a mermaid give birth to a child? It is said that Bai Xing was several times older than Otoji when he was born, and Iji, who was on the round stage, glanced at Ai Fan intentionally or unintentionally. Ai Fan turned his head in embarrassment. He was sure that Yaji had heard him talking to himself just now. He murmured in his heart, seeing the color is so strong. Are the letterboxes on fire? Not far away, the letterbox with everyone's signatures suddenly caught fire. Leave now. Quickly put out the fire. There were riots. Otoji shouted on the round stage, quickly put out the fire. The autograph session. Bang! The noise was mixed with a gunshot, but few people were paying attention. The soldiers rushed into it despite the fire and took out the signature, all of them working hard to protect the signature. When the gunshots came out, a soldier wondered, what sound? The companion next to him shouted, it's an illusion, hurry up and put out the fire. However, Otoji on the round stage. She saw blood seeping out of her chest, and she started to sweat and shiver. She sighed deeply, reached out and stroked her chest, looking at her hand. The bright red on the top. With unwillingness, she fell to the ground. Princess Yaji. All the fish people around the round platform panicked. A soldier shouted, His Royal Highness Otoji was shot. The soldiers gathered like crazy and protected Otoji. Jinping was in danger, and the soldiers commanding a mass of scattered sand shouted, The sniper is nearby. Protect the royal family members. The soldiers seemed to have found the backbone and started to move quickly without saying a word. Queen Mother. Yichi's 4 sons and daughters shouted at the same time, and their heads were blank at this moment. The soldiers shouted and ordered everyone to leave here. A seahorse Murloc mixed with Yichi and shouted, "Please hold on. Princess Yichi, quick! Call the emergency team." Someone shouted. Ottoheim looked up at the sky, with sadness in her eyes, kept sighing, and took a deep breath. The 3 of Shuxing rushed towards here, and Jinping shouted from behind, "His Royal Highness, call the Dragon Palace Guard." But now they can't care about anything. They just want to come to their mother's side quickly. Chapter 223 Rescue, 5th More. The moment Ottoheim fell, Bai Xing was stunned. Her eyes were only dull, and her emotions were almost on the verge of collapse. "This is..." A wretched voice suddenly came from beside her. "Oh, the princess is really unfortunate." When the owner of the voice patted it towards Bai Xing's arm, he was about to touch it. However, a drop of water hit his arm directly at this time. And the soldier next to him also reacted, raised the gun and pulled the trigger at the man. "Don't get close to Princess White Star. This person is Vanderdecken 9." Seeing that I didn't meet Princess White Star who was close at hand, the surrounding soldiers had already surrounded her. He gritted his teeth and glanced at the direction that the water droplets were flying, then turned and ran away. On the round stage, in front of Yichi, her 3 sons had already rushed to her side. Their faces were full of tears, with the most addictive faces. Shuxing Han said, "No matter who the opponent is, I will definitely take revenge." The eyes of the 3 brothers are almost the same. With tears in her eyes, Yichi said weakly, "Come to my side, my angels." Bai Xing heard her mother's voice and immediately moved to the edge of the round table. Yichi smiled and said to the 3 brothers, "Don't show such a terrible expression. I was negligent. Everyone's autographs made me so happy, so happy." "I'm sorry." "It's me," the doctor anxiously said beside him. "Princess Yichi, please let me treat your wound quickly." Yichi raised her hand gently, knowing that she couldn't survive. She stopped the ship doctor's movements. She took a deep breath and said softly, "So, no matter who the murderer is or where he came from, please don't be angry for me. Don't let anger and hatred occupy your hearts because of me." Off stage, the fish people are already crying outrageously. Nami wiped her tears and looked at AI Fan with red eyes. "This princess is so great." "Woo-woo Tilda. You can still say such words when you are dying," Evely said solemnly. "She is a great person." After speaking, Evely fell into silence, not knowing what to think. The edge of the round table, Bai Xing bit his lip tightly. Tears kept falling. "Mother. Mother." Yichi looked at her little daughter and said with a smile, "Be strong, Shirahoshi." Bai Xing heard her mother's weak murmurs and sobbed. Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, she burst into tears. Her cry shocked the 3 brothers at the same time. They remembered what their mother said: if Shirahoshi was stimulated more seriously than the last time, then she would most likely destroy Fishman Island. The 2 younger brothers were in tears, showing the most difficult and reluctant smiles on their faces. Even though the tears were still dripping, the 2 still began to attract Bai Xing's attention. Rollover Star shook and sang, red rollover, look at Bai Xing. Red rollover dance, so happy." Wu Huang Xing sang and danced on the side. "I'm so happy. I'm so happy." "It's okay, Bai Xing. Let's sing. The 3 of us have always been by your side." La He Duo. The Murloc next to him shouted with tears in his eyes, "Hurry up and stop the princes. When are they still singing and dancing for fun?" Overturning Star and Huang Xing sang, "Look at the mother. It doesn't matter. We will always protect my sister like this." Ottoheim smiled and left tears. Shuxing saw that his mother was about to die. He knelt beside his mother and shouted, "Mother, I will definitely collect the burned autographs again. The 3 of us will grow into warriors as strong as our father, as promised to you. Protect Shirahoshi with our own lives." He looked up at his mother, tears fell like raindrops, and with a smile, said in the most determined tone, "So, "Please don't worry," Yiji said with some regret and weakness, "it's just one step away. Go to live under the real sun." After the four stretched out, they said their final goodbyes. At this moment, a voice appeared beside them. "It's too early to say goodbye." "Who is it?" The guards were shocked, and there was a figure standing on the round platform at some point not far away. Nami wondered, why did AI Fan disappear at once? Evely smiled slightly, looked at the ring not far away and said, "He's meddling with his business." In the ring, AI Fan had already fed the healing flower to Otoji the moment he appeared. Her injuries stopped instantly, and she stood up 3 seconds later. The four siblings smiled, real smiles. "Queen Mother!" The four of them shouted at the same time. Seeing that they were about to pounce, AI Fan directly stopped their movements. "The injury has not been completely healed, so don't hurt her." "Oh. Well." Several people stood there and didn't dare to even move, for fear of hurting their mother. "What the hell are you? Where are you?" the old shark star asked in a deep voice. He has experienced a lot of fighting, and he knows what it is when someone is about to die. However, his mother had already entered a situation of mortal death just now, but now it has improved. Yiji clutched her aching chest and said, "I know him." Cough. "He is the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters." Blood Eagle AI Fan. AI Fan blinked. Didn't he call himself a hawk? How did he become a Blood Eagle? But, forget it, it's about the same anyway. AI Fan looked at Yiji with a smile and said, "Your physique is too weak. Find a quiet room later and I will take out the bullet stuck in your vital spot. It's too noisy here." "That's right." The minister next to him responded, "Guards, hurry up and escort Princess Otoji back to Dragon Palace." Princess Otohime. The people beside her were moved to tears. Bang! Another voice came, but this time, clang! A sound of steel colliding sounded, and several people saw that AI Fan's palm had stopped between Yiji's eyebrows. "What's the matter?" Shark Star was shocked. Yiji stayed where she was. AI Fan glanced at Gao Gao, and then spread out his palm. "Inside is a bullet." AI Fan said solemnly, "I have locked the murderer." Yiji took a deep breath, looked at AI Fan solemnly and said, "Great kindness, great virtue, I will never forget it." Forever unforgettable. The four brothers and sisters bowed and saluted at the same time. At the same time, all the Murlocs nearby bowed and saluted at the same time. Forever unforgettable. AI Fan said with a smile, "Compared to this, you should quickly restore order." "Oh, there is a little accident." AI Fan paused for a few seconds, and returned to his senses in the eyes of Yiji and the others. He smiled and said, "No problem. Go back to the Dragon Palace, and I will heal you." Chapter 224. Hody Jones. First update. In Gelongcord Plaza, AI Fan shouted to Nami and the others, "Come here." A few people looked at AI Fan, who was surrounded by many soldiers, in a daze. The things just happened so quickly that they couldn't react. But it looks pretty good now. Several people came towards this side. AI Fan smiled and said, "They are all my companions." "Is that so?" Yiji smiled and said, "Then invite them to the palace together. We will do our best to entertain them." Nami and the two came running, and the army men gave way with a wink. And on the other side, the tallest of Gelongcord Plaza, one soldier shouted, "The prisoner is caught." Someone next to him said, "It's this person, you can't be wrong." "Who is it?" A loud shout came from far away. The soldiers heard the sound and saw that it was Shiping who came. Jinbai rushed to the place where the soldiers were gathered, only to see a human lying there, and only breathed after being shot down. Jinbai was silent for a while, before he said solemnly, "Hide him, Boss Jinbai." The soldier next to him shouted in confusion. Jinbai explained, "What would happen if he was killed? Hasn't the princess' efforts so far been in vain?" He clenched his fists tightly and was about to leave. Behind him, the kingdom soldier Hody Jones grabbed the human. "But this is the truth, isn't it?" "No," he suddenly shouted, "this guy is a pirate." "Facts are facts," Jones said gloomily. As he spoke, he was about to expose this person to people's eyes. Jinbai had already gone far, and it was too late to stop him when he turned around. At the last moment, A figure appeared strangely from the air and kicked Jones back. AI Fan. Jinping was shocked. AI Fan glanced at Jones, looked directly at Jinping and said, "You are too real. Haven't you seen such a big careerist?" Jinping paused, looked at Jones and said, "You mean?" AI Fan said with a smile, "Wait a minute and you'll find out." Ivan was merciless when he kicked Jones. He couldn't recover for a while. The one who healed the clone and rescued the human pirate could speak, and AI Fan shrugged at Jinping. "Come on, ask yourself." The human pirate is shivering, surrounded by troops and muscles against him, and in front of him is the Vice Admiral and one of the Shikibukai. What should he do? "Is it you who assassinated Princess Otoji?" Jinping asked in a deep voice. "No, not me, really not me," the pirate quickly denied. Seeing that everyone's eyes turned bad, he immediately added, "It's just that someone paid me Bailey to set fire to that signature mailbox. As for who assassinated the princess, I don't know." "Who hired you?" Jinbai's expression darkened even more. Pirate even pointed at Jones and said, "It's him. I'm sure it's him." Jones. Jinbai's expression was indescribably wonderful. Jones lay on the ground and took a bunch of pills, with pain on his face. His body twitched and screamed, but after a moment, he got up with a burst of laughter. "This medicine is really good. I just got it and tried it out. Looking at it now, it's an incredible feeling." Jinbai clenched his fist, the veins on his arms burst out, and he said angrily, "Why did you want to assassinate Princess Otoji?" Jiahaha. Jones laughed wildly. "Why do we want to live in peace with those despicable humans? You are a Murloc, but you are a lackey for the world government. I am the one chosen by the heavens, so I have gained such a huge power, understand? To plant lowly creatures, as long as you kill them all." His breath soared a lot, and AI Fan didn't care much. He could definitely hack to death in minutes for this kind of thing. Jones. Jinbai squeezed his fists and glared at him. "I will make you kneel in front of Princess Otoji to apologize." Jones grinned and said, "Stop joking, Jinbai. Even you can't stop my power now." The palm of his hand seeped water droplets, and he waved it with one hand, hit the water. Ha! The bullet-like water droplets flew past Jinping's ears, passed through the entire square, and hit the cliff wall, penetrating directly. Jinbai didn't do anything because he knew that this blow would not hit him. Jones burst out laughing. "See? That's my power." "Ha ha." AI Fan smiled, glanced at the angry army around him, then looked at Jinping and said, "You should handle it yourself." Jinbai said solemnly, "No problem." AI Fan smiled lightly and said, "If that's the case, then I won't get involved in the matter here. The main body has rescued Gigi and I'll pick up Lavo and the two of them too." "Thank you for letting us know the truth," Jinbai said solemnly. "Ha ha." AI Fan smiled and pushed open the air door to leave. The next second, Jones launched an attack directly, and the target of the attack was AI Fan. "Damn human. Did I let you go?" "You take shark." When the water arrow hit, Jinping was about to intercept it, but saw that AI Fan had already shot. The water arrow split into two pieces from the middle, and flew into the distance with a huge impact. Holding the red knife in his hand, AI Fan grinned and said, "If you are courting death yourself, you can't blame others." Jiahaha. Jones grinned, "Damn." Scoff. Before he could finish speaking, a long knife had already passed through his chest. AI Fan held the handle of the knife with one hand and said with a smile, "I don't like the way you talk to me." Blood spilled from the corners of Jones' mouth, his face full of disbelief. How is it possible, this speed? Jinping was also amazed. He didn't expect AI Fan's movements to be so fast that even he didn't react. AI Fan smiled and said, "I'm not some brain-dead, and I have to be merciful. When I make a shot, I always do my best to make a shot. What's more, the opponent is still an arrogant person. At such a distance, anyone who meets the color can't escape this." Hit. Shah. Pulling out the red knife, Jones' chest began to spurt blood, and his whole body fell directly. There was not a drop of blood on the red knife. Back the red knife. AI Fan smiled at Jinping. With the vitality of the Murloc, he should not die in a short time. As for how to do it, I will leave it to you. Jinping took a deep breath and said solemnly, I see. This time Princess Otoji was able to be rescued, and the real murderer was found out, all thanks to your help from Your Excellency AI Fan. No matter what, you are the heroes of Fishman Island. AI Fan shrugged and said with a smile, it doesn't matter, these are just a little effort for me. What's more, I don't have no requirements, but it's not for you. Jinpei asked with some doubts, what does Your Excellency AI Fan mean? This, you'll find out soon. AI Fan grinned and said, I'll say goodbye first. Dragon Palace's food is delicious. If it's not called Revo, this guy will be very angry. Chapter 225 Disposal. Second update. AI Fan left. Jinping looked at Jones, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground and sighed, and said to the soldiers on the side, tie him up and take him into the Dragon Palace. Yes, the fish people should drink immediately. The thick iron chains were tied, and Jinping looked at the remaining human pirate, and said solemnly, this person is locked in prison and waiting for disposal. On the other side, AI Fan came to the mermaid cafe in an instant. Revo was having sex with the mermaids, while Charlie was packing her things and explaining what happened after she left. Ivan jumped out of the air door. The sudden appearance of the figure shocked the fish, and without saying a word, they began to scream. Revo had a look of enjoyment on his face, because the mermaids subconsciously jumped on him. The tallest man. Everywhere in the body is a piece of softness. Revo feels very hard, he said in a gentle tone. It's okay, this is my companion. Oh, the mermaids returned to their senses and saw the figure in front of them. Will you go to the banquet in Longongqing? Looking at Revo's current state, Evan asked uncertainly. Banquet. Lovell was caught in a dilemma. One was soft, the other was a banquet. This is a difficult choice. Revo swallowed his saliva and said, let me also learn clone technique. AI Fan said solemnly, that will consume twice the lifespan. You must think about it. Luo paused and said, is there a mermaid in Dragon Palace City? AI Fan said seriously, looks like it's time for you to have special training. You're very energetic. Revo, did I do something wrong just now? After calling Charlie, she agreed without thinking. A few seconds later, Ivan brought her and Revo back to the main body. Two figures appeared at the same time. Yujia and others were just about to be surprised when they heard AI Fan laugh. These two are my companions. Shark Star sighed, it's a magical ability. Xia Li saluted. Princess Yiji, 3 princes, Princess Bakesing. Oh, it's Mrs. Charlie. Shark Star smiled. Charlie is a well-known fortune teller on Fishman Island. Although the predictions are very few, they are extremely accurate. Naturally, he knows it. You actually joined the Blood Eagle, Lieutenant General? Yuji asked, slightly puzzled. Xia Li said with a smile, because I saw the future. I was on the same boat with him, so I joined directly. Revo didn't talk much, because the white star walking behind was too dazzling for him. While speaking, a huge male mermaid was greeted in the distance. He wears a crown on his head, and his body is stronger than the average mermaid. He has thick fluffy orange-red hair and beard. His arms have flaming tattoos, his body is covered with thick body hair, and in his hand is a finely carved trident. Halberd. Ivan directly recognized him, the king of Fishman Island, Neptune. He was riding a big whale and was approaching here rapidly. AI Fan sensed that there was a vote of guards following him in the distance, and couldn't help but smile. This one is also a willful master. Otomi tilde Neptune's shout came from a distance. Quickly flashing to the crowd, he said anxiously, are you all right? Yiji smiled and said, no problem, although I almost died, but thanks to this Vice Admiral. Lieutenant Admiral? Nipton looked at Ivan, and said with relief, oh, I see, Your Excellency is the Navy who just entered the island. I heard that there was a little accident when you came in. But, I am very grateful for your saving me the princess. Hey, AI Fan laughed. Don't talk too much, your princess hasn't been fully rescued yet. Hurry up and find a quiet place with no one. The bullets in her body haven't been taken out yet. Soon, everyone returned to Dragon Palace City, and in the quiet room, only he and Otoji were left. Otoji looked around and said, what should I do? AI Fan smiled and said, just stand, My treatment method is very simple. Saying that, he stood behind Yiji and pulled her back with one hand. Yiji resisted and didn't move, while Ai Fan muttered to himself, "The structure isn't too bad." Blood. Otoji wanted to speak. Ai Fan interrupted directly, "Call me Ai Fan." Was embarrassed to hear others call his nickname Ai Fan. He always felt that it was not calling him. Lieutenant General Ai Fan, Yiji said solemnly, "I sense that you don't have any tension in your heart, so please treat me as soon as possible." Ai Fan. He glanced outside the door and said with a smile, "Is it because of the people outside?" "You have a really good heart." Outside the door, Neptune looked at Jones kneeling in front of him silently, and he really wanted to kill him directly for this man who almost killed his wife. The same is true for his 3 sons, however. The exhortation of Ekihime when he was dying still reverberated in their hearts, and Ekihito was not dead, so even if the murderer was already in front of them, they still held back and wanted to do it. Impulse. Jinbai stood aside, watching the closed door not far away in silence. Neptune looked at Jones and said solemnly, "I really want to tear you into pieces, but Eiji, she might be mad at me." "That's right." The voice came out, and everyone turned to look. Yujia and Ai Fan had already come out. "Lord Mother!" Baixing cried. Eiji stroked Baixing's outstretched fingers and comforted softly, "It's okay, Baixing." "Mother!" The 3 brothers called out at the same time, with surprise in their eyes. Shark Star looked at Ai Fan and said, "My mother, she completely safe and sound." Ai Fan replied with a smile. Neptune smiled at his princess and said, "Yiji." Yiji looked at her husband and replied, "I'm fine, don't worry." "What to do with Jones?" Jinbai asked. The murderer turned out to be on his side. This point directly exposed the huge problems existing inside Fishman Island. There are also many Murlocs who hate humans. If this phenomenon continues, it will be impossible to achieve the goal of peaceful coexistence with human beings. The resistance to this matter is not too big. Otoji naturally considered a lot. But more than that, she was thinking with kindness and love, not for any fame or fortune, but only to fulfill the great idea of the peaceful coexistence of Murlocs and humans. Looking at Jones, who was powerless to resist, Otoji smiled and said, "Let him go." "What?" The 3 brothers jumped at the same time to object. Neptune said solemnly, "Yuji, he almost killed you." In his opinion, killing such a person directly is a kind of forgiveness for him. Chapter 226. Shake it. Third more. Otoji stood still. She looked around with compassion, and said slowly, "His assassination strengthened my belief. It is precisely because of this extreme idea that the gap between Murlocs and humans is created. The reason why I want everyone to go to the land is to eliminate this gap and remove the hatred between races. In this case, it will definitely be possible, and everyone will definitely be able to coexist peacefully!" Jones is just because he has seen too many tragedies since he was a child. What I have to do now is to prevent the tragedy from happening again. Every day, every moment, humans and Murlocs die because of war, and I don't want this to happen again. In war, the people who suffer the most are the families of those who died in battle! With sadness, the assassination did not make her lose hope, but strengthened her will. Ai Fan's mouth opened slightly, shocked by the inner voice of Ij at this moment. He has never seen such a person, such fraternity, such, full of blood. Although her physical strength is very weak, her will is harder and brighter than diamonds, and her blood is more boiling and fiery than lava. If there are saints in this world, Otoji is definitely one of them. Jones was trembling. Both Ai Fan and Otoji felt it, and his heart was plunged into a great struggle. Otoji's selflessness and generosity made Jones tremble. He was like a piece of ice thrown into the magma, and the endless heat was melting him. He didn't know where the strength came from. He broke the chain in an instant, tears and snot flowing together. His sword teeth were exposed. He raised his head, stood up and shouted at Otoji. What a joke! He clenched his fist with one hand and punched Otohime, who was close at hand. Boom! There seemed to be a flash of thunder in the silence. Jones' fist stopped in front of Yiji's forehead, and a long knife was placed between the fist and Yi Ai Fan's long knife, and his body was penetrated by 4 weapons at the same time. It belonged to the Neptune family. Jinbai's fist stopped on his forehead and didn't hit it, because he had already realized that it was unnecessary. Chahaha tilde with the last burst of laughter, his breath cut off immediately. Nipton withdrew his trident, looked at Otoji and said solemnly, "Are you alright?" Ivan glanced at Joan's body and sighed slightly. Iji squatted down and closed her eyes for Jones. She stood up silently, looked at Joan's body and said, "You heard it just now, his inner decision." The Neptune father and son looked at each other as if they didn't understand what Otohime meant. Ai Fan replied softly, "He is full of regretful screams, it's too harsh. And there is no strength on his fist, it just sticks to my knife, and only second. Jones has repented, but he doesn't want to live." A very calm voice came out. "So, that's the way it is." The Neptune father and son came to their senses at this time. Neptune glanced at Bai Xing behind him, turned his head and quickly ordered, "Take the princess away quickly. Don't let her be frightened." "It's okay tilde." Otohime and Shirahoshi spoke at the same time. Yiji smiled and looked at Bai Xing and said, "Bai Xing has become very strong, right?" "Yes." Bai Xing bit his lip, forcing himself not to look at Joan's body. Ai Fan felt her inner emotions, looked at her with a smile and said, "Just being strong is not enough. You have to turn this strength into courage." "Yes." "Blood." "Call me Evan." "Yes, Lord Ai Fan." Bai Xing looked serious. Joan's body was taken away, and the human pirate was let go directly under Otohime's decision. There are always some hardships in many things. We should not blame the hardships themselves, but look at ourselves and see where we are not good enough. Complaining is useless, only doing and changing is the right way. No matter what the result is, how will you know if you don't try it? This is how Otoji is. She firmly believes that she can change all this. The same is true of Ai Fan. He firmly believes that he can change all this. Moreover, he will not be defeated by anyone. The mighty celebration in Dragon Palace City started soon. Ai Fan and others celebrated here for 3 whole days, and many things about the fire of the mailbox were finally arranged. Otohime went to the square again to give a speech and collect autographs for the World Conference 2 years later. However, this time something was different. Behind her stood 3 princes, a king. Neptune has publicly stated his support for the bill for the peaceful coexistence of humans and Murlocs, and, because of Ivan's rescue and Joan's betrayal, he overturned the old laws and put everything on the table. On Ai Fan's side, he communicated with Sengoku and Neptune. In the future, the Navy will set up a branch here to protect the safety of the place together with the Murlocs. And this is just the first step. Humans and Murlocs want to coexist peacefully, and there is still a long way to go in the future. However, they are unwavering and moving forward steadily, and they all have hope, because that is a wonderful future to look forward to. Ivan's ships are still being coated, and the Navy's personnel are communicating with Neptune. However, Ai Fan is no longer in a hurry to leave. At Yiji's repeated requests, Ai Fan became the master of her children and guided them in their cultivation. Then, Ai Fan went directly to Jinbai to learn Murloc karate. Pulling on Lovell, together with Evely, a mighty group of people gathered together to start the practice time. Bai Xing is a very strong little Lilai. Under the continuous impact of Lavo, none of the 3 brothers can bear it for as long as her. Although the degree of impact is different, the degree of impact is determined according to their physical fitness, and the pressure they endure is similar. Bai Xing's personality is a little bit awkward in front of strangers, not to mention she gets better after getting acquainted. Moreover, because of her practice, her personality is still gradually changing, and her originally introverted personality has been greatly improved. However, in the deep sea, Van der Decken went into a state of madness. His plan failed, and, because of the assassination, the number of guards around all the royal family members had tripled, and he could no longer have a chance to achieve his goals. He looked at his palm, at the dark seabed, at the Fishman Island in the distance, sinking into madness. Since I can't get it, No one can get it. He was wrapped in a waterproof coating and swam directly to the dark seabed. On this day, Jinbai was teaching AI Fan Merman karate, while AI Fan's clone was instructing Shiragan quadruple and swordsmanship. Suddenly, AI Fan felt something in his heart. He looked up and saw a huge shadow looming over Fishman Island. Dakin laughed wildly in the deep sea outside Fishman Island. Give me a trembling to hell. With my own ability, I randomly touched a kingdom guard on Fishman Island, and used this huge Noah to make White Star accompany Fishman Island into the dust of history. Chapter 227 Awakening. Fourth More. A huge shadow hangs over here. AI Fan doesn't know how big Fishman Island is, but, according to Otoji, the population of this kingdom is 5 million. Just looking at it, the huge shadow seemed to cover the haze in Still Heart. That's Noah. Otoham couldn't believe it. Noah's Ark? Ivan wondered. There is a legend in the royal family. Noah owns half the boat to Fishman Island, built by our rent money to pursue our dreams. However, the dream was broken, and Noah stayed in the deep sea. Nipton said. Stop talking. Yiji reprimanded. The most urgent task is to think of a solution quickly. Why is such a huge thing coming here? Cold sweat fell on Shark Star's forehead. Shadows shrouded the entire Fishman Island at the same time. Everyone is also rushing towards the soap bubbles outside Fishman Island. If the soap bubbles here burst, the entire island will collapse, and there are very few people who can survive. AI Fan's clones appeared one by one, leaving only the main body and the door clones. He stepped into the sky. His clones were all holding red knives. AI Fan said solemnly, I will try my best to see if I can block Noah, but there is no guarantee. Neptune, arrange everyone to get together. I have a last resort method. The soap bubbles have wrapped all his avatars, and the main body is trying its best to gather everyone. Many people have been stunned. In the face of this unavoidable attack, how can someone stop it? While speaking, Ivan's clones had all come to the outside of the soap bubbles that wrapped Fishman Island. Looking at Noah, who was getting closer, several of AI Fan's clones gathered together and silently charged. Abilities are basically of little use in the deep sea. Although thunder and lightning are powerful, they are completely useless when dealing with such non-living things. Although paper clones can create defenses, the paper will soften as soon as it is soaked in water in the deep sea. Even if it is domineering, the speed of making paper is completely insufficient for the current situation. There is only one method, physical art, plus all the domineering. Jinping came to AI Fan's side. He said solemnly, I'm here to help too. We're coming too. While speaking, a group of Murlocs and mermaids came here. AI Fan glanced around and said, very good, you shouldn't hinder me. But, stay away from me. His strength accumulation is enough. The clones held their hands together and line up in a row. AI Fan exuded a sense of danger, causing everyone to back away unconsciously. When the clones gathered together, AI Fan shouted, Ultimate, Sea Dragon Strike. Boom. The current was shaking, and in the distance, some weak Murlocs were directly washed hundreds of meters away by the current. Even Jinbai is retreating unconsciously. In the deep sea, there seemed to be a sound of dragon roar, and AI Fan's clones used 90% of his life to kick the kick. In an instant, the ocean current was swept away, and AI Fan's domineering, physical strength, chakra, and even the life of the clone were all kicked out in this blow. A crimson giant dragon with a thickness of 100 meters appeared, and it radiated light, and the entire Fishman Island was clearly visible. Bai Xing was stunned when she looked at AI Fan's back. She never thought that AI Fan, who had been with her for a few days, would have such a powerful power. She remembered AI Fan's words. She looked at her hands and said, one day, can I become such a powerful person? Noah collided with the scarlet giant dragon, and the huge impact came, and AI Fan's fragile clone died directly. Fortunately, AI Fan was already prepared. The moment the clone returned to the main body, all the consumption had been replenished. Click, click. There was a loud noise on Noah's hull. As the red dragon was wiped out 1 inch, Noah gradually stopped falling, and was finally hit by the dragon and opened to the side. Inside the Fishman Island, AI Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the power of the attack that consumes life is much greater than I thought. He never thought that he could really stop such a huge ship. But this is the bottom of the sea. It is estimated that it is due to gravity and the impact of Noah's small impact to succeed. But what Ivan cares about most is not these, but why did the good Noah fall? The people who are very peculiar come back with all kinds of meat and 8 elements. I thought of doing a favor, but I didn't help, and I was shocked by the aftermath. Jin by himself is nothing. The aftermath of the battle is nothing more than an impact on him. Neptune recovered a little, and he said solemnly, AI Fan, thank you for saving Fishman Island again. He really didn't know what to say. How long did it take? And how much did he owe AI Fan? AI Fan is already the savior of the entire Fishman Island. Compared to this, you should hurry up and investigate the cause of the matter. AI Fan said with a smile. Everyone was silent for a while. Things happened so fast, we couldn't even react. Neptune was about to respond when someone suddenly shouted, Noah is smashing down again. What? AI Fan frowned and looked towards the sky. Sure enough, Noah, who should have opened up, actually looked straight at Fishman Island and rushed here. AI Fan's clone appeared again. He gritted his teeth and said, this time I can only destroy Noah with all my strength. While speaking, he had already flown towards the outside. Looking at his back, Bai Xing tightened her lips. She muttered to herself, I want to help too. I want to help Lord AI Fan. I want to help everyone stop Noah, I think. Shirahoshi yelled in a loud voice, stop Noah. The sound seemed to come from an endless distance. AI Fan stopped in midair and looked at Bai Xing in shock. He heard a different voice. Woo! A faint voice came from outside, and everyone heard the sound and saw that several large sea kings had already bit the chains on Noah's ship. Bai Xing flew into the sky with this soap bubble circle on her body. She looked directly at these sea kings, and the wonderful fluctuations continued to spread. AI Fan heard a voice. It was Bai Xing's tender words. Please help me to send Noah to a deeper seabed. The large sea kings moved when they heard the sound, took Noah and disappeared into the distance. White Star. The people around were shocked and couldn't help themselves. Bai Xing watched Noah leave. She said with a smile, I can too, help everyone. After that, she will fall. AI Fan appeared beside her in time, and the ability to heal the clone was activated, which not only awakened the comatose Bai Xing, but also restored all her consumption. Bai Xing opened his eyes and saw AI Fan's smiling face. AI Fan's clones supported her and slowly landed on the ground. Bai Xing smiled and said with tears, I've helped you too. Iji murmured, Shiro, are you able to actively use that kind of power just now? Bai Xing nodded and said, yeah. I can talk to those big fish. AI Fan swallowed and said, this power. It's simply the level of destruction. Chapter 228 Shock and Awe. Fifth More. Bai Xing's will became very firm, and she found one of her clearest thoughts. Protect Fishman Island. The battle of AI Fan and others made her full of fighting spirit, and she still did not understand when she was young, what exactly this power represented. However, this does not prevent her from strengthening her heart. She wants to protect Fishman Island with everyone. AI Fan was silent for a while, looking at Otoji who was snuggling with her family. She said solemnly, this is the power to change the world pattern. You don't need any signatures to increase the safety of Fishman Island. However, the safety of Bai Xing requires stricter precautions. We will protect our sister with our lives, the three princes said firmly. AI Fan smiled and said, it's not enough to talk with your mouth. You need strong strength to ensure the safety of Bai Xing. There are many powerful forces in the world. Once the news of Bai Xing spreads, it is not sure what powerful forces will come, assassinate you. With your current strength, not to mention the perverts in the new world, it is not difficult for me to kill all the people here as long as I am willing. This. Neptune paused for a moment, then said solemnly, you mean? Shock and awe. AI Fan said solemnly, let everyone in the world know your power, and then find an island on land to build a Fishman Island on land. You can choose a place like an uninhabited desert island, and then sink it with the power of the Sea Kings. Expose the image to the world. Let everyone know your strength, and then explain that you have no intention of aggression, and explain the desire of humans and Murlocs to coexist peacefully. If you just protect yourself and don't invade, your safety is far more reliable than using the Whitebeard signboard! However, there is only one thing, that is, absolutely do not think about invading other places, because at that time, I will directly wipe out all of your clan. At the end, AI Fan glanced at the surrounding Murlocs, and finally settled on Ottoji. AI Fan was sure that she could hear her true thoughts. Ottoji said solemnly, AI Fan waved his hand and said, "You don't need to say anything. I have no doubts about your fraternity in your heart. What I want is the statement of your entire Dragon Palace royal family. In the world government, before the Navy, the statement to me." Jinbai was silent. He knew that every word of Nipton would affect the fate of Fishman Island and even the entire world. The three brothers looked at each other, while Baixing didn't understand what happened to everyone. When she was young, she had not yet understood what kind of existence she had become. The atmosphere was deadly silent, and after a while, Baixing took the lead and said, "I will also become stronger, and then, protect the Fishman Island. Protect my mother, father, and brothers." Nipton's pupils shrank slightly. He glanced at his beloved daughter, took a deep breath and looked at it. He looked at AI Fan and said solemnly, "We will never take the initiative to invade anyone else, but we will never show mercy when others invade us." AI Fan let out a breath, looked at Neptune with a smile and said, "Enough is enough. It is enough to have you, the king who can live for many years, to guarantee." The storm dissipated, and everyone was temporarily separated. Jinbai went to dispatch Noah what happened, while Neptune and Ottoham went to discuss how to deal with what happened next. AI Fan was sitting in a separate room in the Mermaid Cafe, where everyone on the Liberty was watching AI Fan communicate with the Warring States. "What you said is true." After listening to AI Fan's lengthy remarks, Warring States confirmed again. AI Fan replied in a deep voice, "It has already happened, and you should also receive information soon, but it is just a summary at most. And I am all personally involved in it." After a while, the Warring States replied in a deep voice, "I will give you an answer to this matter after the meeting." "No," AI Fan categorically refused. "You know better than anyone what the urine is about the world government. They will definitely let you give me a task. It is estimated that it is to bring Baixing back." "You must have thought of it, or, that's what you thought at all!" AI Fan. At the naval headquarters, the Warring States was about to bite, and after a while, he said solemnly, "This is a force capable of destroying the world, and it must not be in the hands of anyone outside the government at will." AI Fan said solemnly, "If you are worried about this, then you should say so during the meeting." Mermaid Princess Baixing joined AI Fan's free army. "She is mine." AI Fan doesn't have many ideas. He just simply doesn't want a 6-year-old girl to be involved in vomiting politics. Sengoku took a deep breath. "Do you know what it means to do this? You will be targeted by countless forces." AI Fan. "There is no absolutely safe place in the world. Even if you are in the naval headquarters, I may not be able to wait to completely protect you." AI Fan smiled and said, "What's the matter?" "Fishman Island, Baixing and the others will soon be. No one dares to provoke them. If they come to me, that's what I want. Don't forget, if I burst out with all my strength, the threat is greater than that of large sea kings." "Not too weak." "Stinky brat." Warring States scolded AI Fan with a smile. "The new world is not a kind place. Don't get too carried away." AI Fan said with a smile, "I fully understand." In addition, the shock and awe is located in the Chambord archipelago. You must evacuate the crowd in advance. Warring States said solemnly, "It is impossible to shock and awe. Let the Murlocs shock humans." "What is the face of the world government, and the face of the Navy? Also, are you sure that they will not violate other countries and people?" AI Fan said with a smile, "No, if they dare to do that, I will kill their entire clan." The meaning of shocking, it is better to show it, if you really do it directly. It seems to be a bit arrogant. I will consider these carefully before deciding. Warring States sighed and said, the Fishman Island is the only way to the New World. Every month, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of people pour into the New World. Among them, most of them will fall into the sand after entering the New World for the first time. But there will always be a part of them who become famous and become the big pirates of the disaster. If the Murlocs can form an army to help the Navy, what you said will be realized in 3 days. If not, then the Murlocs, no matter how powerful they are, can only stay in the deep sea. You know what I mean, Evan? AI Fan smiled and said, I totally understand. However, I don't understand where the confidence of the world government comes from. Are they sure they can control the fish people with ancient weapons? Warring States said solemnly, AI Fan, the power of the world government is far stronger than you think. I also promised you in advance because of your face, and the face of the Princess Otoji of Fishman Island, if they can't do it, they can only stay in the deep sea forever. Chapter 229. Wait. First update. After the lengthy negotiation-like conversation ended, the atmosphere in the room seemed to have dropped to freezing point. After a while, Nami said carefully, AI Fan, I feel that you are very. It's annoying, isn't it? AI Fan smiled. Nami paused for a moment, then nodded slightly invisibly. Laveau and Evely were silent, not knowing what to write. AI Fan smiled and said, this is politics. The reason why I let you listen here is that I want you to learn these things in the future. Even if you don't want to, at least you must know these things. If you want to traverse the world, power, intelligence, and strength are indispensable, and your thoughts, beliefs, and ideas determine your views on different events. I just acted like an absolute statesman, without the slightest emotion. I put countless people's lives on my lips to discuss and decide. Now if you don't have uncomfortable thoughts, I have to be careful. However, you are short-sighted. AI Fan looked at Evely, Nami, and Laveau seriously and said, think about it. What if I was talking about the lives of millions of humans and Murlocs? What if I saw politics as a quagmire like you? But even so, I jumped in without hesitation. I say this, not to prove that I have greatness or anything. I want to tell you that all of this could not have happened. If I am strong enough, I will destroy Noah with one blow, and we don't have to worry about all this. If I honestly don't save Otoji, then things may turn out to be a lot worse. Just wait and see. Even in the Warring States period, he, who is the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, can't go as he wishes, and things will still happen. Continue to change, but we have mastered the initiative. Charlie sat up straight, looked at AI Fan with a smile and said, I think you are great. The three of Nami looked at Xiali at the same time, and she looked at AI Fan with shining eyes and said, being able to do so much for someone you just met, and think so much for them, for whatever reason, you are noble. Because you don't have the selfish desires of politicians, they are for their own status or rights! And you, for those poor lives. Comparing them with you is to tarnish you completely. AI Fan blinked. Am I as good as you said? I only did this out of love for a certain woman and cuteness for a certain Lily. Charlie said seriously, you are better than what I said. I think getting on your boat is the best decision I have ever made. Many years later, Charlie is still genuinely happy with her decision. AI Fan smiled, without denying anything. Charlie is right. No matter what the reason is, what she does is to save others. Bai Xing is a kind and innocent mermaid girl. Although she is a little introverted, AI Fan will definitely improve her personality as she grows up. As long as she grows up healthily and happily and becomes a kind girl at this time, nothing will change. Otto Ham's wish will definitely be fulfilled, and the tragedy that has happened on Fishman Island for a long time will definitely be improved. AI Fan wants a world where everyone is equal, and Murlocs are also human. As long as they don't hate humans, they should have equal rights. Changing the world should be done slowly. A world that can be achieved overnight will not last long. AI Fan firmly believed that his goals can be achieved. He wants to end this chaotic world, and the first country to change it is Fishman Island. Nami thought about it for a long time. She looked at AI Fan and said, "Although I still don't understand why, I believe that you are a good person. No matter what you do to others, for me, you are the one who saved me. I will become stronger with you. I'm looking forward to it." Nami AI Fan smiled. Cough cough, Lavo said with a dry cough. "Although I didn't understand anything from the beginning to the end, I feel that I'm sure it's not wrong to listen to you." "Your feeling is right," AI Fan replied seriously. Evely smiled and said, "Princess White Star's experience is very similar to mine. But, she is much luckier than me. She met you so early." AI Fan, "No matter what others are, you helped me kill Dragon Lord. The grievances are over. No matter when and where, I am the crew of the Liberty, and you will always be my captain." "Ha ha tilde." AI Fan laughed. "We are partners, no matter when and where we are." "Partner." Everyone in the room shouted with laughter at the same time. The next day, warring states contacted AI Fan again. The news of Fishman Island was suppressed after discussions with Neptune, and the final decision could not be made until the World Conference 2 years later. This is not a trivial matter, and it cannot be decided so hastily. After all, the Murloc army was unsuccessful. For the current Murlocs, these things are still too far away, and it is better to walk step by step. AI Fan sighed in his heart. Things really didn't go in the direction he expected. Neptune chose to retreat in the face of the pressure of the world government. This is his freedom. AI Fan just gave him advice, but he lacked the confidence to fight, and the most important, courage. But this is also a good thing. They have great power and do not abuse it, which shows that they are truly righteous people, and such people are worthy of AI Fan's full help. Within half a month, the matter has been settled, and Otto Heim will continue to collect the signatures of the people in preparation for the next World Government Conference. It is worth mentioning that Baek Singh officially recognized AI Fan as his master, because Otto G firmly believes that AI Fan is the human who can correctly guide Baek Singh's power. The education of Fishman Island has been improved, and at the same time, the mutual communication and understanding with human beings are also being carried out silently, and changes have begun here. The only thing left is to wait for the changes after 2 years. After teaching Baek Singh to practice for a month, AI Fan and the others embarked on a journey to the New World. Although Baek Singh is very reluctant, it is a pity that she is too young. She herself knows that she cannot go to sea now. Charlie's room, AI Fan redecorated her. It was divided into upper and lower floors. Below is the swimming pool. The water in it can communicate with the sea water at any time. On the top is her big bed. There are utensils for making coffee and desserts, and Xiali was also sealed another position by AI Fan. In addition to the chief fortune teller, she was also the chief pastry chef. Nami is the chief navigator, and she has improved a lot, and it only takes a little time to become the best navigator. The sailing continues, as the light above the head is getting brighter and brighter. Everyone is getting closer and closer to the sea surface of the New World. Boo! The membrane ruptured, and the Liberty also appeared on the sea of the New World. Chapter 230 Meeting Ceremony, 2nd. The locations they came out of were random, because AI Fan felt that it didn't matter where they went. The New World was so big, no matter what the goal was. Whitebeard is not so easy to kill. It is not difficult to kill Blackbeard under his protection, and AI Fan is not in a hurry. You have 5 years left. Whitebeard is getting old day by day, and he is getting stronger day by day. Maybe he can succeed in a short period of time. It's just a thought. Ivan brings the Liberty and his crew to another warm welcome to the New World. Help Life. Nami's scream pierced the sky. Evelyn Revoxiali looked at the sky with a dull expression. A mountain-sized hailstone fell towards the ship, and they were right in the middle of a huge hailstone. Revo's shock was a fatal release, but unfortunately it was completely useless. Haha! AI Fan shouted with a smile. It's okay, Liberty, overspeed mode. Everyone, hurry up, hum. There was a faint humming sound, and the Liberty's hull shook, and then, when the hail was almost sticking to the mast, it burst out instantly. It seems to have turned into a black lightning, but in the blink of an eye, it has already galloped into the distance. 10 minutes later, the wind was sunny and the breeze was gentle on the calm sea, and the Liberty sailed slowly here. Nami and the others were all lying on the railing and returning to their souls. The speed just now was too fast and too sudden. In their words, the soul had left the body and needed a good rest. Charlie went back to her room and soaked in the sea to calm down. Only AI Fan stood on the bow and sighed. "You guys, you still need to exercise. You can't stand such a little speed. You have to tell us too," Evely yelled. Hey, AI Fan was surprised. "I said it. In that case, no one can hear it except me," Laveau said weakly. AI Fan looked at the time, raised his hand and shouted, "It's almost time to eat. Who should cook today?" "Everyone on the boat cooks, so everyone rotates." "You do it," everyone said at the same time without turning their heads. "Okay, you should almost recover some spirits. This is just the beginning," AI Fan shouted. While talking, he walked into the kitchen, picked up the kitchen utensils, and AI Fan muttered, "Maybe I should find a chef." "What's the point of letting the captain cook?" He'll do. AI Fan was about to use the knife when Nami's screams came out again. AI Fan's vision sensed the situation outside, and for safety reasons, he still took a look from the kitchen probe. A huge sea beast stared at the Liberty, with its huge head floating on the sea, staring at the few people on the deck. "Nami, get back inside!" Charlie shouted from the room. Although she also has combat power, she is also stronger than ordinary people. Compared with Revo Evely, she is much worse. As for Nami, she is just a little lily who needs strict protection. Quack. Seeing Nami running back to the house, Laveau rubbed his fists and said, "Let me come." Bang bang. Stepping on the air, Laveau jumped directly. He didn't use the impact, because the power was concentrated in his fist. The sea beast just stared at Revo, who was like a little bug to him, and when he saw the bug flying, it directly opened its mouth and bit it. Shave. Laveau dodged instantly in the air, and in the next second, he appeared behind the sea beast's head. His fist was surrounded by invisible impact, and he punched the deadly forehead of the sea beast. Penetrating impact. Boom. Facing the loud noise, the sea beast let out a scream, and its huge head was smashed. Revo gritted his teeth, and the impact was solidified again. Call out. The air made a sharp whistling, and his impact directly penetrated the head of the sea beast. Bang! The sea beast fell powerless and slapped on the sea, causing a burst of waves. Pat. Laveau landed on the deck and compared Nami, who was watching from the window, and said, "Look, I'm strong too." Evely shook her head and left. Vegetables were grown on the deck above her, and they had grown a lot on Fishman Island for more than a month, and they seemed to be ready to eat now. Nami trotted out and said, "Brother Laveau is amazing." "Of course," someone responded to him, and Laveau laughed. AI Fan stuck his head out in the kitchen and said, "Don't be stinky, the corpse of the sea beast will be carried away by other things in a while, and quickly pull it up." Revo and Evely worked together to pull up the entire giant sea beast in 3 or 2 strokes. AI Fan appeared with a few long knives, and after 3 or 2 efforts, the whole sea beast became a uniform piece of meat, and inedible things such as internal organs had been thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Charlie doesn't eat fish, but fortunately, sea beasts are not fish. But Evely couldn't eat it. She was nibbling on the green leaves. Seeing her pitiful, Evan even made some sauce for her to dip her into. Everyone enjoys delicious food at the same time. On the sea in the distance, an observer with a telescope on a pirate ship with a skull flag shouted, "Captain Bertram, a large ship has been spotted in the distance." Beneath him, Bertram, who was as fat as a ball, said, "Confirm the identity of the other party." Observer looked at it for a while and then said, "The other side hangs 2 flags, one is the Navy and the other is a Red Eagle." "Red Eagle? Navy?" Bertram sneered. "Is it the Navy's new combat unit? Go all out and give the Navy a big greeting." "Oh!" Dozens of pirates on board shouted at the same time. Soon, both ships can be easily seen with the naked eye. Nami stood on the highest observation deck and shouted, "The other party is a pirate, and there is a coconut on the skull flag." "Ha ha!" AI Fan laughed loudly. "Never mind, this group of pirates should be treated as a welcome gift. announcing the opening ceremony of the Free Army era. The speed of the Liberty increased, and it rammed into the pirate ship in the distance. "Captain, their ship is so big." When they got there, the pirates found that the Liberty was much bigger than expected. "What's the use of a ship?" Bertram cried. "Prepare to bombard it and sink it." "It's not good, Captain. The other party wants to hit him directly." The pirates were a little flustered. Bertram looked at the Liberty, whose speed did not decrease at all, and roared frantically, "Don't care about them, just shoot. Let me see if their ships are faster or their shells are faster." Yes, the pirates should drink. Their hulls were sideways, the leads of the cannons had been lit. Bang bang. 6 shells hit at the same time. Boom. Without exception, the shells all hit the sea behind the Liberty. Ivan stood at the bow of the boat, with Evely and Lavo, Charlie behind him. Nami was hiding in the house. He grinned and said, "Go ahead." With an indomitable momentum, the Freedom slammed into the pirate ship. Chapter 231 Coconut King. Third. More time goes back a little bit. Bertram's pirate ship. Looking at the fast approaching Liberty, his crew panicked. "Captain, the other party is about to hit it." Bertram sneered. "What are you afraid of? Don't forget, this ship is specially made by me. All members, enter the rescue cabin." "Yes, Captain." The crew rushed into the rescue capsule within 3 seconds. Bertram stood on the deck, watching the incoming Liberty and shouted, "Come on and see who's harder." On the bow of the Liberty, AI Fan responded, "I'm tougher." Bertram opened his mouth to drink, when the Liberty suddenly accelerated and crashed into his ship. Click. There was a loud noise, and Bertram's ship broke in two without any accident. However, a huge ball appeared in the broken ship. The green exterior had been cracked, and the inside was a gray fluffy hard shell. "Coconut?" AI Fan questioned. "That's right." A voice came from the sky. Bang! The voice fell, and a ball more than 2 meters high fell on the deck. AI Fan blinked, and suddenly said shocked, "The coconut has grown hands and legs." He circled the coconut twice, and said excitedly, "Is this the coconut beast becoming an essence?" "No," Coconut said angrily, "I'm not a coconut beast." "By the way, is there such a thing as a coconut beast?" "Coconut has spoken," Lavo said with a look of horror. "No." Bertram was directly angry. His body deformed and turned into a big fat man. "Although it is still round and round, it looks like a person anyway." Able person. AI Fan looked disgusted. "You kid," Bertram yelled, "take me seriously." "My name is Bertram, but he is a big pirate with a bounty of 230 million Bailey." AI Fan glanced at him up and down and said, "I haven't heard of it." "There are thousands of pirates in this world. Although they have seen a lot of information, how can they read them all? After all, everyday pirates die or become famous, and the collection of intelligence will be delayed." Bertram said solemnly, "Looks like it's time for you to experience my fears." Lao Tzu, but the man known as the Coconut King. Coconut. It's also called king. Evely touched her smooth chin and said, "The taste of coconut is delicious. And the meat inside is also delicious." "Coconuts aren't just for eating." Bertram roared, his hands twisted and turned into green coconuts. His 2 hands collided, cracking the green outer skin, leaving only the hard gray inner shell. Bang bang. He bumped his hands together and made a drum-like sound, staring at AI Fan seriously. "Coconut boxer." He jumped back and forth, posing as a boxer, and threw 2 punches at will. Quack! The bones on Evely's body made a sound, turned into a half-dragon state, and said, "I'm coming." Ancient animal species. Bertram's mouth twitched, a very rare ability. Evely drew out her white fangs sword, stared at Bertram calmly and said, "I hope you will be so confident after a while." Shah! Evely suddenly burst into flames, and the long sword pierced Bertram's eyes. "Ha!" The air screeched and Bertram stabbed the long sword against his ear, but he grinned. Too slow. Bang! Before he finished speaking, his fist had already hit Evely's stomach. Evely snorted, and the whole person was beaten and flew for dozens of meters before hitting the railing. Before stopping, the fangs and long swords have been thrown into the distance involuntarily. The next second after she stopped, she stood up with her stomach covered. "Bastard!" Oh, Bertram grinned and said, Is the defense good enough? I thought this punch was enough to knock you unconscious. Shah. Evely spread her fingers, claws popped out, and charged straight towards Bertram again. Bertram grinned, smashing coconut fists at Evely's claws. With a swipe of a claw, Evely was overjoyed. I used my arrogance. Clang! The steel chirped. Her full blow was blocked in an instant. Bertram grinned and said, "My coconut shell is as hard as a diamond." Boom! As he used up his strength, Evely flew out in an instant. Shaved. Laveau flashed into the air in an instant, catching Evely, who flew out backwards. Evely covered her arms and gritted her teeth. Damn it! It's useless to complain. Laveau gently put Evely down and said, "You still need more power." Evely said in a deep voice, "If it wasn't for the fear of falling into the sea, I would have already become my full form." Laveau's fists collided, domineering already attached to it. "Next, look at me." Bertram grinned and said, "You seem to be more durable than the lady just now." Laveau squatted slightly, his fists clenched tightly, and the impact force exploded along with his legs, instantly appearing in front of Bertram and punching at a speed that surpassed shaving. Fist of impact. His elbows carried a huge impact, which multiplied the power and speed of his punches. Boom! Bertram didn't block it, and was hit on the forehead by Lavel's punch. Kai Kai! The floor was rubbed, and his entire body was knocked backwards by more than 1 meter. And Laveau's explosive power was also exhausted. Only Bertram said solemnly, "You are not the only one who can use domineering." His entire head was pitch black. The coconut-like fist was also wrapped in domineering, and slammed towards Laveau's abdomen. Laveau's waist surged with air, pushing him to traverse half a meter to avoid the punch. After traversing, he jumped back without hesitation, and where he stood just now, the pitch-black coconut fist was slowly retracting there. Bertram smiled and said, "Hurry up and hide." Laveau's eyes were serious, and there was a little blood flowing from his waist. He clenched his fists up and down, aiming straight at Bertram, a few meters away. This familiar scene surprised AI Fan, and he murmured, "This guy Laveau also knows the Six Kings Spear?" I only saw that Laveau was silent for a second, and the fists he held were suddenly raised together. Turtle School Kai Gong. For some reason, these 4 words hit AI Fan's heart. The invisible air gathered visible to the naked eye, and a white ball appeared in the center of Laveau's 2 palms. The ball kept spinning and was only the size of a billiard ball. There was a lot of sweat on Laveau's face, and his face was a little pale, but he said with a smile, "This is the use of fruit power combined with body art, Six Kings Cannon." As his voice fell, the ball in his palm disappeared instantly, and when it reappeared, it was already in the middle of Bertram's chest. Laveau grinned and said, "With the help of the impact speed of the sound, although it is very reluctant, you cannot escape this blow." Bertram's discoloration has changed, and his chest has turned green. Chapter 232 Chopping Coconuts. Fourth More. The moment when the ball created by Laveau came into contact with Bertram, the white shock waves scattered in all directions, and Evely and Charlie were rushed out. If it wasn't for Evan's pulling, they would have fallen into the sea by now. Laveau didn't respond, except for panting heavily on the spot. The corners of his clothes were not scratched. He is a shocker, and it is impossible for him to be hurt by his own shock. But in just 2 seconds, everything dissipated, and the huge shock that appeared just now seemed to have never existed. Bertram stood still, but he was full of cracks. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of cracking sounded, and the cracks on Bertram's body fell off like glass, revealing the true appearance. There was some transparent and slightly whitish liquid flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his body and appearance had changed greatly. He licked his upper body. His body was full of bulging muscles, and his green hair was gathered in tufts like leaves, which looked like a hat. The flesh on his face has completely disappeared, and his appearance is quite handsome. He wiped the corners of his mouth, looked at Laveau and said solemnly, "I really didn't expect it to break my external defense. It even caused me to vomit blood and get injured." Laveau said disdainfully, "I thought you were so tough. It's just a joke to be comparable to a diamond." Bertram twisted his neck and said with a smile, "That's my exterior, It's equivalent to my clothes. Lao Tzu's interior is the strongest, and it's really comparable to the hardness of a diamond. He shook his hair and stroked his forehead with his fingers. It's really troublesome to show your true appearance. The two women over there will definitely fall for me. There's no way. Who told me, Lord Coconut King, to be so handsome? Wherever I go, I have to wrap myself in coconut shells to prevent my handsome face from being admired by too many women. Alas, trouble. AI fan murmured. There may be many people who are narcissistic, but it is rare to be narcissistic to your level. Lovell returned to the blue flower, and his fists were stacked together again to strike again. At this moment, Bertram came back to his senses, and instantly flashed in front of Lovell. His fist turned black, and instantly slammed into Lovell's stomach. Coconut punch, piercing. Revo almost vomited blood, but fortunately, he reacted, and when Bertram's fist hit his stomach, the domineering was already there. Boom! There was a huge impact behind Revo, and his clothes were shattered by the shock. Bertram slowly closed his fists, shook his head slightly and said, "It didn't penetrate." Blood spilled from the corner of Revo's mouth. Half bent over, covering his stomach, he stepped back a few steps unconsciously, and then fell to one knee on the ground. Blue veins burst out on his face, and the pain in his stomach was almost unbearable. TSK, Bertram said with a pitiful expression. "You're a domineering beginner, right? It's not bad to have this kind of strength. It's very unusual. But to me, you're just a chick just out of the nest. You're simply too weak." Clap clap. AI fan applauded from the side. "Very vivid lesson. Thank you for helping me give my crew a meaningful education lesson." "Class?" Bertram turned his head to look at Ivan and said, "Are you the captain of this ship? It's a waste to have a few of you in such a big ship. Why don't you let this ship go? Give it to me." Bertram's voice fell, and the figure already appeared beside AI fan, and the black fist slammed down on AI fan. Bang! The fist fell, but Bertram's color changed. I only saw AI fan standing in front of his fist with one hand, and he was never shaken. So strong. Evely and Revo sighed. They were powerless opponents, but AI fan easily resisted. The fists were stalemate, and Bertram's mouth was slightly raised. This kind of power is very unusual. "Are you a Navy, Zizzy?" AI fan clenched Bertram's fist tightly, and the two's domineering collided palms as if sparks appeared. And Ivan's palm was pressing down Bertram's fist inch by inch, and I saw him grinning and saying, "Forget it." In addition, if you use the analogy of a bird, you are a sparrow, and I am an eagle flying in the sky. You are just a meat dish to me. Ka. Bertram's fist rattled. Cold sweat fell on his forehead, and between his teeth. The entire fist twisted and finally turned into a round coconut, and AI fan's fist was clenched tightly, and even the coconut pinched by his 5 fingers began to deform. Bertram roared, and his other hand also turned into a coconut, which smashed down towards AI fan with a domineering surge. Clang! AI fan raised his fist and shook it together. Sha! The power exploded, and Bertram's fist was shattered. His pupils contracted slightly, and he said in shock, "How is that possible? How could his domineering not be as strong as a hairy boy?" With a smile, Ivan swung one hand, and Bertram was thrown into the sky by him. In the air, Bertram's pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle, and he saw that a long knife had appeared in Ivan's hand. Instinctively, he sensed a fatal crisis. AI fan held a knife in both hands, and in the next second, the whole person rushed towards Bertram in the sky. Bertram shouted, his limbs and head shrank, his clothes were completely torn apart, and then, the whole person had turned into a big coconut with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. Shocking slashing with a long knife. AI fan will not show mercy. Clang! AI fan slashed into the pitch-black coconut, and AI fan heard a miserable howl, and his red knife did not break the coconut, but got stuck in it, cutting into a maximum of 10 centimeters. Domineering is not so powerful, but the body's defense is stronger. AI fan murmured. He landed on the deck and looked at the big coconut on the red knife with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. How to deal with this? Bang bang bang. AI fan smashed the coconut on the deck with a bang, and every time he smashed the coconut, he would make a scream. But Ai Fan clearly felt that Chai Dao did not score any more points. Moreover, the coconut skin tightly clamped the red knife, and it was difficult for Ai Fan to pull it out. Ai Fan swayed wildly up and down, but unfortunately it didn't work. Hey, Arnold said in the red sword. Its meaning is clear. Let go of the handle and let me do it. Ai Fan heard the words and let go of it directly, only to see a change in the handle of the knife. Arnold's huge body has appeared. It's just that there is still a big coconut stuck on its beak, and it can't even open its mouth. However, it is not easy to bully. Only to see Arnold spread his wings and begin to absorb the heat. When Ai Fan saw this, Xing'Lai clone appeared, and Lting turned into heat and began to help Arnold frantically store heat. Chapter 233 Become Stronger, 5th More. The Liberty lay across the sea, flanked by 2 mostly sunk ships, and a large leaf floating on the sea not far ahead. And above the Liberty, Arnold's huge body stood on the deck, with a large coconut stuck in the eagle's beak. Soon, with the help of Xing'Lai's clone, Arnold's stored heat reached its limit. I only saw that it became red all over, covering the black, and the amazing heat passed upwards, and finally gathered in its mouth. In contrast, the temperature of its eagle's beak instantly reached to very high temperature, flames spewed out of its nostrils, and the huge attack would break open the coconut shell. At this time, Bertram took the initiative to fall, and he knew that if he continued to get stuck there, something would definitely happen. Bang! He slammed on the deck without extending his hands and feet, and a small coconut appeared on the big coconut. His facial features clearly appeared on the small coconut. Looking at Arnold, who had turned into a red knife again, his eyes were full of vigilance. That knife is very unusual. Ai Fan held a knife in both hands and grinned. Your hardness is also very unusual. Bertram's eyes were calm and he said, I've rarely been pushed to this level. In return, let's show you the horror. I burst out with all my strength. You'll all be knocked down in an instant. It suddenly rose a few points, and Ai Fan saw that an oval coconut appeared below him. Bertram said solemnly, Coconut Chariot. Kaka. The coconut skin changed and turned into a long black muzzle. He grinned and said, Coconut Launcher. Aha! Ai Fan took a deep breath and said, I can already hold back this kind of attack with all my strength. Little devil! Bertram yelled, looking at Ai Fan with admirable eyes and shouting, Coconut Baseball Machine. Bang! Cannonballs were fired from the muzzle, and the dark little coconut shot straight at Ai Fan. Clang! Ai Fan swung the knife out, and the flying coconut turned into 2 pieces. Bertram laughed wildly and said, You see? The coconuts I shoot are faster than bullets, and they are also domineering. You can block one, but you can't block countless, because my coconuts are endless. Ai Fan looked at the white transparent liquid left in the cracked coconut. He frowned slightly. Your ability is disgusting. If you cut it like this, it will be disgusting on the Liberty. Go to hell! Bertram yelled. Burst mode. Bang! When the voice fell, he was already lying on the deck. The hands and feet stretched out unconsciously, becoming a kneeling coconut. Ai Fan smiled and said, As long as it's human, it's not natural, it's not overbearing, and its power isn't too strong. It's scum in front of me. Standing behind Bertram, Ai Fan aimed at the big coconut floating on the sea in front of him. He grinned and said, Guess how far you will fly, Nanny? Bertram noticed that Ivan was retreating, and seemed to be preparing for the run. He panicked and hurriedly shouted, Wait, I surrender, surrender. Ai Fan laughed loudly, I refuse. With a run-up, Ai Fan instantly appeared in front of Bertram, raised his right leg high, and slammed down with huge force. Ultimate, Battleship Impact. Bang! A kick on the coconut shell. Even if it is domineering, Bertram's coconut shell is still a little deformed, like a meteor. The huge warship slammed into Bertram and directly hit the coconut that his companion was hiding. Boom! The sea was splashed with waves, and the blue battleship disappeared into the sky with 2 coconuts, turned into a little light, and finally disappeared. Ai Fan held his forehead with one hand to block the dazzling sunlight, It's really far to fly. A few seconds later, AI Fan turned his head, looked at Laveau and Evely and said, "Why don't you talk?" Laveau sighed, "We are too weak." Evely picked up her long sword and was silent. "This little blow made you all lost?" AI Fan folded his arms around his chest, frowning at the two of them and said, "There are countless new worlds of pirates like Coconut. If you are hit by him, I will be so disappointed." Laveau clenched his fist and said, "It's not a blow, but a clear recognition of myself, and I feel a little lost for a while." Evely nodded slightly, agreeing with Lavel's statement. "He," AI Fan said with a smile, "that's good. I will practice hard in the future. I am still very optimistic about you." He patted the two of them, and then shouted, "Pack up the treasure." "Okay." Nami trotted and emerged from the cabin. She looked left and right and asked with bright eyes, "Where is the treasure?" AI Fan grinned, "In the sea. Besides, clean up the deck first." "Hey, I actually want someone to work." Nami puffed her cheeks and said, "I have to pay someone Bailey." After that, he trotted to get something like a mop. Charlie asked suspiciously, "Do we really need these things?" "She doesn't care much about the appearance of money." AI Fan smiled and said, "Don't you think it's a very exciting thing to collect other people's treasures?" Charlie paused, looked at AI Fan and said seriously, "I feel AI Fan, you are a bit like a pirate now." AI Fan waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter what it is called, as long as we strive for our ideals. It doesn't matter what the name is." "Packed up." Nami appeared with a big smile. She didn't know when she changed into a swimsuit and called to AI Fan, "Let's go collect the treasure together." AI Fan clenched his fist and said, "Okay." The night was like water, and the Liberty stopped running at night after a day's voyage, and the ship was silent. Nami was named Chief Financial Officer by AI Fan during the day, and she even changed the structure of the room next to her. Only her room can enter the room next to her, which looks like a room from the outside. And the big room in his room was the Liberty Vault that AI Fan made out, and there was nothing but gold and silver treasures in it. At this moment, Nami is sorting all kinds of treasures. Her face is full of sweat, but she is full of excitement. A lot of Bailey is under her control, which makes her very excited. Excited to sleep. In Laveau's room, his hands were spread out, and above his palm was a black iron ball. He made the iron ball fly with the impact. He was covered in sweat, and this kind of continuous rushing at him has persisted for a long time, even breaking through his own limit. But he didn't stop. He wanted to become stronger. On the other side, Xiali stroked her crystal ball, murmuring something in her mouth, with a dazed look on her face. In Evely's room, she sat cross-legged. The scales on her body appeared and disappeared, and her aura was constantly changing. Outside, AI Fan, who was sitting cross-legged on the mast, smiled. "Everyone is very hard-working." Chapter 224 Rush into Space. First update. At dawn, the sun rises. Standing on the mast, AI Fan shouted, "Let's sail!" Laveau, Evely, and Charlie all got up quickly and looked full of energy. After all, AI Fan gave them a lot of blue flowers. It was Nami, who arrived late after a long meeting, staring at the dark circles under her eyes, lacking in energy because she just fell asleep for less than 10 minutes. "I was too excited to count money last night, and the time passed without noticing." AI Fan shook his head and sighed. In the next second, a blue flower was swallowed, and Nami's spirit recovered a lot with the naked eye. The healing clone squeezed twice on her shoulder, activated her ability, and her exhaustion and laziness were instantly expelled. After enjoying breakfast, under the command of Nami, everyone moved towards a certain place. They didn't rely on the recording pointer, because AI Fan took out the lifeguard that Delia Zengjin gave her, and they could find her directly along the lifeguard. The Liberty doesn't need to set sail. After setting the direction, it only needs to travel in a straight line. Nami sat on the third deck, and after watering the budding orange trees, she sat reading a book on the weather. Here you can see far away, and can effectively sense the changes in the sea breeze, which is what she must do as a navigator. Suddenly, some moist sea breeze swept across Nami's nose. She paused, put down the book. There were thunder and lightning and stormy waves. She shouted to the few people practicing on the deck, "Get ready, The storm is coming. Storm, Laveau murmured while looking at the sun that he wanted to sweat. It's going to be a storm now? AI Fan laughed loudly. Listen to the navigators. Charlie felt a little shocked, because even as a mermaid, she didn't feel that way. At such an age, you can predict the weather to such an extent. Charlie looked at Nami in shock. This is an absolutely promising navigator genius. Nami shouted at the top. Turn left 50 degrees. The Liberty then turned, and AI Fan's Thunderclone was manipulating the ship, speeding up and turning to listen to the command. Gutilda. The strong winds brought big waves, and the Liberty's hull began to shake. AI Fan jumped to Nami's side and said, "Go back to the cabin." Nami shook her head and said, "No way, the weather here is too fickle. It's not enough to just observe with your eyes." "Okay, you can rest assured that I will be responsible for all safety issues," AI Fan said with a grin. While talking, Laveau and the others had already hid in the cabin, and each found a chair and tied themselves to it. The boat was rocking so much that, in order not to be a disservice, strapping yourself to a chair was the best way to go. AI Fan stood very stable, or he simply stood in the air, but adjusted his direction. As the ship swayed, so it seemed that he was standing very stable. Bang! The waves in the distance flew dozens of meters high and shot on the sea surface, and the torrential rain swept over, and it was difficult to escape at the speed of the Liberty. AI Fan intends to exercise Nami's navigation skills, so he did not choose the overspeed mode to escape the range of the storm. What's more, if you hit the waves in overdrive mode, AI Fan is not sure what will happen. Nami looked left and right. As soon as the turbulent current made the boat sway from side to side, Nami seemed to have thought of something. She quickly ran back and picked up the book she was reading. Opening the page, Nami murmured after reading it for a few seconds, "You can't go wrong. This is an upwelling ocean current." Rising ocean current. AI Fan's face twitched slightly. What about the scale? Nami looked at the book, and the rain kept falling on it. Fortunately, these books are all of AI Fan's characteristics, and waterproofing is a trivial matter. Holding the book, Nami looked around a few times, and suddenly her pupils shrank and said, "This is an extremely large upwelling current that will only erupt once in decades or even hundreds of years. And the location tilde." She looked left and right for a while and suddenly called out, "Just below us." Ivan paused for a moment, and Xing'Li clone directly started to activate the overspeed mode. However, in less than a second, the Liberty suddenly shook. AI Fan felt that his body was sinking, and a pressure was suppressing him. Although he didn't care about the pressure, Nami was already lying on the deck and couldn't move. Swish! AI Fan stretched out one hand and put Nami in the door. Bang! At a speed that surpassed all common sense, the huge ocean current sent the entire Liberty into the sky. The pressure on AI Fan was increasing, and he did not hesitate to push the air door to put Laveau and others away. However, at such a speed, the air door seems to be heavier than a mountain, and it cannot be opened at all. The strong wind pressure, the occasional sharp whistling, the huge pressure oppressed AI Fan and made his consciousness dizzy. I don't know how long it took. AI Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and his consciousness also woke up at the same time. However, AI Fan opened his eyes and saw a huge patch of blue and patches of white. But when he turned his head again, he saw a deep, black cloth-like space with countless little dots shining brightly. This was a beautiful scene that he had never seen before. "It's so beautiful," AI Fan sighed, but found himself floating in the air. He suddenly realized what? He was sent into space by the upwelling current, or close to space. Because he can't feel gravity anymore, he stepped lightly and used the moon step, but there was no air to shake him. But AI Fan still hit the Liberty like a meteor. He stepped on the chakra and used a little strength to make himself move. In space, he obviously underestimated his speed in space. Liberty was hit and flew into infinite space. AI Fan got up carefully, controlled himself to slowly fly under the Liberty with a weak force, and stopped the freedom of the Liberty with both hands. He tried to take a deep breath, and the wonderful feeling reverberated. "There is also air in the space here? It's just a little thin, but it can also make people survive. The three of Revo were in a coma and didn't look life-threatening. AI Fan is not in a hurry to go back, and with him, they will definitely not die. Clap clap. After giving the three of them a slap to wake them up, AI Fan grinned and pointed to the outside of the cabin. The three of them untied the rope and found that their body was actually floating. Charlie shook her tail, and the whole person hesitated and shot out like an arrow from the string. When she was about to hit the wall, AI Fan grabbed her in time. Be careful, here our speed will soar dozens of times. Charlie smiled apologetically and floated outside the cabin, but was shocked by the beauty in front of her and couldn't move. Lavo's fingertips made a slight impact, but he was the most powerful in the crowd when he controlled himself. Evely took off her shoes and socks, and the scales on her toes released some power, and she relied on this power to control herself to move in the void. They rushed out of the cabin one by one, stunned by the sight in front of them. AI Fan released Nami, and like everyone else, she was stunned. Chapter 225 Lizardman, 2nd. In the silent and boundless starry sky, a large ship is standing here. There are several figures standing above, intoxicated by the fact that 99% of the people will never experience the wonderful starry sky in their lives. It's so beautiful here, it's unbelievably beautiful. And at their feet is the blue planet, separated by two red lines. Nami was shocked. Is this what the world looks like? That's right, AI Fan said excitedly. You can see half of the Great Airway from here, right there. Nami murmured, I will draw the face of this world in the future, and I will draw the whole world on my map. Xylis suddenly shouted, we have video phone bugs and cameras here. Hurry up and record these things. Lavo dodged to the cabin. I'll get it. In less than a minute, Lavo found and took out the videophone bug and the camera. Taking a perfect photo, the videophone bug seemed to be shocked by the sight in front of him. After a long time, AI Fan smiled and said, it's almost time to go down. Charlie smiled and said, getting on your boat was really the best decision I've ever made. Ha. AI Fan laughed loudly, you will feel more correct in the future. Charlie murmured, I don't need it anymore, because I have already obtained the greatest satisfaction. I have stayed in a place like this, even for a short time, and I have no regrets. By the way, the upwelling current is really big. It's tens of thousands of meters from the ground. Lavo said. AI Fan touched his chin and said, the initial estimate is 100,000 meters. It's hard to say the specifics. This planet cannot be calculated with common sense. Nami turned the pages of the book, and after a while, she pointed to a certain paragraph of text on it and said, look here, the book says that this is an ocean current unique to the Great Root, and what we encounter is not an upwelling that only occurs once in many years, but a legendary upwelling that only occurs once in 1,000 years. I thought it was in the book. It's just a legend. I didn't expect such a thing to exist. AI Fan smiled and said, then hurry back to the cabin. Now we don't know where it will go. I guess I can help a little when I fall. Nami said seriously. Lovell silently returned to the cabin and said, if I wasn't worried about being hungry, I would like to stay here. Several people returned to the cabin to tie themselves up, while AI Fan was pulling Nami to prevent her from running away. He was attached to the boat with Chakra, and he was not worried about the problem of throwing it out. The wings of the Liberty were opened under the control of Ivan, and the force of the impact appeared at the stern, and the Liberty rushed back to the planet with the Liberty. The ship began to vibrate violently, as if it had entered a membrane, and the familiar gravity returned to the body, and the Liberty began to drift and slide in the air. The air current made the boat keep shaking. AI Fan said solemnly, everything is ready. Liberty, the overspeed mode is activated. Boom! A huge impact came from the stern, carrying the entire hull, instantly breaking through the interference of the airflow. After wandering for a long time, Nami instructed AI Fan to wave the wings of the Liberty to choose a place to land. Soon, in less than an hour, the blue ocean was clearly visible. With its wings outstretched, the Liberty glides down toward the sea of the New World. AI Fan murmured, perhaps I can build a airplane. Nami wondered. AI Fan explained with a smile, look, if Liberty's wings are big enough, with the help of overspeed mode, can we fly with airflow? Nami's eyes lit up and said, yes, after flying into the sky, with the help of the high and violent airflow, if you sail with the wind and consume very little power, you can fly in the sky for a long time. It's a good idea to use the wind direction. If you simply use lightning as an energy source to fly, you might as well get a hot air balloon or something. Maybe you can prepare wings. AI Fan muttered to himself. There is an island ahead. Nami suddenly exclaimed excitedly. AI Fan returned to his senses and saw a black spot at the end of the sea. Revo and others also came out of the cabin, but they were a little lethargic, and the bumps when they fell just now made people uncomfortable. The Liberty's wings were all unfolded, and the impact of the tail was much stronger, like a sharp sword, falling from the sky and shooting like a distant island. Soon, the Liberty landed smoothly on the sea, and the island was already in sight. Leaving the poison clone to watch the boat, everyone landed on the island together. On the island, the vegetation is dense, and AI Fan's knowledge shrouded here, and many creatures were found. The climate here is tropical, with many creatures, but few powerful creatures. And most importantly, AI Fan found a village. The village is neither primitive nor advanced, it is an ordinary mountain village, but the people in it are a little different. Moreover, AI Fan found a familiar aura in it. He took out Delia's life card, and the direction of movement was exactly the direction he perceived. It's such a coincidence. AI Fan grinned. What's the matter? AI Fan suddenly laughed and attracted the attention of Nami. AI Fan smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, the person we're looking for is on this island. Wow, what a coincidence! Livo exclaimed slightly excitedly. Charlie flicked her fingers over the crystal ball dragged by the soap bubbles. These are all predestined. Nami said with a smile, then hurry up, I can't wait. Wait a minute. AI Fan stopped their movements and said solemnly, we are most likely facing an enemy, and not a normal human being, because my friend's situation is not very good. It's good to defeat the enemy, Livo said with a fist. Let's save your friend together. Cough cough. AI Fan coughed dryly. The enemy is not so powerful, it's just a little special. While speaking, he looked at Evely. Evely blinked twice and said, is it related to me? That's right. AI Fan nodded and said, the people here may have something to do with you. You mean, Dragon Man? Evely said with some surprise. AI Fan shook his head and said, I don't want to be a Dragon Man, but I have green scales like you. If I insist, I guess it should be a Lizard Man. Lizard Man? Everyone glanced at each other. Evely paused, and said with a memory in her eyes, I do know a little bit about the Lizardmen. It is said that they were created by our dragon people. In ancient times, it seemed that the whole family was a subsidiary race of the dragon people. Ivan paused for a moment and said, to be safe, I'll save Delia. Evely, you go and get in touch with these Lizardmen. Livo, Charlie, Nami, the three of you are still on the boat. Look at the boat. No problem. The crowd replied in unison. Chapter 226 Delia, Third More. After the assignment of tasks, several people are divided into three parts. AI Fan pushed open the air door and left, while Nami and the others were resting on the beach here, and the Liberty was docked not far away. Evely walked towards the village. In the jungle, in her words, she smelled the smell. So I don't need AI Fan to take her there. AI Fan was also very happy, and he was just about to chat with Delia to confirm the situation. In the shabby but not dirty room, Delia was sighing alone. Suddenly, the sound of opening the door came out, and Delia looked at the door but didn't find anyone there. At this moment, AI Fan's voice came from behind her. Where are you looking? She was startled and turned around without saying a word. Bang! The powerful leg was blocked, and a voice came out. Duanzij-san kick? When did you learn it? Delia looked back, and she found that the voice sounded familiar. Looking back, Delia shouted with surprise, Lord AI Fan. AI Fan smiled, and Delia did not disappoint him. He is not in a state of being possessed by a charming avatar. Delia's appearance shows that she is still very kind. Why are you here? AI Fan was not embarrassed to see Delia, but was locked here. Alas, Delia sighed and slowly began to tell her own experience. After she separated from AI Fan that day, She ran a small boat and quickly encountered a merchant ship. It was also good luck. She was lucky enough to take the merchant ship back to her hometown. Not long after the stable days, their hometown was attacked by pirates. Although she no longer had any family, she still heroically protected her hometown. However, the repelled pirates soon attacked again. It was the pirate group formed by the lizardmen outside. The strength was strong. Even with the local navy, they were still defeated. And the captain of the pirate ship took a fancy to her and insisted on marrying her 15 local wives. She refused, and as a result, she has been imprisoned until now. AI fan murmured, "This is a love that crosses races." "No," Delia said angrily, "they took a fancy to my ability. I have heard some things like ancient treasures." Treasure? AI fan suddenly became a little excited. By the way, AI fan suddenly thought of a question. Don't you make everything soft? It should be easy to escape. Delia shook her head and said, "It's very easy to go out, but there are guards at any time outside. I've tried many times, and I can't escape the siege at all. That is, I can barely protect myself with the help of my ability." Okay. AI fan extended his hand to Delia and said seriously, "I have a big ship now, and I want to solemnly invite you to join me on my ship to sail with me. Would you like to?" Delia was stunned for a moment, and she held AI fan's hand and said solemnly, "I do." "Aren't you going to ask me what my current status is?" AI fan said with a smile. Delia said seriously, "No matter what your identity is, I am willing to sail with you." AI fan laughed and said, "Very good, then we're ready to go." "Hey, when did Evely learn my skills?" "What?" Delia asked in confusion. AI fan smiled and said, "One of my companions. Let's go out." AI fan walked to the door. Delia pulled AI fan and said, "You can't go out like this, you will be besieged, and the captain here is much more powerful than the captain of Liz." Bang! AI fan kicked the wooden door to pieces, grinned and said, "Look again." Delia walked to the door, only to see the green lizardman kneeling on the ground in the courtyard, and only a tall girl was standing there. I saw the girl smiled at herself and said, "Captain, I know what's going on." Delia smiled and said, "I'm not." She was suddenly stunned. She blushed. This girl wasn't talking to herself at all. Delia was a little at a loss. She said a little confused, "What was I doing just now?" AI fan said speechlessly, "You have to ask yourself this. Why didn't you see that Delia was still a natural fool, with a height of more than 1.8 meters? The proportions of the body are exaggerated, and the strength is not weak, but the result is a natural dumb? Wrong. AI fan suddenly thought that Delia was like this after seeing Evely. Could it be? AI fan thought to himself, she's a lesbian. Yep, that makes sense. AI fan sighed in his heart. I really didn't know you were such a Delia. Evely looked at her blushing Delia a little strangely, then looked at Ivan and said, I remember. What's going on? AI fan wondered. Evely raised her finger and said, I have seen some records when I was a child. Dragons and Murlocs married and gave birth to lizardmen, and because of their bloodline, lizardmen were very afraid of all dragons. Even the most powerful lizardman dared to treat young a dragon man without the ability to resist makes a move. This is an absolute relationship between superiors and subordinates. No wonder AI fan looked at the lizardmen who were kneeling on the ground and said, these people are afraid of you. Right. It's all. Evely said proudly. The lizard people can evolve, and the purpose of their evolution is to get rid of their defects and become dragon people. How to evolve? AI fan asked in amazement. Evely thought for a moment and said, it should be my blood. As long as a small amount is needed, it can make them transform. There have been records of lizardmen turning into dragon people, but the process seems to be very painful and very painful. Easy to fail. Later, the lizard people formed a certain scale, and the leader of the dragon people at that time set an example of not being able to intermarry with foreigners, and then separated from the lizard people. No. That's right, a lizardman leader replied with a trembling voice. These are the only ones left of your race? AI fan wondered. Yes, the lizardman leader said calmly, because of the relationship of blood. The clan has been decreasing, and now there are only 100 of us left. More than 100? Delia shouted. You have 14 wives by yourself, and you have to force me to marry you. The lizardman leader trembled for a moment and quickly replied, "For the reproduction of the race, the strong must marry more wives, and we cannot have offspring when we get married with other races. I just want to use your ability to open the ancestral treasure chest." "Oh, by the way, the treasure chest," AI Fan said with a smile. "Where is the treasure chest? I'm also curious about what's in it." Evely pointed to the leader and said, "It's you. Go and bring the treasure chest." "Yes, yes." The leader knelt and stepped back more than a meter before standing up, and ran away without a shadow. In less than 2 minutes, he ran back again, holding a huge box of more than 3 meters in both hands. According to the footprints he left, AI Fan was sure that the weight of this box was amazing. Chapter 227 Another one, fourth more. The leader trotted to Evely, put the box away lightly, and then knelt down directly. "This is the box you want me to open?" Delia blinked. "Yes." The leader crouched down on the ground and said seriously, "Please forgive me for any offenses before." Delia glanced at AI Fan. The latter smiled, and she said directly, "Well, you didn't do anything to me anyway, I will forgive you." Hee. AI Fan laughed. "Hurry up and take a look. I'm also curious about what's inside." Delia reached out to touch it, and the entire treasure chest softened instantly. AI Fan's red knife was picked, and the whole treasure box jumped open. "This is a hard treasure chest. The hardness is comparable to that of diamonds." The leader of this generation of lizardmen also found it by accident. He used a lot of methods, but unfortunately he couldn't open it. It was not until he saw Delia's ability that he saw hope. "Delia can open this, but after she opens it, the contents inside are not destined to belong to him." The treasure chest was opened, and the contents inside were very familiar to AI Fan. A coconut-shaped devil fruit. AI Fan picked up the devil fruit and grinned. "This thing is rare." Tilda. Evely touched her chin and said, "What kind of ability is this?" AI Fan pouted, "Who knows?" And the leader of the lizardmen lay on the ground and didn't dare to say a word. AI Fan noticed his emotions and asked, "Do you know what this ability is?" Leader was silent for a while and said, "I also saw some records when I found this box. There is a demon sealed inside. Whoever gets the power of the demon can control the weather." "Weather?" AI Fan first thought of an army. He said directly, "Is it okay if I take it?" "It's okay, it's okay." The leader didn't dare to say a word. "Thank you." Evan grinned. Evely glanced at the devil fruit and shifted her gaze to the leader. "I know what you are longing for, and I will give you the blood. After all, I may be the only one left in the dragon race in the world, but you have to think clearly. Only the lizards under the age of 30 have a greater chance of success, and the end of failure is death. You should know this." Leader said solemnly, "I have always been clear about it. I have been waiting for this day to come. Even if it costs all our lives for this, we will not hesitate." Evely didn't say anything more, asked the leader to prepare a bowl, and then directly cut her wrist and put a bowl full of blood. Her face was a little pale, but a back blue flower and AI Fan's healing clone activated a little bit of power, and instantly restored her to a full state. She said solemnly, "These are enough for more than 10 generations of you. As for whether it will succeed, I am not sure." All the lizardmen stood up and took a drop of blood, regardless of age. They looked at each other and drank at the same time. Raw. All the lizardmen fell to the ground at the same time as if they had drank poison, with a terrifying roar from their mouths. One by one, they all started to twitch and scream for a whole hour. Then, without knowing who started first, all the lizardmen began to change. A few minutes later, there were more than 100 dragons of various shapes standing there. They cried with joy and hugged each other to celebrate that they were alive. AI Fan took 2 steps sideways and whispered beside Evely, "Isn't that saying that the success rate is very low?" Evely glared at Ivan angrily, and then explained in a low voice, "It may be because of my own devil fruit ability, which caused the bloodline to change, so that's why it's like this." AI Fan pondered. It is very likely that this is the case. After the lizardmen of the past and the dragons of the present were overjoyed, they huddled together and at the same time greeted Evely with the highest etiquette. "See the queen." Evely was slightly surprised, but she was relieved quickly. No matter what, she created them by herself, and it is nothing to be called a queen. She paused and said solemnly, Dragon Man Island is somewhere on the Great Route. You can go there to live, and in the future, I will go back to visit you. While speaking, AI Fan shrugged and took out the permanent pointer to the island that he met evilly. The leader fell to the ground and said in a humble tone, Please let us follow her, Lady Queen. Evilly turned to Ivan, wanting him to make up his mind. AI Fan pondered, I feel that you have all become very powerful, but, compared to the dangerous environment here in the New World, I can't keep you safe. Listen to Evelyn. You all go back to Dragon Island and live and thrive. After a few years, your clan has grown stronger and stronger, and I will let you help. Evilly said solemnly, What he meant was what I meant. Follow her, Lady Queen's orders. He stretched out his hands, and Ivan threw the permanent pointer to him. How are you going to get back? AI Fan smiled and said, Do you want me to help you strengthen your ship? Leader said seriously, Let's swim back. Our appearance has changed greatly, and the world government will not hunt us down anymore. We have to swim back happily in the sea. Evilly smiled and said, This is your will. Remember my words. Try not to go out after you go back, and sharpen your strength. Only in this way, the dragon people will not be endangered again. Yes, the leader said solemnly, After I go back, I will definitely multiply my descendants and contribute to the dragon people. Delia whispered, I always think this person is weird. The dragon people cleaned up very quickly. The things here only need the necessary self-defense weapons and so on, and the rest of the things were not brought, and they rushed into the sea one by one. Watching the dragon race disappear, AI Fan smiled at Evilly and said, This is your big wish, how do you feel after it's done? Evilly opened her arms, looked at the boundless vast sea and laughed. I feel, this is my happiest and proudest moment. AI Fan said indifferently, Why don't you go with them? Obviously you can be a queen. Evilly looked at Ivan seriously and said, Because you are my captain. I promised to sail with you. Besides, if I hadn't followed you, I might never have fulfilled my wish. Okay. AI Fan smiled and hugged Evilly on his feet, with a serious expression. In order to make you the world's #1 dragon, your training will be doubled. Ha ha, Evilly said with a happy smile. I'm not afraid. The pressure in her heart is gone. She is no longer alone, and her arrogant temperament has also changed a little, just like from a high-cold queen to a sister next door, different feelings. The same person. Chapter 228 Chef, 5th More. On the Liberty, Ivan stood on the deck with a large package on his back. Pointing at Delia, he said, This one will be our new partner from today. Delia smiled and said, Please give us a lot of advice. My name is Delia. Nami smiled and said, Welcome sister. After she said the words, her eyes kept staring at the package behind AI Fan. Livo, an unusual gentleman, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, My name is Livo, and you are welcome to join the Liberty. Delia reached out and held it with Lovell. The soft touch made Lovell tremble. He felt that what he was holding was not a hand, but a smooth soap. Soap drew his palm, and Lovell's expression also showed a hint of regret. Delia smiled and said, It's really like what AI Fan said. He's a young man with a lustful heart. Arevo paused, and his voice was restrained by the shock and only reached AI Fan's ears. What did you say? AI Fan looked up to the sky, as if there was UFO in the sky, and he was reluctant to look at Livo. Delia went on to add, I am a soft fruit person. When I shook hands with you just now, I made a certain part of you softer. In a short period of time, you should lose some of the characteristics of men after getting up early. This is my special additional. When her voice fell, AI Fan and Livo changed color at the same time. AI Fan looked rejoicing, but luckily it wasn't him. But Delia's ability was too lethal to men. Although I can't use it now, when I use it in the future, Delia will do this again. AI Fan is sure that he will be very sad. He swore that he would never let Delia use that ability on him. If there were any sequely, who would he cry for? After that, Delia smiled and said to Xiali, Please give me more advice. Charlie is the tallest on the boat, with a circle of soap bubbles around her waist, half hanging in the air. She said with a smile, Welcome. Very good. AI Fan laughed loudly. In order to celebrate the joining of the new members, let's hold a banquet. Oh, everyone shouted in unison. Who cooks? Nami asked, raising her hand. I'll come. Delia pulled up her clothes. I'm a first-class chef. Really? Everyone was surprised at the same time. Delia said to herself, look at me, where is the kitchen? At the same time, everyone pointed the way for her. Delia walked towards the kitchen door. The moment she pushed the door, she stayed for a while, and then, Tilda. The scream seemed to cut through the sky, and AI fan flashed in front of her instantly and said, what's wrong? Wu. Delia bit her lip and looked at the kitchen of the Liberty. Her eyes were full of tears. This is the kitchen of my dreams. Woo Tilda. Hi. AI fan shook his head speechlessly. I thought it was something. Delia stepped into the kitchen. Her fingers lightly stroked the handle of the knife stuck in the wooden box, and touched the plate. She looked at Ivan with tears in her eyes and said, you don't understand what it means when a chef's dream kitchen appears. She said with reminiscence, when I was a child, my father was the chef of the hotel. He supported our 4 children by himself. I wanted to be a chef like my father since I was a child. But later, when the war broke out, my father died to protect us, and I was separated from my siblings again, and lived a life of displacement, and finally became a pirate. You see, she took out a crumpled piece of paper from her close-fitting bra. Inside was an adult and 4 children. Inside was the style of a large kitchen. It was indeed similar to AI fan's layout here. She said seriously, this is my dream kitchen. She touched the huge refrigerator door and smiled. I dream of a refrigerator this big. AI fan pointed to the refrigerator and said, actually, this place was remodeled by me, and there is a refrigerator inside. Delia opened the refrigerator door and watched the freezer, which was more than 10 meters long and sluggish, filled with refrigerated meat and various vegetables, almost filling the entire warehouse. Woo! Delia suddenly covered her mouth. This is better than the kitchen in my dreams. AI fan smiled and said, then I won't bother you for now. This is your world. Also, you will be the chief cook on the ship in the future. We will wait for your delicious dishes outside. Walking out of the kitchen, AI fan saw Nami, who was trying to pull the big package but didn't shake it at all. Nami, what are you doing? AI fan shouted. Nami glanced at AI fan with bright eyes and said, I smell treasure. Then keep working hard. AI fan smiled. That package is of his cardboard quality. Except for himself, unless the cardboard is destroyed, no one can take it out. The weight of the package is more than 800 kilograms. With Nami's current physique, it is impossible to shake it. Nami Ying shouted loudly, and the whole person was already hanging in the air. A stick was knocked under the package, and Nami was hanging on top of the other end. She originally wanted to move the place, but found that even with the added lever, she couldn't shake the big package. Oops! AI fan patted his head and laughed. I almost forgot. He came to Nami and handed her the devil fruit. Do you want to eat it? This is devil fruit, Nami exclaimed. She has also been out to sea for a while, and she has learned a lot about devil fruit. According to the legend, it is related to the weather. Do you want to eat and see? AI fan asked. Bang! Nami landed on the deck, looked at the devil fruit and said solemnly, can I gain powerful power by eating this? That's right. AI fan smiled, but correspondingly, you will also become a landlubber. Nami pondered for a long time, and she finally gritted her teeth. I don't want to become a landlubber. AI fan said with a smile, I expected you to say that. I have another way. What way? Nami said in surprise. Let something eat the devil fruit. AI fan took out the red knife, smiled at Nami and said, with Arnold here, I can make it eat devil fruits for anything. It's just that I'm not completely sure what this ability is. But, I've already thought about it, and I'll build you a weapon. Weapons? Nami pondered. For weapons, I want sticks and the like. I don't like those swords. AI fan smiled and said, don't worry, I have already judged this. Then we will go to Palm Island next stop and make weapons for you. Nami smiled sweetly at AI fan. Let's not talk about this. Tell me what's in the package first. Tilda. AI fan pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. I'll give you the cost of making weapons. The craftsmen on Palm Island are very good, But well, they also need some compensation. Chapter 229 Soft. First update. Several people on the Liberty stood together and chatted jokingly. Laveau looked at Nami with a sad face and said with a smile, "It's okay, isn't it just some treasure?" Nami's expression of lovelessness, but AI fan said that he wants a lot of Bailey. "I just can't help feeling distressed." "You're too serious about your money." Evely smiled. "Sister Evely, why are you bullying me?" Nami yelled angrily. "I'm pragmatic." Evely shrugged. "You will have a lot of wealth in the future." Charlie rubbed Nami's head seriously. He Nami rubbed her palms and smiled. "How much will it be, Sister Charlie?" Xiali was stunned, blinked, and said to Nami very seriously, "I can't see the edge." "I can't see the edge at a glance." Nami was stunned, completely immersed in the feeling of swimming in Bailey's ocean in the future. "Everyone, it's time for dinner." Delia's soft voice came from the kitchen door. "Wow!" AI fan cheered and rushed into the kitchen first. "Wow!" Entering the kitchen, AI fan couldn't help but exclaim. "Wow!" The same exclaimed voice came from Nami and the others who came from behind. "You made such a sumptuous dinner yourself just now," Evely said, slightly surprised. "Just smelling it makes me appetizing," Charlie exclaimed. Gudong Laveau swallowed his saliva and said, "I feel very hungry." Nami was the first to grab Delia and called out, "Sis, you can be the cook on the ship from now on." "I have appointed Delia as the chief chef of the Liberty." Ivan was already sitting at the round table. Everyone sat down in a hurry, causing Delia to laugh. On the table, in the middle is a slightly yellow pudding with an attractive luster, and the top is decorated with various fruit slices. Delia introduced, "This is my best fruit pudding. Everyone must try it." She introduced them one by one. "It's fried deep-sea shells, seeking sashimi, steamed soft lobster, black pepper fried sea beasts." After her introduction, she found that everyone was already drooling, and she finally added, "I've softened some ingredients with my ability, so be careful not to bite your tongue." The voice fell. AI fan held a knife and fork and said seriously, "I'm welcome." The air seemed to be dignified. People at a table were staring at their favorite dishes with knives and forks. Delia swallowed her saliva. She always felt a kind of tranquility before the battle. She said slightly, "That." Her words seemed to be the referee who sent the signal gun to the athletes. It was only for a moment. She could barely open her eyes when the sword and sword were already flashing. King. The five voices seemed to come out at the same time, and Nami looked at Delia with tears and said, "Sister, why is the meat of the sea beast so soft and delicious?" I bit my tongue at once. Laveau nodded at the same time, and they bit their tongues as well. AI fan laughed and said, "You are too weak." "Look at me." He stuck out his tongue and swung it around. "I didn't bite my tongue off with so much effort." "By the way, I heard a sound like steel colliding." Delia whispered. "It's him." Nami pointed to AI fan at the same time. AI fan laughed. "My tongue is as strong as steel and more resilient." Delia. Everyone started again, but this time they were a lot more careful. The food that Delia made was too soft, and even the drinks were the same. The originally strong drink became soft and tender, and it didn't feel too refreshing to drink. Food was quickly eaten up, and Delia said with a smile, "Food with this quality will become very easy to absorb, and it is best for people who are growing." While speaking, her eyes wandered on Nami and AI fan intentionally or unintentionally. "Thank you, Sister." Nami smiled sweetly. She has already felt the benefits. Her stomach is warm. Her stomach that was swollen when she was full is now shrinking rapidly, and all parts of her body seem to be full of inexhaustible strength. Delia continued to add, "The most important thing is that this kind of food will become more and more delicious, and I will never get tired of it. I want to eat some more." Revo's stomach bulged, but he still wanted to continue eating. "No way." Delia smiled and said, "It's too late. I want to help you develop good eating habits, so that you can make your body healthier while eating." Delia. AI fan said solemnly, "In the future, make every meal twice as much as today. We will eat it all. Please." Nami said in unison. Delia covered her mouth with a soft smile and replied softly, "No matter how much, I will make the most perfect food for everyone." "Oh, yes." AI fan laughed. "I haven't arranged your room yet, What style do you want? Style? Delia asked slightly. I'll take you on a tour. Nami offered to offer. Half an hour later, Delia returned to the kitchen in shock. She said in shock, how could there be such a luxurious ship? Besides, everyone's rooms are so beautiful. AI Fan smiled and said, you too, tell me what kind of room you want. Delia pondered, I want pink, it looks warm, I want dolls, I want a big bed, and... Am I asking for too much? AI Fan grinned and said, what you said has been done, let's go and see it together. It's all done? Delia was a little puzzled until, squeak, the pink wooden door was pushed open, and Delia saw the room of her dreams. Underfoot is a pink carpet, which is soft when you step on it. The walls are pink, and there are peach hearts on it. At the center is a heart-shaped pink bed with a pink satin tent that occupies the size of the room. Delia was almost uncontrollably excited. She couldn't help but threw herself on AI Fan and shouted with joy, thank you, AI Fan. Cheering, she released AI Fan and threw herself on the big bed. Then, she sat up suddenly and said, it's not soft enough. She stroked the big bed with her fingers and activated her power, soft. The whole big bed seemed to have changed. She sank a lot at once, and she felt extremely comfortable just looking at it. Nami excitedly said, can I try it? Yes. Delia laughed. Woo. Nami pressed down on the bed, but her entire arm sank into it. She jumped up and threw herself on Delia's bed. Her whole body seemed to sink in. She said with a look of enjoyment, it's so comfortable, so soft. Holding Delia's palm, Nami said with bright eyes, I want this kind of bed too. Delia smiled and said, no problem, I can do it in just one click. Evely and Charlie looked at each other and said at the same time, we want it too. Okay. Delia smiled. Lavo said solemnly, real men always sleep on hard beds. AI Fan, make my bed harder. AI Fan paused, and then said seriously, it's done, your bed is now the hardness of steel. Besides Tilda. AI Fan smiled at Delia, make my quilt softer. It should be very comfortable to cover. Everyone talked and laughed and left, leaving Lavo, who was messy in the wind, alone. He quickly reacted and shouted at the backs of everyone, soften my quilt too. In the middle of the moon, the Liberty fell into peace, and everyone fell asleep in their respective rooms. AI Fan 2 clones are sitting on the mast to watch the night. This is a new world, and there can be no slack. The clone is not afraid of energy consumption. As long as the main body is recalled, it only takes 1 second to fully recover. The next day, after enjoying a soft and sweet breakfast burger and drinking juice, the Liberty sailed again. The weather in the new world did not cause any trouble for AI Fan this time. It only took 1 day. Before the sun went down, the Liberty had already seen the shadow of Palm Island. Instead of disturbing the islanders, they prepared to rest on the boat for the night before passing by. However, the night was a little unsettled. In the middle of the night, AI Fan saw a faint green light on the sea in the distance. The main body woke up instantly. The red knife was in his hand, and the domineering shrouded in the distance. AI Fan smiled. As the green light approached, AI Fan saw an acquaintance, Hawkeye, sitting on the coffin board-like boat. Why did you come here? On the deck of the Liberty, AI Fan asked, slightly puzzled. Hawkeye asked back, is it normal wherever I appear? That's right. AI Fan smiled and said, are you here to make something? I'm bored out for a walk. Hawkeye suddenly remembered something, and raised a small gourd from behind him and said, the wine someone gave me. Hey. AI Fan grinned and took out the drink that Delia had changed from the kitchen. You can also taste the drink made by our chief chef, Gudong. The two took a sip of each other, and AI Fan grinned. What a spicy wine. Hawkeye smiled slightly and said, it's just soft. I like this kind of wine very much. AI Fan took another sip of the drink from Hawkeye, then looked at him seriously and said, would you like to get on my ship? I'm now a free navy. This is my ship, the Liberty. No. Hawkeye shook his head. I'm not used to staying with many people for a long time. Okay, as you wish. AI Fan smiled and said, want to learn from each other? Hawkeye paused for a while, then shook his head and said, it's useless, in such a short period of time. The progress in swordsmanship is too little, so just wait. When I have new progress, I will take the initiative to find you. Also, AI Fan nodded, then coughed dryly. I still have a question. What drives your coffin board? I always feel that your mobility is almost as good as mine. Hawkeye was silent for a moment, then walked away without saying a word. AI Fan shouted behind him, "Don't go now, there are many rooms on the Liberty, no less than one of you. Besides, in the current time, you either sleep on the coffin board, either don't sleep, or sleep in the wild, and the comfort of Liberty." Tilda. Chapter 230 Magical Girl, 2nd. Dawn comes and the sun rises. In the cabin of the Liberty, a group of people sat together for breakfast, and Hawkeye was among them. After careful reconsideration last night, Hawkeye decided to stay for one night, where sleeping in a tree is more comfortable than sleeping in a big room. He and AI Fan are also good friends. They have been learning swordsmanship with each other for more than 8 months, and they have long been familiar with each other. Gudong. Hawkeye drank half a glass of wine in one breath, and he showed a strong liking for the drink that Delia uses with her ability. After breakfast, the group separated. Hawkeye wandered around the island alone, while AI Fan and the others walked together. On the Liberty, the poisonous clone looked at the ship, and all the people came to the Palm Island. AI Fan went to Jason first, and after explaining his purpose, he said that it was completely fine. Gathering many craftsmen, AI Fan stated the production requirements of the weather bar. Moreover, this time AI Fan is going to create a perfect version, but he is going to make the weather stick and the devil fruit fused. After discussions with dozens of craftsmen, a few days later, everyone came up with the design of the weather bar. In the middle, AI Fan was also entrusted to find some materials, and finally, the perfect weather rod was created. During the period, AI Fan also went to a small empty island. The craftsmen of Palm Island knew about it. AI Fan also took a lot of effort to find it, and AI Fan brought the books and meteorological knowledge on it. After the painstaking and precise production of the craftsman, the perfect version of the weather bar comes out. The hardness is comparable to that of diamonds, with a length of 1.8 meters. NAS aesthetics are very fast, and it only took a few minutes to find all the tricks. Moreover, it is much more practical than the weather stick in AI Fan's memory. Most importantly, there are devil fruits. On the Liberty, Hawkeye was also watching, and he was also very curious how AI Fan was going to let the weather stick eat the devil fruit. Put the stick and devil fruit together, swipe the knife, and the illusory color appears. Blue and white are intertwined, and the stick is full of strange patterns. "Hey," Arnold called out. AI Fan looked at the red knife in his hand in shock. "Really? What are you talking about?" Nami was puzzled. AI Fan grinned, and helped Nami's shoulder with one hand so that her back was over her body, and she held the weather stick in her hand. I have a bad feeling Nami wanted to look back at what AI Fan was doing. "Don't look at it." AI Fan tapped the back of Nami's head. "Shh." In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, AI Fan slashed with a knife, and the targets were the weather stick and Nami. "Ah!" Nami screamed as the pain hit. She turned around suddenly. "What are you doing, AI Fan?" The people around were amazed. AI Fan's red knife clearly penetrated Nami, but there was no scar left. Withdrawing the red knife, AI Fan said with a smile, "You can feel it yourself." Nami paused and looked directly at the weather stick in her hand. She felt that this seemed to be an extension of her body. With a slight thought, the weather stick turned into a white cloud, and together it turned into a ring. After another thought, the weather stick reappeared in his hands. She was having a great time playing, but AI Fan laughed and said, "This knife, you can consider it to be the master, or else, just think about it by yourself. It will take a long time for you to master this weather stick. The most important thing is that it is easy to be taken. Now, don't worry about this, the two of you are equivalent to merging together, and only you can use this thing in the future." Nami raised the stick in her hand and smiled. "Weather is awesome. You will call me the Weather Witch in the future." "What kind of fruit is this?" AI Fan asked suspiciously. Nami waved her hand. The weather stick turned into a suit. The clouds rose and turned into a colorful tulle skirt. She turned around, as if she had turned into a fairy. Nature Department, Yun Yun Fruit. What a beautiful dress, a circle of women exclaimed at the same time. Hinami smiled and said, there are more beautiful ones, look at me. The real cloud. The clouds rose and white clouds appeared under her feet. Nami excitedly said, I can fly in the future. This is not bad. AI fan applauded. Nami smiled and said, there are even better ones. The weather stick reappeared in her hand, and Nami waved it from side to side twice. Boom! A yellow thunder has been shot. After waving a few more times, large pieces of hail also shot from the top of the weather bar. Turning towards the sky, small pieces of clouds gathered. Rain, snow, hail, and thunder fell all at once. This is a magical girl, AI fan murmured. Even now, the use of the weather stick is far beyond the one I remembered. The power, range, and ease of use have all been greatly improved. This is an offensive and defensive weapon, and with it, Nami's strength has soared countless levels. However, her physical skills are still too weak, and she needs training urgently. Nami was frantically experimenting with familiarity with her weapon, and her face was full of excitement. AI fan sighed slightly, knowing that it was the ability of the Nature Department, and Nami should have eaten it directly. In that case, her ability to save her life would be much higher than it is now. But it's still acceptable now, at least it hasn't turned into a landslide, isn't it? Okay, let's continue our journey, AI fan shouted. Bailey took out more than half of the boat, and many craftsmen on the Craftsman Island got a lot of money, and everyone was very happy. Mihawk, are you really not coming to my ship? I can make you the deputy captain, Ivan asked again. Hawkeye shook his head and said, no. That's up to you, see you later. AI fan waved goodbye. Liberty set sail. On the boat, Nami was excited enough. She went back and took a look at the vault. Most of the treasure in it was missing, and her spirit was weakened a lot in an instant. Revo Evely is training against each other, while Charlie is swimming in the air. While building a weather bar for Nami, because Charlie's mermaid always uses some soap bubbles to help her when she moves, AI Fanny got rid of the craftsman and built her a small machine. Their craftsmanship is very ingenious. With only palm-sized instruments and the battery made by AI Fan, Charlie can swim freely in the air. Nami also came up with a combination of skills very intimately, changing the light with a mirage, hiding Charlie's fish tail, so as not to be looked at in a strange way when she was on the shore. The current Xiali looked like a tall and glamorous beauty. Although she was floating in the air, in the eyes of others, she was no different from walking as a normal person. Moreover, based on the principle of light refraction, Nami also directed AI Fan to create a small machine that can maintain Charlie's appearance for a long time. It can be wrapped around her waist and can also be used as a belt. At another stop, Ivan chose Dressrosa, because after hearing about the little human race that Ivan told, the people on the boat were very curious. Moreover, AI Fan decided to find a small human partner to join the Liberty, and this request was praised by all the staff. Nami was slightly excited. Is the little human race really only this big? She gestured behind her. It's about the size of a baby's palm. And each one has a lot of strength. AI Fan recalled. Are the girls really as enthusiastic as you say? Laveau asked in amazement. He secretly glanced at Delia as he spoke, for fear that she was coming to touch him. Soft man for a week, Laveau left a deep shadow on Delia in his heart. AI Fan said with a smile, didn't I say it? It's really passionate. So passionate that if you talk to other women in love, they will get angry, and the more beautiful women are, the more extreme they are. If they encounter betrayal, those women also assassinate their partners. Cheat, lie. Laveau was stunned. In his impression, aren't all women quite gentle? Humphrey AI Fan couldn't believe it. You'll know when you wait. Evely smiled and said, I really want to go to the Sea of Flowers you mentioned. I want to go too. Delia and Nami raised their hands at the same time. No problem. AI Fan laughed loudly. Where have I met a mother and daughter, and another? Oh yes, I only met a mother and daughter. AI Fan recalled his experience there and wondered, it may have been too long, but the royal family there has managed it very well. It is said that there has never been a war there. Back in time, Dressrosa Kingdom. The villain gave Doflamingo a painful blow because the little people and the Don Quixote family forged grievances as early as 900 years ago. The little people are rising up against them. Doflamingo didn't care at first. What can these innocent little people do? However, it wasn't until he caught the villain princess and coerced 500 villains to plant artificial devil fruit trees for him, the villains' resistance began. They took out the deadly poison, and Doflamingo paid a terrible price for it. Hundreds of subordinates were poisoned to death, and the weaker subordinates did not dare to go out because there is no cure for that poison. It took a long time for Caesar, who worked with him, to finally create an antidote. However, the little people have come up with a more deadly toxin. Perhaps it was God's will. When he was fighting against the little people, a lie accidentally became the savior, and he successfully deceived all the little people's poisons. Then, to Caesar, let him make more deadly chemical weapons, and the little people had to hide all of them and lick their wounds silently. From this day on, he officially rules Dressrosa. Various businesses followed, and the surrounding countries entered a period of war, and he was able to develop and grow his own power. On this day, a large ship docked in the port of Dressrosa. The person who came was AI Fan. There were a lot of ships in the port. When the group disembarked, Xiali looked around and said, "It doesn't look very poor here." There are many foreign ships from different forces in the port. AI Fan smiled and said, "Maybe they are engaged in trade." "Let's go. I will take you to the sunflower field first." It's great. Nami cheered. "I can smell the fragrance of flowers just here." Chapter 231 Go to War. Third. Going forward along the straight road, we came to the noisy town, but everyone was a little dazed. Bang! A toy holding a gong swaggered down the street. The tall doll bear walked with the girl, and people were full of laughter and laughter. AI Fan Nami laughed. "That toy is so funny." The atmosphere here is very warm. There are laughter and laughter everywhere, and Nami and several others are unconsciously infected. Several women discussed to buy a few sets of characteristic skirts here. The warm climate and lively exotic atmosphere made people laugh out loud. But AI Fan didn't think so. His expression became more and more gloomy, and his face was almost frozen. AI Fan, what's wrong with you? Several people noticed something was wrong. The toys are crying. AI Fan gritted his teeth. The lively atmosphere and the laughing toys, to his ears, were screams and wailing. The sound of the toys was bleak, but he was the only one who heard it. Bang! The one-legged toy soldier slammed into AI Fan's leg, and it fell down on its own, but hurriedly shouted, "I'm sorry." Behind him, several guards with guns were chasing him. "What are you?" AI Fan grabbed the toy soldier, with a gloomy face like a devil, holding the soldier with both hands. AI Fan said angrily, "What the hell is going on here? Tell the truth here." "You are Tilda." The one-legged toy soldier thought of AI Fan. They had met once today, and AI Fan left a deep impression on him. "This gentleman." Several guards ran over and said to AI Fan with a smile, "This toy is the object we want. Please give him to us." "Go away." AI Fan scolded directly. Crunch. The guard raised his gun directly, facing AI Fan's eyebrows, with arrogant tone. "I'm not discussing with you." AI Fan said blankly, "I'm not discussing with you either." "Huh?" The guard squeezed the trigger. "Little devil, you." Before he finished speaking, AI Fan glared at him fiercely, with a powerful aura shrouded in it, and even a few guards were all in a coma. Looking directly at the toy soldier, AI Fan said solemnly, "What happened here?" "Run, the Cardas are chasing after him." A voice entered AI Fan's ears, and he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. "Leo!" AI Fan shouted. "Why did you call me?" Levo suddenly returned to his senses. "I didn't call you." Ivan glared at Revo. Not far away, Leo, who was running, suddenly heard a loud cry. He looked in the direction of the voice. It was AI Fan who had formed a friendship with them. Swoosh! Several shadows rushed to AI Fan's hands at the same time. AI Fan quickly asked, What happened here? It's really a small human race. Nami and the others were amazed. Hurry up and let us hide. The Don Quixote family is coming to arrest us, Laveau said eagerly. AI Fan sensed that the two breaths were approaching rapidly. He grinned and said, "It's just two that can fight a little bit." Wearing triangular framed glasses, with striking sharp facial features, an old lady with curly hair and lip gloss. There is also a sturdy man with long curly hair, a black hat, a ripped bodysuit that exposes his chest, a pirate tattoo on his right arm, and chest hair. How many of you? Jura, who looked like an aunt, saw a few soldiers who fell to the ground beside AI Fan. She came to AI Fan not far away and asked, "What's going on here?" While speaking, the crowd here has already taken the initiative to run away. This aunt. AI Fan grinned. "Can you tell me what's going on with these toys, huh?" Jura's face became gloomy, and she stared at AI Fan angrily. "How dare you call Miss Ben an auntie?" "Miss?" AI Fan slowly drew out the red knife, put the toy soldier aside, and held the knife in both hands. "Miss like you makes me want to vomit." "I'm about to do it." Mahabai grinned beside him. Oh hoo. Jura covered her mouth with a backhand and smiled. "You little bastard is really annoying." Mahabai laughed and said, "I feel it. Those little people are hiding on you." "Become art," Jura said directly. Destructive art. From her palm, a large amount of transparent smoke like a bubble cloud was sprayed towards AI Fan. AI Fan had no contact with things that were unclear, and even led everyone to avoid the blow. "Get out of here first," AI Fan said solemnly. "I'm here to help you," Laveau said solemnly. "Me too." Both Evely and Delia stood up. "Evely," AI Fan said solemnly, "you and Nami Charlie return to the Freedom, and the poison clone will protect you." "Okay." At the critical moment, everyone completely obeyed AI Fan's command. "You can't get away." Jura grinned. "It should be said, you can't run away." AI Fan swung the knife, and the scarlet sword light flew towards Jura. Jura's face changed greatly, and she evaded the blow with all her strength. Mahabai also sensed something was wrong. He grinned and said, "A very powerful person." "There are even more powerful ones." AI Fan grinned and switched his avatars. His kneeling ability was activated. Puff. The two knelt down directly. Nami and the others also ran away. AI Fan gave the bones and grinned. "Get ready for a big fight." "No problem." Delia and Laveau made fists at the same time. Leo jumped out and sewed them firmly to the ground under the madness of Jura and Mahabai, who had no resistance. Then, Laveau started telling Ivan what happened here. "There are many people here. Although the ordinary people have all run away, there are not many people in the Don Quixote family. They have already spread the news that the two Cardas were defeated." AI Fan naturally heard it, but he did not stop it, because with what Laveau said, his killing intent could no longer be restrained. However, his heart became more and more calm. After listening to Laveau's remarks, AI Fan directly dialed the phone bugger the Warring States. Doflamingo's identity is Kyuhai, and it is impossible to move him rashly. At least he has to communicate with the Warring States. After listening to AI Fan's narration, the Warring States took a deep breath, and he said solemnly, "If the situation is true, immediately deprive Doflamingo of Kyuhai's identity. General Kizan has already set off." AI Fan, "Be careful." Warring States was very angry. Although Brother Doflamingo had a special identity, he was now a pirate. If he did such a thing, if he was not sanctioned, it would simply make him feel ashamed of justice. What's more, Karazhan died inexplicably when he was undercover here, and he wanted to find out the reason. He didn't think AI Fan would lie, because he knew that AI Fan was not the kind of person who would joke about this kind of thing. AI Fan took a deep breath, and all the clones of the capable ones appeared. He glanced at Laveau and Evely behind him, and he said solemnly, "Be careful not to die. Let's fight with all our strength." Chapter 232 Progress. Fourth more. AI Fan and the others headed towards the King's Heights. After seeing them leave, Mahabai immediately began to act, and he activated his abilities. Dong Dong Middle. Destruction of 1,000 tons of Bai Kaka. The ground beneath him was cracked inch by inch, and the sewn body broke free. Letting go of Jura, He was about to chase after AI Fan. Wait a minute. Jira grabbed Mahabai and said, "You heard him just now, he still has a boat." "What do you mean?" Mahabai said clearly, "Let's go catch those weak ones." Oh hoo hoo hoo. Jira covered her mouth and smiled. "If you dare to treat this lady like this, I won't spare them lightly. There are top carders in the palace, and he goes there to seek death." "Very good." Mahabai laughed. "Watch me smash his boat in half." In the distance, the corners of AI Fan's mouth twitched. Just think of it as Nami and the others. AI Fan's poisonous clone is there on the Liberty. No matter what the situation is, it is too easy to kill these two people. Heading towards the King's Heights, Leo was introducing the family carders who needed attention here. "Sugar?" AI Fan stopped and looked at Leo solemnly. "What do you mean?" "The whole little people are imprisoned by Xia Tang and another top carder, right in the factory." "That's right," Leo said solemnly. "In the beginning, King Liku's army was defeated by several carders, and Terepol was one of them." Immediately, the Mai clone and the Kneeling clone took Leo to separate from the main body and headed towards the factory. On the other hand, the main body is the clone of Hermanman, and the clone of Xianglai moves towards the height of Wangzi. Laveau and Delia are with him. At the Navy headquarters, Okiji had already set off. The Warring States' face was a little gloomy, and he always had a bad premonition. After a moment of silence, he called the phone bug again. After a few seconds, the call was connected. Warring States said solemnly, "Cap, Dressrosa has a mutation. Ivan is the 2. I want you to come over to." Carp could hear that his old man's tone was a little heavy, and he laughed and replied, "Leave it to the old man." "It happened that Xio was with me, so we went over together." "Oh," Warring States responded, and now he felt a lot more relieved. Phone bug hung up, and Sengoku murmured, "I hope it's my delusion." Dressrosa, the King's Heights. A sharp voice appeared. "I just got the news that Jira and Mahabath are imprisoned, and the murderer is coming here." If you listen to the voice, most people will think that this is a low and short thin man, but in fact, he is a very tall and very strong man wearing armor. "This is one of the top officials of the Don Quixote family, Pika." "Where's the young master?" came an old voice. He was sitting at the table with a deck of cards in his hand, opposite the empty seat, and a deck of cards buckled. "He seems to be in the room with that woman. It looks like that woman is ready to devote herself to the young master. Besides, old man, your card friends have been imprisoned and you are still waiting for her." Pika pointed. The voice continued to come out. "Shah." The old man got up, his muscles bulging, and the blue veins on his bald head burst out. He said solemnly, "Let the old man meet him." "No need to go." AI Fan's voice came from behind him. G. The old man turned back suddenly, and put his hands into G to face AI Fan. "He is also one of Don Quixote's carders, Rao G. Lol." Laveau rubbed his fists and grinned. "Just let me meet you." "Be careful, Laveau," Ivan instructed. Although Lovell is already quite strong, but facing such an opponent, the chance of winning is very slim. The door clone was already squatting in the air door, ready to rescue Laveau when he was about to die. "I can't let you disturb." Over another person walked out of the room not far away. He wears a raw-brimmed hat, has 2 facial lines on his face, and wears a red cape, dressed like an aboriginal tribe. Leo described his appearance, and Ivan recognized him immediately. Diamante, one of the top carders. Most of the carders of the Don Quixote family are capable, but AI Fan's side is not false. He can handle a lot by himself. Delia took the initiative to stand up and said with a smile, "Let me come." AI Fan instructed, "Be careful." Domineering shrouded, he walked towards the place where the person with the strongest breath was. If there is no mistake, then it must be Doflamingo. Inside the palace, the curtains were drawn. In the room, on the soft bed, the girl sat there, looking very nervous and tangled. She has long black hair, beautiful light brown pupils, and clutching the sheets with her palms shows her current psychology. Opposite her, a figure with short blonde hair, sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped trousers, and pointed shoes was standing there looking at her. It was Doflamingo. The atmosphere in the room was a little ambiguous. Brother Doflamingo reached out and touched the girl's cheek. Ever since the woman was kidnapped, he has been waiting for this moment. Make Violet, the princess of Dressrosa, her own woman. However, just as he was about to touch the woman, he stopped himself, and he felt that he was locked by someone. Violet swallowed. As a young girl, she was full of fear at this moment, but it was helpless. The kingdom was occupied by the enemy, and she, the princess, did not hesitate to join the enemy's forces, not only to save her father's life, but also to kill the man who was about to occupy her. Doflamingo stopped and looked outside, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Doflamingo took the initiative to walk out the door, grinned at the person in front of him and said, "As a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters, I broke into my palace as a king and in the Shikibukai. Don't you know how to say hello?" Eagle Sparrow. He was 3 meters tall, twice as tall as AI Fan. "The abilities in this world are so strange," AI Fan said, slowly taking out the red knife and holding it in both hands, facing Brother Doflamingo. "And I can hear the mourning of the toys. As the culprit, Tenyasha, I will make you feel the taste of hell." The taste of hell? Brother Doflamingo saw that several of his cadres had already fought with the rest, and he grinned. "Are you going to shoot at me without paying attention? Do you know what's going to happen to you?" "Ha ha!" AI Fan raised the corners of his mouth. "I've probably followed all the cadres of your family, and the Navy is also coming here. As for the sugar you value most, I'll bring her head over to you." "Huh?" Brother Doflamingo's expression changed, and at this moment, AI Fan rushed out with a knife. Chapter 233 Progress, 5th More. The other side, at the port, more than 200 soldiers, plus 2 cadres, marched mightily towards the position of the Liberty. Nami, Evely, Charlie, and Ivan's poisonous clones are all here. Charlie's battles on the shore are not high, mainly relying on the firearms of Ivan's characteristics. Nami relies on her weather stick. When it comes to physical skills alone, she is better than ordinary girls. She has not been with AI Fan for a short time, and she has seen a lot of strange things, but her will is much firmer. However, in terms of physical skills, because of the need to learn every day, the progress of physical skills is somewhat slow. Evely is even more powerful. After learning domineering, she has become a dragon with a height of more than 10 meters, which is almost comparable to that of an ordinary giant. Moreover, she has a very strong control over herself. When the crowd came, AI Fan took the initiative to remind them a few, lest the battle had to start on the Liberty. "Nami, Evely, you two go to fight," Ivan said. "Hey!" Nami yelled in surprise. "Is it just the two of us?" "You need combat experience," AI Fan said with a smile. "As far as my clone is concerned, as long as I make a move, the opponent will be wiped out in an instant, and if you don't fight all the time, if I can't take care of you in the future, what will you do?" Evely twisted her neck and said, "I didn't even think about letting you do it." Nami paused, clenched the weather stick and said seriously, "Okay. I also want to try the real power of the weather stick." They took the initiative to walk out, and AI Fan laughed from behind. "Don't be killed by random guns." The two stood on the shore, while AI Fan stood on the deck. The distance is not far, but AI Fan needs to ensure that he can save them at any distance. Experience and death are not the same. Gudong looking at the crowd of people who were attacked by the black pressure, Nami couldn't help swallowing her saliva. The scales on Evely's body appeared, and her figure began to grow taller. She looked at Nami and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm here." Nami said with trembling fingers, "It's not nervous, it's excitement." The weather stick in her hand swayed, and the sky darkened as the crowd approached. "Huh? Is it going to rain?" Chira glanced at the sky suspiciously. "It's not right." Mahabath grinned. "The weather of thunder." From a distance, Nami's voice came out. Boom boom boom. In their frightened eyes, the dense yellow thunder continued to fall. In the distance, Evely's mouth was slightly open. According to this style, wouldn't she have to do it? After more than 10 seconds, the dark clouds dissipated, and more than 200 people lay on the ground, their bodies scorched and black smoke. Nami threw a wink at AI Fan, then gave Evely a high-five gesture, and said with a big laugh, It's done. Evely high-fived Nami blankly, and looked at the weather stick in Nami's hand in shock. Is this weapon so powerful? Damn it! Not far away, two figures slowly climbed up. It is the two officers. Looking at the subordinates who were lying on the ground, the two of them shouted angrily at the same time, "Unforgivable! You can still stand up." Both Nami were surprised at the same time. Mahabai jumped up suddenly and jumped directly to the top of Nami's heads, dozens of meters high. Evely turned into a complete dragon shape. Her legs and feet were slightly bent, and she bit towards Mahabai, looking like she was going to eat him in one bite. Jirah, on the other hand, faced Nami. She faced Nami, and she sprayed a large amount of transparent smoke like a bubble cloud from her palm. Naturally, Nami wouldn't let her touch it, and the weather stick stood up, facing Jirah. Wind weather. Wow! The wind blew the smoke away, rendering Jirah's smoke ineffective. The weather bar was facing Jirah, and Nami's fingers moved slightly. Lightning. The yellow thunder shot at Jirah, but she narrowly avoided it. That stick of yours is annoying. Jirah stared at Nami with admirable eyes. After she jumped away, she exerted strength the moment she landed, and quickly approached Nami. Nami was a little flustered, but she reacted immediately. The weather stick turned in a circle, and the whole person disappeared instantly. Mirage, huh? Jirah stopped, staring cautiously around. I'm here. Nami's body appeared not far from her. Jirah rushed out the moment the voice came out, not at Nami who appeared, but at the position of the voice she judged. Bang! She kicked out with a kick, and her face was full of joy. This kick definitely hit. Jirah, are you crazy? But he was kicking himself. Everything you see is an illusion. Nami's voice came out. She pestered Evely and pulled her out of the pit. Just now Evely and Mahabaith were fighting each other, and they were seriously injured by the overwhelming weight of the opponent. She could fight it with 100 tons, but when Mahabaith rose to 1,000 tons, she was seriously injured in an instant. PFFT. She spat out a mouthful of blood and said helplessly, "Domineering is too unskilled, and it became like this in the end when it didn't work." Nami hurriedly fed her the flower of healing, and Evely immediately improved. She stood up again, clenched her fist tightly and said, "This time, I will not lose again." Her body began to soar. The half-dragon state was nearly 20 meters, and the dark green scales were like jade, and she walked directly towards Mahabai. Appeared. Mahabaith and Jirah stood back to defend each other, and Evely, who suddenly appeared, was naturally seen. "Is it a mirage again?" Mahabaith said solemnly. "Destructive art." Jirah shot directly. "Try it and you'll know." The smoke attacked Evely, and at this time, a voice and a gust of wind appeared at the same time. Wind weather. The violent wind blew the smoke away. Nami smiled and said, "You can't let you get in the way of Sister Evely." Jirah suddenly rushed towards Nami, her hands flashing with luster, and she shouted in a deep voice, "Become a work of art." Swoosh! The weather stick in Nami's hand spun twice. This time, Nami didn't dodge. Instead, she faced Jirah, who was attacking, clenched the weather stick tightly, and launched an attack when the opponent jumped towards her. Hurricane weather. Bang! The moment Jirah rushed to Nami's eyes, her hand was about to touch the weather stick, and at this time, the top of the weather stick suddenly bulged. The white circle shot out instantly, and the moment it touched Jirah, the condensed power of the hurricane erupted. Boom! As if Korra was hit by a shell, the whole person was rushed upside down by hundreds of meters. Nami smiled while clasping the weather stick in both hands. The impact method taught by Levo is quite effective. This blow she imitated the impact of Revo. The wind is the flow of air, that is, the impact. After Nami compresses the air, she uses the characteristics of the cloud fruit to compress the wind to gather and flow in a small area, touch the enemy, or she controls the cloud to explode, and the compressed air inside explodes. This is a powerful move. Hurricane. There are still many uses for the weather stick. As long as she learns more knowledge, Nami is sure that she can launch a more powerful attack. Even changing the climate of the island is not impossible. And Evely here. She is already on the verge of running wild, but she is controlling herself tightly. If she can't even control her own power, what will she use to defeat the enemy? Mahabai was suspended in the air, looked at the huge Evely and laughed. Be smashed to death by my blow. He shouted word by word, hell less 10,000 ton Bai. Evely's eyes were addictive, and she couldn't avoid seeing Mahabai who came here. Her eyes were very serious, and she closed her eyes when the other party fell down. She recalled the swordsmanship that Ivan taught her, and experienced that feeling. At this moment, she saw it. Even with her eyes closed, she clearly sensed the trajectory of Mahabaith's attack, and saw Nami knocking Jiro away. Her grip was on the hilt. Sensing the trajectory, Domineering covered her hand, and swept over her long sword, and then stabbed out with the sword. Dragon Tooth Thorn. Laugh. Mahabai stopped in midair, wrapping his domineering long sword through his body. The unbearable weight disappeared. With a flick of Evely, Mahabaith's body was thrown hundreds of meters and landed right next to Jira. She returned to her human form and said with a faint smile, "Whether it's 1,000 tons or 1,000 tons, I will pierce you with my sword." On the Liberty, Ivan smiled, and both Nami and Evely made great progress. Fighting is the best shortcut to rapid progress. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle was going on. The two sides of the battle are Ivan's charming avatar, kneeling avatar, Terepol, the top cadre of the Don Quixote family, and the little girl, Sugar. Chapter 234 Senor Peak. First update. Ivan's domineering arrogance shrouded the entire Dressrosa. Because of the characteristics of the clones, mutual induction was superimposed, and the Thunder clone's grasp of the body's own current. He could easily hear everyone's voice. However, most of the voices Ivan ignored directly. He only paid attention to his own clone, already those particularly tyrannical breaths. The eel factory is underground, and Leo took Ivan to the entrance of the toy house at the east gate. There was a man sitting at the door, looking a little sloppy. Quite normal, but he wears a pink baby hat, a pacifier in his mouth, and a yellow diaper. Ivan was sure that this was a pervert. Behind him stood a few bikini girls, who seemed to adore him. Leo said, "This is one of the cadres of the Don Quixote family, Senor Peak. He is a capable person, be careful." Ivan. Peak said, "I just received a report that an intruder came here, so I came here to stop you." He stood up from his chair and walked towards Ivan step by step. "If it's a man, come and fight me." "Ha." Ivan smiled and said, "You will die." "Lord Peak, he's so handsome." "I love you, Lord Peak." The girls behind him kept yelling, and Ivan touched his chin and thought, "This situation is not right." The girls seemed to like it from the bottom of their hearts. But would a perverted and normal woman like it? "Oh, that's right, these women are perverts too." Peak's face twitched, and he shouted, "What are you suddenly realizing?" Quack. Ivan clenched his fists, his bones rattled. He grinned and said, "I'm thinking, what kind of expression will he look like when I go to see Tanyasha with Sugar's head in hand?" "You have no chance." Peak stood in front of Ivan, and the distance between the two was less than 1 meter. Next second, puff. Peak knelt directly on the ground. Ivan smiled and said, "I said, you will be killed in seconds." Gudu. The voice fell, and Peak's body suddenly sank into the ground and disappeared. Slap. Ivan felt that there was a slap in the silent place. "Myself, is this being slapped in the face?" "Shah." Peak jumped out of the ground 10 meters away, and he sneered, "I am a water fruit person. I can turn objects into water and swim in it at the same time." "Very good ability." Ivan clapped his hands and said, "Then can you swim in the air?" "What?" Peak asked, slightly puzzled. The voice fell, only to see that Ivan had already slashed out with a sword. Swish. A 10-meter-long crimson sword light hit him. The ground cracked. Peak moved to the back, and took the girl standing there along with him. Kaka. However, the building behind him was directly turned into 2 halves. Underground, Ivan's target Sugar was eating grapes, and there was a lot of movement above. She wondered, "Aren't you going to take a look?" Beside her, a man in a circled, quilt-like cloak hung a half-snotted nose, with bangs on the top and glue-like hanging down on the bottom, bare feet, shackles on his feet, a shaggy upper lip, and sparse teeth. the image of a super sloppy uncle. AI Fan has already locked his breath, but he hasn't sensed it yet. He is one of the top carders of the Don Quixote family, named Terepol, because of the special nature of Sugar. He is specially responsible for protecting her full-time. Terepol said with a hee-hee smile, "It doesn't matter, even if they break in by chance. You can turn them into toys. No one knows your existence." Sugar ate the grapes on his fingers and said with a smile, "No one can resist me. They will all be turned into toys." On the ground, the moment Peak jumped up, AI Fan gave up the opportunity to attack because he went to save these women. These irrelevant women. Although AI Fan is confident that this blow will not affect the innocent, it is very good that Peak can save them, which represents his personal character. Such a person, AI Fan will give him enough respect. Peak pushed the women away roughly, without looking at them, and said, "I said, get away from me. The thing I don't like the most is you young chicks." Master Peak. The women almost fainted. So handsome, so tough guy. He stepped towards AI Fan and said in a deep voice, "We have continued to come. This time, I will definitely not hide." Da. AI Fan also walked towards him, with a serious expression. "I will spare your life." He will kill the rest of the Don Quixote family, but this one, AI Fan will spare his life. "I don't need your sympathy." Peak clenched his fists as if he was being despised, and slammed it down towards AI Fan with all his strength. Bang! AI Fan did not evade anything, and let him punch him in the cheek. A dull collision sounded. AI Fan didn't even tilt his head, his domineering attached to his face. AI Fan's mouth slightly raised. This punch is not bad. His fist clenched and hit Peak's chest instantly. Ultimate train crash. Bang! As if a cannonball was fired, Peak flew upside down in an instant, and the blue train pressed against him and fell to the ground. Boom! Even if it fell into the ground like water, the blue train broke the ground, and the huge power contained in it exploded inch by inch on him. Finally, the eyes dissipated, and Peak lay in the huge pothole, bleeding profusely. AI Fan stood by the pit, glanced at him and said, "I said, I will save your life." After speaking, he turned and walked towards the factory. Peak watched Ivan's back disappear, and his body was hard to move. He said, with painful memories in his eyes, "Want to hear my story?" At such a moment, he wanted to say something. AI Fan's figure was not revealed, but as soon as the voice came down, "I would like to hear the details." Peak opened his mouth to tell, and as he told it, Ivan was also amazed by the man's story. "While sheltering from the rain on a heavy rainy day, I met Lucien, and he really fell in love with him because Lucien hated pirates. He lied that he was a bank clerk. When I took time to go home to see them, I found that my child Gimlet was dead. And his wife Lucien also found out that he was not a bank employee, and the distraught Lucien ran out. He tried to stop the angry Lucien, but was slapped by Lucien. Later, because of the landslide on rainy days, Lucien was hit in the head and turned into a vegetative state. Without any consciousness, unable to express any expression, and unable to speak. In order to make her smile again, I used all kinds of ways to coax her to be happy. Later, I put on a baby clothes I found by chance to make me laugh, but unexpectedly found that Lucien was smiling, and thus kept such clothes forever. He smiled. His mind was full of his wife's smile, and then fell into a coma. AI Fan stood by the pit and said with a smile, "When Tanyasha is caught by me, I will invite you to come to my boat, at the cost of curing your wife." Chapter 235 Liberation, Second. Step by step into the factory, AI Fan did not encounter any obstacles. His overlord color has been released, and the miscellaneous fish soldiers have been cleared. And his momentum has already firmly locked the two people who are still awake below. The killing intent was unrelenting, causing Terepol, one of the top carders, to have cold sweat on his forehead. "Sugar, be careful. The other party is a tricky character," Terepol said solemnly. Sugar looked at her arm, with goosebumps on it. She hid behind Terepol and asked with doubt, "Is that the same as the young master just now?" "Yes, the same overlord as the young master." There was no contempt in Terepol's eyes. Da. The sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer, as if stepping on their hearts. Every step of AI Fan was creating pressure on them. Hey hey hey, the mucus on Terepol's body moved slightly. He looked at the room in the corner and said, "Come on." As his voice fell, a leg stepped out from the corner, and it looked extremely smooth. There was nothing in Terepol. On the contrary, Sugar's eyes were attracted to him at once. The long-legged owner suddenly appeared, wearing a beach shirt with wide pants below the knees, and an unbuttoned shirt on the upper body, revealing a perfect male figure. Looking up, all the grapes in Sugar's hands fell to the ground. AI Fan with a charming smile, "How are you?" "Okay. So handsome." Sugar's eyes turned into peach hearts. The next second, the black peach heart arrow was already shot towards her. This blow was stopped in midair, and Terepol's snot flowed out for a long time. "I won't let you attack her." "Oh hey hey Tilda, has the mission overshadowed there?" AI Fan muttered to himself. Wind of captives. AI Fan shot again. The wall of slime. Terepol's response was extremely fast, and he instantly blocked Ivan's attack halfway. I couldn't see AI Fan's appearance, and the sugar returned to normal. "Sugar, what happened to you just now?" Terepol was a little anxious. The slime he shot was petrified, and he didn't dare to contaminate it too much with AI Fan's attack. Xiao Hang suddenly recalled what AI Fan looked like just now. She blushed slightly. "He's so handsome." Hey, Terepol said nervously, "Be careful, if you are hit by his attack, you will turn into a stone. Don't forget the importance of the young master." "Young master." Xiao Hang suddenly returned to his senses. His expression became firm, and he nodded to Terepol. "I said, are you a little too arrogant?" AI Fan appeared behind them expressionlessly. Sugar's expression changed, suddenly burst out, and touched AI Fan at a very fast speed. Bear toy. Her palms shot continuously, while AI Fan dodged continuously at high speed. Puff. The next second, she and Terepol knelt down at the same time. AI Fan's movements kept moving, and the red knife avatar behind him had already been drawn out, and he wanted to chop both of them to death with one knife. Scoff. The mucus swept up and wrapped around them, and the suppressing effect of the kneeling clone disappeared. However, AI Fan's red sword has fallen. After one slash, AI Fan was a little surprised. The strength of these mucus was unexpectedly high. However, in front of Chai Dao, it is all false. Scoff. A handful of blood flew out, followed by Terepol's groaning. The mucus folds so that you can't see what's inside. But AI Fan didn't want to watch. The red sword was horizontal, and he slashed again in an instant. Shocking slash. The slime was completely separated from the middle, revealing the figure inside. Sugar and Terepol, who were lying on the ground barely dodging the slash. "Hey, this sharpness," Tilda said. Terepol, who had already launched an attack on Ivan. The snot takes the blade. The brown slippery mucus attacked AI Fan's red knife from his nostrils, and the sugar slapped towards AI Fan at this moment. AI Fan jumped to avoid her palm. You can't fight her in close combat, and it's absolutely impossible to be photographed by her. Who knows if the main body will forget his clone. Kneeling and kneeling, the avatar pushed away, and the My avatar directly launched a large-scale attack. A large black peach heart appeared, and as AI Fan pulled back, a dense rain of black arrows also covered the two of them. Terepol fired a large amount of blocky mucus from his body, blocking all the arrows of the prisoners in mid-air without pulling any of them. Hey hey hey. Terepol's body secreted a lot of mucus, blocking the bodies of the two of them. His voice came from behind. "How is it? There is no way." "Looks like it's impossible not to hack you to death first." AI Fan raised his mouth slightly, holding knives in both hands, his strength gathered frantically. The next moment, the two avatars separated in a flash, and between them was Terepol's slime. Profound truth. Opening up the world. The two clones rushed out at the same time, using the strongest attack. Laugh. In an instant, the clone passed by unchanged positions directly. AI Fan did not look at the result, because it was doomed. After each ate the healing flower, AI Fan looked back. The mucus still seemed to be far away, but the next second, the mucus turned into 4 pieces, and then slowly disappeared. Countless blood flowed out, and Terepol was directly chopped into several pieces by Ai Fan and died on the spot. On the contrary, it was Sugar. Because of its small body and curled up together, it was able to avoid Ai Fan's sword light. There was sadness in her eyes, but Ai Fan would not pity the enemy. The captive arrow was fired, and she was instantly turned into stone. After that, all the toys in the entire kingdom were restored to their original state. People are breaking down. They remembered everything. The entire Dressrosa was thrown into chaos. Leo swallowed and said quickly, "Did we win?" Ai Fan smiled, looked in the direction of Wangzi Heights and said, "It's still a little bit." The toy door, which was restored to its adult form, wept with joy, surrounded Ai Fan, and his eyes were overflowing with gratitude. Suddenly one person shouted, "I remember that there is a rubbish heap below, and King Liku is still there. Let's rescue him quickly." Ai Fan nodded and said, "This is necessary. This country should enter a period of turmoil. Let King Liku come forward and face all the people who tell the truth." Yes. Everyone laughed and replied at the same time. Ai Fan put down Leo and said, "Go find your princess. The guards here should know." "What about you?" Leo wondered. Ai Fan looked at the high ground in the distance, where there was already a lot of movement. He said with a smile, "There is still the last person who has not been defeated." King's Heights, the final war has already begun. Fighters, Ivan, Revo, Delia. Opponents, Doflamingo, Rauji, Pica, Diamante, Gradius. Chapter 236 Intense. Third More. King's Heights. Ivan confronts Doflamingo. Revo and Rauji fought. "Although you're an old guy, I won't be soft-handed." Revo touched his fist, his domineering still attached to it. Rauji made a G gesture and leaned forward to face Revo. Bang! Revo was certain that he could clearly hear the sound of Rao's bones. Low back pain style. Rauji faintly trembled. Lovell's expression is very complicated. How to fight against such an opponent? The old man, who obviously still looked very strong, showed a backkick. Rauji put his hands on Revo. "The older you get, the more pain you feel, and the more painful it is. The harder it will be to shoot." Ugh! With a loud cry, he rushed out towards Revo. Low back pain type eyes with sudden dryness. With his rapid movements beyond human dynamic vision, he swiped and hit Revo's eyes while spinning. Revo's color changed, and he instantly retreated to avoid the blow with his own impact and the impact of Rauji. His fist was charged, and the huge impact pushed behind him, hitting Rauji with a fist that was several times his own strength. "Fist of Impact!" Rauji shouted, and slammed down with both hands. Bang! The fists and palms exchanged, and the huge impact surged. Rauji jumped along with the power to unload the impact of Revo. Then, he rushed out again. The pain of the undead warrior in low back pain style. His speed was unbelievable, and Revo was already hit without even reacting. Bang bang! Dozens of muffled sounds came out almost at the same time, and Lovell suffered a huge attack in an instant. Rauji shouted, and then jumped away. He smiled. "I've hit all the joints in your body. You shouldn't be able to move anymore." Levo had a strange smile. Quack quack. All the bones in his body made a sound, and the muscles on his body swelled up in an instant. He looked at Rao with a weird smile. "To be honest, I should thank you." He stretched his hands in front of his eyes and grinned. "I was thinking about how to absorb the impact of the opponent's attack. I couldn't think of a way. But you cracked my joints in an instant, but instead made me find a way to completely absorb others in an instant." The way to shock. He clenched his fists tightly, and the muscles on his body swelled again. "Your blow has become the source of my strength, and now I am." Revo suddenly punched. Boom! The air exploded, a wave of air, with a vacuum channel in the middle, which instantly hit Rauji's chest. Ka. Rauji was beaten and flew out more than 10 meters, leaving a deep trace on the ground. Revo grinned and said, "Vacuum shock." A move learned after seeing the endless starry sky, using the power of the fruit to dispel the air, and then use the shock absorbed by the body to strike a powerful attack. Because the air is vacuum, the speed will increase dozens of times. You can't dodge. There is a flaw in this trick, that is, when the external air is expelled, The air shock cannot be used. If you want to attack remotely, you can only use the shock stored in the body. On the other side, Delia also fought against Diamante. About the basic information of the top guarder, Leo has already said, so Delia is very aware of the strength of the person in front of him. She was confident, however, because she was certain that she had the ability to restrain Diamante. "Oh, my opponent is a lovely woman," Diamante grinned. "Call out." Delia threw a dagger directly. Clang! Diamante shook the cape, and the cap deflected the dagger. Delia's eyes did not change, but she rushed out with the dagger in her hand. Diamante smiled, and the moment Delia swung with the dagger, she raised her cape, and the soft steel cape that had changed because of her ability blocked him. Laugh. The sound of the knife stabbing into the flesh was heard, and Diamante's cloak was torn open, and a dagger was inserted into his chest by the way. Delia smiled and said, "Are you surprised?" Diamante couldn't believe it. "Impossible, you obviously don't even know how to be domineering." "Can you?" Delia asked rhetorically. Swish! A sword light flashed past, and Delia bent over to dodge dangerously, and then jumped back to widen the distance. Laugh. Diamante pulled out the dagger Delia had left on his chest, and his blood flowed out a lot. But it soon stopped. Holding a long sword in his hand, he glared at Delia and shouted, "Unforgivable, unforgivable." Delia took out a dagger again and said with a smile, "My ability is unusually restraining you." "What a joke." Diamante swung his sword. Bull scepter. The body of his sword became as light as a cloth, constantly twisting into a bullfighting stance, holding the body of the sword and stabbing forward, using the front end of its hard horns to attack Delia. Delia's eyes moved slightly, and she directly blocked the front end of the incoming bullfight with one hand, and directly activated her ability. Soft. The bullfight softened again, and Delia swung the dagger to cut off Diamante's sword. Swish! Diamante instantly disarmed the ability, and the long sword returned to his hands, avoiding the danger of being cut off by Delia. Diamante stared at Delia with lustful eyes. Her figure flashed, and she rushed towards Delia. In an instant, a hammer appeared in his hand, smashing over Delia. "Try softer." Delia stretched out one hand and directly touched Diamante's hammer. Fluffy cake. Without the slightest sound, Delia's footsteps moved staggered from Diamante, and she slashed his cloak with a dagger, leaving a long, shallow wound. In Diamante's hand, there was only one hammer handle left. In Delia's hands, the solid iron hammer was deformed by pinching, and when she broke it with both hands, the hammer was torn apart like a cake. With a smile, Delia threw away the hammer and withdrew her ability. The hammer slammed on the ground, and it was no longer soft. "No matter how hard it is, I can make it as soft as a cake." Delia smiled. Not far away, AI Fan smiled. "Delia and Lavo don't have to worry about it, and he just needs to defeat Doflamingo and wait for the arrival of the Navy." "Tanyasha, guess how long you can look at me so arrogantly?" AI Fan slowly drew out the long sword behind him. Next to him, Paper Clone, Xing'Ali Clone appeared, and he himself was possessed by the Door Clone. Healing Clone AI Fan was rarely used to directly participate in battles, because that is the guarantee of life. Doflamingo laughed wildly, the blue veins on his brow burst, and his fingers moved slightly. "How long do you think you can be arrogant in front of me?" Hawk Sparrow. Chapter 237 Stimulation. Fourth More. On the high ground of the king, the fierce battle is in full swing. Revo and Rauji, Delia and Diamante are the same. Several clones of Ivan stood together, blocking Doflamingo. When Doflamingo was laughing wildly, Ivan suddenly paused, and grinned the same. "Oh, the battle is over. Tanyasha, your subordinate named Jura, and the fat man named Mahabath have all been defeated. Now, my clone seems to be preparing to cut off their heads." "Clone?" The blue veins on Doflamingo's forehead burst, and he suddenly shot. Damn it! 5 color lines, 5 almost invisible silk threads stretched out from his 5 fingertips and violently attacked AI Fan. AI Fan's pupils shrank slightly, and with one hand, a red knife stabbed out. Instantly, there is a flaw. Falcon Strike. Swish! The red knife went straight along the gap between Doflamingo's fingers, sticking to the line he made, Suddenly it was a lose-lose style of play. Clang, bang. Two voices came out at the same time. Brother Doflamingo's palm was dark, and he directly held the red knife. And AI Fan's other hand was facing upwards, against Doflamingo's wrist. For a while, the two were actually deadlocked. Sizzle. The red knife rubbed the palm of Doflamingo's palm, and the two men kept colliding with each other. AI Fan grinned and said, "I know your information, from Granny He." Doflamingo paused, and that's it. AI Fan broke out suddenly. The red knife twisted, broke free from his palm, and slashed downward. Cobweb. Doflamingo's open hand movement was not slow at all, and the transparent silk thread flew out perfectly blocking this slash. Clang. Sparks splattered, and the two were deadlocked again. Doflamingo laughed wildly. "Isn't your attack not that good, Hawk Sparrow?" "Really?" Ivan grinned and said, "Oh, the one named Treble was cut into several pieces by my avatar. The sugar has also turned into stone. You should be able to see it soon!" Exclamation mark. "What?" Brother Doflamingo was directly angry. He sensed it, and as AI Fan's voice fell, the toys below turned into people. "Damn it!" he roared, the Overlord's domineering surging. AI Fan refused to let it, and the same Overlord's color collided with him. Foot shaved line. He kicked out with one leg, and the silk thread was wrapped in a domineering attack towards AI Fan. AI Fan did not give in, and was also wrapped in domineering, and kicked out one leg to collide with it. Ultimate battleship crash. Boom. The gust of wind swept through the entire King's Heights, and those who were fighting on the other side had to temporarily stop their movements to resist the aftermath. Doflamingo collided, but Doflamingo's color changed. The legs of the two collided, and the blue battleship protruded from AI Fan's legs, causing his legs to retreat unconsciously. "Ah, come out!" With AI Fan's roar, the blue battleship turned black, surging like a domineering. The huge battleship appeared instantly, and flew out with Doflamingo. In the room, Violet was using her ability to observe the battle outside, and when she learned that AI Fan was a Navy and came to save them, she almost cried with joy. Moreover, she saw that Terepol was beheaded, the sugar was petrified, Jura and Mahabai were all defeated, and she felt hope. And here, there are the most important people who have not been defeated. Watching Ivan confronting Doflamingo, Violet secretly cheered on Ivan. As Doflamingo was thrown upside down by the top of the battleship, her excitement couldn't be restrained in an instant. However, the direction of the battleship was flying towards the house where she was. Boom. As a huge hole appeared in the room, Doflamingo smashed several layers of walls into it. Through the huge hole, she could easily see AI Fan without her ability. As soon as the strike succeeded, AI Fan had no intention of stopping. Holding the knife in both hands, a huge slash had already been issued. Profound meaning opens up the world. The main body jumped out and used the clone to release the blow with all his strength. Swish! The crimson slash went straight towards Doflamingo, and Doflamingo only felt a chill. Without hesitation, he spread out his fingers, and several layers of transparent spider webs appeared. The spider's nest. Domineering twisted the transparent silk thread into black, and the slash came to him at this time. Clang! It was just a stalemate for a while, and his whole body was taken backwards and flew out by the sword light. Boom! The palace was smashed through, and the red slash took Doflamingo into the sky. The clone ate the flower of healing, while AI Fan did not stop, attacking Doflamingo along the hole. Wait a minute. As he passed the palace that was cut in half, a voice stopped AI Fan. Zizi. Xiangali's clone appeared in front of the owner of the voice in an instant. AI Fan looked at the woman in front of him and asked, slightly puzzled, "Are you the direct line of King Liku?" Regarding the royal family information here, AI Fan has seen it, and naturally he has seen the appearance of this princess. Violet nodded with a serious expression. "Be careful. The top Kada Pika seems to be preparing for a huge attack, and both Buffalo and BB5 who are performing tasks outside are about to come back. You must not be attacked. Also, Gradius, one of the Kadas, also came here, You can easily be besieged. Thank you for reminding me, AI Fan said with a grin. Although he already knew that there were two other carders who didn't show up to do it, AI Fan really didn't know that there were two people who rushed over from outside. Violet suddenly said, "Come on." As her voice fell, the entire King's Heights began to shake. A sharp voice came out, and Pika, one of the top carders, activated his abilities. The stone appeared from under Ivan's feet and turned into his head. He glared at Violet. "Damn woman, how dare you tell us all the information?" Bang! The voice fell, and the stone head he arched out had been kicked to pieces by AI Fan. The shaking became more intense, and Violet fell directly. Ivan grabbed her and disappeared here as an electric light. At the same time, the door clone also took the opportunity to take both Revo and Delia away. He felt it, and the entire King's Heights was shaking. In the sky, AI Fan retreated a little and got together with his clone. On the coast, two figures also flew over from the sky. But, by coincidence, they saw the bodies of Jiraiya and Mahabai, who were beaten and bound together. Next to the Manami, Evely, and AI Fan's poison avatar. Looking at the man who looked like a small plane, and the girl in the maid outfit, AI Fan murmured, "Is it just two people?" "It's a bit unlucky." Swish. Nami turned the weather stick twice and said excitedly, "Let me come." For fighting, she is now full of confidence. Chapter 238 Duel, 5th More. In addition to Poison's avatar and Charm's avatar, AI Fan's avatars got together again. King Liku has been rescued, and Mei Ai's avatar is protecting him with a mask. If you want to gather people's hearts, this person's safety is a must. However, the entire Wangzi Heights is also deforming, and eventually turned into a towering stone giant. AI Fan estimated that the minimum height is more than 300 meters. Several figures stood on his shoulders. Ivan looked at them one by one: Doflamingo, Diamante, Rauji, and the silver-haired afro-haired Gradius with a mask and glasses. 5 opponents. AI Fan appeared in midair, and the paper floated in midair, supporting Delia. Revo, as well as his kneeling avatar, paper avatar, ringing thunder avatar, and the main body where the door avatar are located are half hanging in the air. "We're 6 here," AI Fan said with a grin. Bang bang. Revo's fists collided together, and the muscles on his body became more and more bulging. He was slightly excited. Just beat the few people on the opposite side. That's basically what it means. Delia rubbed the daggers in both hands. First of all, AI Fan raised his finger. "We can't be oppressed in terms of momentum." As his voice fell, countless pieces of paper were scattered from the air and sprinkled all over the island. The moment the paper fell on the grass and trees, the grass and trees all turned into white paper. AI Fan, regardless of his physical strength, started to make paper frantically. "Dover, what are the little devils doing over there?" Diamante was slightly puzzled. "Awakening?" Pika's high-pitched voice came out. "No." Doflamingo grinned at the continuous gathering of papers, similar to awakening. "It looks like he wants to confront you." Pika burst into a sharp smile and said, "Using paper and stone to hit hard. I don't want to smash him directly." As he said that, he was about to reach out and press towards AI Fan. "Wait a minute." Doflamingo grinned. "Give him time." Beside him, a clone made of threads appeared, grinning and saying, "I need a little time too." Time passed by every minute and second, and the two sides faced each other here. Along with the disappearance of Dressrosa's countless plants and trees, a giant paper figurine that was no less than Pika appeared. Under their feet, people the size of insects have already run towards the coast, and they want to get out of here. The center of the battle has long since turned into a no-man's land. This is also the reason why AI Fan confronted Doflamingo, because ordinary people need to escape. However, they soon despaired. Doflamingo's preparations were also completed, and countless transparent silk threads flew out, wrapping the entire Dressrosa. "Everyone here has become a bird in a cage." Doflamingo looked at Ivan from a distance and grinned. "How is it, Eagle Sparrow?" A faint wave came out, and AI Fan pouted. "Even the electromagnetic waves have been affected." Doflamingo laughed wildly. "You are now an eagle in a cage." "Oh no, a sparrow." The birdcage began to shrink with his wild laughter. AI Fan's pupils shrank slightly, and he tried his clone. Even if he barely petrified some silk threads, those threads would grow instantly, and there was absolutely no chance for anyone to run away. I don't know how long the fight will last, and the cage's shrinking seems to be fast. In the air, the corners of AI Fan's mouth were slightly raised, and the door clone left quietly, taking Violet with him. After a few seconds, he arrived at the birdcage where the crowd gathered. Now, almost everyone is gathered together, and the darkness is almost invisible. AI Fan came to King Liku and released Violet. The two of them reunited, and naturally they couldn't help crying with joy. But now is not the time to sigh. Standing tall in front of everyone, people are not quite far away from the birdcage, AI Fan said with a smile. Everyone lined up in two teams, ready to leave here. As AI Fan's voice fell, the air door had opened, and a door led directly outside the birdcage. People found a way to save their lives, and without a word, they ran frantically towards the gate, and while shouting, I don't know how many people fell to the ground. Humanity. AI Fan sighed. Suddenly, AI Fan saw that King Liku and his guards were actively retreating to make way for the people. AI Fan smiled. There is still help. Mei Mei's clone shot, instantly petrifying hundreds of people. The huge power made people startled, and they dared not act trashly. AI Fan's indifferent voice came out. I said to line up. It will take a long time for the birdcage to close. If you are disobedient, prepare to petrify it. He's not a pedantic person. Everyone only cares about themselves in critical situations, and the necessary threats can save many people from getting hurt when they retreat. These people. King Liku was stunned, looking at AI Fan in shock. He is a good person, and AI Fan explained to him patiently, sometimes, the necessary life-threatening is necessary. You see Tilda. In front of AI Fan, the order of people entering the air door is countless times better. After all, there are hundreds of stone sculptures next to them. The petrification of hundreds of people can save more people from being injured. Which do you think is more worthwhile? AI Fan said with a smile. King Liku gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. But, they are just commoners. Ha ha. AI Fan patted him on the shoulder and said in a voice that only he could hear. Don't worry. After the petrification is lifted, nothing will happen to them. King Liku took a deep breath, and his depressed expression turned into joy. He looked at AI Fan solemnly and said, Thank you so much for saving this country. AI Fan said with a smile, Nothing. After all, I want to do it myself. On the other side, AI Fan looked at Brother Ming, whose brows were wrinkled, and said with a smile, Have you noticed it already? What method did you use? Brother Ming clenched his fists tightly. AI Fan smiled and said, I won't tell you if I don't tell you. Oh, yes, one point. AI Fan raised a finger. I have seen people whose electromagnetic waves are many times more powerful than you. The electromagnetic waves you affect are too small to have any effect on my ability. In other words, you can only affect one of the signals of the phone bug. In front of me. This law of yours was completely restrained by me. As AI Fan's voice fell, the birdcage in the sky completely disappeared, because it was completely unnecessary. At this time, Pika's giant stone fist also smashed down. The paper giant, which is not inferior in size, then punched and collided with it. Doflamingo and the others stood on the stone giant fist, and on the paper giant fist here. AI Fan and others also stood here. As the huge fists collided, the two sides that were getting closer and closer rushed out like thunder in an instant. The final showdown has already begun. Chapter 239 In Good Spirits. First update. AI Fan's body did not possess any clones of abilities, but only relied on the blessing of the initial two clones to rush to the front. He rushed straight towards Doflamingo, because only he gave Ivan the biggest threat. I won't let you shoot against the young master. Raoji bumped towards Ivan. The ultimate secret technique of Dai Winkwayne, fighting protection fist. On his body, the muscles suddenly skyrocketed several times, and the breath also skyrocketed a lot. With both hands in a G posture, he charged towards AI Fan. However, Lovell seized the opportunity. inserted directly between the two of them, and punched Raoji. Sonic punch. Bang! The fist was hitting Raoji's abdomen, and Raoji's palm was also imprinted on Revo's abdomen. The engraving of the G. Wow! Levo vomited blood directly, although his fist also left a punch mark on Log's abdomen. The opponent seemed to be more durable than him. HMPH Raoji unwillingly glanced at AI Fan, who was far away, and sneered at Levo, who forcibly endured his punch without retreating. This is the profound meaning of my Dai Wing Quane. You are already very reluctant to just stand now. Stab. Levo sneered, and saw that his upper body clothes were directly shattered. His muscles burst, and the whole person looked more than 4 meters tall. With a smile, Levo wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. Don't be so rude, old man. How long can you stay in this state? Raoji's hands were about to look like a G again, but Levo grabbed his hands. Kaka. His clasped palms rattled, and he could hardly break free with almost all his strength. Levo's eyes were hesitant, and he was addicted to beasts, with a penetrating smile on his face. The impact of your blow just now is really outrageous. Dai Wing Fist. It's very interesting. Levo wouldn't say that he completely absorbed these shocks by repairing his injuries with the healing flower. Revo raised one hand, first clenched a fist, then claw-like. The white ball condensed in his palm, facing Raoji. Under their feet, there was a giant stone fist on one side and a giant paper fist on the other, and the two giant fists were still stalemate. Raoji tried his best to break free from Revo's palm, but found that his hands were as unshakable as if they were pressed under the mountain. Levo grinned and said, "It's useless, my palms have exerted a huge impact in all directions. The impact is a pressure, plus my own grip strength. The general giants are not as strong as I am now." Damn brat. Rao's expression changed, and the ball in Levo's palm gave him a deadly threat. Although there are some weaknesses in absorbing shock, it is not insurmountable. In order to ensure that I can hit this blow, do you know? Levo said with a humane look, the shock I used broke my own hand bones. Ah, profound truth. 6 Kings Cannon. Levo slammed his palm fiercely, and instantly pressed it on Raoji's heart. Death shock. Boom. The white shock wave directly penetrated Raoji. A billiard-sized hole appeared in his heart, and the front and back were translucent. Young people now. Rao's expression returned to calm, looking at Revo with a smile. It's really scary. As soon as the voice fell, he also fell directly from the giant's palm and fell towards the ground, no longer alive. Levo glanced at the battle situation, ate another healing flower and flew towards Delia. This battle is doomed from the beginning that they will not fail, because every time they are fatally injured, they can survive, and they will continue to become stronger. As long as they are not killed in seconds, they have infinite possibilities. Time goes back a little bit. The moment when the giant fists collided. I won't let a kid like you meet over half a month's funeral. Diamante raised his long sword, and then swung it out, arousing a powerful wave of sword energy and slashing towards Ivan. AI Fan glanced at him lightly, while Delia flashed to AI Fan's side in an instant, brushed her hands, and the sword chi that hit suddenly became soft, and then, Delia changed the direction and threw it directly. The stone giant. The moment that sword energy escaped from her palm, it instantly regained its original enormous power and slashed on Pika's huge stone body. In an instant, a deep crack appeared on Pika's body and was almost cut in half. Oops, Evely said with a smile, you cut yourself down. Damn woman. Diamante roared, and then saw that he took out a few salute-like things and sprayed many pieces of paper into the sky. He grinned and exclaimed, you have to try it again. Death Stardust. The fluffy piece of paper was restored to a sharp iron ball of thorns in the sky, and it turned into an impermeable iron rain that fell from the sky, surrounding Delia on the front, back, left, and right. Delia took continuous shots with both hands, completely wrapping herself as if it were adite. However, Diamante's long sword bent and turned into a long sword that moved like a snake, and launched an unpredictable irregular attack and stabbed towards Delia. Shah! As the Death Stardust was blocked, Delia's abdomen was instantly pierced. At the moment of piercing, Diamante had already withdrawn his long sword, and he was afraid that Delia would break his long sword. Damn. Delia clutched her stomach and stared at Diamante. It looks like you can't stop me. Diamante glanced up and down at Delia, and said with a bloodthirsty smile, "The next sword will pierce your neck." Death Stardust. Diamante repeated his old trick, throwing the thorny iron ball that was softened by his ability. The thorn ball fell again, and Delia swallowed the healing flower, but this time, he failed. As the iron ball of thorns fell from the sky, there was another sound at the same time. Air shock. Boom. The invisible air cannon blew all the iron balls away and flew straight towards Diamante. Diamante called out, "Picker!" Click. The thick stone arched up and wrapped his body, and the stardust fell on the stone with a clanging sound, but it didn't stop there. Evely took the opportunity to jump and landed right next to Lavo. The next second, the paper under their feet spread and turned into tight armor. The paper clones swallowed a lot of blue flowers, and they attached domineering to their armor, enough to maintain their domineering for a long time. The battle is going on, but for the people outside, all they see are two giants fighting each other. The giants that can be seen almost everywhere in the kingdom are fighting against each other. Boom! With the first collision of the fists, the huge sound was as hard to ignore as a thunder blast in their ears. In the end, what kind of battle is this? As a king, King Liko was shocked and couldn't control himself. And Violet put his fingers in front of his eyes and was surprised to see the scenes on the giant's fist. "How's the situation?" King Liko asked quickly. He knows his daughter's ability. If you want to know the specific battle situation in the distance, it is easiest to ask her. Chapter 240. The Last Person, Second More. Violet stared at the battle situation closely, and then said in surprise, "Lao Ji, one of the Kadas, was also defeated." Oh! The crowd cheered. King Liko was also happy, and on the far arm, Diamante watched Rao Ji, who fell not far away, go into a state of madness, and he shouted, "How dare you kill my beloved subordinate!" Rao Ji is his subordinate, and each top Kada has several Kadas under his command, distinguished by the suit of playing cards. He is a diamond. Ha ha! Lavo grinned. Instead of worrying about that, you should worry about yourself. Bullfighting scepter. He attacked suddenly, and the long sword rolled into a bull shape and charged towards Revo. Lavo stood on the spot, his expression unchanged, his hands clenched into fists, and his body and armor seemed to be one body. Iron. Clang. The bull's horn was on Lavo, but he didn't even pierce the armor. Lavo grinned and said, "Looks like your sword isn't hard enough." And Delia stretched out her hand to hold the long sword and smiled. "I caught it." Fluffy cake. Delia held it with one hand, and the long sword has become two pieces. "Let's see what other tricks you have." Lavo flew straight up, clenched his fists together, and then spread his palms. The white ball instantly condensed in his palm. As the ball condensed, his bulging muscles slowly contracted, becoming his original height. His strength was condensed. The expression on his face was a little twitchy, and when the muscles retracted, it was extremely painful, but he held back, not letting his arms tremble even a little bit. Diamante stretched out his hand and shook it, then pulled out a cloak and slashed it on his body. He sensed the threat. Moreover, it is mainly to guard against the approach of Delia. Six Kings Cannon. After charging, Lavo did not hesitate at all. The ball in his hand disappeared instantly, and when it reappeared, it had hit Diamante's cloak. Vacuum tunnel. Lavo grinned. Caca. As if made of paper, Diamante's steel-like cloak shattered in an instant, and a huge impact erupted. Boom. Instead, the shattered cloak became an accomplice, and it turned into pieces and was punched out by a huge impact and stuck in Diamante's chest. Bang! He was slammed into Pika's stone chest by the huge impact, and instantly broke out of the human-shaped hole, and then fell towards the bottom. Lavo let out a breath, swallowed a healing flower, and looked into the distance. At this time, where the crowd gathered, Violet said excitedly, "Diamante, one of the top Kadas, was also defeated." Oh! The crowd cheered again. They really saw a ray of hope. At the same time, AI Fan also learned the purpose of Doflamingo's factory through the villain and his subordinates here. AI Fan did not expect that what he got was actually an artificial devil fruit, using materials shipped from other places, and then made an artificial devil fruit. And the object of the transaction is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido. Moreover, his business is not only these. He is involved in drug trafficking, weapons, and smuggling of people. He runs a huge dark force. However, to AI Fan, this is not important. What he needs is Doflamingo's transaction list. With these, he can follow this line and uproot all the dark leaders. At the center of the battle, Gradius, one of the Kadas, had already been captured by AI Fan in an instant. He didn't get close at all. Before his hair stood up and launched towards AI Fan, the ability to kneel and kneel was activated, and AI Fan's lightning had already hit him. But in an instant, he fell from Pika's arm in a scorched state. There are only 2 opponents left in the battle. Revo and Delia have pushed away, and the next battle is not something they can participate in. The Paper Avatar and Pika fight hard, and the front end of the Paper Fist is domineeringly attached to it, so it can fight hard with Pika's Rock Fist. Moreover, with AI Fan ignoring the loss, the expansion of the domineering coverage spread to the entire fist. Pika's Rock Fist starts to fail. Although he is powerful, he has absolutely no way to win against AI Fan, a paper giant who is not afraid of consumption. And AI Fan is already preparing for a powerful attack. Dressrosa's vegetation continued to disappear, and behind AI Fan, the characteristic cardboard was rapidly condensing. Bang! Another hard shake. The Paper Fist directly shattered Pika's Rock Fist. Pika screamed, and the Rock Fist was wrapped in domineering and collided with AI Fan. Bang! The fists collided, and the huge wind spread, and the whole island seemed to be blown up by a hurricane of Category 12. AI Fan's eyes froze, and he held the long paper knife behind his back with his backhand. Fighting for consumption, he has never been afraid of anyone. Swish! The paper long knife slashed and split the rock giant in 2. Xiangali's clone locked Pika firmly, and AI Fan knew exactly where he was hiding. The long knife swung again, and the rock giant instantly turned into 4 segments. At this moment, Zizi's clone and Xiangali's clone simultaneously held the red knife clone and slashed towards a certain rock. Swoosh! In an instant, the rock shattered into dozens of pieces, and Pika's body also appeared on a certain rock, with a wound on his face. Now he already knows that it is useless to hide in one swipe. The other party knows exactly where he is hiding. Domineering covered the whole body. Pika glared at AI Fan's paper clone. AI Fan held a knife in both hands and surrounded Pika with Xiangali's clone. In an instant, the 3 figures jumped up at the same time. AI Fan's eyes were addicting, and he used his strongest trick, Profound Truth middle. Opening up the world. Swish! The 2 clones instantly staggered their figures, took the healing flower, and looked back. Pika, who was among them, had lost consciousness. 2 staggered slashes appeared on his chest, and the domineering defense was also slashed by AI Fan. The consumption has been reduced a lot. AI Fan smiled. In the distance, Violet was so excited that she almost cried, and she shouted, Pika, one of the top Kadas, was also defeated. The enemy, only Doflamingo is left. Lieutenant General Eagle. Come on, Freedom, come on, destroy them. I don't know who started first, but the cheers of the people soared into the sky, and it was deafening. Time goes back a little bit again. Of course, this is the last time. The moment when the giant fists collided, AI Fan has already jumped up, holding a red knife, rushing to Doflamingo like a shooting star. Falcon Strike. Doflamingo opened his palm, and a thick line shot from the palm collided with AI Fan's red knife. Over the whip line, clang, sparks splashed everywhere, and he held the silk thread in both hands to stop AI Fan's knife. Zizi. The strength of the 2 stalemate. Doflamingo laughed wildly. I really want to torture you to death. AI Fan grinned and said, the premise is that you have that strength. Chapter 241 The Last Battle, Third More. Foot shaving. Doflamingo kicked out with one leg, and the transparent silk thread attacked AI Fan. Battleship crash. Ivan was unmoved and kicked Doflamingo's ankle directly, making the line on his toes unable to hit him at all. Brother Doflamingo had suffered the loss of this trick. After the contact, he took the initiative to withdraw his legs and jumped backwards. At this time, the blue battleship on AI Fan's feet also rushed out. However, he forcibly changed the direction of this leg, so that the blow was still aimed at Doflamingo. The blue battleship struck, and Doflamingo, who was jumping back, waved his left hand to the front, and instantly emitted a cobweb composed of many spider silk threads, which stopped right in front of the battleship. Zizzy. As if steel was being cut, the two collided and made a harsh sound. The battleship without domineering was directly cut into countless pieces, and then disappeared directly into the air. The distance was enough. Doflamingo's fingers moved slightly, and the almost invisible thread attacked Ivan silently. Swish tilde. AI Fan slashed with one hand, and all the invisible thin lines around him were bounced off. Doflamingo's other attacks followed, and he raised his index finger and retracted the other fingers, and the thin lines created from the fingertips were fired at a high speed like a gun. Bounce. Comparable to the speed of a bullet, but with greater power, AI Fan swung the knife with one hand and instantly bounced off the incoming white line. Is your strength only at this level? AI Fan said with a grin. Brother Doflamingo didn't speak, but the killing intent was stronger. They all felt it. Revo killed Rauji, and Xing'Li clone also killed Gradius. He stood up with one hand, stretched his palm back, and sprayed dozens of thin, almost transparent silk threads from his palm, and then wound these threads together to form a thick thread like hair, and then slammed forward. The target is Revo in the distance. However, AI Fan instantly appeared in front of this attack. On the red sword, domineering and high temperature swept through. The red sword was raised above the head, and then slashed out. Eagle middle. Jing honk slash. Clang. The long line was directly facing AI Fan's blade, and the two directly stalemate. AI Fan screamed, and the domineering arrogance on the knife almost overflowed. Swish. Doflamingo's line collapsed directly, and the red sword light made this white line collapse directly. AI Fan grinned, and the long knife was erected facing Doflamingo. This is their battle. Your opponent is me. The blue veins on Doflamingo's forehead burst out. After he waved his arm to the side, a huge spider web composed of hundreds of thousands of transparent silk threads radiated to the side, and then the spider web moved towards AI Fan. The cobweb wall. AI Fan held a knife in both hands, and then the figure disappeared instantly. Shave, double the speed. The next second, AI Fan had appeared in front of Doflamingo. The long knife was horizontally cut out in an instant. Eagle strike. Huh? Brother Doflamingo's pupils contracted slightly, one leg curled up, and the sole of his shoe instantly pressed against AI Fan's blade. Ha! AI Fan shouted. His arms exploded with strength. Doflamingo retreated violently, and at the same time, the crimson slash also followed him. The slash was right in front of him, and his palms were bent into claws, and then he swung out. 5-color line. Clang. The slash and the line were handed over, and both disappeared into the air. AI Fan said with a smile, your top guarder has been defeated again. With their confrontation, Diamante is also defeated. AI Fan held the knife in both hands, stepped on the air, and rushed towards Doflamingo. The blue armor appeared in front of him, the red blade was at the front, and the domineering was attached to it, and AI Fan's speed was constantly improving. Ultimate blade tank crash. I don't know if it was the friction with the air or because of the high temperature of the red sword, the armor covered by the domineering turned crimson red, like a burning chariot rushing straight towards Doflamingo. Super strike whip. The long line hit the chariot directly, but it collapsed the moment it hit it. Brother Doflamingo frowned, stepping on the silk thread and jumping high instantly. He grinned wildly and said, this kind of straight attack can't touch me at all. As his voice fell, AI Fan's figure suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, It was almost stuck in front of him. I didn't say that my clone will not participate in the war. With the help of the door clone, AI Fan's red knife directly hit his chest. Laugh. Even with domineering blocking, AI Fan's red knife stabbed him. With AI Fan's footsteps rushing forward, the crimson armor also hit Doflamingo. Boom! Doflamingo flew upside down for several hundred meters, until the armor exploded like fireworks, and he stopped flying upside down. At the place of the explosion, the smoke dissipated, and his body was emitting black smoke, falling freely as if uncontrolled. After falling dozens of meters, he stopped directly in the air. Although he was in a state of embarrassment, his breath gradually recovered. Looking at AI Fan with a grin, Brother Doflamingo was in a hurry, but the arrogant laughed. Your strength is really surprising. There's something even more surprising to you. AI Fan grinned, not showing any strange emotion. In the distance, Beaker's huge stone body was cut open, and Ivan's clones moved one by one. On this side, AI Fan looked at Brother Doflamingo on the opposite side and said, I'm dying, the last person in your family. Above the whip line, Doflamingo started directly. He knew that if he didn't hit AI Fan as soon as possible, there would be no one under his command who could fight. When the whip came, AI Fan easily blocked it. Moreover, Doflamingo was falling to the ground intentionally or unintentionally. Suddenly, AI Fan grinned and said, Pika was defeated too. Now, in the entire Don Quixote family, only Doflamingo is left. Brother Doflamingo looked gloomy as he looked at AI Fan and said solemnly, I will kill you with the cruelest means. I will also kill your accomplices one by one. Shut up! AI Fan shouted directly. A powerful momentum surged, and stopped him. This is your last battle. Starting today, you will not have any more battles in your life. Brother Doflamingo's smile was very penetrating. He looked at AI Fan silently and said, what do you think I rely on to be able to traverse the new world? It can't be your unique laughter. AI Fan joked. You will soon realize what fear is. Doflamingo's tone was as cold as hell. AI Fan smiled and said, you'll feel my horror right away. By the coast, at the feet of Evely, Baby 5 and Buffalo have been defeated. Nami didn't defeat them. It was Evely who resisted a lot of bullets by relying on her scales to win with one blow. Including the Judah clone, all of AI Fan's clones disappeared one by one, and when they reappeared, they were already in midair. Chapter 242 Awakening, 4th More. In midair, AI Fan withdrew the red knife, and beside him were 6 clones except the healing clone. Poison, Charm, Paper, Thunder, Door, Kneel. AI Fan said with a smile, 6 clones together. Tanyasha, how long can you be arrogant in front of me? Doflamingo's face was gloomy, like a beast in hell. He could no longer smile, and some were just cold and biting, killing intent. AI Fan's clone formed a large circle to surround him, and the clone knelt down to activate his abilities. The enormous pressure came upon him, and Doflamingo's expression changed. One hand was clawed, and a domineering silk thread was attached to slash out of thin air. 5-color line. Swish. As if he had cut open something, the pressure on his body suddenly lightened. However, in the next second, AI Fan's clone attack also arrived at the same time. Thunder Fist. Real train crash. Poison Dragon. The air door opened, and the attack arrived in front of him in an instant. Boom! All the attacks exploded in his chest. His arrogance surged, defending all attacks with all his strength. However, AI Fan did not show any mercy, and all the attacks were undoubtedly unsuccessful and all hit him. Lightning surged, poisonous water intertwined, and with a huge impact and domineering, Doflamingo instantly hit the ground. Boom! A large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground, and Doflamingo was lying in the center of the pit. Ivan's clones fell one by one, and he noticed that Brother Doflamingo was not dead yet. It's really durable. AI Fan sighed. The clone was already standing on the edge of the pit. Doflamingo was bleeding profusely, the venom was eroding him, and there were faint thunder and lightning surging on his body. But he was laughing wildly, laughing wildly. Sitting up from the pit, he looked directly at AI Fan and said, In the legend of the Navy, you are a person with a lot of abilities, and your strength can compete with Akainu without being defeated. Now, your strength seems to be even higher. Are you begging for mercy? AI Fan did not waver at all. No. Doflamingo put his palm on the ground and grinned. I mean, you're not strong enough for me. White spread in his hands, AI Fan swung the knife, and 6 crimson slashes flew towards him at the same time. Clang! The slash disintegrated at the same time, and the massive white silk thread wrapped around Doflamingo's body, blocking AI Fan's slash. All of AI Fan's clones jumped into the sky, staring blankly at the white spread under his feet. Awakened. Yes. Doflamingo grinned. Wild waves and white lines. He suddenly made a move, and the thin white lines were arranged horizontally, forming a raging wave like an ocean wave, surging up from below AI Fan. With the movement of his hands, the white lines gradually moved closer to AI Fan in the middle. AI Fan's face was calm, and all the clones were holding knives in both hands, aiming directly at Brother Doflamingo in the center, completely ignoring the white line coming under them. Profound meaning. Open up the world. The 6 clones rushed out of each other. Doflamingo's color changed, and the white lines gathered into 6 strands, colliding with all 6 clones of Ivan. 6 holy bullets. The front end of the condensed white line was wrapped in domineering, and instantly blocked in front of AI Fan's clone. Clang! The red knife collided with the white line, and the atmosphere seemed to be torn apart. At the same time, they bumped into each other with their domineering arrogance. Zizzy tilde. Domineering collided, and after less than 3 seconds of stalemate, Brother Ming collapsed across the board, and AI Fan's clones staggered away instantly. In the center of Doflamingo's chest, 6 strings of blood beads flew out, and he instantly lost consciousness. Taking the healing flower under the clone, AI Fan swayed, came to him and smiled and said, "People who are arrogant in front of me will not live long." The distance, Violet wept with joy. Doflamingo, defeated. Oh! Everyone cheered at the same time. With a smile, AI Fan began to pick up the mess. Soon, everyone from Brother Ming's family was gathered together. Still alive, Doflamingo, Piker, Diamante, Buffalo, Baby 5, Sugar, Jura, and Mohobai are all tied together, and I don't know how many people are watching. AI Fan also got together with King Liku and the others. The guards were tightly locked by Heilu Stone, and Leo specially sewed them together. AI Fan's clone and the soldiers of the kingdom, as well as Revo, are all collecting the miscellaneous soldiers here, and it will not be long before the battle will be completely over. Violet came to Ivan and said, "There are still people in their family, a woman named Monet, and another stronghold is on an island named Punkhasat." When Monet left, I saw it there! Is there anything special there? Ivan wondered. There, Violet said with extreme grief and indignation, there is a brutal experiment going on there. A man named Caesar is experimenting with humans, and he is still a child. I also discovered by accident that because I have been controlled here, I have no way to tell others about this. I'm still a child when I experiment with humans. AI Fan said, "Tell me the location of that island." Violet put his hand directly on AI Fan's eye socket and said softly, "This is the memory I've seen." After a moment of silence, AI Fan took a deep breath, looking at the members of the Don Quixote family who were tied together behind him. AI Fan said solemnly, "We will set off as soon as the escorted warship arrives." "No, let's report it now." He saw an inhuman scene. If there was no Violet's memory to share, he really didn't know that someone would actually use humans to do experiments. If you use people like death row prisoners, it's fine, even if you're a pirate, but, using innocent children, this matter is the absolute bottom line. Now that AI Fan knows, then this matter must not be let go. People were celebrating, and King Liku thanked AI Fan very solemnly. Violet looked at Ivan and unconsciously peeped into his heart. In an instant, Violet was stunned. There was only one thought in AI Fan's heart, waiting for the escorted ship to come over, and then set off immediately. To do this for unrelated people. Violet didn't know what to do, and came to AI Fan step by step, reaching out to do something. AI Fan frowned and glared at her lightly. Goosebumps seemed to develop on his body, and Violet took a few steps back in fright. AI Fan wondered, "What do you want to do?" "Although I didn't notice the hostility and danger, this woman is too strange." Violet paused for a moment, then gathered up his courage and said, "I want to go to sea with you." "Become a member of the Free Army." "What?" It wasn't AI Fan who was shocked first, but it was like her father, King Liku III. "Violet, you are. The country has been liberated, and a good princess is left alone. So why should you join the Navy?" Violet turned to look at his father and said, "Please let me decide." "Father." Then she looked at AI Fan solemnly and said, "Please let me join you." For nothing else, she was moved by the justice in AI Fan's heart. After the incident of Doflamingo, she has grown up not knowing how much. She knows that only by becoming more powerful can such a thing be fundamentally prevented from happening. And AI Fan's Freedom Army made her want to join it. Chapter 243 Calculation, 5th More. "Why, or rather, why?" AI Fan asked with a smile. Violet took a deep breath, looked at Ivan solemnly and said, "I want to become stronger. I want to have the same power as you, and then protect this country." "That's it." AI Fan pondered for a moment. "Okay. You are allowed to join." Violet was shocked. She didn't expect AI Fan to agree to her so easily, but she quickly recovered and said with a smile, "Then from now on, you will be my captain." "Captain AI Fan." "Very good." AI Fan grinned and said, "You are welcome to join us." "Why are you so casual?" The surrounding people shouted loudly. "Violet!" King Liku called out, and he didn't know whether it was right or wrong about his daughter joining the Navy. As Violet said, only by becoming strong can this country be protected. But as the king of a country, he can't even protect his own kingdom. However, as a princess of a country, a nobleman, he has to become a Navy. "Father, please let me." Violet looked at King Liku seriously. "Violet." King Riku interrupted her, grinning in an encouraging tone. "It's okay. I support your decision." He survived because his daughter joined the Don Quixote family, and now he will not refute her daughter's decision. "Father." Violet threw herself into his arms with tears in her eyes. On the other side, one of Ivan's clones was already standing in front of Peak. "Young master has already been defeated." Peak was slightly healed by AI Fan, and he has woken up. AI Fan smiled and said, "That's right." "Why don't you kill me?" "Don't put me in handcuffs," Peak said with doubts. "I admire your character very much." AI Fan extended his palm to him and said, "Join the Liberty and become one of my members, at the cost of saving your wife." "What?" Peak was stunned. A red dot flew towards him. He reached out to take it, opened his palm, and there were 2 red flowers inside. "Eat one and see." "The other is for your wife." AI Fan smiled. Peak didn't hesitate at all, opened his mouth and ate one directly. Kaka. The bones on the body crackled, and the injuries inside and outside the body were completely healed in an instant. AI Fan smiled and said, "You know the power of healing fruit. You can heal any injury with tears. This is much better than tears. There should be no problem in saving your wife." Stab. AI Fan tore off a corner of his lifeguard and put it in front of Peak. "A man like you shouldn't break his promise. If your wife is cured, come to me and become one of my members." As soon as the voice fell, AI Fan also left directly. Peak froze in place, looking at the lifeguard and healing flower in his hand for a long time. Time passed, and at dawn the next day, the shadow of the warship appeared in the distance. "That's Granny Crane's ship." AI Fan looked into the distance, and on the sails of the warship, there were big crane characters. There were 5 warships with them, and soon, the captains of the warships had landed, and Garp was among them. Looking at the ruined and disfigured kingdom center, and the sturdy Doflamingo and his party tied up, Garp laughed heartily. "Evan, did you do a good job this time?" Garp clapped his hands. "Of course," AI Fan said with a thumbs up. "This is not due to me alone, but also to my group of partners." Behind him, Nami and the others stood in a row. Garp grinned and said, "Every one of them is quite energetic." On the other hand, after the investigation and evidence collection of all the people, and the narration of Liku's lineage, Doflamingo's guilt has been established. Carp directly contacted the naval headquarters and immediately dismissed Doflamingo's Shikibukai position. The only way to wait for him was to be imprisoned in the advanced city. Standing in front of Brother Doflamingo, AI Fan said indifferently, "I really don't know why you are so happy when you were caught." Doflamingo laughed wildly, looked at Ivan and said, "As one of the Seven Seas, I was originally created by the world government to balance the forces of all parties, but now, the balance has been broken by the government's own forces. Did you know that this sea is about to set off another stormy sea?" Unbalanced. AI Fan raised his mouth slightly. "That kind of thing doesn't matter at all. All I know is that an inhuman beast like you, I just need to beat down one by one and then be locked in the advanced city!" "What?" The veins on Doflamingo's forehead burst. "How dare you say I'm a beast?" His killing intent is surging, so that ordinary people dare not even look at him. "Enough," he said calmly beside him. AI Fan, is the information you said about the human experiment accurate?" AI Fan said solemnly, "It should not be wrong. I am going to set off the punk asset in a while." "It's too late." Doflamingo laughed. "The news has already been transferred over there. Besides, it's time to come." "Ha ha." AI Fan smiled and said, "You mean Kaido, huh?" Brother Ming noticed something was wrong. AI Fan smiled and said, "Do you know why the two veteran lieutenant generals from the headquarters are here to support?" "Because the generals have already fought against Kaido, who came halfway." Warring States' calculations are profound, and AI Fan has obtained a lot of information. Therefore, he has made different strategic deployments in a very short period of time. Also, your remaining forces in the underground will also be investigated. With such a large trading circle and so many scopes, if you don't clean it up properly, TSK, I'm afraid there will be someone who will replace you tomorrow. Come on, Joker. AI Fan smiled. He is not fighting alone. He has the Navy's troops all over the world as backup, and he can communicate with the warring states at any time. At any time, as long as he wants, he can do a lot of things. During the conversation, AI Fan's phone rang, and the caller was Warring States. "Kaido has retreated." In addition, Sengoku said solemnly, "The island name Punk Acid has been searched, and our people have found nothing abnormal." AI Fan breathed out, "I see, the Free Army will investigate again." "Okay, I've worked hard for you this time, AI Fan." After finishing the business, Warring States was a little gossiping. AI Fan was not distracted by the Warring States period. He said directly, "This time the Liberty Army has consumed a lot of money, and it is in urgent need of replenishment of various materials. Also, prepare me 100 pairs of Heilu stone handcuffs. The Liberty is about to run out. He is now the person in command of an army. Of course, he needs materials for his credit. Although there are very few people now, it will not be certain in the future." At the naval headquarters, Warring States clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "I know, smart kid." Nothing like Carp. Chapter 244 Departure. First update. The phone bug hung up, and Ivan looked down at Doflamingo and said with the smile of a winner, "Did you hear that? Kaido, who was working with you, also retreated." Doflamingo laughed, laughing wildly. He couldn't help himself laughing. AI Fan turned around and said, "Just laugh. When I defeat Kaido one day, I'm looking forward to your expression at that time." All the prisoners are escorted to the boat, and Garp and Crane supervise together the destination, Push the City. The people were holding a celebration, and after AI Fan and the others stayed here for a few more hours, they embarked on the journey again. When Violet boarded the ship, almost all the people in the line of King Liquor came out to see him off, and with a smile, the Liberty set sail again. On the Liberty, in the small dining room, everyone gathered around to welcome the new members. Delia made a large table of delicious food, and instantly subdued Violet's tongue. She spoke out her abilities and characteristics, and then AI Fan solemnly announced, "From now on, Violet will be the chief investigator on our ship. Her ability is unique, and there is simply no better candidate for reconnaissance. Like everyone else, Even she, who was used to seeing luxurious decorations, expressed great surprise at the luxurious rooms on the Liberty ship. Because she was ready to sleep in a small room, but she didn't expect the treatment to be comparable to being a princess in the palace. At night, with the end of the celebration, the Liberty fell into peace. Ivan's clone stood on the mast to keep watch, and the rest fell asleep. The sea of the New World has already set off turbulent waves. In the underground world, countless people have been eyeing AI Fan. The newspaper of the newspaper has been expeditiously printed out. Under the promotion of the Warring States period, AI Fan has become a new generation of naval heroes, and is regarded as the hope of the next generation of the Navy. The Free Army also gained fame. The people on the ship, including the newly joined Violet, are all naval officers who already have positions. The Free Army was also recognized and became the army under AI Fan. There was quite a bit of movement in the world government, but it was stopped by the Warring States period, and it was gone after that. However, that night, Ivan got Spandam's information. CP will take action. The method should be to install manpower on the Liberty to monitor, or to lure people who are bought into them with heavy profits. The specific situation has not yet been concluded, but he has reported it in advance. You did a great job, AI Fan said with a secret phone in his hand. I will send you the antidote for the past 6 months this time. As long as you continue to provide me with information, you will never have to worry about other things. Happened. Yes, yes. Spandam hurried to meet. The phone bug hung up. Spandam clenched his fist and slammed the table. Damn it. However, he has no way. He found a lot of people, but that kind of antidote can't be prepared by anyone. It seems that the only way to find that group of devils. He pulled out a book, which read, Be High. In the New World, many countries have been forced to stop the war because of the lack of weapons supply. Countless people are grateful and gnashing their teeth. However, there is no other way for anyone. In the 5-star Old Council Hall, they are already discussing who will replace the vacant Shikibukai position because of Doflamingo. The next day, the sun rose and the Liberty set sail again. Only this time, less than 10 minutes after sailing, I met someone. The man jumped onto the boat, and AI Fan said with a smile, Welcome to the new members. You are Peak. Violet was surprised. She looked at Ivan and said, What's going on? Peak said apologetically, I'm sorry about your country's affairs. I'm sorry. Saying that, he bent down directly, and then continued to add, This is my agreement with AI Fan. He rescued my wife, and I joined the Navy. I hope you can ignore the past. What? Violet gritted his teeth and said, AI Fan, this kind of thing. That's what he said. AI Fan grinned and said, Peak is a very tough man, so I let him join in. It's so random. Violet spat. While speaking, she has used her ability to spy on Peak's thoughts. After a while, she walked straight into the cabin without saying a word. AI Fan smiled. Violet agreed. It's just because something like this has just happened in the country, she can't accept Peak for a while. But this is nothing. According to Peak's words, this little girl is the most naive. On the Liberty, the celebration was held again, and Peak fought hard with everyone, drinking until he was unconscious. After that, Violet secretly ran out and kicked Peak when no one was watching, until his nose was bruised. After that, she left contentedly. After he left, AI Fan appeared beside Peak and said with a smile, Is this what you do? Let her be angry enough. Peak, who should have been drunk, sat up cross-legged and said with a disdainful smile, The little girl's childishness. This level, it doesn't matter at all. In the room, Violet withdrew his gaze and snorted coldly. Afterwards, she took a relaxed pace to find Delia. Everyone's beds are super comfortable, and she really wants a soft bed like that. At night, the Liberty finally arrived at Punkasat, the poison clone, and the masked Xingilai clone to explore. Soon, AI Fan came out and sighed silently. As expected, the place was empty, and many things inside seemed to be in use. Now it seems that the people here have escaped. Originally affiliated to the Navy, it was originally an uninhabited island because of the poison gas leak, and it is also a non-existent island. If it weren't for Violet, Ivan would not have discovered this place. However, Violet has also searched and found no trace of everyone here. After all, the sea is so big that it is extremely difficult to find someone who doesn't know where to go. And somewhere in the new world, a certain force has already heard the wind. Right with a huge scythe on his back showed a cruel smile. Below him, a dozen of his subordinates gathered. He grinned and said, "The commander instructed us to contact the leader of the Free Army. If the opponent is strong enough, invite him to join us. If the opponent is not strong enough, let us do whatever we want. However, I don't want him to survive. After all, several of my dear subordinates died at his hands." "You say, what should we do?" "Of course, kill them all," everyone shouted at the same time. "That's good." Wright smiled cruelly. "Let's go." Chapter 245 Giant Eagle, 2nd. The next day, with the sun, Liberty set sail again. The atmosphere on the ship was much more lively, and there were 2 more companions at once, and their daily life was much richer. Charlie, Nami, and Violet were basking in the sun on the 3rd deck. Charlie and Violet were wearing cool clothes, and Nami was helping them put on sunscreen. Delia is making the dessert that Charlie taught her. According to her, the taste of the dessert will be greatly enhanced after combining with her own craftsmanship. Peek and Revo are doing push-ups on the deck, carrying 5 tons. Both of them are doing their best, and neither is willing to let the other one score. Evely is practicing swordsmanship with Ivan's clone. This is a rare good weather, especially for everyone who has experienced the war. It is better to cultivate and experience progress. AI Fan sat cross-legged on the bow, except for one clone who was manipulating the boat. The other clones were honing their domineering and physical skills with each other. It's just that there is too much movement outside, and it may cause accidental injury when the domineering leaks out. "Everyone, dessert is ready," Delia shouted at the kitchen door. "Great." AI Fan appeared at the door of the kitchen, and Nami and the others gathered towards the kitchen. "This fruit pie tastes great." Nami took a sip and couldn't help but praise. "That's it, that's it," AI Fan said, eating the piece in his hand in 2 bites. "Aren't you going to eat?" Delia yelled at Revo and Peek. "I'll eat when I train this kid," Peek said solemnly. "If you want to compare me, stop dreaming." Revo expressed dissatisfaction. Enjoying the delicious fruit pie, Nami suddenly wondered, "AI Fan, where are we going next?" Earnestly, "There is a small island called Greenbit beside Dressrosa, and I have a partner from the little human race that I haven't invited." "That's true." Evely covered her mouth and smiled. "The purpose of our trip there is to invite a companion of the little human race." The Liberty quickly sailed to Greenbit, and AI Fan appeared in the small human race territory like a teleportation, which directly explained the purpose of his visit. The little human clan chief Gan Kiao laughed loudly. "That's great. Leo is thinking of going to sea with you to become a member of the Free Army." "Very good." AI Fan laughed loudly. "I will leave you with enough poison to ensure your safety, but don't be deceived like this time." Gan Kiao pondered. "Don't worry." Soon, Leo also got on Ivan's boat. On the Liberty, there was another party, welcoming another new member. Leo's room is in the kitchen, which is what he asked himself to be the guard of the kitchen. In fact, the real reason is very simple. When AI Fan asked casually, he said it directly. "I love those desserts, and it's too troublesome to run around too far away." Lavo said. So far, in a short period of time, there have been 9 people on the Liberty plus AI Fan, each with their own strengths. Peek joined as a combatant, and according to his words, fighting is the end of a man. The Liberty set sail, and with their absolutely excellent maneuverability, they can come and go freely on the seas of the New World. Because there was no purpose, everyone floated on the sea for several days this time without even seeing the shadow of an island. Fortunately, there was no shortage of food on board, and everyone was at ease. Nami is learning every day, and the rest of the people are also working hard to train themselves. Navigating this sea, only continuous progress can ensure that she will never be eliminated. Violet suddenly shouted, "I found the island." "Awesome." AI Fan laughed. "What kind of island?" "Yes, Cabbage Island." Violet himself was surprised. "What, Cabbage Island?" AI Fan was very speechless. "What kind of thing is this?" Nami directed the direction, and soon, The shadow of the island appeared in the distance. The island is round and huge, with a white sandy beach on the side of the island, a white rock wall in the middle, and green trees upwards. It really looks like a Chinese cabbage. Let's go see it together. AI fan laughed and jumped down. The beach is very soft, white sand with blue sea. How comfortable it is. I have never seen such an island in a book, Nami exclaimed. Indeed. Violet smiled and said, I have never seen an introduction to this island, and there are no humans found here. Soon, Nami took off her shoes and ran barefoot on the beach, laughing. The water here is great too. Charlie swam off the coast. A crowd of able-bodied people watched with awe. It's a pity that the water on the sea surface looks crystal clear, but it is actually several tens of meters deep. It's just that one person can see the bottom directly because the water is so clear. It's really good here. Peek was swimming happily on the beach. Nami followed and jumped into the sea, learning to swim with Charlie. AI fan shouted, I'm going there to see who will come with me. But Peek is busy swimming in the beach. Nami and Charlie are swimming in the sea. Evely and Violet have set up beach chairs, and it looks like they are ready to enjoy the sun on the beach. Lovell was preparing a swimming ring and looked like he was about to jump into the sea. Leo learned Peek to swim in the beach. He is small and strong, and it is comfortable to swim in such a beach. I'll go with you. Delia snickered while covering her mouth. Hey, let's go to the top and take a look. Arnold whistled and appeared, heading towards the top of the huge mountain. The height of this Chinese cabbage peak is over 1,000 meters, which is abnormally high. The diameter of the island is also very large, comparable to the size of Dressrosa, but 90% of it is occupied by this Chinese cabbage. The rest of the place is surrounded by a large beach. Whistling to the top of the mountain, it is almost above the clouds. From the sky, the whole island looks more and more like Chinese cabbage, but AI fan knew that this was just an illusion caused by the growth of trees. Hey, a hawk roar came, but it was not Arnold's voice. In AI fan's induction, a powerful breath is rapidly approaching. In the line of sight of the two, a huge figure appeared, covering the sky and the sun, and even Nami and others at the bottom of the beach saw it. This is a monster with a wingspan of more than 400 meters. AI fan saw that at the top of the cabbage was a nest made of huge white bones, inside which were warm things like branches and cloth, and the giant eagle's nest covered most of the entire mountain top. An eagle bigger than Ultraman. AI fan was a little dazed, because the giant eagle's claws are still holding a sea king. And now that it has dropped the Aquarians, it sees Arnold. Hey, Arnold let out a long whistle, meaning that AI fan knew very well that they were going to be singled out. The eagle here has locked it, because it thinks Arnold has broken into its territory. Chapter 246 Space, third update. Ivan and Delia jumped back to the beach. Arnold and the beast were already fighting. Arnold basically will not lose. With its domineering and its own strength, it is not difficult to defeat a behemoth that is only powerful. AI fan. Nami waved at AI fan and shouted, "What's wrong?" AI fan flashed to Nami's side and wondered. She pointed to her record pointer and said, "I found the information. This island should be an island that does not exist in the legend. Island that doesn't exist." AI fan was slightly puzzled. "The so-called non-existent island," Nami said with her hands behind her back, with an old pedantic look. "It means that any recording pointer will not point here, and this island will not store a special island with magnetic fields." Tilda. She smiled sweetly. "I still saw it in myths and legends. Once this kind of island encounters it, if there is no special method, it will be trapped here." "Indeed," Violet said seriously. "The trees on the island are all special trees, completely unsuitable for living creatures, and besides the giant eagle, no other creatures have been found on this island." So, AI fan clapped his hands and said, "This place can be used as our base." Base. Everyone looked at AI fan at the same time. AI fan clapped his hands and said, "No one else can find this island, right? The sea in the New World is dangerous, this place is so beautiful, and the naval base has many rules. This place completely meets my requirements and can definitely be regarded as us. The base." And AI fan said with a grin, "Just hollow out this mountain, remodel it, and there will be no problem for tens of thousands of people. Hollow out the mountain? Nami shouted as she looked at the huge cabbage mountain standing in the clouds. How can people hollow out this? This is not a mountain. Violet's eyes shone brightly. If I read it right, this is the top of a dead tree. A dead tree? Everyone wondered. Violet pointed to his feet and said, what we see is only a small part. Under the sea, the huge tree is rooted directly on the bottom of the sea. But, can't you see the bottom of the sea directly from here? Laveau said weakly, lying on the swimming ring. No. Violet raised his finger and said, what you see is just a tree branch, but that tree branch is a little too huge. Moreover, the trees on the cabbage only occasionally float in the wind and take root. Other tree species on top. The beach here is also formed by the bark of this tree that has existed for many years, but it has not been washed away because of a special ocean current. That's true. Nami looked at the surrounding ocean and said, I felt strange when I came here. The sea here is full of calm ocean currents. Calm ocean currents? Laveau climbed onto the beach and asked suspiciously, what is that? A special kind of ocean current, Nami explained, similar to a windless ocean, although the sea surface here moves. The ocean current below the sea surface is almost still. That's why the ocean here is so clear. Evely suddenly became enlightened. Very good. Look at me, Ivan shouted. Why are you running so far? The crowd shouted in unison. Empty this. Boom. Before AI Fan's voice could fall, the prehistoric monster-like beast had already smashed onto him. AI! Everyone shouted before they had time. AI Fan had already appeared beside them. He patted his chest and said, it's so dangerous, I almost got smashed in. Arnold, what are you doing? Ivan shouted at the sky. Hey Tilda! Arnold responded immediately. This thing is so inexperienced that it was killed in less than 2 hits. What I said was why it hit me. AI Fan was furious. The red knife was directly inserted into the beach, and Arnold said that it could not answer this question. As punishment, Arnold was used as fuel for grilling the behemoth. It does not eat ordinary food, and it stores a lot of heat on weekdays, so it is better to use it for barbecue. And AI Fan came to the side of Chinese cabbage and put his hand on it. Can't be turned into paper? AI Fan was slightly puzzled. Tilda. Violet stood beside AI Fan and smiled. The outer layer is the dust that was formed by the dust brought by the wind. It looks like tree bark because it has been too long. It's like a fossil. It feels exactly like tree bark, AI Fan muttered, and then punched out. With a punch, the stone skin fell off, revealing the white tree body inside. It turned out to be really white. Violet touched it, feeling like he was touching a stone. After a little sense, AI Fan exclaimed, it's so big. As Violet said, this tree is outrageous. Bang bang Tilda. AI Fan slammed his hands together and shouted, let me build a big town. As AI Fan's voice fell, countless white papers began to fly. The more the paper gathers, the more the sun is covered in the end. Moreover, the peaks outside were getting smaller and smaller. With AI Fan's control, the paper gathered into huge buildings, layer by layer, one by one, like a magical skill. This process continued for several days, and then a huge town was built on the sea. In front of everyone, the originally huge mountain completely disappeared, and this place became the center of the town. Behind them, there was a 10-story attic, and this was the courtyard of the attic. With sand, sunshine, and flat white ground. This is a round town with 4 gates connected to it by a city wall that is as high as 100 meters. Moreover, all parts of this town and the giant tree below are one. The length and width of the town reached 30 kilometers, and many places were desolate, with only thick wooden floors. In AI Fan's sense, but the branches of the giant tree are enough to create dozens of such towns. AI Fan. It seems that the few of us can't use so many places. Looking at the huge and luxurious palace, Nami couldn't help but wonder. A lot of people will live here in the future. AI Fan grinned. With the existence of this place, he also has new ideas for future planning. Perhaps he can try it out and build a kingdom. The future is unclear, but he has not yet reached the point where he is invincible, and it is time to start planning to expand his power. Otherwise, Trying to change this chaotic world is just empty talk. With this base, how to say, it can be regarded as a person to rely on. Maybe, in the future, he can develop a population of several million or even more here. Chapter 247 The Tree of Gems. Fourth More. Walking on the white ground, looking at their own reflection, everyone just thinks that this place does not look like a place where humans live. Even those so-called nobles are far from the environment here. Evan, these woods feel like stones. Lavo tapped on the wall. It feels like a stone to the touch or even looks, but it makes a thumping sound like wood when knocked on it. Nami picked out a gem at random, touched the wall with the other hand, and rubbed it carefully for a while. Really, it feels exactly like a gem. This must be a special species of tree. Otherwise, I wouldn't have succeeded in turning it into paper. AI Fan replied seriously. AI Fan. Leo jumped onto AI Fan's shoulder with a serious look on his face. What's wrong? AI Fan stopped, and everyone looked at Leo in confusion. Leo said solemnly, I can feel it. This big tree is still alive. Alive? Violet said firmly. Impossible. I see it's going to dry up inside. It's really alive. Leo said seriously, this tree is an impossible species. Even the artificial devil fruit tree is not like this. The reason why this tree is like this must be with like everyone, have thaumaturgy. You mean this is a tree that has eaten devil fruit? Ivan exclaimed. That's right. Leo said seriously, we have inherited hundreds of years of planting techniques. From my experience, it is absolutely not wrong. This tree is really a gem. Nami leaned against the wall, her eyes bright and unreasonable. Well, AI Fan pondered, if it is a devil fruit, it is not impossible. After all, a sword can eat a devil fruit, and it is not too strange to eat a tree. If the tree is not dead, then the reason why this tree is like this is because the power of the devil fruit is still there. So it remains like this, Evely said quietly. Then do you know which part of the tree is still alive? Violet wondered. She was sure that the tree had dried up everywhere. Bottom. Leo said seriously, at the bottom. The vitality of the tree is underneath. Arnold. Ivan called out to Arnold directly. Are you sure? Hey, Arnold roared, indicating that there was no problem at all. What did you ask just now? Nami asked suspiciously, and everyone looked puzzled. Hee. AI Fan laughed. Is it okay to keep it secret? No. The crowd shouted in unison. Okay. AI Fan spread his palms and said, I want to use a clone to fuse with this tree. In this case, this space is truly unbreakable. Are you going to become a tree demon? Nami looked terrified. She has been reading fairy tales recently, and there are dryads among ancient creatures. It's a clone. A clone. AI Fan shouted. Everyone retreated to the wall in unison, with expressions of fear on their faces. I've served you. AI Fan shook his head helplessly. Didn't you say you don't like being away from your clone for too long? Nami blinked her eyes. AI Fan smiled and said, it doesn't matter, at Arnold's current speed, no matter where I go, I can come back within a certain period of time. And Tilda. AI Fan clenched his fist, looked at his own fist and said, I have a vague feeling that after all the 9 clones are integrated with the ability, there will be a big change. Won't it turn into a monster or something? Everyone asked suspiciously. No way. AI Fan shouted frantically. In the end, AI Fan firmed up his thoughts and decided to go with Leo to explore the only remaining seedlings of this big tree. Paper Clone appeared, pressed one hand on the center of the tree, and activated his ability. Countless papers flew out, and there was a pitch-black passage that went straight to the bottom. However, within 10 minutes, AI Fan stopped moving. What's wrong? Leo asked suspiciously. The bottom is actually hollow. It's like a cave dug out from below. AI Fan's expression tightened. No way, there are still people down there? Everyone was shocked. Xingali's clone appeared, and after sensing it carefully, AI Fan said with a smile, I have sensed it. And there is no bioelectrical response below. In other words, there are no creatures below, not even the heartbeat of an insect. To be safe, the door clone directly put Leo in his pocket, and then opened the air door, and it was at the bottom in an instant. Slap! The red knife handle ignited a flame, illuminating the environment here. The ground was damp, but hard, and in the tree hole lay more than a dozen corpses, as well as some old tools and the like. This place is like a mine, surrounded by all kinds of gems, and there are many piles on the ground. Ai Fan took a look around and found the sheepskin scroll on a skeleton with something like a diary written on it. Ai Fan smiled, put away all the gems, pushed open the air door, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Nami and the others. Wow wow tilde. After pouring out all the gems piled up into a hill, Nami jumped up with a cheer, and Ai Fan spread out the sheepskin scroll and began to examine it carefully. There is something like a diary written on it, although the handwriting is a little blurred, but everyone can still recognize it. It turned out that the people below were a group of explorers, who discovered this place accidentally because of a shipwreck, and stumbled upon this tree that looked like it was made of precious stones. Just as they were happily preparing to cut down trees, they encountered a red tide unexpectedly. They ran for their lives in a hurry, and finally fell into the tree hole. It turned out that it was all gems. However, they did not dare to dig down, because the bottom was the bottom of the sea. They dug up, and the results were very good. They dug up a huge treasure that could not be spent in 10 lifetimes. However, the red tide came again, and the entrance of the mine that they fell from completely blocked everyone's way. He wrote the last words, but only half a sentence. I regret my greed, I want. At this point, the diary stops abruptly. It's so scary. After Ai Fan finished speaking, Nami on the side touched her arm, which was covered with goosebumps. What is the red tide recorded in the diary? Xiali was slightly puzzled. Is it some kind of special natural phenomenon? Violet wondered. Compared to that, Peak, who has always been silent, said, I prefer to believe that it is some kind of creature. From his records, the first red tide did not catch up with them, and the second red tide directly blocked them. Ai Fan, there is anything unusual? No abnormality. Ai Fan shook his head and said, only these gems, and some skeletons. Right, skeleton. Ai Fan suddenly remembered something, and when he spoke, Xingali's clone had reached the tree hole like light. When they came out again, more than a dozen skeletons had been packed together and brought out. Under the sun, everyone shuddered when they saw the skeleton in front of them. It turned out that Ai Fan didn't take a closer look. Looking at it now, there are all fine bite marks on the skeleton bones, but some of them are too fine, and they look like they have been weathered. Let's tidy up other things and see. Pika picked up his worn clothes and picked up a lot of sundries. Let me do a divination. Charlie held the crystal ball, and after a while, she said seriously, these people have only been dead for more than 10 years. 10 years. Everyone was surprised. Maybe some of these people have known names. Ai Fan joked. Stop kidding. Everyone yelled in unison. Look at it slowly. Leo and I will find the last source of life for this gem tree. Ivan grinned and took Leo back to the tree hole. Chapter 248 Avatar, 5th More. All the way down, I came back to the mine. When Ai Fan was about to activate his ability to continue digging, Leo stopped Ai Fan's movements. What's wrong? Ai Fan asked suspiciously. Leo's nose twitched and jumped off Ai Fan. Stepping on the wet ground, he searched for something. Ai Fan was about to set fire when Leo suddenly shouted, "Don't set fire." What's the situation? Ai Fan was a little confused. Leo looked around, and in the dark space, there seemed to be something that particularly attracted him. After a while, Leo's voice came out, "That's right. The root of this tree's life is here. I didn't find it immediately when I came down, because of the fire, just like the self-protection of Mimosa. This tree, the last sapling, also hides itself. Could this tree be wise?" Ai Fan wondered. Impossible. Leo affirmed, it is impossible for plants to give birth to wisdom. At most, their instincts are stronger. While speaking, he groped and groped. Suddenly, a green light lit up in the hole, and Laveau said in surprise, "I found it." A small green shadow appeared in Ai Fan's pupils. That seedling was so small, so delicate. There were only 4 leaves, which looked like emeralds. Leo's hand had gently dragged the 2 leaves, as if he was stroking his lover's face. He looked back at Ai Fan, with tears in his eyes. It's about to die. The last trace of life is also dissipating. As Leo's voice fell, The emerald green leaves with only 4 leaves fell, leaving only 3. Squeak. The air door opened, and AI Fan's body had come here. Ahoo! AI Fan took a deep breath. He had made up his mind. Some things always have to dry. The clone gently supported a leaf, and now, there are only 2 leaves left in this bud. His fingers caressed the leaves, and the red sword fell in an instant. Shah! The illusory color flashed, the green leaves disappeared, and AI Fan was stunned, as if nothing had changed. The clone tried to move around, but this time, AI Fan realized that, silently, roots had grown under his feet, digging deep into the ground. A strange feeling came, and AI Fan closed his eyes unconsciously. He saw another world. With the help of the eyes of the clone, I saw the world in the eyes of plants. This feeling can be described in words, but AI Fan smiled. He knew the mystery of the tree's ability. This is a tree that ate gem fruit by accident. Because it has no consciousness, it has grown naturally for an unknown number of years, and the body of the tree has always maintained a state of half timber and half precious stones, and it has never been born with self-consciousness. Everything is acting on instinct. Even when its body was hollowed out, it never knew what resistance was. But AI Fan was already in ecstasy. The accumulation of this tree for countless years was his. At the moment of realizing the mystery, AI Fan had already realized that the ability of this clone was already in a state of awakening. Superman, Gem Fruit awakens. Thank you. AI Fan said this sentence with the most sincere heart, facing the torso of the jewel tree. Although the other party is an unconscious tree, for him, this is the guarantee of the world. On the sea, Laveau and the others shouted, "It's a big deal. The palace created by AI Fan is dissipating." They finally returned to the Liberty, only to find that the huge island and the palace created by AI Fan had disappeared. There is only clear water here, and everything else seems to have never happened. AI Fan and the others are all capable people, Laveau yelled. "I'll take a look." Charlie had already jumped into the sea. However, within 10 seconds, Charlie ran back like crazy. Laveau and the others hurriedly picked her up on the Liberty. Looking at Xiaoli, whose face was red with fright, everyone gathered around and wondered, "What's wrong?" "Look underwater." Charlie pointed to the surface. Everyone looked around in a hurry, only to see that the originally clear and transparent sea water did not know when it turned red. The blood-like color spread from the end of the line of sight. "This is the red tide," Evely said in shock. "Turn around," Violet yelled. She put her fingers in a circle in front of her eyes and saw a lot of things that no one could see. "No, Ivan hasn't come yet." Revo categorically refused. I have to wait for Ivan to come." Even though she was trembling with fright, Nami still stood on the deck holding the weather stick tightly. Violet said anxiously, "I see, AI Fan is all right." He closed his eyes under the sea and didn't know what he was doing. The red tide seems to be coming at him. "Then we can't go even more." Laveau's eyes were firm. "I must wait until AI Fan returns." Evely turned into a small half-dragon and said, "Me too." "Me too." Nami took 2 steps forward. "A man never leaves a company behind." Peak looked determined. Charlie said with a smile, "In my prophecy, neither AI Fan nor us will die. But there are 2 outcomes." "What's the result?" Even though the Liberty had begun to shake, everyone was still curious about Charlie's prediction. After all, her predictions never went wrong. "Ha ha," she smiled lightly. "If we leave now, AI Fan will be fine, but we will be devoured by the red tide and seriously injured. If we approach the center of the red tide, we will be rescued before the red tide." She was smiling because her prophecy had never happened like this, but she knew it was her progress. Huge progress. In the short time since she came out of Fishman Island, she has seen the scenery that she has never seen in her life, and there will be more things waiting for her in the future. These, she is extremely looking forward to. AI Fan's clone is not there. Who will control the ship? Laveau said. "I'm coming." Nami raised her hand. Revel grabbed her and flashed under the cabin for a moment, and the Liberty had started. Nami is the best manipulating the Liberty apart from AI Fan among the others. The Liberty was launched, and red also spread towards the Liberty. Whether standing on the deck or in the cabin, the red tide seemed to be everywhere. The red spread, almost at the feet of everyone. The next second, the moment it touches everyone's skin, all the redness stops. On the sea, a little red light appeared, different from the color of the red tide, that is, shining like a gem. The red gem slowly emerged from the sea, followed by AI Fan's body. He stood on the sea, and then summoned his brand new ability clone. At this moment, all the red tides sank toward the bottom of the sea, and finally disappeared. Chapter 249 Gem. First update. AI Fan. Everyone on the Liberty was smiling. AI Fan waved his hand and jumped to the Liberty. What were you doing under the sea just now? How did the red tide go? What is the red tide? How did you do it? AI Fan, are you alright? Everyone threw all the questions at the same time, but AI Fan smiled, and the clone appeared one-on-one and began to answer. The so-called red tide is just a small insect that lives in the sea, just like the parasites on the big tree outside. The parasitic insects of this gem tree are the red tide. Both are cooperative relationships, with the red tide helping the jewel tree clean up from disasters, such as humans, or other creatures that inhabit it, while the jewel tree provides gems for the bugs to enjoy. Insects come seasonally. Just now, AI Fan used the gem avatar to send out a plant-specific message: I'm poisonous, don't touch me. This information, or the smell, also covered everyone, so the red tide just receded. This is a swarm that eats gems for a living. Of course, he doesn't mind eating some meat or something. Also, once you eat gems, they last a long time, but here, they never come again, because AI Fan's information explained everything accurately. I'm poisonous, if you eat it, you will die. This is the unique language of plants, or the way of life. After listening to AI Fan's story, everyone was shocked and couldn't help themselves for a long time. None of them would have imagined that every plant and tree in nature would have such a skill. AI Fan, the current has changed. Nami shouted back to her senses. AI Fan smiled and said, of course. The reason why this strange sea area exists is because of the Tree of Gems. Now that the Tree of Gems has disappeared, of course it will recover here. Is that so? Nami looked at AI Fan left and right. Where's the gem? AI Fan turned his hand. A palm-sized red gem appeared in his hand. Nami took it without saying a word, and when she held it in her hand, she exclaimed, hot. AI Fan turned his hand again, and the blue gem also appeared in his hand. Nami took it and said with a smile on her face, it's cold, so comfortable. AI Fan turned his hand again, and the yellow gem appeared in his hand, but in the next second, everyone covered their eyes. Even in the sun, this gem is too dazzling. AI Fan's mind moved, the yellow light subsided, and everyone was busy rubbing their nearly blinded eyes. Peak is fine, because he wears glasses when he is normal. Hey, AI Fan put away the topaz and smiled. This gem can be used as a continuous lighting tool in the future, which is much better than electricity. A gem the size of peanuts appeared in his hand, and AI Fan said with a smile, on this point, it is comparable to a small powerful lighting tool, and it will absorb light by itself. As long as it is exposed to the sun for a while after a period of time, it will not be damaged for hundreds of years. Give it to me. Nami put on the sunglasses that covered half of her face and took the topaz from AI Fan. After watching it carefully for a while, she said with a smile, this thing should be worth a lot of Bailey. Bailey? Haha. AI Fan laughed loudly. We can't be short of Bailey in the future. What do you mean? Nami's eyes became brighter. He made a few pieces of white paper at random, crumpled the white paper into a ball and held it in his hand, held the gemstone clone, and then opened his palm. In the palm of my hand, a round ruby the size of an egg has already appeared. The gemstone shines in the sun. Just kidding. Nami took the gem, but found that it was a heavy weight. Peak was shocked. Could this be the awakening of the Devil Fruit's ability? That's right, AI Fan said with a smile. The ability of the gem avatar has been awakened, and the gem that affects the existence of external forces can exist forever, and will be controlled by me at will. AI Fan's fingers moved lightly, and the shape of the excised gem began to change. Finally, it turned into a wrist guard and wrapped it around Nami's wrist. AI Fan smiled and said, Don't look at how easy it is for me to control. These gems are as hard as diamonds. AI Fan. Nami's eyes were sparkling. She took AI Fan's hands, and said with the sweetest smile, I want a room made of gems. Okay, AI Fan responded with a smile, but there is one condition. I still need conditions. Nami looked at AI Fan coquettishly and said, can you not ask for other conditions? I will give you benefits. Use other methods. As he said that, he blinked one eye and threw a wink at AI Fan that could never be more childish. Learn something for me. AI Fan complained loudly. AI Fan. Nami pouted. AI Fan smiled and said, the conditions are very simple. You should study sailing well. After all, we are in the sea, and I will give you as many gems as the books you have learned. Take up as many places as you want. Hilda also, you can choose the shape and style. Nami spewed 2 white breaths from her nostrils, clenched her fists and shouted, look at me. Learning sailing is my hobby. You just wait to build me a gem the size of the Liberty ship. AI Fan. Delia smiled and came to AI Fan's side. People also want gems, and people can pay back. She glared at her charmingly and tenderly, in another way. In an instant, AI Fan felt that the diamond in his hand was nowhere near as hard as his own. AI Fan exclaimed with white hair from his nostrils. No problem. Swoosh. 3 times 5 divided 2, large and small gemstone necklaces, rings, bracelets, accessories, and even a gemstone mirror appeared. Delia activated her ability, softened all these things into a close-fitting backpack, and then ran into the kitchen. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have forgotten to say something, and came out again and said, I'll make you a special meal, and I'll treat it as a reward for you. AI Fan was stunned, feeling like he was being tricked. AI Fan, you. Suddenly, Evely pointed at AI Fan and shouted. AI Fan sensed a little and found that his hair was about to be dragged to the ground. AI Fan was not flustered. After merging the gem tree, he was also very clear about his shortcomings. You can't be short of water for a long time, otherwise, your body will automatically respond and actively seek water sources. Now that his hair is long, AI Fan controlled the black hair and poured it into the sea. In an instant, the long, dry hair instantly became soft and shiny, and his whole person seemed to be much moisturized. A blue light flashed on his hand, and a sapphire with many impurities appeared, and AI Fan threw it into the sea, absorbing the disadvantage of seawater. The gems produced will produce impurities and the hardness will decrease, but he can condense all the impurities in one time, and he can last a whole day by absorbing seawater once. Chapter 250 Attack, 2nd. AI Fan, has that whole tree disappeared? Nami asked in confusion. The tree of gems, bigger than a mountain, just disappeared out of thin air? AI Fan nodded and said, well, I have absorbed them all. It really disappeared completely. It hurts so much. Nami looked like she was in pain. Hey, that's not yours. Everyone complained in unison. It's getting boring. Peek shook his head and walked away. And then a fierce man plunged directly into the deck of the Liberty and began to swim. Say Ivan, Evely said in a deep voice, where are we going next? AI Fan pondered. It should be almost the same wherever you go, as long as you don't go directly to the base camp of one of the 4 emperors. AI Fan feels that it is worth a try no matter where you go. Nami, how many permanent record pointers are there on the ship? Ivan asked. Since Nami got on the ship, AI Fan has slowly handed over all the things about sailing to her. Nami raised her finger and said, there are 13 in the new world. Very good. Then we draw lots to decide. AI Fan grinned. It's so random. Everyone felt powerless to complain. AI Fan smiled and said, our overall strength is still very weak. If we want to change the world, we need to continue to strengthen our own strength. Moreover, I have a small goal that must be achieved by the Navy. What kind of small target? Violet asked in confusion. Destroy Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, or kill someone on his ship. AI Fan smiled. Do you have to do it with your own hands? Violet was slightly puzzled. What do you mean? Ivan looked at Violet. She smiled and said, you have inexhaustible treasures now. As long as you move your fingers, you can gather a lot of wealth. With this wealth, Can't some killer groups do it for you? The voice fell, and Violet found that everyone was staring at him. She said a little shyly, I see from the book. I don't know if it will work. Ha ha. AI fan laughed loudly. There is no problem with the method, but no killer group dares to provoke Whitebeard, because offending him will make their entire force disappear. And this is exactly the horror of the four emperors, who rule the absolute power that can turn the world upside down with absolute strength. As the Whitebeard of the four emperors, even the Navy dare not take his edge lightly. In your opinion, which force in the world can compare with the Navy? Is that so? The four emperors are so powerful, Violet said in surprise. He will only be more powerful than you think. AI fan sighed slightly. Everyone come and eat, Delia called from the kitchen door. Liberty's voyage continues. After having a destination, everyone will sail with peace of mind. The sea in the new world is ever changing, and every climate change is a test for Nami, and she is making rapid progress in such a test. The next day was sunny and windy. A phone bug called. Ivan. Hancock's voice came from inside, the one called Evely on the Liberty. And Delia. And that Charlie, and that one called Violets. Who are they and what are they to you? She read from the newspaper that after the war in Dressrosa was over, everyone was standing together and laughing. AI fan understood. Is this jealous? Absolutely jealous. They are all crew members on the Liberty. AI fan said with a smile. I will introduce you to you later, Hancock. In Hancock's residence, the mother-in-law said anxiously, Snake Princess, get down to business, don't keep questioning. Hancock replied as if he hadn't heard, where are you? I'm going to find you. Wait a minute, Hancock, I'll find you after a while. AI fan said with a smile. Really? Really? Hancock was a little shy. Of course it's true. AI fan said firmly, my speed is very fast, no matter where I am, I can go to your place very quickly. Okay. Hancock was immersed in his own world again, and even the most important purpose of making this call was completely forgotten. The phone bug hung up, and AI fan couldn't help but smile. Still jealous. Hancock is also true. How can he be so careless? AI fan looked up and suddenly found that the crowd had surrounded him. What's wrong? AI fan asked, slightly puzzled. Who was on the phone with you just now? Your relationship seems to be very unusual, Hancock. Don't you know? AI fan said in amazement. There are so many people named Hancock in the world. How do we know which one it is? Laveau spread his palms. One of the empresses of the Seven Marshall Seas, Boya Hancock, is also one of my fiancés, AI fan said with a smile. Fiancé? Everyone shouted, and the frightened Liberty almost capsized. AI fan actually has a fiancé. Nami was surprised. I heard that the pirate empress is known as the #1 beauty in the world, Delia said, rubbing her chin. AI fan's fiancé turns out to be a pirate? Laveau was stunned and frowned slightly. If you combine, there may be problems. These are nothing, Evely said in a deep voice. Why is the Empress, who is the king of the daughter country, your fiancé? Charlie touched the crystal ball. These are all doomed. We already know. Everyone shouted in unison. AI fan shrugged and said with a smile, it's also an accidental reason. If you are really curious, I can take you to see her. Oh, by the way, AI fan raised his finger and said, I suddenly remembered a good place to practice. Nami, now return to the voyage. Let's go directly to Hancock. Hey, everyone shouted. Don't be so anxious. That's right. Don't be so anxious. Another voice appeared, causing AI fan to change slightly, because he didn't sense the existence of the other party until the second before the voice came out. Not far away, a huge sailboat appeared, slightly smaller than the Liberty, but also a giant level ship. The big ship as a whole looks like a big mantis, and the breath of many people on it is very dangerous. Is it a bug again? AI fan was surprised. Freedom Army, you make me look good. Standing on the bow, Wright showed a manic smile. AI fan said solemnly, after the war, everyone must be absolutely careful. The strength of the other party should not be underestimated. Oh, the crowd responded in unison. The atmosphere in the air suddenly became very dignified. Even AI fan had to deal with it with all his strength. In the cabin, all three of AI fan's clones have been charged. The bow of the ship was facing the incoming ship, and AI Fan had already fired without warning. Chapter 251 1-on-1, Third More. The bow of the Liberty is open. Several attacks burst out. Boom. The thick thunder, the dark purple highly poisonous water column behind it, and further behind, are several rounds of paper cannonballs wrapped with mixed poison. At this time, AI Fan's gem avatar had wrapped everyone in the Liberty with spar armor, which was comparable to the hardness of diamonds, and the paper used at the joints, in order to ensure maximum defense without affecting the movement. The most important thing is that AI Fan found that he couldn't put Nami and others into the portable door. Although the clone can still be summoned, it cannot absolutely guarantee the safety of everyone. Has the electromagnetic waves been disturbed again? AI Fan snorted in a low voice. In addition to healing the clone, all other clones appeared. AI Fan looked ahead, where the big ship he had just seen had become a Jedi. Their entire ship is covered in venom, and the whole ship is corroding. The fire was full of light, and the smoke was billowing, but there was no sound of anyone. Are they all defeated? Nami asked, clutching the weather stick tightly. Not yet. AI Fan did not reply, but a voice came from the fire on the opposite side. Hum. The transparent colored mask swept out, evacuating all the flames, venom, etc. Their ship looked unscathed. The next second, the color mask expanded, instantly sweeping everyone on the Liberty. Even AI Fan was not spared. Inside the mask, AI Fan couldn't see anything but white. Moreover, apart from his own avatar, he can't feel the breath of other people in freedom. At this moment, a voice came out. The one-on-one arena battle begins. Then, in front of AI Fan's clone, different figures appeared. In front of everyone on the Liberty, the same is true. Only heard the voice that seemed to be everywhere saying, "My name is DeWitt, and I will be the referee for this game." Cough. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, I will give you a basic explanation. I am the ring person of the ring fruit. All the spaces here are created by me. There are only 2 people in each space. Only the winner can walk out alive. Well, the introduction is over. Quack. Opposite to AI Fan's body, the man with 2 huge sickles on his back moved his wrists and made a crisp sound. Freedom Army. AI Fan. Wright said with a grin. First meeting. My name is Wright, commander of the 3rd Corps of the Devil Pirates. Devil Pirates. AI Fan held the red saber with one hand and said expressionlessly, I've never heard of it. But, I've been paying attention to you for a long time. Wright's palms turned green, and the exoskeletons grew out. Kill my 4 beloved subordinates. But I wanted to chop you up. The voice fell, and right in front of AI Fan had changed a lot. Emerald green appearance, piercing cold eyes. His arms on his back, holding 2 scythes respectively, and he also has the huge forelimbs of mantises, waving it twice, and there are traces of slashing on the ground. This is a mantis with more hands. It is nearly 5 meters long, and the faint dangerous breath makes AI Fan's hair stand up. Wright's icy voice like a god of death came out. My ability, insect fruit, magic flower mantis. On the other side, the same white space. In front of Lavo, the previous tall man had changed a lot. Lovell actually wanted to chat with the man opposite him, but unfortunately, the opponent didn't give him any chance to chat at all, and he became a big bug as soon as he came up. Appearing in front of Lavo was a giant reptile with a body covered in armor, a head with sharp jaws, long tentacles, a pair of compound eyes, and a length of more than 30 meters. Lavo suddenly shouted, trained bug. So ugly. I'm a giant worm, an ancient species of worm fruit, you bastard. The giant worm on the opposite side roared. It's ugly as well, Lavo said, clasping his nose. In front of Evely, a giant lizard was shivering. He shouted to the sky, DeWitt, quickly replace Lao Tzu. I dare not move in front of this woman. Are you looking outside for help? Evely moved her fingers. Humphrey. The monitor lizard turned into a humanoid and said, it's good to have you. Soon, DeWitt's voice rang out, but the result. In front of Delia, a giant black insect appeared, with hard black glossy elytra, smooth but not rough, and a huge horn on the top of its head. The others stood up, revealing their faces, and looked at Delia gently and said, "Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aiden. This is my ability, the form of the worm fruit, the god of war." "Your armor looks very hard." Delia stroked the gem dagger that Ivan gave her. Eden smiled and said, "Defense is what I'm good at. To a lady like you, I'm willing to let you attack for the next 3 hours." And then he stroked his nearly 2-meter-long giant unicorn and said with a grim smile, "Hang you on it until it dries." "That must be very interesting." Delia smiled without a trace of nervousness in her eyes. In front of Xiali, she covered her mouth and restrained herself. Opposite her, there was always a huge, fat, white, about 3 meters long, spindle-shaped body, round and round, with small eyes and a small black mouth. Insects have no eyes, only their mouths open and close to make sounds. "A mermaid, after eating you, I can also awaken my abilities." His voice was terrifying, as if there was water in his throat. Xiali took 2 steps back, covered her mouth with force, and finally said, shaking slowly, "Why, I feel that your taste is delicious." Tilda. As she spoke, she bent down and vomited. "I obviously resist!" The giant worm shouted, "Damn, you dare to entertain me!" Charlie vomits, "You are such an ugly big bug. Who is in the mood to entertain you?" In front of Peek, a red kangaroo looked directly at him, with blue gloves on his fist. He looked at Peek and said, "Come on, let's fight a fair boxing match." Saying that, he threw a red glove at Peek. Peek put it on without hesitation. He stared at the red kangaroo and said, "As long as I defeat you, I can go out." "Then you have to beat me too." Kangaroo smashed his glove, his domineering already attached to it. Chapter 252 Coming to War, 4th More. On Nami's side, she is very smart, and when she comes in, she directly uses the light here to hide herself. Then, a strange scene appeared here. There was only the arena, and there were no figures. DeWitt, who was shouting here, was speechless. He only had the right to create space, but he couldn't fully grasp the things here. But Nami also knew at this time that the opponent, like her, has stealth ability. But she is not in a hurry. She uses the mirage to arrange it. First, no matter what ability, it will definitely appear in the rain. She is holding the weather stick tightly, which is the guarantee that she will not accidentally hurt herself, because her next attack will completely cover this place. In front of Leo, he was slightly in a daze. Since he heard the sound, he circled the dark mountain for a long time without finding an opponent. The same is true of Leo's opponents. He looked around, but he couldn't find any opponents. After a while, he shouted to the sky, "DeWitt, where is the opponent you arranged for me?" DeWitt was stunned for a while and then said, "Once the arena space is covered, the opponents are all assigned by the arena. Although I am the referee, I can only be sure that the opponent is with you, and it is very close to you. Others, I don't know either." "What?" The huge figure scratched his head anxiously. At this time, Leo finally knew the reason. He knew where his opponent was, and the opponent was the mountain. He thought, "It's just that this opponent must be at least the size of a giant clan." In comparison, he is estimated to be about the size of a flea on the opponent's body. At this time, a voice came from behind Leo, and Leo found that the huge mountain just disappeared completely, and the same little human race appeared in front of him. It's just that, slightly different from his race, the one on the opposite side has no tail, just like a human being completely shrunk. The man opposite Leo had dark skin, looked at Leo and grinned. "It really makes me look good." "How did you find me? Also, what's your name?" Leo asked suspiciously. The dark figure on the opposite side scratched his head and smiled. "My name is Tang-En. Just now this is my ability, Great Fruit." "Big Fruit?" "It's thaumaturgy," Leo replied. "That's right, I just restored my body to its original state. Just want to be like this," Tang-En said with a shy smile. "Are you also a villain?" Leo said in surprise. "That's right, I'm also a villain." Tang-En's expression was very kind, and he couldn't see any hostility. While speaking, the distance between the two kept getting closer. When the distance was about the same, Tang-En raised his head slightly and showed a perfect smile. Leo smiled back. At this time, Tang En was already rushing out with all his strength, and he was in front of Liu in an instant. A pitch-black spear appeared in his hand, and it was inserted straight into Liu. Clang! The spear stabbed unintentionally, and Liu was knocked out several meters in an instant. But he got up immediately, and the jeweled armor on his chest saved his life. "Your armor looks good." Dun's eyes were red, like a beast. A small dot appeared on the gem armor. Dun's attack just now was extremely powerful. Liu couldn't believe it. "Why attack me? Aren't we all little people?" Tang En said with a grin. "Of course I know you are a villain, and I have heard of you, the villain of the Dong Tata Kingdom. According to legends hundreds of years ago, the big talker Orlando also came to us. The country, only, has fought a war with us. I understand that if you are an absolute fool, a race that others believe in everything, then we are the strongest little human race that will never believe anyone." "Absolutely, I won't believe others." Liu was stunned. After a while, he gritted his teeth and stood up straight, looking at Tang En and shouting, "In that case, what's the point of living?" On the Liberty, AI Fan said that there is a desperate trust between partners. Liu took out the gem spear from behind, held it in both hands, looked at Tang En and said solemnly, "If the enemy is the enemy, I will defeat you with all my strength." Tang En looked at Liu with cold eyes and said, "You stupid race, it's impossible to understand our power." He rushed out quickly, the black spear slashing vertically. Clang! Liu raised his spear and took the blow firmly in midair. "I will return this sentence to you. Although the time is still very short, I am already much stronger than before I went to sea." Liu's eyes are serious. He is very sure that he will never fall here. Violet here. "Oops, I didn't expect my opponent to be a princess." A slightly wretched voice came. Opposite Violet, a red round beetle appeared, with dots on its back. It was a large 7-star ladybug. Violet didn't mean a lot of nonsense. She put her hands in front of her eyes, domineeringly attached, and a huge tear whale had appeared and smashed towards the big ladybug opposite. Clang! The sound of steel colliding sounded, and the tear whale slammed into the ladybug man's carapace, and the two were deadlocked. Finally, the beetle man's shell lifted up, and Violet's tear whale was dissipated by the collision. "Oops, is this princess quite violent?" The ladybug man looked at Violet before rushing out. Bang! He instantly bumped into Violet, who had poor physical skills, and in an instant he knocked Violet out more than 10 meters away. "Ha ha ha!" The ladybug man laughed loudly. "The strength of the princess doesn't look very good. It seems that I, Gregory, will be the first to solve the opponent." Violet reluctantly got up, and the gem armor on her body saved her life, but she still suffered a lot of impact injuries. Click! The carapace behind the ladybug man stood up and charged towards Violet again. She jumped back quickly, pulled out the short spear around her waist and pointed it at Gregory. Bang! After taking aim, she fired instantly. Scoff! The bullet hit, and she was knocked upside down again and flew out. "Idiot!" Gregory said disdainfully, "My carapace can completely defend against shells, but you can't defend against this bullet." Violet smiled. Gregory's expression changed. He turned around suddenly, and what he saw was the black spread on his carapace. Violet's tear whale reappeared and charged towards Gregory. She smiled and said, "My bullets are highly poisonous." Scoff! Violet was surprised, because at this moment, Gregory directly tore off his toxin-stained carapace, and even the flesh fell off a large piece. The remaining half of the wings were against the tear whale, and Gregory's expression was cold. "I will let you suffer endless torture, and then slowly cut it off." Bang! What answered him was another shot from Violet. Violet said with a smile, "I didn't say that my gun only has one bullet." And AI Fan said, "Don't talk too much nonsense with the opponent. Don't stop when you can attack. Even if the opponent dies, you must poison the opponent's corpse. I have never seen it. A man like him would be so cautious about you. So." Bang! Violet fired again. "I will never hesitate or let go." Chapter 253 Referee, 5th More. Clang! Violet's bullet didn't work. A colored mask appeared beside Gregory, blocking Violet's fatal bullet. DeWitt's voice sounded, "The rules of the game, no guns can be used." "What? It's not fair, Violet yelled. Question the referee. Now a yellow card. DeWitt's voice appeared. Swish. A yellow card was shot towards Violet. Her pupils contracted, trying to avoid the blow. Clang. The yellow card hit her, and this time, it also made her retreat more than 10 meters. On her arm, the gemstone armor seemed to have no effect. The yellow card directly pierced the gemstone, leaving a scar on her arm. Hey, DeWitt said in amazement, is that armor made by an awakened capable person? And I didn't cut off my hand directly. Scoff. Violet reluctantly pulled out the yellow card. Blood flowed out, she covered her arm, and there was a trace of panic in her eyes. When the colored mask appeared, the gun in her hand flew to a high place unconsciously, and it was directly scattered into parts. What should I do? Violet asked herself in her heart. In the current situation, no one can help her, she can only rely on herself. Soon, the colored mask disappeared, and Gregory's injury inside was completely stabilized. Half of his wings were left, but the wound Violet had caused just now had disappeared, and even the poison had been expelled. With an addictive smile, Gregory looked at the flustered Violet and grinned. I'm going to take off your arms and legs one by one. Violet put her finger next to her eyes, and her strongest attack was still coming out. Tears of hot iron. I wail. The flames burned with high temperature, and her attack was sent out instantly. Swish, the eye whale attacked, only to see Gregory jumping up in an instant. His body reversed, and he slammed the eye whale with the carapace behind him. Clang! A huge force emerged, and the whale directly hit the ground, leaving deep traces. On the other hand, Gregory landed on the ground with a single wing flapping, and then slammed into Violet. 7-star cut. Violet wanted to dodge, but her speed couldn't keep up with her consciousness at all, so she could only watch the sharp wings swing towards her. Clang! The two collided, and Gregory's sharp wings scratched on the jeweled armor on Violet's abdomen, leaving a deep mark. And Violet's body was also knocked back and flew backwards, and Gregory didn't mean to stop at all. He was spinning, his sharp wings were like a cutting machine, and each circle could be left on the gem armor. Trace. Scoff. Violet's abdomen spurted a lot of blood, and the whole person flew upside down for a full tens of meters. She fell to the ground and her breath began to weaken. Really, I broke half of my carapace, and even pulled off the wings inside. Gregory came to Violet's side, watched her gradually weaken, lifted one foot and kicked at her down. Clang! However, when his foot fell, it was blocked, and the domineering palm blocked the blow. How is that possible? Gregory said with shock in his eyes. You were clearly fatally injured just now. Violet held Gregory tightly, his eyes full of calmness. If you endured this and don't die, I will kindly tell you. The palm of her hand is a red gem. Boom! The bead fell on Gregory's leg. The bead cracked open, and a terrifying energy loomed out of it. You will die too. Gregory struggled to break free, but it was too late. The gem exploded in an instant. Boom! The flames covered the two of them, and both Violet and Gregory blew out from the middle and lay on both sides. However, Violet got up within 3 seconds. Although she looked embarrassed, the armor that trapped her was still shining. She had a smile, the smile of a winner. Only half of Gregory's body was blown up, but he was still alive and had the last half of his breath. With all his strength, he opened his mouth and said, "Why are you not injured?" "How can a gem blow a gem?" Violet replied with a smile. "That's not what I asked." Gregory's voice grew weaker. "I don't need to answer you either." Violet smiled. "Even if you are already dead." As her voice fell, Gregory's breath disappeared. At this time, DeWitt's voice without the slightest emotion came out. "Violet wins. Advance to the next round." The next round? Violet was shocked. If so, wouldn't she be very likely to meet her own people? Violet wanted to refute, but before she opened her mouth, she suddenly thought of just now. A yellow card almost made her break her hand. If she said she resisted the rules, what about a red card? Can't resist it even with gem armor. Therefore, she wisely did not choose to speak, but paid attention to the surroundings and tried to use her own abilities to see the surroundings. Violet was silent, and so was DeWitt. He was just waiting for Violet to rebut, so he could use the red card. And in this space, there are very few people who can resist their red card, At the very least, he has absolute certainty to obliterate someone who will be injured when he resists his own yellow card. After waiting a lot, DeWitt gave up. Violet was smart and didn't give him any opportunity. Moreover, his mood is getting worse. There are 16 arenas in total, and there is no good news coming from each place. With anger, he said, "Why are these people so difficult to deal with? Obviously they are very weak guys. One after another is so difficult to kill. Damn it. The chief sent me to assist Lord Wright. Do I have the ability to kill them? Kill Lord Wright and the others?" DeWitt sighed lightly and said, "If they all die in a duel and my support, then they will die too. There is definitely no need for such a person in command. On the contrary, after the battle is over, this group of people can develop a bit. Maybe there are still a few who can go directly to the commander!" On the other hand, the battle between Liu and Tang En has also heated up. Many wounds appeared on Tang En's body. On the other hand, Liu didn't have any injuries. In fact, Tang En's combat power is higher, but Tang En's thoughts are messy, just thinking about letting Liu clone him to make a sneak attack, but because of this, his own attention is a little distracted. Moreover, Liu was wearing a gem armor, and Tang En couldn't hurt him at all when he hit Liu. DeWitt. Dun was anxious and shouted. DeWitt's voice also came out, "In this game, you must not use armor." As his voice fell, Liu's armor fell off directly. On the other hand, Tang En said with a wicked smile, "Let's see if you die." In its hand, the black gun head became dozens of times larger, and it fell towards Liu instantly. Chapter 254 Victory. 6th. Liu's eyes didn't change. He looked at the dropped gun head, and at the last moment, his figure disappeared instantly. Shaved. His speed was already very fast, and it took only a few days for him to completely master the shaving, and now the speed is even more incredible. The moment the gun head fell, he moved with a long needle in his hand, and then flashed aside. Dun wanted to take back the spear, but found that he couldn't pull it at all. Liu said earnestly from the side, "It's useless. I am the ability to sow fruit. Your weapon has been sown to the ground by me." "Damn, you bastard!" Tang En shouted, rushing towards Liu at a very fast speed. Liu paused, the figure disappeared instantly, and when it reappeared, the long spear in his hand had penetrated Tang En. Liu's voice also continued to come out. "AI fan said that you can't be merciful when fighting." Victor, Liu, advance to the next round. DeWitt's tone did not fluctuate at all. Is there another round?" Liu asked dumbly. There was no answer for a long time. He picked up his gem armor and said, "Okay." "DeWitt, don't you even want to resist?" The other side. Charlie's battle has also begun. When she took out the gun, DeWitt's voice also came out. "The rules of this game, no guns are allowed." The gun in her hand disintegrated instantly. Looking at the huge bamboo worm on the opposite side, Xia Li showed her fangs. Where to start? She is a Mako shark mermaid. Swish! The bamboo worm jumped up suddenly and fell towards Xia Li. Charlie paused, then threw a red crystal towards her side. She is also a fortune teller. She jumped high, and the fishtail and the bamboo worm collided suddenly. Clang! The fishtail wrapped in gems slammed into the bamboo worm, but it was as if it had slammed into the steel. The huge force came, and Xia Li was directly smashed. Boom! Like a shooting star, the bamboo worm brought Xia Li to the ground. Click! The ground around 10 meters was covered with cracks, and Xia Li spit out a mouthful of blood. The script is wrong. Did my divination go wrong? Xia Li had only this thought. To be so unbeaten, I just hit her once and she will die. Bamboo worm shook his head and turned into a human figure. Bang bang! The small crystal ball slipped from Xia Li's hand. It was created by AI Fan with the ability of a gem clone. She knew very well that the effect was much stronger than the original one, but why did the divination result go wrong? In her divination, the crystal that she threw, the bamboo worm should have stepped on it and blew herself up. Could it be that Xia Li suddenly realized that her power was too weak? Or was it because of external interference? Really, I don't even have the value to absorb a mermaid like you. Bamboo worm shook his head, looking at Xia Li, who seemed to be doing a clone, with a relentless look. Huh? He suddenly saw the crystal ball dropped from Charlie's hand. TSK, you are still holding this kind of thing when you are dying. This is very important to you. Bamboo Worm grinned when she saw Charlie looking at the crystal ball and wept. However, Charlie was so engrossed in her divination that she made a major mistake, and didn't pay any attention to him at all. Bamboo Worm grinned and stepped on the crystal ball. Let me smash the thing you value most. He suddenly fell and stepped on the crystal ball hard. However, for some unknown reason, his foot was a little off. The crystal ball jumped out and smashed Xia Li upside down and made her fly several meters away, while his feet were unstable. He took 2 steps back, and finally tripped over and sat on the ground. What? He picked up the stone he tripped over, only to find it was a red crystal. Cracked red crystal. In the distance, Xia Li's eyes instantly radiated brilliance. She stood up and took the healing flower with relief in her eyes. Her divination was not wrong, but the divination was a fragment, and it was a little incomplete. It actually recovered again. The bamboo worm suddenly stood up and grinned. Let me kill again. Boom. He only said half of his words. The crystal still exploded, the high temperature, and the flames completely wrapped him. At the center of the explosion, he was blown to pieces. Aha! Charlie took a deep breath with a smile on her face. Victor, Charlie. DeWitt's voice came out. Charlie picked up her crystal ball, and there was no scar on it. She said with a smile, this is all within the results of the divination. DeWitt. There is a dirty word I don't know what to say. The other side. Nami felt a little helpless. She covered all the places in the arena with thunder at the same time, but no one appeared. Unless Nami glanced around, looking at the space above the clouds. The other party is flying here too. Anyone who can be invisible? Nami looked at the wall and the ceiling in deep thought. Only the ceiling and the walls have never been attacked. She stretched out her hand, held a blue spar in one hand and placed it on the top of the weather bar. I need to make a large-scale attack. What he took out was AI Fan's special spar, the blue crystal bomb. The use method is very simple, just need to collide with force. Moreover, as long as they are put together with the ordinary gems he made, these crystals are real gems and will never explode. Sha! Nami threw it hard, and the blue crystal hit the wall directly. Ka. That wall was directly frozen. At this time, DeWitt's voice came out. The rules of this game, gems are not allowed. He can see that each of these people has a secret weapon, and, whether it is ruby and sapphire or something, it is always useful. Kaka. All the gems on Nami's body shattered and fell to the ground, while she was dodging directly to the side. The situation was so critical that she didn't even hear what DeWitt said. Although no enemy was found, she was sure that there was an enemy here. The moment she was dodging, she felt a strong wind pass by the side of her cheek, and when she touched it, she was already bleeding. And she managed to dodge this blow. Nami was shocked, because it was a tongue that attacked her. And when this tongue was shot on the wall, the entire wall seemed to be shot through. Fortunately, she was hidden by the shadow of the weather, otherwise, she would be dead without the crystal protection just now. Nami also saw what was attacking her. It was a gecko hanging upside down from the ceiling. A gecko that is completely indistinguishable by the naked eye. A supergiant gecko with a length of more than 5 meters. Gudong. Nami swallowed and began to think about common sense about geckos. Soon, she thought of counting the points. Ordinary geckos are afraid of the cold, but this one doesn't know if they are afraid. Why do geckos come out at night? Does that mean they don't like the light? Let's try again. Nami clenched the weather stick tightly, and cold air had begun to be continuously produced. In order not to be affected by herself, she is extremely careful. Chapter 255 continued to win. 7th More. The temperature in the ring space continued to drop until Nami felt very cold, but the gecko went into stealth after the attack and Nami never noticed it again. It doesn't matter, continued to release. Nami gritted her teeth, and the air conditioning kept releasing. When she reached a limit, Nami took the initiative to reveal herself, but no attack hit her. Nami, who was hiding far away from the real body, was a little relieved. If it was a gecko, it would not be uncommon to freeze to death at this temperature. She did not relax, but silently accumulated the next attack. Suddenly, a thought popped out. and Nami muttered to herself, will the other party not move all the time? How is this possible? The thought was overturned by herself, but the thought kept lingering in her mind. Nami raised the weather stick and aimed at the place where the gecko was just now. Give it a try. Anyway, the other party can't find him. Bang! The hurricane shot out like a cannonball. Kaka! As the sound of cracking came out, in Nami's stunned eyes, the huge gecko fell into 3 pieces. This is a win? Nami looked surprised. The other party is not as difficult as AI Fan said, and he was directly frozen to death by himself. However, the next second, the huge gecko in front of Nami moved again. The body that was broken into 3 pieces wriggled again, but within a few seconds, 3 geckos just like the whole gecko stood on the ground. Awu Gecko's mouth wriggled lazily. It's so comfortable to sleep in. Ah! He turned his head suddenly, and turned back indifferently. It's a mirror. The heads of the 3 geckos swayed and looked at each other. Where are you? My dear little opponent, where are you? Hilda! 3 shouts came out at the same time, and the 3 geckos faced each other and asked each other, it's not a mirror. Who are you? What are you doing? Why do you want to learn how to speak from me? Oh, it's still a mirror. Not far away. Nami was a little sluggish, and she realized that her opponent was an idiot. No, the 3 geckos shouted at the same time, we are brothers. By the way, they're our opponents. The 3 geckos turned around at the same time, turned their backs to each other and turned their heads out, and all their tongues were fired in an instant. Tongues of prey. Boom! More than a dozen large pits appeared on the wall in front of them in an instant, and they were spreading rapidly. Nami reacted instantly, lying flat on the ground, motionless. Boom! As if countless artillery shells had blown up, the 4 walls, with the ceiling, were bombed with deep pits everywhere. Nami was lying on the ground, and the attack just flew past her body several times, but luckily, they didn't attack the floor. The mirage was fully utilized, and Nami used the clouds to make herself fly. She saw that the 3 geckos were moving. The attack didn't work, and the gecko didn't do anything wrong with him. He formed a circle, his tail flashed, and each other split his body in half. Within a few seconds, there were already 6 geckos standing here. Bang! They attacked without warning, but Nami looked at the place where they were attacking with a slight pause, and she said with a clear expression, so it is. There is an abnormality above. The gecko below found the abnormality instantly. Nami's voice sounded, it's too late. Phew. The wind was blowing, and the blizzard had already swept out. The 6 geckos froze at the same time, and in the sky, the yellow thunder fell instantly. Boom! The 6 big geckos were smashed by the thunder and turned into scum, and within a few seconds, thousands of small geckos appeared on the ground, and they shouted at the same time, it's useless, no matter how much I'm cut into, I won't die, I'm a phantom beast, an undead gecko. The cold air blew through, and below was a small gecko that was frozen into ice cubes. Nami created a little hot air around her to prevent herself from being frozen. She said with a smile, every time you split, your power will weaken, and there's no way you can take the initiative to come back together, right? There are so many split bodies, as long as the continuous thunder is enough for you to connect with each other. After that, I only need to create a thunder and lightning that is big enough to be able to sustain the electric shock forever, no matter how strong the phantom beast can stand. Sha! The weather stick spins a punch in her hand and slashes vertically. Nami shouted, Wanlatanhu. Boom! Countless yellow thunders fell, as if endless. The gecko below let out a miserable howl, begging for mercy, but Nami turned a deaf ear. She looked down, put earplugs on herself, and said to herself, AI Fan told me not to show mercy. AI Fan told me not to show mercy. I don't know how many words I said, and a huge voice echoed here. Victor, Nami, advance to the next round. Nami just pretended that she didn't hear it, and said to herself, AI Fan told me not to be merciful. AI Fan told me not to be merciful. DeWitt. There is a sentence MMB does not know what to say. The other side. Peek and the kangaroos had a hot fight. Wow. Swimming on the ground, he said, next, my attack will be launched from behind you. Who believes you? Yelled the kangaroo. Swish! Peek popped his head out from behind him, clasped his tail with both hands, and threw it out instantly. The kangaroo's tail fell on the bridge. Bang! The ground was cracked, and the kangaroo was directly rounded by Peek and stuck to the ground at one end. The ground here is white brick, very hard. As I said, I will attack from behind, Peek said coldly, but it was kicked out by the kangaroo halfway through. Boom! He flew out dozens of meters upside down and hit the wall directly. Kangaroo jumped backwards, grinned and said, "Kangaroo punch, kick back." This blow is domineering, and Peek can't do it if he wants to use his ability to enter the wall directly. Swoosh! The kangaroo jumped high suddenly, spinning and accelerating in the air and smashed towards Peek. Kangaroo fist, tail slash. Clang! Peek dodged at a critical moment, and on the wall next to him, a deep ravine with a length of more than 10 meters appeared. Peek left the ground at high speed in a butterfly swimming posture, and then attacked the kangaroo at high speed. He clenched his fists on both sides of his head and rushed out like a cat's ears. Cat ear fist. Bang! With one hit, the kangaroo was knocked against the wall by him. He didn't mean to stop. He swiftly upstreamed along the wall to the ceiling. He fell from behind holding the kangaroo's waist at high speed. The kangaroo resisted with all his strength, but unfortunately he had no strength to break free from Peek in this state. Peek said calmly, "No one can resist this blow." Boom! The ground was smashed into a big hole in an instant. And Peek is a water fruit person, so if he falls to the ground, he will not be injured just like falling into the water. Wow! Peek stood by the pit, looked at the humanoid kangaroo and said, "You lost." The voice fell, and the breath of the person in the pit also dissipated. At this time, DeWitt's voice came out, "Victor, Peek, advance to the next round." Slap! Peek lit a cigarette and said solemnly, "No matter how many rounds, I will defeat my opponent." DeWitt, "Don't you have any objections?" "He is lazy to change the rules now, a bunch of useless trash, can't even beat some dolls." Chapter 256 Winning Streak, 8th. On Delia's side, she looked very cautiously at the huge beetle in front of her. Eden looked relaxed. He turned into the form of a half-worm, with a long black horn on his head, a black carapace behind him, and his 6 arms in front that looked extremely sharp, with barbs on them. In light of the blood flow, in the worst case, a piece of meat will be lost. Shaved. Eden took the lead, and with a shaved he rushed in front of Delia. Swish! The unicorn passed through Delia's figure in an instant, but Eden stopped immediately. He turned his head and grinned. "What? He still has some strength." "Cut!" Delia said disdainfully. "I thought you would really let me play for 3 hours." "I know your abilities, Delia." Eden had a manic smile. "But you must not know my current strength." Delia took the initiative to attack, holding a dagger and stabbing Eden's eyes. Clang! Eden shook his head. The sharp single horn collided with Delia's dagger, sparks splattered, and the two directly stalemate. "Hey," Eden said with a smile. "What? There is only so much power." Bang! His 6 arms shot out at the same time, smashing on Delia, and in an instant, Delia was smashed and flew out. Boom! Hit the wall, smashed a human-shaped pothole, and Delia was directly embedded in it. In the next second, she had activated her ability to escape from the wall, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and Delia's eyes became more cautious. "The rules of this game: gems are not allowed." DeWitt's voice came out. On Delia, the gemstone armor that blocked the fatal blow for her just now fell off automatically, as did the gemstone dagger in her hand and body, which flew away directly into the distance. Awakened ability person is really troublesome. DeWitt snorted coldly. "What, DeWitt, you want me to kill her at once?" Eden called out in dissatisfaction. "I mean, don't let her kill you," DeWitt reminded. Delia took out the dagger she always carried with her, with caution in her eyes. In the first confrontation, her ability was blocked by DeWitt's domineering and the outer shell, and now she has no armor protection. Next, she must be extremely cautious. Hearing DeWitt's reminder, Eden turned into a worm and muttered, "What, now I have to kill her in one go." 6 claws grabbed the ground, and he burst out at an absolutely unusual speed. Delia's pupils shrank, and she rolled sideways in an instant, and Eden also shot past her like a cannonball. Boom! The wall seemed to have been smashed through. The smoke and dust splashed everywhere, and Delia jumped back and jumped out of the range of smoke and dust. There was blood on her arm, and she was wiped by Eden's attack just now. That is, at this moment, a deep wound was left on her arm, and the blood flowed non-stop. Delia calmed down and said calmly, "It looks like an adventure." Boom! The smoke was scattered, and black shadows rushed like lightning. Laugh. In an instant, Delia was pierced by Eden's long horn. "You lost." Eden stared at Delia on his horn. "The person who was hung on the long horn by himself has never survived." "Wow." Delia stared at Eden admiringly. "You lost." She swung her dagger, and Eden's horn had been severed. Landing on the ground, Delia flew out instantly. Eden didn't mean to pursue. He looked at Delia coldly and said, "The horns can grow longer. You have suffered such an injury, and now you have reached the limit." Delia activated her ability and pulled out the soft long horn from her chest. The blood soaked her whole body, and the ground was also covered with blood, but she did not change her face. Through her ability, she softened her pain, and all she felt was a very slow and soft tingling. "Very good willpower." Eden smiled. There was a gap in Delia's chest, and she could vaguely see behind her. Delia smiled, and the flower of healing fell. The injury had improved in an instant. The blood had stopped flowing, and the state had returned to perfection. With the ability revoked, Delia looked at the 2-meter-long sharp horn in her hand and said, "It should be able to break through your defense." The ability was activated, and the long horn was squeezed into the shape of a hilt, and in Delia's hand, a 2-meter-long ferocious long knife appeared. This kind of knife is not bad. It is suitable for use in battle. Delia licked her lips, and her blood-stained lips made her look extremely coquettish. "Bastard!" Eden was furious, and he shot out like a cannonball. Delia held the long knife in both hands and said with a smile, "AI fan taught me this trick." Laugh. The long knife cut through the air and directly penetrated Eden's chest, pinning him on it. Delia smiled. "The eagle stabs." "Why did you break my defense?" Eden still had doubts in his eyes. Delia smiled and said, "Because I use your weapon." Using AI fan's moves to stab him, use Eden's long horn to break his domineering, and use his own ability to break his carapace. All these have created Delia's spike. When the ability was activated, Delia swung the knife and slashed, and Eden instantly split into two halves. DeWitt's voice came out, "Fighter, Delia wins. Go to the next round." Delia packed up her armor and put it on her body, paused when she heard DeWitt's voice, and then calmed down. DeWitt is too lazy to say anything. He was already a little absent-minded about the attention of Delia and others. He found the reason why Delia and others recovered quickly after being injured. "This medicine is very powerful. Maybe it can make the chief take a fancy to it," DeWitt murmured to himself. "In that case, we have to find out who made this drug." "It seems that there has never been such a thing in history." Evely sighed, after the big lizard shouted. DeWitt's voice came out instantly, "In this game, the use of devil fruit abilities is prohibited." When the voice fell, the big lizard turned into a human form. He glared at Evely and said, "Get ready to die in the hands of Uncle Deems." In the next second, it was as if his throat was being pinched and he was speechless. In front of him, a layer of red scales began to appear on Evely's body. Her palms turned into claws, and her height was vaguely taller. Evely was surprised. I'm back to the state of a dragon man." The scales of dragons appeared on her body, and Evely felt the joy she had never felt before. Roar. With a long roar in the sky, Evely pulled out her long sword and said, "Tell me, should I thank you, or should I kill you?" Deems was a little dazed. He raised his head and shouted, "This script is wrong, DeWitt. Doesn't it mean that you can't use the power of the devil fruit?" DeWitt's voice came out after 2 seconds. I don't know what's going on." Chapter 257 Victory, 9th. DeWitt's voice hasn't been heard since. He can only change the rules of the arena once. Moreover, he maintains multiple spaces at the same time. Overly powerful changes are also a huge burden for him. If he is not careful, his own life may be taken in. Deems secretly hated. He clenched his fists and blessed with domineering. His ability was restrained too seriously. The other party was not a human being. He himself could not guarantee that he would definitely win. Shaved. He shot in anger, flashed to Evely's side in an instant, and hit Evely's cheek. Bang! He punched out, but it was directly pinched by Evely with one hand. Evely punched so hard that she almost crushed Dimp's bones. Sure enough, Evely said with a smile on her face, as AI Fan said, "You guys are average in human body arts, but your fruit ability is unbelievable. Now, without the blessing of fruit ability, your strength is far worse than mine." Far away. Click. She squeezed hard, and her domineering crushed Dimp's domineering. Her palm even crushed his bones. Dimps gritted his teeth and kicked out with one leg, followed by a blue slash. Land feet. Clang. The blue slash slashed on Evely's leg, but it didn't even slash her armor. Laugh. Evely didn't hesitate, and the longsword directly penetrated Dimp's chest. At this time, DeWitt's voice also came out. "Victor, Evely, go to the next round." The voice fell, and Evely also found that she had changed back to a human appearance, and her original beautiful scales had disappeared again. Sighing lightly, Evely touched her face and sighed slightly. "It's still more beautiful as before." "DeWitt, you freaks." The other side. After Lovell said it was ugly, the giant Malu on the opposite side stood upright. The body that was dozens of meters long and nearly 2 meters wide brought amazing pressure. Laveau glared at him, and his aura didn't fall in the slightest. "Your name is Laveau, right? Remember my name." The giant Malu opened and closed his half-meter-long outer fangs. "There will be someone in hell who will make way for you. This uncle's name is Douglas Moore." Laveau curled his lips and said, "What a lousy name." "You'd better recite my uncle's name a lot." "Call out." Moore came straight like a meteor, and the amazing speed made Laveau's pupils almost uncontrollable. His speed was too fast, and before the fast Laveau made too many movements, he slammed into Laveau's abdomen. Boom! With Revo, Moore slammed into the wall directly. The whole space seemed to be shaken. The wall was a deep pit with a diameter of dozens of meters. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Moore's body was lifted up again. On the wall, Lavorka was at the very center. His abdomen was penetrated, and the armor that Ivan had prepared for him was also shattered. Blood poured out like a spring, but it stopped within 2 seconds. Laveau let out a non-human laugh with blood stuck in his throat. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Laveau tore off all the armament on his upper body and said with a smile, "It's really powerful. Such an attack." "Your injury has healed very quickly." "Is it the awakening of the animal system with regeneration ability?" "There is no information on this." Moore's compound eyes stared at Revo, illuminating countless figures. Was a smile in Laveau's eyes. "It should almost be broken." "What?" Moore paused and found that his outer fangs had turned into pieces. "Is it your palm just now?" Moore didn't make any movement, as if there was no blood spurting out of the place where his fangs were shattered. He remembered that Lovell had desperately grabbed his fangs just now. Looking back now, some compound eyes saw a white ball in each of Lovell's 2 palms. Laveau clenched his fists tightly, the white ball wrapped around his palm, grinned. Laveau tilted his neck and said, "Guess what? He is also a genius, and he will improve every time he fights, especially in battle." The monster-like opponent he encountered made him almost tremble with excitement. The idea of wrapping the shock in his hands, AI Fan told him a long time ago, and only now can he really do it. Moore's eyes moved slightly, and the shattered fangs had grown out. His piercing voice like the howl of help pierced Laveau's ear. "I said, do you think you can beat me by wrapping the attack in your hands?" Laveau approached Moore step by step, and said with a smile, "If AI Fan is here, he will definitely say, if you don't try it, how will you know?" Clang! Moore rushed out quickly. But when he got in front of Revo, he directly broke one of his fangs with a punch. Caca! Before his shock was gone, Laveau's fist had already broken his other fang. How is it possible? Such a fast speed. Moore was shocked and couldn't help himself. Bang! Revo punched the hard shell under Moore's giant mouth, knocking his huge body upside down and flying out. With a smile, Laveau approached Moore step by step. "It's definitely impossible if you rely on power alone, but if you rely on fruit, This level is simply trivial. Coming to more, looking at his sturdy carapace, Laveau said solemnly, "If it wasn't for my body, my strength and speed could soar infinitely." Boom! The voice fell, and Laveau's fist had already landed on Moore's carapace. Click click. The thick and hard carapace was smashed and cracked, and Moore almost vomited blood from the impact. After this punch, the white ball on Laveau's fist disappeared completely. Is the impact exhausted? Laveau jumped out, dodged the attack of Moore's long legs under the carapace, looked at his fist and said, "The endurance needs to be improved." After eating a lot of back blue flowers, Laveau rushed out the moment he landed. He put his hands together, formed a larger white ball, and smashed it towards Moore's head. Moore jumped up on the ground, looking like he was going to fight Laveau. But just as the two were about to touch, Moore's head curved in a weird way, perfectly dodging Laveau's fist, and at his tail, the hesitantly sharp-edged long knife was already thrown towards Laveau's waist. Shah! The two passed by, and Laveau was almost cut in half, but Domineering saved his life and gave him a chance to eat the flower of healing. The white ball in his hand has disappeared, and Moore behind him has been blown into two pieces directly from his head. Turning back with a smile, Laveau said indifferently, "You underestimate my speed too." Even if the head and body are separated, but as a worm, he is still alive, his body is twisting. His head said indifferently, "That move just now is very good." "Thank you for the compliment." Laveau smiled. After a while, DeWitt's voice also came out, "Victor, Revo, go to the next round." Chapter 258 Dung Beetle, 10th. DeWitt's voice fell, and Laveau was also stunned, and then he smiled and said, "That's great. It just so happens that I haven't had a good time yet." DeWitt, "My script must have been diced today." All the battles on the field start at the same time, but end sooner or later. As for AI Fan, there are 8 battles going on at the same time. The main body and the initial clone are superimposed, and the permanent door made by the door clone is opened on the main body, and the healing clone stays inside. And all the other clones face an opponent, but these are not as big a threat to him as the right faced by AI Fan's body. Here. At the beginning of the battle, Right slashed in front of AI Fan at an astonishing speed. AI Fan's pupils shrank, and he slashed out, holding 2 sickles and his own limbs that were comparable to sickles. Then, under Right's abdomen, the 4 extra legs of the mantis state were already buried in AI Fan's abdomen. Clang clang. AI Fan didn't retreat half a step, and his body was also wearing gem armor. With his domineering power, it was no problem to block his attack. However, Right's arm holding the sickle slowly loosened, and the forelimb alone was comparable to AI Fan's strength. His scythe raised back, and then swung it down towards the crevice of AI Fan's neck where there were no gems. Clang! The sickle slashed on it, but not even a trace was left. "Hey," AI Fan said with a grin, "you're domineering, the real time." Just now, he didn't even feel it. Shah! Right's wings spread out and jumped out in an instant. At the same time, he opened his mouth and said, "DeWitt, ban all combat items outside of the body." "Okay, Lord Right." DeWitt's voice came out, "The rules of this game, all items other than physical abilities are prohibited." When he said this, it was extremely difficult. At this time, AI Fan's gem avatar felt a little bit, and he could sense all the gems around him. The same is true for Xing'Li clone, which can sense the existence of everyone. However, this feeling only existed for a few seconds, and after that, it was blocked again. AI Fan knew instantly that DeWitt's rules were also very restrictive. The red knife was inserted into the ground, and the spar armor on his body fell off. AI Fan twisted his fist and moved his body. "It's been a long time since I fought with my body." Ripping open the shirt on his upper body, revealing his perfectly streamlined muscles, AI Fan smiled. In Right's cold pupils, his arrogance covered his entire body. Right flashed to AI Fan's side in an instant, and his 2 forelimbs were chopped off towards AI Fan's neck. The 2 voices came out almost at the same time, and Right exclaimed, wanting to say something, but couldn't say a word. His body is very large, but at this time, AI Fan was pinching his neck with one hand and couldn't say a word. "I said, You only have such a little strength. How can you give me such a sense of danger? AI Fan asked, inch by inch, lowered Wright's head and body a lot, looking down at him. Oh, don't tell me. Ivan's neck was crooked, and the other hand in the palm of the hand slashed like a knife, and Wright's head was already flying high. AI Fan didn't let up, even though he had already pulled Wright's head off. The lingering sense of danger in his heart still lingered. Therefore, Ivan still held Wright's neck firmly, and with the other hand, he grabbed his forelimbs, preparing to tear him apart to see what happened. Suddenly, there was a change in Wright's body. The tail suddenly burst open, and a brand new golden mantis appeared. What AI Fan held in his hand was only a layer of skin left. Shredding the old skin in his hand, AI Fan grinned and said, "It's interesting. Is it a species that can shed its skin and evolve?" Wright rubbed his golden forelimbs in a cold voice. "Forgot to tell you, I'm an phantom beast, a hell mantis. That one just now is just my initial form. It's my weakest state." AI Fan clenched his fists tightly, looked at Wright, who was covered in gold, and said with a smile, "That's a bit interesting." On the other hand, all of AI Fan's clones encountered adversaries. Kneeling in front of the clone, a huge beetle appeared. The front of the head is in the shape of a fan, with a large base at the center and a gradually tapering horn in the center. There is a transverse ridge in the middle of the pronotum. The ridge is interrupted and slightly bent forward into an obtuse angle. The three-section body AI Fan looks suddenly familiar. This is. AI Fan has not finished speaking. The beetle has already said, "Yes, this uncle is Nelson, and I am a powerful warrior in the form of insects and dung beetles." Dung beetle. AI Fan looked at him indifferently and said, "Isn't he the dung beetle?" "Damn you, kid." Nelson gritted his teeth and said, "I'm a dung beetle, a dung beetle." "I know," AI Fan said indifferently. "Isn't it true to push dung bugs looking for death?" Nelson roared. In the next second, he knelt down with his back to AI Fan. TSK AI Fan raised his red sword and smiled. It doesn't feel good to kneel down in insect mode. With the accumulation of power, AI Fan slashed down. Clang! A colored mask appeared, blocking AI Fan's knife. DeWitt's voice sounded, "The rules of the game. Kneeling is not allowed." AI Fan jumped back and opened the distance. With a smile, he said lightly, "Very good, very powerful." The killing intent in his heart was even more intense. AI Fan sensed his avatars, and all the avatars faced the rules that were completely specific to him. So, the situation of Laveau and the others could be imagined. AI Fan thought of a way to get out of here, but he still didn't know if it was possible. But he decided to give it a try. Because, as long as DeWitt didn't let up, the door clones couldn't do without here. However, when he was slack just now, AI Fan felt it. The door clone can easily break through. This is a chance to kill. AI Fan will not try easily. He is very patient. Nelson stood up. Ivan tried to activate his ability, and found that after he activated his ability on Nielsen, there would be subtle fluctuations. When this fluctuation appeared, AI Fan could easily sense the existence of other people. AI Fan smiled. This is another method, using ability to compete with ability. He already has absolute certainty, and completely grasps all the situation. However, in order to prevent DeWitt from making any unexpected actions, AI Fan had already decided in an instant, and we'll talk about it first. The ability to kneel and kneel was not activated. AI Fan held the knife in both hands and rushed towards Nelson. At the same time, the other clones have basically gone to war with their respective opponents. A total of 17 enemies or more. DeWitt did not participate in the battle, and among the remaining 16, Ivan fought 8 alone. Chapter 259 Ants. First update. In front of the charming avatar at this time, the coquettish plump girl has slumped to the ground. But this is also normal. After all, for the charm avatar, as long as women can't resist men's sex, it will be a spike without any accident. AI Fan exclaimed, "It's all luck." Charming clone is the quickest and easiest way to solve the opponent, but DeWitt's voice sounded before AI Fan started. "In this game, you can't open your eyes." Then, The voice of the girl opposite sounded, "Devitt, what are you doing with the lights off?" "I'm doing this for your own good." DeWitt wouldn't say that he couldn't resist masculinity. After all, he is a man! Okay, okay. The girl's voice sounded, "Let me, Charlene, get to know the handsome guy on the opposite side." After all, such a handsome man is rare in the world. "If I die in my life, in hand, I will be very happy too." The voice fell, and in AI Fan's induction, the girl had turned into a giant ant with a length of 5 meters. So perverted. AI Fan couldn't help complaining. "What?" The Shaolin man stood up and turned into a half-ant-man state, and the 6 arms collided with each other and attacked AI Fan. Kaka. 6 sounds came out almost at the same time, followed by the sound of stones falling to the ground. Puff. Charlene fell to the ground, and AI Fan's voice sounded, "It's so weak. Besides, why would you use such a good name?" Such a big ant was knocked off by him in an instant. The ability of the charm clone, as long as he kicks the opponent, if the opponent's domineering can't bear it, he can easily turn the opponent into stone. No matter what your opponent is. "You bastard! How dare you look down on people!" Shaolin lay on the ground and yelled at AI Fan. For them who have learned to see and see, not being able to open their eyes is the greatest restraint on AI Fan's ability. However, if the opponent's strength is limited to this, AI Fan feels that any restriction is a paper tiger. However, Charlene's stomach squirmed as if she was holding something back. AI Fan was slightly surprised. "No way." "You are talking." "What is?" With the big ants, the giant ant suddenly fell. Ivan even closed his eyes. The light of the radius made him easily perceived. Ant with wings, the upper body is a human body, and the lower body is an ant. However, her whole body is gradually covered with golden exoskeleton, and her upper body is also completely wrapped in golden exoskeleton. "What about me now?" Charlene licked some wet lips, with pride in her voice. "It's normal." AI Fan waved and smiled. Compared with Wright, who appeared in his induction, Charlene's strength is much weaker. The wings on Charlene's back spread out, 6 ant legs kicked, and it charged straight towards AI Fan like a meteor. Fantastic power. AI Fan held the knife in both hands and stabbed it instantly. Falcon strike. Clang. The arm wrapped by the golden exoskeleton resisted the blade of the red knife, and the huge power surged, and the ground under the 2 feet cracked at the same time. It is said that if an ant is the size of a human, its own strength will be terrifyingly incalculable. AI Fan smiled. "Your strength does not seem to be very good." Charlene licked her lower lip. "People, only 1/10 of the power is used." "If that's the case." AI Fan suddenly exerted his strength, opened Charlene's arms, and slammed his foot towards her. "I only used 1%. Bang! Putting a foot on her chin, a huge force poured out, and Charlene was kicked up instantly by the huge force. Boom! The ceiling shattered, and her entire upper body was stuck there. Click. She used her hands to pull herself out from the inside and landed firmly on the ground. Charlene didn't say a word. There was blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Other than that, no injuries could be seen. "The defense is much stronger than Wright," AI Fan murmured in his heart. In Shaylin's hand, the golden light condensed into a ball. She held it in both hands, and then threw it towards AI Fan. The huge force made the speed of the ball almost surpass the sound and hit AI Fan. However, AI Fan raised 2 fingers with one hand, and the black peach heart condensed at the fingertips and shot out like a gun. Bang! The black peach heart hit the golden light, turning it into stone in the air, making her attack powerless and falling to the ground. Charlene's hands continued to condense the golden ball, and AI Fan felt that it would not be over for a while. "I won't play with you anymore." AI Fan grinned and rushed out with a knife in both hands. Charlene curled up suddenly, her whole body turned into a huge golden ball. She shouted, "It's you who are waiting for this." Shoo! The two passed by in an instant, and AI Fan slowly retracted the knife. Behind him, the golden ball that Charlene turned into directly turned into 2 pieces. AI Fan smiled and said, "You can block me with one knife. Do you think you can block me with a lot of knives?" "Why, It's so strong. Shaylin's body turned into a human shape, with huge wounds on her body. Ivan paused and murmured, "Is it strong? If you have the same ambition as me, you will only feel small. Power is endless." Charlene still had one breath left, and Ai Fan did not end her, but waited for the battle between her avatar and her main body to end. On the other side, Dudeclone is here. In front of him, a huge frog with purple skin and a body the size of a house appeared, staring coldly at Ivan. "I'm not afraid of poison," Frog said. "It just happened." Ai Fan said blankly, "I'm not afraid either." Both are good at using poison. Now, it depends on whose poison is stronger. Call out. The spotted long tongue attacked in front of Ai Fan, with colored smoke on it, just smelling the source of the poisonous emission that can kill ordinary people directly, but Ai Fan has already held it with one hand. Kai Kai. The poisonous mist emerged from Ai Fan's palm, and the frog grinned and said, "Your palm will be corroded by my tongue, Lord Fried." Ha ha. Ai Fan smiled indifferently. There are many types of toxins: corrosive, violent, paralyzing, phagocytic. "You are sure you are the one who took mine? The palm is corroded?" When Ai Fan's voice fell, Fried was stunned, and he suddenly couldn't feel his tongue. Slap. Ai Fan let go, and Fried's tongue bounced back, only to see Ai Fan laughing. "You may not believe it, when you retracted your tongue, you were already poisoned." Fried slapped his lips twice and grinned. "You don't believe me? I can create a highly toxic antibody within seconds, and it will absorb the highly toxic power for my use." As soon as the voice fell, its already huge body began to expand further. Chapter 260 Poison, Second. After Fried's body swelled to a full extent, he looked at Ivan and laughed. "It's really powerful toxin power. After absorbing it, it actually doubled my power." Ai Fan said blankly, "If you have the ability, you can absorb another one for me to see." Behind him, the poisonous dragon has appeared. Bang! The huge poisonous dragon rushed towards Fried. He opened his mouth and accepted everything without saying a word. Goo-oo-oo! Shouting, his body became even bigger, occupying almost half of the space. At this time, there were slowly deadly toxins floating here, some poisons that Ai Fan had never seen before. However, he is a poisonous person, and any poison will not have a fatal threat to him. Most Tilda. Goo-oo-oo! Ai Fan rubbed the toxins a bit. There were too many foreign toxins inhaled into his body just now. Although he has obtained more and more powerful toxins, he now needs to solve his personal problems. However, in this place, being watched by others, is it not good? Then, Ivan saw Fried open his mouth, and the huge tongue hit him. There, it's a closed space. Ai Fan took a fancy to Fried's stomach. Therefore, he did not resist at all, and was directly swallowed by Fried. In the dim space, the yellow gem lit up here. Ai Fan jumped left and right. The toxin almost turned into substance, and he found a place to start to solve the personal problem. Outside, Fried yelled, "I'm not afraid of poisoning even if I put it in my body." His body swelled further, and the toxins released by Ai Fan for his feet were absorbed by him. However, after that, Ai Fan stopped using poison, but squatted there with 2 gems. "Really?" Ai Fan said helplessly. "Next time, I'll make their shoes into gems too." Outside, the body no longer produces toxins, and he felt that Ai Fan seemed to be curled up together. "Ha ha, it's about to be digested by me, bastard!" Fried yelled. Suddenly, he snorted, "What kind of toxin is this? A brand new variety. I haven't absorbed it yet." At this time, Ai Fan's voice came from his stomach and said, "This is toxins produced by the metabolism of the human body." He is trying his best to suppress his smile, but it's hard to hold back. "Metabolism," Fried muttered at first, and after a few seconds, combined with Ai Fan's curled-up posture, he suddenly understood what it meant. "Bastard!" Fried yelled, about to regurgitate Ivan. However, the red knife cut through, and Ai Fan was directly stuck in his stomach. Fried roared, and a long knife pierced through his abdomen, and his domineering was attached there, avoiding the fate of his belly being directly cut open. However, AI Fan was also stuck there, unable to go up or down, which made him extremely painful. AI Fan said with a smile, "You said, if I produce enough toxins to keep you bigger, will you break this arena space?" With a touch of doubt, AI Fan's fingertips, colored poisonous water has already spewed out. Fried's body completely occupied the entire arena space within 10 seconds. He gritted his teeth and directly transformed into the form of a half-frogman. His body shrunk several times. At this moment, AI Fan cut through his belly and jumped out. Wow! Blood kept flowing out of his cut wound, but soon, poisonous water flowed out, preventing the wound from continuing to deteriorate. After the continuous combination of toxins, there will be a variety of different effects, but this process cannot have the slightest deviation. Fried's move surprised AI Fan. He started the experiment on the spot. The two toxins combined to produce new toxins, and then continued to combine new toxins, and then, boom! A huge explosion was generated, and the flames completely enveloped AI Fan. Ha ha ha! Fried laughed wildly. "A layman like you also came to learn my stunts? I was a chemistry expert before joining the Third Corps. Such an explosion is enough to kill you." Da. The faint sound of footsteps came out, and AI Fan walked out of the fire with an expressionless face. He couldn't see any scars on his body, and the gem armor was still shining brightly. The places that were not covered by the armor were covered by domineering, so AI Fan was unscathed. Holding the red knife in one hand, he looked at Fried from a distance. "Enough tossing, I'm in a hurry." In an instant, he flashed to Fried's side, holding the knife in one hand instead of two, and slashed in an instant. Eagle middle. Jing honk slash. Clang. Chai Dao was stopped, and on Fried's tongue, the venom turned into substance, stopping AI Fan's blow. However, there was faint blood flowing out of the place where he was beheaded, and even if he blessed him with domineering, he did not completely stop it. "Is this trick not bad?" AI Fan smiled. "Sure." AI Fan suddenly jumped back, only to see where he was standing just now. A frog leg was slowly retracting. Fried grinned. "Your reaction speed is not bad." Call out. The tongue, which was faster than a bullet, stabbed out suddenly and slid past AI Fan's shoulder. Shhh. He didn't know how many times his tongue popped out in an instant, but AI Fan all dodged in the nick of time, and he seemed to be at ease. The speed of the frog's tongue is very fast, and it can complete the capture of prey in 1/1000th of a second. It should be faster after becoming a capable person, but why is your speed so slow? AI Fan held the knife in both hands, and in the continuous dodging, he approached Fried step by step. His speed became faster and faster, and finally turned into running and approached Fried. AI Fan's eyes were addictive, and flashed behind Fried in an instant. Behind him, Fried's body has turned into two halves. AI Fan's voice came out, profound meaning. "Open up the world." Bang! Fried lay on the ground and lost all his strength. He turned his eyes, looked at Ivan's back and murmured, "Do you think I don't want to reach that speed?" His physical skills are very weak, and the weak can hardly exert the power of the devil fruit. However, even so, his power is still incredible. Devil. Does it really exist? AI Fan muttered to himself. This self-proclaimed Third Corps force is too weird. Obviously each one has weak physical ability, but the devil fruit ability is stronger than each one. What kind of power is the devil pirates? AI Fan was puzzled. Fried turned into a humanoid, but still had a breath. AI Fan waited. The battle between the main body and the other clones ended, and then broke through here. In such a closed space, he really didn't want to stay for a second. Chapter 261 Battle, 3rd. In front of the gem clone, the man who claimed to be Babu turned into a huge spider. He was covered with crimson fluff. It was said to be fluff. AI Fan felt that it was not much worse than an ordinary steel needle. Behind the gem avatar is a large gourd made of gems, which contains the necessary water for the gem avatar. DeWitt didn't say anything to interfere, because he knew that this was a contest with no disparity. When AI Fan's ability was activated, the gems covered the ground. In an instant, Babu was completely imprisoned by the gems. He still had his head exposed, and AI Fan was slowly waiting for the progress of the other clones. In front of the door clone, a big snail was laughing wildly in its shell. "Wait, I'll make an infinite amount of slime, and you'll be drowned here." He is completely curled up in the shell, adding a domineering defense to his hard shell. He is not afraid of any attack. Ivan stood silently on his carapace. The snail is like a water gate, and the mucus like water is constantly spreading upwards. He yelled, "It's no use even if you hide in the ceiling. Get ready to suffocate in my slime." Hey, AI Fan sighed slightly. The main body is too troublesome. Here we are waiting to pull the snail out of the shell and chop it into meat sauce. In front of the paper clone, AI Fan stood in midair, watching the fight below. In this arena space, the paper was folded into a human shape by AI Fan, holding a paper knife and wearing paper armor to fight the enemy. The opponents in the battle are green villains. It is a villain condensed by leaves, and its combat power is not low, but it is only the size of a palm. Opponent calls himself Basil, a person with the ability of leaf fruit, who can create leaves to become leaf people to fight. AI Fan learned this trick from him. Leaf people are very strong, comparable to iron. Although AI Fan's paper man is also very strong, AI Fan's hand-born man is not as good as the leaf man made by Basil. However, his pieces of paper can absorb water, and if he grabs it with one hand, the leafman can be sucked into a weak state, and he can behead it with one more knife. Therefore, the army created by the two people was deadlocked, and AI Fan's paper people could not compete with the leaf people, but the paper people were better at absorbing water. Moreover, AI Fan is sure that he can turn the opponent's leaf man into pieces of paper. However, if such a good sparring partner doesn't play for a while, how can it be done? This kind of battle has greatly inspired AI Fan. He knows that as long as he continues to develop, the awakening of the paper clone will be a matter of time. And here in Xianglai clone, AI Fan was already sitting lazily on the ground and waiting. Xianglai clone shot the fastest, and the opponent was killed by AI Fan before he had time to transform. AI Fan waited by the side, and once the opponent recovered a little, he struck a thunderbolt on him. Until now, the opponent here is still in a state of charred black. AI Fan couldn't even see the face of the other party, and he didn't even know what the other party's abilities were. But it doesn't matter if you know or not. Even DeWitt did not speak out to announce the rules of the game. And now, AI Fan's clones are waiting. The battle of the main body is over. In the main body, the battle with Right is fully unfolded. A golden shadow flashed by, followed by a whistling sound, and Right's speed was faster than the sound. Suddenly, he appeared from behind AI Fan, and his forelimbs fell towards AI Fan's neck like a scythe of death. Clang! AI Fan didn't look back. His fists stood up, perfectly blocking the blow. Right waved his forelimbs continuously, and phantoms appeared in the air. However, the continuous sound of steel collisions sounded, and AI Fan stopped all his attacks. Swish! AI Fan suddenly dipped and avoided Right's left and right pincers. He curled up under Right's mantis head. The moment he turned round, he slashed with one leg upwards like a long knife. Landfoot middle. Shocking slash. Scoff. The blood spurted out, and Right's huge body had a huge scar from the beginning to the end. Slashes are not something that can only be delivered with a knife. The slashes he uses with Land's feet are equally powerful. Right was slashed and flew out, and when he was in the air, the golden light all over his body paled. The next second, as if the cloth was torn apart, the golden exterior was torn apart. Inside, there was a mantis-like milky white suet and jade. His body was smaller, but his breath was even more terrifying. Not bad, Right said with a grin. I actually forced out my third form. Shave. AI Fan took the initiative to attack, and instantly flashed to Right's eyes. The fist quickly approached him, and AI Fan shouted, "You give me another transformation try." The Overlord color emerged. Right's eyes were full of horror, and AI Fan's aura made him terrified. Click. The moment his fist hit his head, Cracks appeared in his seemingly indestructible exoskeleton. With the swing of AI Fan's fist, his head exploded instantly. AI Fan stood in the air, clenched his fists, and launched an attack on the falling mantis body. The biggest round, the 6 king guns. Boom! A huge impact emerged, bringing its body into the ground, and in an instant, the ground had already exploded into a huge pit. The smoke and dust rolled out, and when it dissipated, the scene inside emerged. Right in the form of a mantis stood at the bottom of the pit, and his sickle-like forelimbs were staggered, blocking Ivan's blow. He was wrapped in an exoskeleton, and the color became blood-like. "Make me look like this," Right said with an addictive smile. "Only Kaido made me look like this." This is his last form, and his strongest form. It's just that when facing Kaido, he didn't even hurt the opponent's hair. His body was only 3 meters high, and his domineering air appeared, like AI Fan, completely covering every part of his body. Step by step to AI Fan, Right grinned and said, "Guess, you will be cut into several pieces by me." Boom! It was AI Fan's violent fist that answered him. Right flew out upside down, and AI Fan didn't stop at all, catching up with his upside-down body in midair, and his single leg fell like a long knife. Shocking slash! Clang! Right's sickle-like arms supported Ivan's leg, his feet fell into the ground, and his body was twisted abnormally, but this was nothing to him. Zizzy! Sparks splashed between the legs and the scythe, and Right stared at AI Fan with red eyes and said, "Your strength is nothing more than that." AI Fan jumped up abruptly, forcibly set aside the scythe, and stepped on the other leg in midair. The eagle stabs. Boom! The entire space trembled. On the ground, in a large pit more than 10 meters deep, Right was lying the spitting blood. AI Fan stood in the air and grinned. "Your power is nothing but that." Chapter 262 Kill, 4th More. In the pothole, Right laughed wildly. "It's really exciting, this feeling tilde." Clang! He appeared in front of AI Fan in an instant. The scythe had already slashed on AI Fan. AI Fan clenched his fist and shook it, but found that he couldn't keep up with Right's speed. Boom! AI Fan flew out upside down and hit the wall of the ring space. In the next second, he rushed out with his legs kicking. Ultimate tank crash. The domineering tank armor is as real as it is, and it hits Right like a meteor. Right charged straight towards Ivan, the wings behind him spread out, blessing his speed. Bang! The two collided head-on, domineering, and the whole space seemed to explode. Kaka! The chariot trapped by Ivan shattered, and Right's scythe-like forelimbs were also covered with cracks. Boom! The huge explosion covered the two of them, and the flames filled the air. The two of them kicked each other with their legs, but they were knocked down and flew out by the powerful force of the other party. Bang bang! On the walls on both sides, AI Fan and Right each smashed a deep pit. Both of them vomited blood. AI Fan's eyes were filled with excitement. Right's power has been rising, but he is not weak. Neither of them hesitated, and after a little delay, they burst out. Bang! Like a thunder blast, the strong wind blew away the gravel, and the ground beneath the two of them shattered, and was blown away by the leaked energy. At the feet of the two, there was a big pit, and their confrontation continued. AI Fan shouted. The muscles in his upper body doubled, and he punched out with huge force. Right leaned back with the scythe and collided with AI Fan. Kaka! At the moment of the collision, his cracked scythe completely cracked. However, there is a purple sickle full of strange patterns inside. Purple scythe appeared. Right's breath became even more violent, and his speed suddenly increased several times. In an instant, AI Fan was slashed and flew out. Boom! AI Fan slammed into the ceiling, blood flowing from his chest. His domineering arrogance and iron blocks were all chopped apart, and his bones were clearly visible. Puff! After falling to the ground, Right had already appeared beside Ivan, and he said proudly, "You are the first one besides Kaido to force me to this point." His scythe barbed downwards, pointing straight at Ivan's neck. But clang! Scythe fell. AI Fan's palm appeared instantly, blocking the fatal blow. Holding Right's scythe tightly in one hand, in his surprised eyes, AI Fan slowly stood up. There is blood on his palm, But AI Fan doesn't care anymore. There are 2 scars on his chest. This is the first time that the wound healed by healing flower has left a scar. What's going on with this power? AI Fan asked. Wright looked directly at Ivan and said, this is the power of a real demon. Laugh. His other scythe fell off, and AI Fan stood up with one palm and held the sickle. He swung down. Blood was flowing, and his domineering arrogance couldn't completely block Wright's slash. Looking at Wright, the corners of Ivan's mouth twitched, and he said with a steady smile, demon. If this is the power of the devil, then I will be the hunter of the devil. Bang! Like a dull drum, Wright kicked out with one leg, hitting AI Fan's chest. However, AI Fan did not retreat half a step. He firmly held Wright's scythe and kicked out with one leg. Landfoot middle dot shocking slash. Clang. The blade-like slash stuck on Wright's shoulder, and he completely resisted Ivan's full blow. Bang. Another kick in AI Fan's chest. Wright clearly felt that he kicked AI Fan's bones. However, AI Fan did not move half a step. He was like rooting under his feet. No matter how painful or powerful Wright's attack was, he would not back down. His hands seemed to have become plious. Even if Wright struggled with great strength, he would not have any intention of letting go. AI Fan felt that Wright's speed and strength had reached a peak, and even himself could not keep up with his speed at all. If you want to win, you have to fight hard. This is the struggle of life, the struggle between fists and feet. He chose this method without any hesitation. Here is his body. When the body dies, everything is over. Therefore, AI Fan will never let go. This is a battle of life and death. When the opponent's speed is higher than his own, any means must be used. Clang. AI Fan once again slashed towards Wright's left arm with one leg. Wright does not have his own resilience. Even the awakening of the animal system has limits, as long as you push him to the limit yourself. Bang. Wright kicked AI Fan's neck with one leg, kicking AI Fan almost out of breath, but without any hesitation, he kept slashing towards Wright's left arm. Damn brat. Wright sensed a crisis, a fatal crisis. There was no change in AI Fan's eyes. In a short period of time, he had endured hundreds of attacks, but this did not shake him in any way. The pain stimulated him, his strength was growing rapidly, and his body became stronger every time after each injury was healed. Right. AI Fan stopped the offensive, he said with a smile. Thank you for your thousands of attacks, because it makes me stronger. The violent power condensed in AI Fan's legs, and the corner of AI Fan's mouth twitched. In return, I will send you on the road with this blow that condenses my life force. AI Fan's right leg was shrouded in crimson light, and the shoes and pants on it were directly torn. There was a crimson pattern on his leg. In Wright's terrified eyes, AI Fan's leg seemed to be illusory. It's like it hasn't moved. However, his consciousness has dissipated. Blood spurted, and Wright became 3 parts. He broke into 2 pieces from the middle. And don't pull off AI Fan's left arm directly. AI Fan's countless slashes also pushed his endurance to the limit. At the same time, all of AI Fan's clones started at the same time, killing all opponents in an instant. At this moment, DeWitt's voice without the slightest emotion sounded. The winner, AI Fan, enter the next. He stopped before he finished speaking, because he himself had an accident. On the Liberty, AI Fan was standing on the deck, holding DeWitt's neck in his hand, even if the other party was a man much taller than him, but now he has no ability to resist. At the moment of the beheading, DeWitt's rules fluctuated, and AI Fan took advantage of this time to recall his clone and pushed out the door. However, only himself appeared, and he couldn't save everyone on the Liberty. DeWitt certainly can, though. You should know what I'm going to say, AI Fan said blankly. DeWitt reluctantly said, you broke the rules, why are you still alive? Humphrey. AI Fan snorted coldly. When he didn't say it, all 8 clones died. If it wasn't for the clone, AI Fan was sure that he would be dead by now. Chapter 263 Invitation, 5th More. On the Liberty, Ivan's voice sounded. I won't say anything about threats. You have seen my battle. Now, let my comrades go. DeWitt held Ivan's arm with both hands and wanted to break it directly. but found that the power gap between the two was outrageous. Moreover, as he struggled, AI Fan also squeezed more and more tightly. Suddenly, AI Fan slapped his head in a daze. I almost forgot, you are a capable person. As long as you are killed, my companions can come out. The strength in his hands skyrocketed a lot, and DeWitt was completely out of breath. Wait. He reluctantly spoke, spit out 4 words inarticulately. It's almost the same. AI Fan's mouth twitched, and the strength in his hands was much smaller. Just like this, I'm not sure if you have any other skills. DeWitt took a breath and stepped on the ground with one foot, and the ground on which the two of them stood became rocky ground like the ring. Then, a colorful light shrouded here. Laveau and others have appeared, and on the other side, the corpses of Wright and other opponents. Nami and the others were all intact, but they all looked at each other with smiles on their faces. They are more embarrassed than the other, but they are all still alive. AI Fan, who is this person? Delia asked suspiciously. Her whole body was dyed red with blood, but no one cares about it now. There is a healing flower. As long as she doesn't die, it means there is no problem. You all heard the announcement of the rules, AI Fan said with a smile. Is he DeWitt? Nami tapped him with the weather stick. His ability seems to be very powerful. DeWitt hurriedly said, my ability can only be activated once a month. I am the fruit of the arena. After activation, I can play the arena by myself or let others play in the arena. I will be the referee or the contestant. The rules are made by me. There is also a reason for activating your abilities this time. Everyone, please speak well. The reason? AI Fan put down the red knife in his hand and asked, what is the reason? Saying that, Laveau restrained the white ball in his hand. Nami put down the weather stick. Evely put away the claws. Delia put away the dagger. Charlie put down the gun in his hand, and Pete silently nodded. After taking a cigarette, Leo put down the needle, and Violet raised his finger and said, I can see through what's in a person's head, and I'll see through any lies when he speaks. Very good. Everyone gave a thumbs up. Just now, they were going to slash this thing with 1,000 cuts. For most of them, if it wasn't for the effect of the healing flower, they would all be dead. Gudong DeWitt swallowed and said, I'm the referee DeWitt, a member of the Devil Pirates. Violet didn't blink. He didn't lie. DeWitt continued, I am here to assist the people of the Third Corps to test you. Originally, as long as you pass the test, you don't need to participate in the death battle, but Lord Wright said that Lord Ivan killed the people of the Third Corps, and I don't want you to be in the test. If I survive, let me start a life and death battle. Why invite us? AI Fan wondered. DeWitt hurriedly said, to be precise, you are the only one invited, and it was ordered by the president himself. What else? AI Fan frowned slightly. How powerful are you? Who is the chief? Why haven't I heard of your pirate group? DeWitt hurriedly said, our pirate group existed as early as 900 years ago, and the president has lived from that time to the present, including the world government. There are very few people in the world who know us. Even 2 of the 4 emperors do not know of our existence. The chief never invites pirates with companions to join, only the strong in the world government and other strong in the world to join. More words. I can't tell. Why can't you say it? AI Fan wondered. DeWitt said seriously, we have all signed a contract with the capable ones. If we say what we can't say, we will suffer for 10,000 years before we die. He didn't lie, and I can't see the memory of the Hell Pirates. I only see the memory of the pile of corpses over there. Violet bit her lip and resisted the feeling of nausea. This group of people enjoys killing. As far as I can remember, they have destroyed several countries. They have killed hundreds of thousands of ordinary people, and even the elderly and children have not been spared. AI Fan's palm unconsciously clenched a lot, and DeWitt's tongue stuck out when he squeezed it. Then, he suffocated directly when he squeezed it, and his heart stopped beating when he squeezed it. Then, Xingali's clone was possessed, and the electric shock saved him. DeWitt rolled his eyes and woke up. When the endless darkness enveloped him, the sense of fear made him tremble and unbearable. AI Fan looked at him coldly and said, it stands to reason that you have already died once. Now, Can you say what you can't say? No. No, DeWitt replied timidly. AI Fan took a deep breath and said, the last question, how did you do it? So many capable people, and why people with weak physical skills can awaken the power of the devil fruit. DeWitt calmed down his trembling tone and said slowly, the devil fruits are all taken out by the chief. He has a tree that can grow devil fruits. Most of the awakened ones are Zerg. Because the chief has researched in his long life and found that after a special process, the tree of devil fruit is processed. Branches and leaves can accelerate the awakening of those who are capable. It's just that many people will easily fail when awakened. The people of the third core are all people who have failed to awaken and who have not awakened. Their personalities are incomplete, but their strength is equally strong, so the commander sent them all out to complete various tasks. The commander doesn't often kill people, but he doesn't object to the crazy actions of his subordinates, so everyone is relatively free. The commander directly invites you to the first core. You know, there are only 3 people there so far. There will even be some in the future. Opportunity to officially join the pirates. So, you think I'll join in? AI Fan raised the corner of his mouth. DeWitt's voice was much quieter, as if saying that the chief gave him a lot of courage. There is only so much I can say. When the chief invites others, these things will be said. More, I will not at all say. I only have one request, let me die a little more. At this point, DeWitt didn't expect to survive. These people have been selected to control the reserve group since they were young. They knew from a young age that they are only test products. Once they grow up, no matter how weak their strength is, they will all be awarded the devil fruit by the chief. And once they drink the accelerated awakening potion made by the chief, 99% of them will die, and the ones who survive are the most powerful ones. In such a chaotic world, there are simply too many people like him. Even if the chief makes hundreds of thousands of people disappear every year, no one can find them. After all, the world government is afraid of the strength of the chief, so no matter what the chief does, someone will take care of the aftermath. This is the last voice in DeWitt's heart. Ivan heard it, but he still killed DeWitt. This kind of person is also a scourge. AI Fan's goal is to change the current state of the world, at the very least, to stop the war. Alone, guarding the room alone, being alone and lonely, AI Fan knows very well what it feels like. This is his purpose, in order to prevent people from creating more tragedies. From DeWitt's words, Evan was sure that he was definitely not the opponent of the commander-in-chief. After all, the other party's various sounds were simply appalling, like a fairy tale. In other words, the other party is a fairy tale. After all, for a person who has lived for 900 years or more, his power will not be mentioned for the time being, and his strength alone is already appalling. It's just some test items that the other party doesn't care about when they die. If it wasn't for my group of people who had healing flowers by their side, they would have been wiped out a long time ago. AI Fan made up his mind. Before the strength is improved, he must not be involved with the Hell Pirates. Devil Fruit Tree, Accelerated Awakening. These things, AI Fan thinks it's enough. Chapter 264 Relax, 6th More. On the Liberty, watching the huge mantis ship turned into pieces of paper and dissipated, and the corpses turned into ashes, everyone picked up their mood. This battle came too suddenly. Fortunately, the healing flower that AI Fan prepared for them was placed on them in advance. Before the battle started, they also blessed them with armor in an instant. Although they won a difficult victory, most of them were physically and mentally exhausted. But it doesn't count like Evely. She is lucky, and she just perfectly restrains the opponent's ability. In the bathhouse of the Liberty, designed by AI Fan, the male and female baths are separated by a wooden board, which allows easy conversations on both sides. AI Fan, Laveau, Peak, and Leo soaked together, and Laveau lay softly by the pool. They need to lie on the side. And AI Fan summoned all the clones, lying comfortably inside with a look of enjoyment on his face. There is some silence here, and there are constant laughter and laughter next to it. Nami seemed to be swimming in a pool comparable to a swimming pool, shouting, "This is so soft, so big, bounceable," and all kinds of things. They laughed at each other, as if forgetting that they were next to Ai Fan. Soon, everyone packed up, put on new clothes, lay in a row, and relaxed on the deck of the Liberty. In the tropical climate, everyone enjoys comfortably on reclining chairs made of sapphire. Delia was making drinks in the kitchen, and she could hear her humming a little tune from a distance, looking in a good mood. Gem clones and paper clones are transforming the Liberty. Ai Fan decided to go back to the first half of the seat to find Hancock and take everyone from the Liberty to practice there. According to the current strength of everyone, it is still early to move the Whitebeard. What's more, Ai Fan is not ready to attack from the front. With the door, he can assassinate Blackbeard by himself. Blackbeard is a ruthless character. If there is no one-hit kill, it is estimated that the chances in the future will be much smaller. For the future, Ai Fan feels that there is nothing he can't do, as long as you are strong enough. Everyone, have a drink. Delia's voice came. She held an iron plate in one hand with ice cubes on it, and everyone jumped up to grab the rare cold drink in the hot summer. Nami is very helpless. She is low and can't get what she wants. Here your cup was handed to Nami. She looked up and saw that it was Delia. However, she looked at the juice in the glass and said, "Can I drink like everyone else?" Here, Ai Fan directly handed her a glass of wine, and Nami took it with a smile. Seeing that everyone was drinking, she didn't hesitate. She just took a big gulp, and the result, PFFT. Nami squirted it all out. Cough cough tilde, so spicy. Ha ha, everyone laughed together. Nami looked at the drink in the glass and said, "It's so spicy. Sister Delia, are you useless?" Delia smiled and said, "No. Everyone needs to have a good night's sleep after the battle. Spirits can help you sleep, and you won't feel that way when you use your abilities." "Is that so?" Nami curled her lips and drank the juice honestly. "Can I sleep with you tonight?" Delia paused, the corners of her mouth twitched, and she said with a sweet smile, "Okay, I can also ask Ivan to put our two rooms together, and then remove the middle wall. In this case, you can live together every day." "Really?" Nami's eyes lit up. Delia smiled and said, "Of course." Although Nami didn't show anything, but after the battle and death, her young heart was still affected a lot. But she was very strong and didn't show anything. But Delia took the initiative to pursue a sense of security. I can easily understand Nami's heart now. After all, she also came from this age. In order to ensure that she does not become a psychopath when she grows up, the necessary care is necessary. Nami has a firm mind. It won't take long. I believe she will overcome this by herself. For the others on the boat, they are more mature, older, more self-regulated and are more adaptable. But Nami is different. Even if she has a firm mind, but she is too young, care is a must-have. After all, if they are on a boat, in the future, maybe everyone's relationship is as close as family. "Ai Fan," Delia called out. Ai Fan be said with this gesture, "It's been remodeled. By the way, your room is a bit too big." Nami's room still leads directly to the vault. TSK. "It's more luxurious than my room." "Hey," Nami said lightly, "we don't seem to have been to your room before." "Yes." Delia touched her chin and said, "I have never been to your room to see it." "Let's go take a look." Lavo had already walked towards the cabin, and Leo and Evely followed excitedly. Ai Fan laughed loudly. "Want to peep at the captain's room?" "There is no door." "It's true, there are no doors. Only he can enter his room, and he has to rely on the ability of the door clone to enter." In less than a minute, Lavo and the others came out dejected. He shouted at Ai Fan, "Is there any secret in your room?" Ai Fan said with a mysterious look, "Guess what?" Ai Fan. Nami suddenly shouted, "There is a situation." "What's wrong?" Ai Fan instantly appeared beside Nami. "We are heading straight ahead. A storm is coming." Nami said seriously. "Storm?" Ai Fan grinned, looking at the dark clouds coming in the distance. The gust of wind was already howling. Ai Fan looked excited, grinned and said, "We rush over." On the boat, they were stunned when they heard Ai Fan's words, but seeing Ai Fan's confident expression, everyone said together, "No problem." Rumbling, thunder rolled in, pea-sized raindrops fell frantically, hurricanes roared, and huge waves were set off on the sea. Even the Liberty was insignificant in such waves. "Come on!" Ivan laughed loudly, and the Liberty rushed over against the big waves. When the ship approached 90 degrees, it reluctantly overcame the waves. The situation looks dangerous, but everyone on the Liberty is excited, as AI Fan said. Such a thing is really exciting. Nami stood at the highest point. AI Fan guaranteed her safety, and she was in full command, and everyone crossed one big wave after another. The storm lasted for more than 10 hours, and after that, everyone lay on the deck panting heavily. Nami has fallen asleep. She has been in command for more than 10 hours, but she is not light. The same goes for the people on the boat. The storm made them excited, but the appearance of sea beasts accompanied by the storm made them terrified. This is a boat of capable people. But the effect is also obvious. A storm makes everyone on the boat excited and unable to control themselves. The feeling of fighting against nature, ocean and climate is so cool. Chapter 265 Island, 7th Moor. At dusk, the Liberty was moored. The full moon rose, and there was joy on the Liberty. AI Fan played beautiful music, and everyone held a banquet to congratulate them on defeating the superstorm. The banquet was lively for more than 3 hours, and everyone dispersed and returned to the room to rest. AI Fan stood at the top of the mast, looking at the huge moon in a daze. He had never seen such a big moon, and the silver moonlight sprinkled on him like water, like a silver gauze. He opened his clothes, and inside, the scar caused by Right had faded a lot, and it wouldn't take long for this scar to disappear completely. The sea breeze blows gently, and the sea at night looks mysterious. Evan just stood there until the sun rose at dawn. He didn't know what he was thinking, he just felt that he forgot a lot of things. Finally, the moment the sun shone on his face, AI Fan understood what he had forgotten. He was a little obsessed with his previous life, but after this night, he suddenly felt that he had experienced a new life. He felt that he was completely integrated into this world and became a real person. The original him, more or less, always had a sense of detachment, giving people the feeling of being mysterious, unpredictable, and impossible to ignore. However, now he is full of confidence, strength, and gentleness that makes people want to get close unconsciously. He is no longer a transmigrator. He is him. He is AI Fan! AI Fan took a deep breath and appeared in front of everyone except Delia's door, shouting loudly, "Let's sail!" The sound was earth-shattering, waking everyone on board. Ha! Under the mast, Delia covered her mouth and snickered. She is always the first one on the ship besides AI Fan, because she believes that regular meals will make people healthier. AI Fan is a little different today. Before the dining table, Leo mentioned this sentence for the 8th time. The first 7 times, it was Nami and the others who each said something. What does it matter if the same is different? AI Fan's mouth was full, and he swallowed. After breakfast, AI Fan shouted on the deck, "Let's play." Competition? Everyone was interested, curious about what AI Fan wanted to do. AI Fan found the fishing rod and said with a smile, "In competition fishing, the loser will grill the fish for the winner. And it's not allowed to steal it." Olavo said eagerly, "I'm a master at fishing." Charlie touched the crystal ball. "You can't catch fish today." Hey, Leo shouted, "Charlie, I can grow the most delicious vegetables for you, but don't let us catch fish." Charlie is a mermaid. She doesn't eat fish. But shellfish and other things in the sea are not included in this list. Leo believed in Charlie very much, because everything she said would come true. He also asked Charlie if the crystal in his hand was a wishing ball, but Charlie said it wasn't. Charlie stroked her crystal ball. She was surprised. "Today there will be an island disappearing because of us." "An island?" AI Fan and the others stopped fishing and gathered around her. Charlie added, "The specifics are not very clear, but the results of the prediction are not wrong. There will indeed be an island because of us disappearing." Are we going to become the great devil who destroys the island?" Leo's face was horrified, and his mind was already filled with the appearance of countless people shivering under his figure. Slap! Violet slapped Leo's head hard and shouted in anger, "Don't think about it." AI Fan sat cross-legged, his face calm, and said, "If this is the case, then we will do nothing today." The sails of the Liberty have been stowed, the power system is turned off, and the ship is directly anchored here. That's a good idea. The crowd agreed. Charlie stroked the crystal ball and shrugged slightly. I hope these are wrong. After all, it's an island after all. On the Liberty, an hour has passed, 2 hours have passed, 3 hours have passed. It's 10:30. AI Fan was lying on the deck and sitting silently, while the others were busy. Laveau lay on the deck holding a barbell. Seeing AI Fan getting up, he asked, "What's wrong?" AI Fan pouted, "It's too boring. I want to go fishing." Nami was reading, Peek was talking on the phone with his wife, and he didn't come out for 3 hours in the house. The gem avatar replaced Delia with knives, all of which were replaced by luxurious gem tableware. Moreover, Delia also asked AI Fan to create a powerful weapon for her, and AI Fan spent a lot of effort. Evely is changing in the room. Violet is with her. Bang! The sound of vibration came, and the Liberty tilted suddenly. Everyone who was busy was unprepared and all crooked. In a few seconds, everyone rushed towards the deck. However, after coming out, everyone stood there not knowing what to do. In front of them, a giant island appeared out of thin air, or, not out of thin air, because in AI Fan's hands, the fishing line connects the huge island. What kind of monster is this? Nami screamed. In AI Fan's sight, the whole picture of the island appeared, and he murmured, "Impossible." AI Fan, do you know what this is? Laveau heard AI Fan's murmur. Ha. AI Fan turned his head and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. If I feel right, there is a big seashell here, and it is still alive. What shell can grow so big? Everyone was completely stunned. Beyond the body of a large sea king, even AI Fan has no absolute certainty that he can break its defense. Such a big seashell. Nami lowered her head and pondered, and then looked at the seashell with glowing eyes and shouted, "There must be huge pearls in it." "When are you still a fan of money?" AI Fan complained. Kaka. The huge shell made a sound, and it slowly opened the hard shell. Inside, some dazzling rays of light came out. In front of everyone, a round pearl even bigger than the Liberty appeared. There really is such a big pearl? Nami's eyes were shining. AI Fan returned to his senses. The Liberty had already started to retreat into the distance. He shouted, "Go back to the cabin, and start the overspeed mode." However, before his words fell, the white light was already shining here, and then came the huge Y shadow. In such an instant, AI Fan understood. Eaten himself and others together with the Liberty. Floating on the ocean current that was swallowed with them, everyone had already entered the belly of the huge shell. On the sea, after a wave of waves, the giant shell sank to the bottom of the sea, but on the sea, there was no wave, and there was no trace of the Liberty. Chapter 266 Island Shell, 8th. On the Liberty, after being eaten by the giant shell, everyone could not see anything. Seeing the light of the perfect big pearl outside, it completely disappeared here, and everyone seemed to have entered a darkness. The lights came out, and the Liberty was rekindled. The yellow gemstone was covered in glass and turned into light to dispel the white haze in everyone's heart. It's scary. Nami tightened the corners of Delia's clothes. "It's okay." Delia patted Nami's head and reached out to hold her little hand. "It seems to be very big in here." Ivan stood on the railing of the Liberty, holding a flashlight made of gemstones in his hand, looking around, but couldn't see the edge. "What's down there?" Evely asked suspiciously. "Wait a minute." Ivan paused. The gem clone had already shot, and the entire Liberty was embellished with topaz. The light instantly illuminated the surroundings, and everyone found that they and others were in a lake. "It's so big." The light radiated for an unknown distance, and everyone barely saw the wall in the distance. Laugh. The smoke rose, and AI Fan's color changed in an instant. He shouted, "No, this place is the stomach of the big shell. The Liberty is about to be digested. Help everyone." Laveau had already shouted loudly, and he heard the sound before the overspeed mode was activated. Liberty flew out instantly. Bang! After flying for more than 10 seconds, the Liberty, which could not stop the car, slammed directly into the wall and stopped with a slight bounce. Everyone got up from each other, but there was no damage, and the same was true for the Liberty. Except for some digested marks on the bottom of the ship, the rest of the place was fine. Squeak! Laveau jumped on the ground. His feet were soft and he sank in most of the way. He exclaimed in amazement, "It's so soft." "Of course it's soft," Charlie said blankly. "What you are stepping on is the R inside the body of this shell apostrophe island shells." When everyone got off the boat, Peek said indifferently, "Such a large shell is enough to be called an island." "That's not right," Nami said with a book in her arms. "The island shell is a race, and they are born very huge. In the past, there were even legends that some countries were built within the body of the island shell." "Just kidding." Evely supported her waist with one hand. "Even though the island shell is already so huge, it is impossible to live in a country. It has its own R in it. It's going to take up most of the space." "Maybe. It's really the same as what Nami said," Violet murmured with her ability activated. "Did you see anything?" AI Fan was slightly excited. "This is a country that lives in shells." Violet looked into the distance, and then put down his fingers with a pale face, looking unhappy. "What's wrong?" Ivan asked worriedly. "Ouch!" Vomit. Violet vomited directly, vomited a lot, and the acid water that he vomited came out before it was over. "What did you see?" AI Fan murmured. He felt that Violet's heart was filled with fear, anger, sadness, and killing intent. Fortunately, Violet's will was still firm. After a while, she replied a lot by herself and said directly, "I saw a small country in the distance, a race never seen before. They were eating. The food was human. And was eating while the people being eaten were alive. I've seen them there. And, not just humans, mermaids, murlocs, marine creatures, everything I've seen over there. Their methods are cruel." Violet glanced at Nami, but she didn't say much about the specifics. "Let's go over and have a look," AI Fan said, and then added, "Nami, stay. She is too young. Some things are not suitable for her to see. Maybe it will leave a nightmare." May I Mai's clone, Paper Clone, took Nami here to watch the boat, while AI Fan and his party walked along the road directed by Violet. During this period, everyone's face was very dark. Because Violet told a lot in detail, she meant to give everyone a psychological preparation. After walking around in circles for more than 10 minutes, everyone came to the edge of a mountain, and at the end of the mountain, a faint light could be seen. At the end, a huge void appeared in front of everyone. At the highest point, huge pearls light up the place with a soft light. Down below, are some buildings where creatures really live, and at the bottom is the blood-red purgatory. The creatures were hung up, and the shell men walked through them, torturing all creatures with the cruelest means. Behind them is a hard shell of various colors, covering 2/3 of their bodies, with palms and legs extending from the shell. In the induction, the strongest Tora was at a high place, and AI Fan said solemnly, "Kill all the shell people to death. Since these shells have made countless people enter purgatory, then let your own group send them into purgatory." Shells and other creatures are like absolutely opposite races, like wolves and sheep. Anteaters and ants. In this battle, there is no right or wrong, only life and death. AI Fan's avatar spread out, and Xingali's avatar was possessed, and he took the poisonous avatar directly to the highest point. This is a large palace, which is decorated with various golden treasures and other objects. At the highest point, a golden shell man is sitting there, watching the miserable humans in the hall laughing loudly. He shouted, slow down, let him scream for a while." The copper-colored shell man who was executed raised his head and said, "Yes, Big King." "What's wrong?" the golden shell man wondered. "Behind you." "Behind?" The golden shell man turned back, but suddenly felt his head light up, and then he saw his body sitting on a throne. But why couldn't he move? "It's still alive." AI Fan picked up the shell man's head. Even though his head had been chopped off, his will still remained awake. "All right." AI Fan's mouth twitched slightly. "Just let you see this world destroyed by me." The voice fell, and the infinite poisonous water had already flown out. The door clone is in action, saving all the people who are still alive or Wise Life, Lavo and others. They are all wearing gem armor and gas masks, not afraid of AI Fan's poison. The people in the hall were resisting, but they were all scorched by a string of electric currents from AI Fan. At this point, The battle has all broken out. Revo and the others did not hold back and killed all the shell people they encountered. The poisonous rain fell here, destroying all life. 2 hours later, with the ruins and blood behind them, AI Fan and the others gathered together again, and Revo said, "There are a total of 155 people who survived. Although all their injuries have been healed, all of them are in good spirits." "Not normal." AI Fan sighed softly. "Go back to the Liberty. The ruby bombs made by the gem clones are basically completed. After we go out, let these people be placed in the Navy." On the Liberty, the gem completely covers the hull of the Liberty, and at the back, the propeller made by the gem controls the direction. Then, a huge explosion will completely cover here. Shell people are not weak, but AI Fan and others are stronger. Chapter 267 arrived. 9th More. In the deep sea, the huge island shells opened their shells. The fire was filled with light, and the venom was intertwined, turning this piece of seawater into a Jedi. Inside the island shell, it was completely destroyed. Just like what Charlie said, they really destroyed an island today. Soon, the Liberty floated to the surface, and the gem was withdrawn by AI Fan. On the deck of the Liberty, there were more than 100 humans and Murlocs who had lost their minds. More than 10 hours later, the corresponding warships arrived, and after all the humans were settled, the Liberty dived back to the bottom of the sea. The gems turned into balls to wrap the Liberty, and the yellow gems illuminated the darkness, leading the crowd to the deepest part of the sea. Oxygen cylinders continued to hold oxygen. There are many people on board, and oxygen must be prepared. At the stern, the power of the double structure ensures that the sea is impermeable, and the Freedom is as fast as it can dive in the deep sea. As the Liberty dived, the deep sea was also illuminated, and the strange and spectacular sight excited everyone. Time passed slowly, and everyone was getting tired of seeing the strange sights outside, and everyone was busy with their own affairs. Nami looked at the record pointer in her hand and said, "It's almost the end of Fishman Island." They submerged under the sea for more than 3 days. During the period, I encountered many sea beasts and sea kings. However, for the Liberty, which has gems as armor, the safety issue is simply trivial. "Oh!" everyone shouted in unison, especially Violet and Leo. "Fishman Island, they haven't been here yet." As the voyage continued, in the distance, the appearance of Fishman Island also appeared in front of everyone, and both Violet and Leo were amazed. After entering the island smoothly, the Murlocs were handed over to Neptune to take care of them. He would find the families of these Murlocs. After that, AI Fan and others held a grand banquet with Baixing and others. AI Fan learned that the collection of Yiji's signature was getting better and better, and the rectification of Fishman Street was gradually improving, and everything was moving in the best direction. I gave Shirahoshi a set of machinery that allows her to move freely. It is made of crystals, which is much more convenient to use than soap bubbles. She also showed AI Fan about her recent practice results. With a huge body as a foundation, her strength has improved a lot. After staying on Fishman Island for a few days, AI Fan and the others set off again. Baixing watched AI Fan and the others leave. Her eyes were full of longing, and she also wanted to go out to see it. However, AI Fan explained that she must be 16 years old to go to sea, which made her a little Lily full of expectations, and only hoped that she would grow up quickly. With the permanent pointer, everyone entered the windlass zone directly on the seabed, and the seafloor stone was placed on the bottom of the boat, and everyone did not have to worry about sea beasts coming to disturb them. After sailing for a day without wind and waves, everyone finally came to Daughter Island. Revo, Leo, and Peak were all left on the boat by Ivan. Hancock said specifically that no other men were allowed to step into it except Ivan. Moreover, AI Fan stepped in secretly. He was on the side of the island, stepped out in one step, opened the air door, and came to Hancock's berth in an instant. Xili, Delia and the others were walking in the city was like walking into another world. Unable to resist the temptation, they all changed into their characteristic costumes, wearing bikinis and white capes. Nami was running around in front of her in a white lace skirt. Hancock did not come out, but let her too. The younger sister came out to meet Delia and the others. And she, AI fan, when are you going to see? Hancock feigned anger. Well, see when you're ready to go out, AI fan replied seriously. Hancock was trying on clothes, and Evan watched the whole thing. When he came over, he didn't forget the gifts, and bought a lot of dresses and other clothes for Hancock. However, these clothes are a bit small. Just by looking at Hancock's chest almost burst. AI fan, to be sure, she is plump again. How about this one? Hancock tried on a purple dress. She felt that this was the only one that fit her best. Good looking. AI fan did not hesitate to praise himself. It's really good looking. The queen who put on a dress and skirt is completely different from the one who wears a cheongsam. She has a different feeling and the same charm. Well, AI fan pondered. I always feel like something is missing. What? Hancock asked hastily. About to meet AI fan's friends, she didn't want to be a little imperfect. Hair. AI fan gestured. Don't all dresses have to have hair up? No, Hancock said with a smile. It's mainly about matching clothes. And, the most important thing is to look at the face. The concubine's body is perfect enough. No matter what hairstyle you can control. She looked proud. AI fan rolled his eyes and said, then you still change so many clothes. Who told you to hug me as soon as you came in? Hancock snorted coldly, and stained my clothes, if I didn't have the strength at that time. What are you? AI fan stepped forward and pressed her directly. Hancock's face was flushed, and his eyes looked at AI fan like water. Sister, the guests are here. The second sister's voice came from outside. Hancock recovered instantly. His expression returned to indifferent, with arrogance and scrutiny. He walked directly outside. AI fan swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself, it's like he has countless personalities. I can't even guess what she's thinking. A woman's heart is more than a needle in the sea. There was a conversation outside, and AI fan didn't bother to listen. Hancock was not a person without measure, and he didn't need to worry about how to get along with his partners. AI fan believes that Hancock can handle it well. After all, she even accepts that she will marry 3 wives in the future. In the evening, a bonfire party was held here. Laveau and the others watched the fire on Daughter Island from the sea in the distance, and listened to the laughter there. On the Liberty, it feels so desolate. AI fan was lying on Hancock's lap, enjoying the massage she gave him, and AI fan muttered, I always feel like I forgot something. Is it a wedding dress? Hancock's eyes were filled with longing. No, let's say, at least we have to wait until I'm 17 before we get married. AI fan said seriously. Okay. Hancock couldn't help covering his cheek. On the Liberty, Laveau and the others felt that the ship was getting more and more deserted. Who of us cooks? Laveau asked. I won't. Leo and Peek said at the same time. Laveau got up and came to the door of the kitchen. Then, he stayed there, looking at the kitchen utensils made of crystal. He wondered, if I use Delia's kitchen utensils, what will happen? Peek thought for a while, then replied seriously, I'm going to bed. A real man is also afraid of softness. Chapter 268 Practice, 10th. The next morning, the sun rose high, and the banquet lasted for most of the night, and everyone woke up one by one. AI fan and others gathered together, and Nami asked AI fan's first sentence, what did you do last night? You can't even see your avatar at the banquet. Awu. AI fan yawned and said, You're a child, asking so many questions. AI fan. Hancock came to him energetically. She was wearing a small shirt on the upper body, denim shorts and crystal sandals on the lower body, very fashionable and refreshing. Exactly, I'll take you to visit the Liberty. AI fan said with a smile. Delia smiled and said, just in time to go back to make breakfast. We can eat that together. She was wearing a blue striped bikini as if she was going to swim. I want to eat vegetable salad. Evely started to order the dishes. She only ate grilled vegetables at the banquet last night, and was in urgent need of some sweet food. She was wearing a cheongsam, and the slit went straight to her thigh. Hancock gave it to her. The two of them were similar in shape. She was dressed just right, and Evely liked this kind of tight clothes. Violet and the others smiled, and they liked this place very much. Back on the Liberty, AI Fan suddenly knew what he had forgotten. Laveau and several people hid in the dark corner, and the style of painting was different from them. AI Fan and the others directly ignored them. Delia walked into the kitchen to cook, and AI Fan led Hancock around here. At the end of the visit, Delia also made breakfast. Everyone was sitting around the dining table, and the painting style of the three of Laveau was still dark, and even the food had lost its color in front of them. Hey, AI Fan patted the table and said, "What exactly did you guys go through after finishing it?" The three raised their heads, glanced at AI Fan, and then their eyes fell on Hancock next to him. Like a ray of dawn, Hancock's charm dispelled their gloom. "Is this the goddess who saves us?" the three murmured. "This is your captain's fiancé." AI Fan laughed. "Evan, does your crew look so unmotivated?" Hancock whispered. Cough cough. AI Fan coughed dryly. "They don't usually look like this. Maybe they saw something wrong with the boat last night." "Don't pay attention to them." After breakfast, the Liberty headed towards Ivan, who had practiced Ruscana Island. They needed to be tempered, and life and death tempering was not easy to master. What's more, their overall strength was still somewhat insufficient to deal with the vicious pirates in the New World. Grinding quickly entered a state. Hancock often came here to find AI Fan, and after several visits, he stayed here directly. After staying here for nearly half a year, AI Fan is 13 years old, and Nami has grown a lot taller, but because of daily study, physical skills are still very weak. Evely and others are basically able to control their domineering. Peak left in the middle and went back to stay with his wife for a month before coming back. When he came back, he brought good news that his wife was pregnant again. At this time, everyone basically saved their lives without AI Fan watching here, and then AI Fan left here with Nami. He wants to go back to the East China Sea to take a look, and show his head by the way, otherwise, after disappearing for so long, the warring states will directly send warships to find him with his life card. Nami went back to her hometown, and it was not too long before she came out, and she missed New Okigao very much. Arnold galloped high in the sky, and on his back, Nami and Ivan were very comfortable sipping coffee. AI Fan, you have to make a big move next. Nami closed the book she had read. Oh? AI Fan grinned. What do you mean? HMPH. Nami snorted coldly. Don't think I can't see it. You make everyone practice so hard. You must face a very powerful enemy. AI Fan laughed loudly and said, almost so. The main thing is to let you have some life-saving skills. I'm very strong. Nami clenched her fists and said, my physical skills have improved rapidly, and it won't be long before I can use one of the 6 styles perfectly. Alas, AI Fan sighed. When I was your age, I could blow up a ship with one punch. Nami hummed softly, you are not human, I will not compare with you. While joking, Arnold had already flown to the East China Sea, and after leaving Nami behind, AI Fan went directly to Ace and Luffy. Arnold turned into the Red Knife, and the sound of thunder was possessed. AI Fan burst the air, and came to Corbo Mountain in a short time. Boom! On a sunny day, a thunderbolt fell on Corbo Mountain, and Ace and Luffy next to him were startled, because the thunderbolt fell close to them. But soon, both of them showed smiling faces, because the figure was very familiar. Evan. The 3 of them grinned at the same time. You two have grown a lot taller, AI Fan said with his arms in front of his chest. You've only grown a lot taller, Ace complained. He was also a brother. He found that AI Fan was much taller than him now, and he looked like an adult. AI Fan shrugged and said with a smile, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm in a place where blood boils easily, and I'm unconsciously growing faster. Don't talk about this. AI Fan raised his finger and said, let me see how the 2 of you are progressing. Swoosh. Ace pulled out AI Fan's red knife from behind and said with a smile, I can easily control this. AI Fan was slightly surprised. Your progress is really fast. Luffy curled his lips and said, if I'm older, I can handle it easily. It's easy for him to carry a red knife on his back, but he can't do it with one arm like Ace. AI Fan laughed. Very good, starting tomorrow, special training. Oh, they both shouted in unison. Now, let's go eat a big meal to refresh our spirits. AI Fan waved, and the clothes and exercise things he brought for them appeared. After packing up their treehouse, the three laughed and set off. They each talked about their own experiences during the time they were apart. However, it was mainly AI Fan who was talking and they were listening. At night, the three people with high and bulging stomachs lay in the treehouse. Luffy's voice came out and said, "I really want to go to the empty island to see. I want to go to see the stars." Ace said seriously. Hey, the two of them sighed at the same time. "I really want to go to see." "Then practice hard," AI Fan said with a smile. "If you have enough strength, it's a piece of cake to go wherever you want." "I'm going to double my training tomorrow," Ace yelled. "Me too," Luffy responded. "Who came?" AI Fan's snoring voice. The two of them shouted in surprise at the same time. "I am asleep." "Ahoo!" The voice fell, and the two fell asleep at the same time. This is their stunt. True sleep in seconds! Chapter 269 Emergencies, First Update. When dawn came, AI Fan woke Ace and Luffy with one punch. Carrying a large bag, the two angrily ate their breakfast, while AI Fan was reading today's newspaper. "I don't know if I don't see it, but I was really startled when I saw it. The vacancy of Kyuuhai had been filled a few months ago. The supplementary person is a crazy rookie named Ash Iburn Gear, with a bounty of 310 million. The captain of the elf pirates. The photo looks like Avatar, looks very handsome. The most famous record is killing a fellow supernova with one arrow in Chambord, and also received an invitation because of this, and finally joined Kyuuhai. But the headline on the front page is not this, but a new world island country disappeared out of thin air, leaving no trace, and the news came out because the ship docked at the port was safe and sound. There are many anecdotes and strange things, such as which navy defeated the pirates, and another ship was swallowed by the foggy sea. It's boring, and a certain Miss Universe married a rich man, which big star was killed. There are also a lot of fun things like pirates stole. Ace and Luffy were madly challenging AI Fan, because it was an actual combat exercise. But AI Fan made them suffer a lot. One day's battle ended and another day's battle began, and AI Fan began to teach them the 6-style cultivation. The practice of the 6 forms is systematic and 100% practical. After all the basics were handed over to them, AI Fan also left. It's been a month. Before you know it, it's time to set sail again. After picking up Nami and saying goodbye to Nuokagao, the two returned to Lovell in a short time. After that, the Liberty set sail again, and AI Fan was ready to go to the Sea of the New World again. It's time to test the results of their cultivation. Hancock bids farewell to AI Fan. She has been looking forward to AI Fan 17 years old. 4 more years. Hancock muttered to himself, watching the Liberty disappear into the sea in the distance, with anticipation in his eyes. AI Fan first went to the Chambord Islands, where Carp happened to be staying for 2 days. He hadn't seen each other for a long time. AI Fan wanted to test his current strength. The ship was docked at the Navy station, and AI Fan sounded thunder and was possessed. After a few seconds, he came to Carp's side. "Old man," AI Fan shouted. "Who?" What answered Evan was Carp's snoring voice. "This old man, the thunder can't wake up." AI Fan smiled helplessly and whispered, "This dessert is so delicious." Where? Carp woke up instantly, without a trace of sleepiness. "Old man, it's me." AI Fan pouted. "Stinky boy, where have you been recently? I haven't heard from your boy for a long time." Carp yelled. AI Fan waved his hand and said, "This is not important. I will come to fight with you to see how far my strength is." "Nanny." Carp clasped his fists with both hands and grinned. "It looks like your strength has improved a lot." Hey, AI Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a smile, "It will surprise you." The invisible momentum collided. The Overlord's color leaked, and the several Navy onlookers fell directly. Domineering wrapped around his fist. AI Fan punched with all his strength. Carp is the same, with a domineering entanglement in his palm facing AI Fan's fist. Boom! The huge wind pressure came out, but the fists of the two did not collide. There was a difference of a few centimeters in the middle, but the fists of the two stopped there. AI Fan took out his left hand and took a look, but it was Zane's phone bug. Carp retracted his fist and shouted, "Hurry up and connect." AI Fan murmured a few words, then connected directly. AI Yin, is the voyage over? How is your performance? Did Teacher Zephyr praise you? He and AI Yin only spoke on the phone 2 days ago. AI Yin was very excited to tell AI Fan that this group of students was going to practice overseas. However, it has only been 2 days, so the internship should not be so fast, right? AI Yin was silent. For a long time, AI Fan had a bad premonition, a very bad premonition. AI Yin, did something happen? AI Fan asked quickly. After a while, AI Yin came out with a crying voice. AI Fan, on the training ship, except for me, Bins, our companions, all were killed by the pirates. Her mood was a little broken, and AI Fan could hardly control himself. Carp didn't know the news, but he immediately said, "Where are you? How long has it been? Who is the other party? Who is the general who led the training ship?" After a while, she recovered some words. "The other party escaped. Teacher Zephyr was severely injured, and our current position is..." The phone bug hung up, and AI Fan burst out like electricity. His killing intent was boiling over and could hardly be restrained. AI Yin and his group had been with him and Lovell for several years. They were training partners who had been together since childhood. Although they graduated early, they were friends. A friend of many years. And Teacher Zephyr, so many people, all of whom AI Fan can name, are all dead now! Dodging to Laveau's side, Arnold appeared instantly, and the two of them had already burst out after holding Laveau. On Arnold's back, Ivan gave everyone on the Liberty an order to move freely, and Laveau hurriedly said, "What's the matter?" AI Fan said slowly, word by word. The training ship led by Teacher Zephyr was attacked by pirates. The people on board are our group. Causes and injuries. Laveau clenched his teeth. He had a bad premonition. Bang bang. AI Fan's palm clenched tightly, with endless sadness and anger in his eyes. Apart from Teacher Zephyr, only Ain and Bin survived. Kaka corner of the table was directly crushed by Lovell. He stood up suddenly, and screamed in anger, "Damn pirates!" Laveau wanted to vent, and his inner grief did not need AI Fan show at all. "You know, that group of students has been with them longer than AI Fan." "How long has time passed?" Laveau asked quickly after regaining some consciousness. "Less than 2 hours," AI Fan said solemnly. "Revo will have some strange shocks, and the tracker also has a hand." Revo said solemnly, "There is no problem with tracking. I can track the impact of the smell for no more than 12 hours. He doesn't want to talk about side effects now, he just wants to kill those pirates." Soon, they rushed into the storm. AI Fan took Hain's life card and arrived on the training boat in less than an hour. At this time, the Navy's support warships had not arrived yet. Landing on the boat, Zephyr lay on the deck with his eyes wide open. His right arm was cut off. Bins and Ain lay weakly not far away. Beside Ain, the phone bug that communicated with AI Fan was still there. The rain wet AI Fan and Laveau. The expressions on their faces were grim and sad, dripping with water droplets. I don't know if it was water or tears. AI Fan. AI Yin's tears fell, falling into AI Fan's heart like a boulder. Chapter 270. I don't want to, second more. The flower of healing fell, and the injuries of the three of Zephyr were healed in an instant. All AI Fan's clones appeared, restrained everyone's corpses, and then looked at Revo. Laveau was spewing blood, but he immediately said, "I found the trail." Healing the clone directly activates the ability to restore Revo's damage. Arnold appears, and the two of AI Fan will rush out directly. "I'm going to," Bins and Ain shouted at the same time. "You stay." AI Fan rejected them directly. Zephyr was a little silent. He had caught the pirate who attacked him. Later, because the other party begged for mercy, he let the other party go, but this time, he was seriously injured. AI Fan tilde Zephyr wanted to say something. AI Fan said in a deep voice, "We will win." The voice fell, and Arnold burst out. Zephyr smiled wryly, watching the ship full of corpses burst into tears. He never killed any enemies, including the pirates who attacked him today. But AI Fan is not such a person. During the storm, Arnold was whistling. Although he was struck by lightning several times along the way, it did not cause any damage to Arnold. Instead, it absorbed a lot of heat. AI Fan and the two were in the paper room, with the windows open, and the thunder and lightning transmitted here were absorbed by the Xing'ai clone. Revo, don't use this ability that you haven't fully mastered in the future. AI Fan said solemnly. Revo nodded and said, I know. If it weren't for AI Fan's healing clone today, Revo's sense of smell would be permanently ineffective. This is an injury that even the flower of healing is difficult to treat. Wait a minute. Revo suddenly stopped. His nose twitched, blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth, and then he tilted his head and said, at 3 o'clock, we are very close to each other. The healing clone continued to treat him, and Arnold had already changed his direction with a long roar. In less than 5 minutes, they had already flown out of the range of the rainstorm, and the shadow of the island appeared in the distance. Revo said solemnly, yes, the other party is there. I heard it, howling. Boom. A huge shock erupted from the town on the island, and AI Fan locked in a breath in the fire. Revo took the flower of healing and said solemnly, it's him. On the island, a large area was destroyed from the hospital. They rescued a mother and son. However, after the man's injuries healed, he immediately started looting. There were countless casualties in the town. A doctor knelt on the ground and looked at the figure holding the knife. With endless remorse on his face, he said with grief, did I just save a demon? Damn it. Suddenly, a voice sounded. You just did what you were supposed to do. He looked back and counted the figures standing there. It was Ivan and Revo. Damn, it's a demon. You don't have to blame yourself. Revo's eyes were filled with killing intent, and a white ball appeared between his hands. Mom, here are 2 navies. Weibel said. On his face he had a white beard with a crescent-shaped upward curve like the white beard, but thinner and longer. He was burly and obese, with a lot of flesh in the upper body, but very thin feet, hair that grew to the legs, and the sideburns on both sides were tied into braids. Since it's a navy, then kill it, and kill everything that hinders us from collecting Bailey. With thick lip blush, wearing sunglasses, leaning on crutches, short stature, wrinkled face, wearing a leopard print coat, the woman speaks. Her name is Miss Bargian. Got it, Mum. Weibel clenched the knife tightly and chopped it down, sending a huge slash toward the two of AI Fan. AI Fan drew a knife and slashed, and the scarlet slash and Weibel's slash collided and disappeared. The sound of thunder clones had appeared in front of them, and lightning surged, covering them instantly. 200 million volts. Thor's fist. Weibel's domineering surging, Guandao and AI Fan's thunder fist collided. Clang. Lightning surged, but it was blocked by his stalemate. Poison dragon. The colored poisonous dragon condensed into one, and the door clone began, and the poison instantly covered the two of them. In an instant, the two had no resistance at all. Lightning fell, and a huge explosion came out. The two people who were poisoned lay powerless on the ground. Revo had already appeared in front of them, and the long-charged Six Kings cannon was instantly pressed out. Laugh. An instant, Miss Bargian's head disappeared, and a blood hole appeared on Weibel's body. A huge vibration sound came out at this time. Mum. Weibel yelled, stood up abruptly, and punched Revo. Bang. Even if it was blocked by domineering, Lovell was still kicked out by a punch. Not only was he injured by the punch, but he was also passively infected with poison. AI Fan instantly detoxified him, and he immediately ate the healing flower. Profound truth. Breakthrough. AI Fan's clones rushed out in an instant. 7 wounds appeared on Weibel's chest by mistake, and the bones were deep. Six Kings cannon. Levo's injuries recovered, and he fired another cannon at the flying Weibel. Boom. A loud voice came out, and Weibel's heart was directly penetrated. AI Fan did not give him any chance, and the clones had already rushed out again. Profound truth. Opening up the world. Laugh. The clones were staggered from each other, and Weibel's body was directly broken into dozens of pieces. The blood stained here, and Ivan and Revo no longer moved. "This thing is over." Taking Weibel's head back, the storm has gradually stopped. The naval warship is looming in the distance, and Livo and Ivan are already standing on the deck. The bodies of former partners were covered with white cloth, and in front of them was the hanging head of Weibel. Ai-Fan hugged Ai-Fan and burst into tears. "Thank you." Ai-Fan lightly kissed her forehead, patted Livo's arm and said, "Their families will be taken care of by the Free Army in the future." After attending the funeral, "Let's go to the New World and kill the pirates." Livo returned to his senses. His eyes were red and said, "I will destroy all the pirates, and I will never show mercy." Ai-Yin glanced at Zephyr and said to Ai-Fan, "I'll go too." "I'm going too," said Bins, wiping his snot and tears. Zephyr spoke with a hoarse voice and a dull tone. "You are the last hope of the Navy generation. Please, don't let anyone die." At the end, he was already in tears. Teacher Zephyr, Ai-Fan and the others shouted at the same time, with a sad tone and sadness on their faces. "If you say grief, no one has the grief in Zephyr's heart. Having lost his family in the early years, he treats students like his beloved family. In a short period of time, so many students have died. He really doesn't want to suffer like this anymore."